Chapter 121 The Last 5%. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the huge S-Class Villa raft began to drift along the route on the map panel. The weather was not very good today. In addition to the heavy rain, there was thunder outside. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows, there were lightning and thunder. The weather, which had been quiet for a short time, started to act up again. Well, just like her little fairy. Because this time she was drifting with a purpose, she adjusted the drifting speed to the highest 80. After drifting through the waters ravaged by thunderstorms and waterspouts, she didn't feel much even though the current of the Insha River was turbulent. This week, Shu Fu had a different way of enjoying herself in the S-Class villa every day. Like a nouveau riche who had suddenly won a super jackpot. She swam 3 times a day, took a bath twice, and went to the gym once. She went to the entertainment and reading room before going to bed. She dimmed the lights and turned on the projector with the entire wall as the background to play a movie. Occasionally, she took out her off-road vehicle from the rear deck to clean it, refuel it, and check the tires. She even found an electric scooter that had been put away in the space at some point, and rode on the scooter to circle around on the spacious rear deck. Through this, she also tested the contraction rules of the automatic fences on the rear deck. When the raft is drifting, no matter how fast or slow the drifting speed is, the fence on the rear deck will remain raised. On the contrary, as long as the raft is moored, when someone or a car approaches the rear deck, the fence will automatically retract, which is somewhat similar to an automatic glass door. In addition, she was a little worried about the water replacement problem in the swimming pool and the jacuzzi before. After using it several times, she also understood that the water in these 2 pools is built into the classic S-Class house type, and there is no need to replace it later, because when she uses the one-click dust removal function, the villa in the owner protection mode includes 2 pools, which are all within the one-click dust removal range. A week later, she finally couldn't play anymore and went back to lying down. At this moment, she was lying on the sunken sofa seat on the front deck, watching a talent show that didn't require much attention, and occasionally looking up to check the surrounding waters. Although the waters where the raft had docked were closest to Dari County, the currents there were also famous for their rapid ups and downs and many bays. Her raft had a shallow draft and could drift and anchor regardless of the water conditions. But other ordinary ships did not have the conditions to dock in that area. This is why she chose to go ashore there, so that she would not encounter other boats when she landed. Perhaps for this reason, she had not seen any other boats passing by during the more than 10 days she stayed in that area. Until now, after the raft drifted south for an hour or 2, and entered a wider river with less turbulent water, she gradually saw the shadows of boats. There were medium-sized fishing boats and small 2-story speedboats, all moored near the slope of the shore. Most of these boats are old and rusty. It is not known whether they are anchored here because of today's thunderstorm disaster weather or have been anchored here for a long time. When she checked, she always felt that the way these boats were anchored was a little strange. Later, she realized that the slope they were leaning against was not the original river bank. Many trees on the land on both sides were now submerged in the water. These boats were barely squeezed in between the trees, which was particularly abrupt. It seems that the water level upstream has also risen. It was at night when they came from the south that day. The surrounding waters were too dark, and there was no light on the raft. In addition, she fell asleep later. In fact, she didn't know much about the situation along the way. Looking around at this moment, although the river is open, the surrounding mountains are high and the valleys are deep, and the land is vast and sparsely populated, which is completely different from the scenery in the middle and lower reaches. 8 hours later, the raft stopped at the end of the route. In these 8 hours, the raft drifted more than 600 kilometers of waterways, but along the way, the thunderstorm seemed to be chasing her raft and never stopped, which shows that the thunderstorms covered a very wide area. Now the climate is disordered, and extreme thunderstorm disasters like this, which used to only occur in deep waters, have gradually turned to the few remaining lands on the planet. Shu Fu compared the map panel in her hand with the map of Huagua on the tablet, and confirmed again that this was the place where all the survivors boarded the raft at night. But now the terrain around here has completely changed. Xiangzhou province is almost gone. The wide river here has turned into a huge lake. The narrow and winding mountain road they walked on foot, and the tunnels and bridges where they escaped the wind and rain, are now completely invisible. Most of the cliffs that once stood beside the mountain road and were difficult to climb have also been submerged in the water, leaving only sparse islands on the water. Those are the peaks of the mountains. She didn't expect that the water level downstream would rise so quickly. The big drop in temperature and the snowstorm accelerated the rate of sea level rise. In a little while, the border of Shizhou province, which was once located deep inland, will soon become a coastline. Xu Fu stood on the terrace on the third floor, looking at the huge lake around her. Because the water flow here has been changed. The water surface is not calm. There are whirlpools everywhere on the surging waves. There must be more undercurrents underwater. She has been living in the S-Class villa for more than 10 days. Because the house is too eye-catching. She has been keeping the protective shield on for more than 10 days. To be honest, it takes a lot of time to keep the protective shield on. After all, she is alone and does not need such a large villa to live in. After having fun, she should return to a simple and low-key life. After a moment, the light and shadow changed, and Xu Fu returned to the small and warm drifting island house starting house. Everything around her was normal. Her usual items were still in their original positions. The snacks she had eaten halfway, and the tablet computer she had thrown on the sofa seat area on the deck also appeared on the coffee table. Xu Fu walked to the front door and removed the drift bottle protection cover on the function panel. The small raft appeared silently in the shadow of the mountain island. The starting house raft was exquisite and small, and its appearance was low-key. In addition, many people now knew about the superpowers. It didn't matter if her raft house was seen. It was not too prominent. Moreover, are there any survivors in this newly formed huge lake? As it turns out, there are indeed some. This is her third day in the nearby waters. Even though she is lying flat, the days of being stuck in a mission are always a little more anxious than the rest time after upgrading. However, there is really only one thing, after all. Now she has enough time for the raft to delay, and enough supplies. Not only does she have everything, she can also occasionally open the protective shield for 2 or 3 hours, and then change the house type, and go to her big villa for a swim. At noon, Xu Fu squatted in front of the automatic water fishing rod, looking at the ugly black fish in the metal basket. And she was a little reluctant to catch them. The fish looked too much like a snake. But it was not an eel or loach. The scales on its body were ring-shaped, with a layer of black and a layer of gray. The visual effect was no different from that of a snake. She didn't understand why the fishing rod would catch such fish. Did it think she had the courage to handle it herself before eating it? She had no shortage of food, especially seafood and fish. So she just pressed the throw button and released the basket of black snake fish. At noon, she had curry rice. She cooked a big pot of curry with potatoes, carrots, onions, diced chicken and curry cubes. There was space for the cooked hot rice. The curry was also prepared before. Just put out the right amount of rice. Scoop 2 spoons of curry on the rice. And finally put a few fried chicken wings on it. And it would be a perfect curry rice. She took a bottle of coconut water and ate at the small dining table next to the French window. The weather outside was okay today. It was just raining. But there was no thunderstorm or strong wind. For now, it was considered good weather. When lunch was almost over, she saw a boat. The boat was not big. It was a small fishing boat, with various patches on the hull. It was heading northwest from the south. It looked like it was coming from the southwest plateau. The southwest plateau is higher than Xiangzhou province. The area near the Insha River on the night of the flood should have been flooded a lot. But the situation was definitely better than that of Xiangzhou province, which had become isolated islands in the water. This boat probably saw that the weather was good today, so it planned to move to Shizhou province. The boat did not go to the old side of the Insha River, but went directly northwest, intending to pass through the flood area. It would definitely be closer if we go in that direction. But these areas are originally hills on land, with complex underwater terrain and undercurrents. Seeing the boat swaying on the water, Xu Fu always felt that it was not good. She turned her head to watch the fishing boat going farther and farther in the water. And then when it reached a certain area of water, it suddenly started to spin in place. The people on the boat screamed and ran out of the cabin. They tried hard to control the boat, trying to pass through that area of water. But in the end a high wave came, and the fishing boat still capsized. Xu Fu sighed, called up the map panel from the bracelet, set the direction, drove out of the shadow near the mountain wall where the boat was originally moored, and quickly activated the drift bottle protection cover on the bracelet. She opened the back door of the cabin, put on her slippers, took out 3 life buoys from the space, These life buoys were rescue supplies harvested from the water. Each life buoy had a matching life rope. She fixed one end of the ropes of the 3 life buoys on the stairs, and then pushed the life buoys directly off the deck. She returned to the house on the drifting island, closed the door, went back to the front door, leaned against it, and looked at the position of the raft through the clear glass on the door. She canceled the drifting bottle protection cover and called up the map panel, constantly correcting the drifting direction of the raft. She had just opened it temporarily, just to avoid being seen by outsiders when she tied the lifebuoys. The raft quickly sailed to the place where the fishing boat capsized. There were waves on the water nearby, and undercurrents swirled. Once someone fell into the water, even if her raft was parked next to it, it would be difficult for the person in the water to get close to the raft for a while. The role of the lifebuoy was reflected at this moment. The 3 lifebuoys were different from the raft. They would be carried along the waves to the place where the water was the most turbulent, which was also the place where the people on the fishing boat fell into the water. As long as they grabbed the lifebuoy, they could climb along the life rope on the lifebuoy and swim all the way to the rear deck of the raft. The glass balcony on the second floor of the cabin had been vacant since it had saved people before. She did not put a bar table and a coffee machine in it, but put a few old benches and back chairs in it. A moment later, the first person who grabbed the lifebuoy in the waves climbed onto the deck along the life rope. At this time, more than 3 months had passed since she first rescued people in the waters near Guangqing County, Xiangzhou Province. She believed that by today, more survivors had known about the superpowers and the raft. When they saw the raft again, they probably wouldn't look extremely surprised and unbelievable like the first group of people who boarded the raft. Sure enough, when the survivors on the fishing boat climbed onto the deck of the raft one by one and saw clearly that they were on a raft, they didn't show too much surprise. Some of them were glad that they could actually meet a superpower here, but some of them were wary, as if because of the bad reviews of superpowers on the internet. However, whether they were glad or wary, at this time and place, they had no other choice. The people who were glad soon found that although they could not get close to the eaves, they could go up the stairs. So they went to the glass balcony on the second floor terrace to avoid the rain. After entering, they found that there were chairs inside, which made them feel even more surprised. The vigilant people, ignoring the heavy rain that was still falling, always stayed on the rear deck, either standing or sitting, and placed the lifebuoys that had saved them by their sides, as if they would jump off the raft again if they realized something was wrong. Xu Fu didn't care where they were on the raft, nor did she care whether they were grateful or vigilant about the raft. To her, it was just because she happened to see them. So she fished her own kind out of the water. Anyway, no matter whether they were grateful or vigilant, they couldn't get into the eaves, let alone see her in the house. After that, she adjusted the direction of the raft and headed for the higher land in the west, which was the southwest corner of Xiangzhou Province, where they were originally going. It didn't matter to her anyway. It didn't matter where the raft was floating. But for these people, it had a completely different meaning. Xu Fu sat down at the dining table, compared the map panel with the electronic map, and finally selected a location in the western waters closest to the land. This location was basically still within the territory of Xiangzhou Province on the map, and her raft should be able to reach it. At the current speed of the raft, it will take about half an hour to arrive. Xu Fu set the route, continued to do what she needed to do, cleaned up the bowls and cups from lunch, washed and disposed of the garbage, and then went down to the underwater bedroom. There is now another home exercise bike here. This bike does not require electricity, is exquisite and compact, and is basically silent when used. She found it in the space to make the gym in the villa more presentable. It was originally collected from the hotel buildings in Suicheng. She fixed a platform on the flat clip in front of her, selected and picked, and finally played the first movie in a universe series. This series of movies is quite famous in this world, but she had never watched it before. She counted, there are about a dozen movies in the whole series, each of which is 2 or 3 hours long. She plans to finish the whole series in the near future. She read the introduction, and found that these movies also involve some concepts of space and time travel. She plans to find some inspiration, to see if she can make the edge of the puzzle she just touched clearer. Although the waters nearby are not as deep as those in the deep water area, there are many turbulent currents and the water is turbid. She looked out from the underwater bedroom, and could hardly see the situation outside. So most of her attention was on the plot of the movie. Another small part was on the spinning bike. Half an hour later, the alarm on her cell phone rang. She wiped her sweat, paused the movie, went back to the upstairs cabin, checked the location of the raft from the floor-to-ceiling window, and then continued to manually adjust on the map panel until the front of the raft hit the invisible barrier. It was about 1 kilometer further west than the water area she expected, and about 100 or 200 meters away from the land that emerged from the water in the west. If she looked along the north and south of this barrier line, she might be able to find land that could be directly docked within the barrier, just like she had docked at the upper reaches of the Insha River before. However, there were no children among the survivors. All of them were adults, and they seemed to know how to swim. So Shufu quickly opened the drift bottle protection shield. The next second, both the people who were originally on the deck and the people who were on the second floor balcony were repelled by the raft. Those people fell into the water again, confused, not knowing what happened. Shufu opened the back door and stood on the deck to check the survivors soaking in the water next to the raft. After confirming that everyone could swim, she shortened the rope of the lifebuoy on the deck again and fixed the 3 lifebuoys on the side of the stairs for the convenience of next time. She returned to the drifting island house, turned on the autonomous drifting mode, and then returned to the underwater bedroom and continued to ride a bicycle and watch movies. When she finished her exercise, she came out of the underwater bedroom, wiping her sweat, and was about to take a shower. The survivors who were originally soaking in the water had already swam to the land 100 meters away. They finally came to their senses at this time, clearly realizing that they were not only rescued, but also sent directly to the borderland of Shizhou province by raft. And the superpower in the house never showed up from beginning to end, as if he was completely uninterested in them and simply reached out to help them. They were grateful for being rescued, but also regretted being too vigilant just now, missing a great opportunity to make friends with superpowers. In today's world, a superpower who has no intentions or malice and is willing to show up and provide free help when they are in trouble is really too precious. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Shufu did not stay in this area of water. The raft had just appeared here. She planned to move to another place in the next few days. After taking a shower, she continued to compare the map panel with the water map. The plan was the same as when she had just upgraded to level 4 raft. She would walk along the boundary line of the water area where she could move at present, and then walk towards the deep water area. There was no land and no people there, which was safer. She did not need to open the protective shield frequently, and could accumulate more protective shield modes to use when needed in the future. From the water map, we can find that, compared with before going to Wei County, the biggest changes are in the west and southwest of Xiangzhou province. These two places are close to Isha River. Now a large area of land has fallen, but there are still some peaks as high as 2,000 or 3,000 meters in the west of Xiangzhou province. These steep peaks are still above the water. On the map, there are large areas of light green with various dark green blocks in the middle. And from this area to the west, it is the original Insha River waters where she sent the survivors north. Starting from the middle reaches, Insha River expands from a river to a lake. Similarly, the light green is densely dotted with a lot of dark green. After turning around the southwest corner of Xiangzhou province, it converges with the deep water area and completely changes from a lake to a sea. She plans to walk along the lake area in the middle reaches first, and then walk east along the border of the southwest plateau to go directly to the deep water area. As for the mission, it is useless for her to be anxious. She should arrange her life for the next period of time and wait for the mission to appear. Shufu kept the protective shield of the raft open and quickly walked through the entire lake area. There are more restrictions in the west, and she can only walk along the border of Shizhou province. Even if some low-altitude slopes on the border of Shizhou province were flooded, she still couldn't go deep into those areas. The southwest plateau is slightly different. She can basically walk along the border between the water and the land. The entire northern area of the southwest plateau has the highest altitude. Therefore, most of the waterland borders are cliffs with a distance between the water and the land. Occasionally, there will be slopes that can be approached. Shufu did not try to land. Her friends are all in Shizhou province. Even if she can enter the land of the southwest plateau, it will not mean much to her. What's more, she will have various restrictions on land, and she will have to keep a low profile, which is far less free than in the water. In addition to these expanded waters, the boundaries of the waters in other directions are the same as before. The barrier of the deep water area in the east is still there. The climate in that area is still as terrible as when she came before. Sometimes extreme disasters will actively trigger the drift bottle protective cover. However, The most extreme beauty of nature can also be seen in the deep water area, the short-lived two-color rainbow after the heavy rain. The rotating water column from bottom to top of the raft surrounded by more than a dozen waterspouts made her feel like she was in an alien world. And dozens of thunderstorms flashed at the same time, reflecting the sea surface into a fantastic purple-blue color. The howling hurricane rolled up huge waves hundreds of meters high, and the small raft was sometimes rolled up to the top of the waves and sometimes taken underwater. This time, she spent about 10 days to make the raft go and stop, and occasionally once or twice near the land. She would also see other survivors of the capsized boat. She did not deliberately look for and help survivors, but if she happened to see them, she would help them. However, this situation rarely happened. After all, the disaster lasted for more than 10 months. The people who survived were very cautious. Unless the survivors were very unlucky. They encountered extreme weather changes on the water and had no time to escape. Another week later, the sky was as dark as ink, and the roaring wind was mixed with heavy rain. The rain curtain was so heavy that the scenery several meters away could not be seen clearly. A small raft was moored near the slope of the southwest plateau. 3 survivors who went out fishing and encountered severe climate change stumbled off the raft. Still a little confused, they ignored their family's dissuasion and insisted on rowing the boat to the waters, thinking of bringing back a few big fish for their families on this special day. But they almost lost their lives. The moment the boat capsized, they really thought they could not go back today. The overwhelming despair and the desire to survive came at the same time. They wanted to survive, no matter what, and they wanted to go back alive at any cost. As a result, a miracle really happened. They touched the hard and solid deck in the howling wind and heavy rain. It was a small raft. In the huge wind and waves, it was small and fragile. They hid in the glass balcony of the raft house, and were not swept off the raft by the wind and waves. They thought they would drift in the water for a long time with the raft. But only 20 minutes later, their feet stepped on the land again. The 3 survivors who escaped death lay on the shore in the wind and rain and looked back. But there was no trace of the raft in the water behind them. Instead, there were a few motionless big fish on the shore behind them. Although the fish was dead, it looked very fresh, without any external injuries, as if it had suffocated to death just a second ago. Is this fish for us? They couldn't believe it, but they subconsciously picked up all the fish on the shore. Are you dreaming? I know. That's the raft of the superpower. Ah, you say. Did the superpower in the raft house hear our conversation just now? So, then this fish is really for us. That's great. They wanted to say thank you, but they couldn't find the raft on the water. In the stormy waters, inside the drifting island house with the protective cover reopened, Shu Fu leaned against the door panel and set the drifting direction on the function screen, and returned to the small kitchen to make dinner for herself. The 20 minutes of rescuing people from shore just now were like a small episode in the process of cooking for her. However, when she was about to step into the kitchen, the bracelet on her wrist, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly vibrated slightly. Chapter 122, The Last 5%. Shu Fu was startled, and then she reacted. She quickly checked her bracelet and found that the flashing mark on it was indeed the notebook mark she had been waiting for a long time. The last 5% of the task finally came. She took out the black notebook, but this time, the task on it made her a little stunned. Special progress bar task has been triggered. This task has accumulated 31 people rescued and carried, and the accumulated progress bar of this task is 0.1%. Note: this task is special. The upper limit of the task progress bar is 5%. The task carrier is limited to the starting house type of the drifting island house. The raft is put away, and the progress bar of this task is reset to 0 by default. The raft can be placed to start accumulating again. Shu Fu. The accumulated progress bar has been taken, and it has been taken away. Is she dazzled? Why is there a 0 in front of the number? Shu Fu quickly closed her eyes, did a few eye exercises for herself, and then opened her eyes again to check the notebook. The accumulated progress bar on it was still very clear. 0.1%. Shu Fu. I didn't expect that this little fairy could come up with new tricks. In other words, for this mission, saving about 30 people only increased the progress by 0.1%, and the mission carrier also limits the starting house type, which means that using her big villa to carry dozens or hundreds of people at once does not count. No wonder the mission was not triggered when she sent those survivors to the waters near Duri County. Shu Fu looked at the line. The progress bar of this mission is reset to 0 when the raft is folded up, and finally understood why she had drawn 2 1-week delay cards in the previous 7 consecutive draws. Good guy is waiting for her here. The task limit progress bar is 5%, which is exactly the last 5% she needs to upgrade the raft to level 5. In other words, if she wants the raft to be upgraded to level 5, she must complete this special task. Rescuing 31 people can only get 0.1% of the progress bar, which means that to get 5% of the progress bar, she must rescue at least 1,500 people in total. Shu Fu wanted to give up on the spot. 500 people. If it was the peaceful times or the early stage of the disaster, it would be fine, but now most people have been transferred to Shito province. She has to find 1,500 people to rescue. Those survivors are not all fools. Each of them will go to the water during the disaster weather. Shu Fu was too depressed. She didn't even feel like making dinner at the moment. She directly put the half-cooked fish soup in the kitchen into the space, and then directly changed her nouveau riche collection S-Class house type on the function screen. The light and shadows were changing. A moment later, she was in the grand and bright living room of the villa. She opened all the glass doors in front of the room, listened to the sound of the storm hitting the protective shield, and took off her home clothes in the living room. She wanted to change into a swimsuit, but then she thought about what swimsuit to wear in the massage bath. So, she took out a big towel from the space, wrapped it casually, and went barefoot to the front deck. Then untied the towel and quickly entered the bath. The new task finally came. But the new task was too difficult, which made her want to strike. An hour later, Shu Fu, who had finished soaking in the jacuzzi, sat down by the swimming pool on the second-floor balcony and began to cook hot pot on a beautiful semicircular glass table. Outside the protective shield, the wind and rain were still howling. The luxurious raft villa seemed like another world. This world was safe, warm, and protected from wind and rain. And there was no shortage of food and water. But she was the only one in this world. She suddenly missed the dinner in the tunnel on New Year's Eve. At that time, there were only snail noodles, canned food and military ration bags on the table. No one even had a decent bowl. But she was very happy. Shu Fu was originally in a good mood today. After all, today was New Year's Eve. As a Chinese, the feeling of celebrating the New Year on New Year's Eve might not be strong. But on New Year's Eve, the meaning was completely different. Before dawn that day, when she said goodbye to everyone one by one, she knew very well that she would have to spend the coming New Year alone. She was in a good mood when she was preparing a New Year's Eve dinner for herself this afternoon. But now, she didn't know why. Even though the task she had been looking forward to for a long time had come, she seemed to be suddenly surrounded by a huge sense of loneliness. She didn't often feel like this, and she didn't like herself like this. Spending too much energy on emotions seemed a bit hypocritical. She sighed, put down her chopsticks, took out her phone to check the date, and found that her period was coming soon. So she decided to attribute this mood to physiological problems. She was still the heartless Shu Fu, who thought everything would be fine as long as she could lie down peacefully every day. The satellite phone on the side received a notification tone, which was a message from Chinefei. Chinefei, I took out the last cup of milk tea today, opened it, and divided some into small cups for everyone, and dug out the pearls, and divided them as fairly as possible for everyone. Fortunately, the milk tea you gave me was in super large cups. Otherwise 1 cup of milk tea would not be enough for 10 people. There is no shortage of water and supplies in Chama County. And there is also butter tea. But the bubble tea shops have not resumed business yet. Grandma said, if I really like it, she can teach me how to make bubble tea with tea leaves. And she can also teach me how to make bubble with cassava flour. Shu Fu, if I really learn it, what do you think? How about opening a bubble tea shop? At about the same time, Lu Zheng also sent a message. How are you doing today? I don't know why. I especially want to see you today. Are you okay? Are you with your friends? A moment later, 2 numbers sent several more messages. Although it was still the same 2 numbers. But as before, you can tell who sent it at a glance. Sister Fu Fu, you haven't sent me a message for many days again. Do you miss me at all? But I miss you very much. When can we meet again? We moved to a new place. This place is not as big as the ranch before. My brother can't take out the raft again. I really want to ride the waves with you on the water as soon as possible. Ah ha ha ha. Guess who I am? You should be able to guess it right away. My brother is embarrassed to send you a message, so I will take his place. Well, the thing I mentioned to you before is valid forever. Hee hee, or if you like my brother. It's not impossible, by the way. Happy New Year's Eve. Ha ha ha. Happy New Year's Eve. I am Su Tingfeng. I have severed ties with my brother. You don't have to pay attention to him. No matter what. I hope we can see each other soon. Shu Fu, I am Jiang Dai. Before, I just watched them send you messages. Because the message fee is a bit expensive, I didn't feel comfortable to join them. But every time, I would pay close attention to your messages. Knowing that you were doing well. Yu Dong and I would feel relieved. Today is different. Today is New Year's Eve. For the Hua people, after New Year's Eve, everything will start anew. Shu Fu, the past year has been very difficult for us. If it weren't for you and Chen Fa, Yu Dong and I would not be alive today. Chen Fa said, you still have things to finish. When you finish, we will definitely see each other again. I also firmly believe this. But I also hope you don't put pressure on yourself. No matter where you are. I hope you can be safe and sound. And alive. So that we can have the chance to meet again. Finally. Happy New Year's Eve. Shu Yatu. Happy New Year's Eve. Grandma is not very good at typing. So I asked Fafa to write it for me. Fafa went to recharge the satellite phone 2 days ago. And your number was also recharged. You can use it without worry. Send more messages. And call Grandma when you have nothing to do. Grandma is bored every day. Be good. And take care of yourself. Tell Grandma when we can meet again. Grandma will make delicious sliced noodles for you. This time, I will use authentic beef bone soup and freshly boiled chili peppers. Store more in Fafa's box, so that I can take it out for you to eat whenever we meet. Fafa just said that the box can keep fresh no matter how long it is, actually. I can start preparing it now. If you have anything else you want to eat, send a message to Fafa when you think of it. Tell Grandma. Shu Fu read the messages one by one. When she saw the last message from Qin Yuezhen, she couldn't help it, and her eyes were red after all. But she was already being hypocritical today. So a little bit of this wouldn't matter. Shu Fu tilted her head, resting her whole head on the table with her arm. And her other hand flipped through the messages one by one again. And then sent messages to the 2 numbers. I'm fine. Eating hot pot. And my raft has changed a little bit. I hope you will like it when we meet next time. In addition, I may need a little more time. To meet you all, I will try my best. Finally. Happy New Year's Eve. At the end of the message, she attached a photo of the hot pot. Although it was automatically compressed into a blurry picture when it was sent. But she deliberately took a picture of a large cup of milk tea next to the hot pot. A marble cheese and a matta milfai. Plus the clear light reflected from the glass tabletop and the edge of the luxurious swimming pool next to it. As expected, as soon as she sent this photo, her phone started to alert again. All the messages she sent were wailing particles and interjections. Especially Su Jiechu, who was extremely exaggerated. He sent a long string of messages saying, I want to marry into my wife's family. I want to marry into my wife's family. No one can stop me. Shu Fu smiled and found that this guy was sometimes cute. So, she sent another message. Well, Su Jiechu kept mentioning this. I think I might consider it now. Soon, she received a message from an unfamiliar number on her satellite phone. I am Su Jiechu. This is my mobile number currently. Chiama County has a good signal. We can chat privately in the future. If I don't reply in time one day, it must be a signal problem. Definitely not my own problem. Lu Su, Sister Fufu. Are you Sister Fufu? Has your phone been stolen? You should be more awake. That's Su Jiechu. Oh my god. Isn't my brother handsome? Tonic, Chen Fa. Ha ha, sure. Let him kneel on the washboard every day after he marries into the family. Lu Zheng. During the Chinese New Year, it seems that everyone didn't calculate the expensive information charges of satellite phones, as usual, and directly sent short messages, as WeChat group messages. Shu Fu felt better. While she was cleaning up the hot pot dishes in the open kitchen on the first floor, Ya Ruoyun sent another message, saying that she had finally delivered her gift before the new year. She also sent her a picture, which was a picture she took of Zheng Feifei holding a firework stick. It was also compressed to blurry, but it was still clear that Zheng Feifei was holding the firework stick in one hand, and covering her mouth with the other hand. I don't know if she was crying. I don't know what she remembered, whether she was crying because of being moved, or crying because of missing her. Shu Fu thought about it, found Zheng Feifei's mobile phone number in her mobile phone, then turned on the satellite phone, and directly dialed the other party. The call was connected after waiting for a long time. I don't know if Jing Feifei had learned who the owner of this number was from Yao Ruoyun during the waiting process. When she answered the call, her voice was a little trembling. Hello? Shu Fu? Yes, it's me, Feifei. It's really you. That's great. Zheng Feifei couldn't hold back when she was setting off the fireworks. Now that she heard Shu Fu's voice with her own ears, she burst into tears on the other end of the phone. It's been a year. It's been a year. Shu Fu, where are you? I'm near Shizhou province, but because I haven't finished some things, I couldn't reunite with you in the new year. Ru Yun is my schoolmate. We met by chance before. Because she also wants to go to Jiqing, so I asked her to bring the fireworks to you. Zheng Feifei nodded on the other end of the phone, and said that she set off the fireworks well, made a wish, and lived a good life this year. I've worked hard this year, but because things haven't been dealt with yet, it will take some time before I can meet you. Well, it's okay. Just knowing that you're safe is enough. I'll wait for you. Before midnight, Cheng Yu sent a message, which was also a photo for the first time. In the photo, he spread his big hand, and there was a light blue star candy in the palm. He didn't send a word, but she could understand what he meant. He ate candy seriously every day, and the candy was decreasing every day, and the time before they met again was also slowly shortening. Shu Fu replied, yes. I will definitely try to meet you before you finish eating. Cheng Yu, safety is the most important thing. A safe New Year's Eve. And a safe New Year every day. Just after midnight, Lu Shuang and Han Lan also sent messages. They used their original mobile phones, so they were probably in a safe city. However, even if they were smartphones, they could only send text messages to satellite phones. Lu Shuang, I will be on a mission again after the new year. Do you think we will meet again? Han Lan, you little heartless girl. Why don't you take the initiative to send me a message? You are so busy during the new year. Can't you just send a simple Happy New Year? Before going to bed that day, Shu Fu changed the house type back to her small and warm cabin. She turned on the satellite phone, checked the message again, and then turned off the light and went to sleep. It was already past 12 o'clock. So it was a new year. The new year was destined to be a year of reunion. It was just a simple task to rescue 1,500 people. Just try to complete it within a month. The wish was made. But in practice, there were still many obstacles. First of all, as she had thought at the beginning, most people had already been transferred to Shizhou province. And those who had not yet been transferred were not all fools. Very few people would take a boat to cross the waters in stormy weather. And for others, there were few chances of encountering a sudden storm and capsizing or falling into the water during the water transfer. Secondly, the raft could not be folded, which meant that she could not go ashore and disguise herself as a refugee to blend into a certain team, and then release the small raft remotely at the right time, like she did last time by the Insha River. She could only stay on the water, waiting for the opportunity, and the situation became more passive. Finally, if she wanted to save and carry 1,500 people, the appearance and uniqueness of her raft cabin would definitely be known to more people. Therefore, during the entire mission, she had to hide herself better and must not show up. Not in a hurry, but in a stable way. In the first month, she tried to dock the raft near the water and land line of the Southwest Plateau. The survivors on the Southwest Plateau should be the land with the largest number of survivors in Huague, except for the Fengshan Plateau where Shizhou province is located. However, the altitude of the habitable area here is only about 2,000 meters. Although it can survive now, it will not be able to survive sooner or later. Therefore, as long as the time is right, there will always be ships departing from the Southwest Plateau to Shizhou province. The survivors of the Southwest Plateau should have internet access in their residences. They would check the weather when they traveled. And the boats that the large team took when they moved were also very sturdy. So even though Shu Fu stayed nearby for a month, she only rescued about 60 or 70 people. That was because the weather suddenly deteriorated that day, and huge hail began to fall, which directly smashed a moving ship, leaving the ship stranded on the water. She seized the opportunity and quickly traveled back and forth between the ship and the land several times, sending all the more than 40 people on the ship back safely, which increased this big order. There is no way. The space of the starting house of the raft is limited. If it is really changed to an S-class house, it can be solved in one go. It's a pity that the task of rescuing the number of people on board will not be recognized. Xu Fu looked at the progress bar showing a pitiful 0.3% and felt that she seemed to have found the wrong direction. The conditions for the survivors in the Southwest Plateau to transfer themselves are still good. She is not very effective in waiting here. Compared with orderly places, those disorderly waters and lands seem to be more suitable for her task. Xu Fu quickly thought of the place to go, Northern Plateau. She heard Shen Fa mention that, although the official cause of ichthyosis has not yet been found, or it may have been found but not announced, the drug to treat this terrible disease has been developed. Although it is only a drug in the experimental stage, the effect of each patient is different, but there are indeed many people who have recovered. Afterwards, the blizzard changed seasons, the number of new cases of this disease decreased drastically, and the heavy snow blocked the roads. Many survivor organizations in the Northern Plateau that originally planned to move south and west also canceled their plans, and continued to live in the original city. After the water level rose, most of the waters of Qinghe River expanded from a river to a lake. However, some cities on both sides of the river are at a slightly higher altitude, so it is more likely that the survivors gathered there. The survivors on the south bank of Qinghe River were close to Xiangzhou province, so those who should have evacuated had already evacuated. As for the north bank of Qinghe River, the authorities could not take care of it for the time being. In addition, the survivors who were still living in the abandoned city had already formed groups and forces, forming a completely different social form and survival rules from Shizhou province. Therefore, the authorities have not yet figured out how to transfer and resettle these people. Therefore, at this stage, the abandoned cities that are still inhabited mainly rely on airdrops of supplies, medicines, and fish repellents. Of course, some of the survivors have already started planting and breeding, repairing power plants and water plants, and being self-sufficient. The terrain there is complex, and sometimes the two abandoned cities are separated by flooded rivers and lakes. If the two sides want to trade and pass, they have to rely on boats. It is almost spring again, and the amphibious man-eating fish in the water are waiting for an opportunity to move and go ashore to lay eggs. Although due to the production and airdrop of fish repellents, cities and counties in the Northern Plateau now regularly release such drugs at the junction of the water and the shore. But it can only prevent amphibious man-eating fish from appearing in places where people live. The large wastelands between the waters, the slopes half submerged in water, are the favorites of amphibious man-eating fish. They will soon lay a large number of fish eggs in these water and land wastelands, giving birth to a large number of young fish that are in urgent need of nutrition. The farther the waters are from the city and county, the less safe they are. So at this time, the demand for boats there should be the greatest stage, and rescue and transportation. It is not necessarily to rescue people who fall into the water. It seems good to be a ferry between the two cities. Although her raft is not big, it has the advantage of fast speed and stable driving, with a balcony that can shelter from wind and rain and resist man-eating fish. And most importantly, it will never sink. It is fully automatic and free. Xu Fu felt that she could give it a try, so she set a route that day. After crossing the Yinsha River waters and arriving at the waters of Xiangzhou province, she turned northeast, and then directly passed through the old site of Shiren province, and then turned northwest after leaving the territory of Shiren province. After the water level rose, the lower reaches of Qinghe River had also flooded the land on both sides like Yinsha River, forming a lake. The islands on the lake were the peaks of the hills in the past. She compared the water map and the electronic map, and found the dark green icon of the possible survivor organization. She arrived at the vicinity with the protective shield turned on, the waters of Zhangcheng, and then spent a day or two drifting around a few times to roughly understand the situation of the nearby waters and ships. Then, she began to remove the raft protective cover during the day, and quietly docked in the waters with other ferries, waiting for the guests to board. In the first week, she didn't pick up any guests, although the survivors here also saw that this was a raft of a superpower. The owner never showed up. The raft was small and could not carry many people, and they didn't know the price. So after the survivors tried to communicate several times without success, they all chose to change to other boats. Xu Fu decided to start working hard. So in the second week, the survivors here soon found that the raft had changed. Inside the glass of its second floor balcony, there are several huge characters posted. The characters are written on A4 paper with a thick pen. They are too rough and sloppy, but the content is very eye-catching. Free ferry. Really free. Try it, and you will know. Those who have taken it say it is good. No cheating. In addition, there is a line of smaller characters posted under the big characters. Just say your destination loudly after getting on. Free purified water, and seats are provided on the balcony. Good things only last for 3 months. Don't miss it. Those large and small characters are written with different colors of paint and posted inside the glass balcony, so they will not be wetted by wind and rain. Therefore, compared with other old and rusty ferries, they are particularly eye-catching and colorful. Chapter 123, The Last 5%. The survivors who can survive on the northern shore of the Beatty Plateau are much more daring and shrewd than the survivors in the northwestern plateau of Xiangzhou province. Some people were not afraid of the raft owner's mischief, so they boarded the raft to find out what was going on. They found that there were chairs and plastic bottles of purified water on the second-floor balcony. They picked them up out of curiosity and tried to drink a sip. Then they shouted to the captain on the shore, "It's really purified water." The man was going to take all the purified water off the raft directly. However, Xu Fu had already installed a camera in a corner of the balcony because he could not check the situation in the glass balcony. When he saw that the man was reaching for other water bottles, he opened the protective shield directly. On the shore, the raft disappeared, and the man fell into the water. After he realized what was happening, he immediately dived back into the water to look for it. But in the end, the man who found nothing swam back to the shore cursing. In the Beatty Plateau, the survivors have a clearer understanding of the superpowers than in Xiangzhou province, Southwest Plateau and Shizhou province. Because superpowers are more popular here, no official also means order and freedom. Some superpowers will deliberately show their abilities to join a team, and their rafts will become the team's fixed boats, and they will enjoy extremely high treatment in the team. There are also some psychics who are solitary and do similar things to Xu Fu, specializing in ferrying people. However, even if these people are afraid to show up for fear of the outside team, they will usually negotiate the ferry price with others after they board the raft. They will first throw medicine, supplies, or even gold into the special iron box placed on the raft by the psychic, and then throw in the other half of the supplies after arriving. Although the overall number of psychics is small, the survivors here all know that if the raft is folded up on the water, it means that the psychic has diving equipment or has strong diving ability, and can successfully escape from underwater after the raft is removed. Therefore, if a team is really targeted by the psychic in the house while returning from the transaction, they will use this method to get rid of the people on the raft. Because after the raft is folded up, the psychic will take away the raft and the raft together with the raft, and the people will fall into the water. At this time, as long as the psychic has a strong diving ability and escapes from underwater before others react, he can take away a large amount of supplies alive without showing his face. However, this situation rarely happens. After all, it has been raining for so long. All the survivors here can swim, especially those who can perform the task of escorting supplies in the team are swimming masters. In addition, there are amphibious man-eating jumping fish in the water, so psychics rarely take such risks. After all, if he dared to swallow the supplies of an entire team, once he was caught, he would be worse off dead than alive. The survivors of the northern plateau had no bottom line. In order to retrieve their supplies, they had 100 ways to make the psychic neither live nor die. Especially in the shallow waters near the shore, the psychic put away the raft and went into the water. But he couldn't dive deep enough to escape. So, when this person returned to the shore with nothing, he was immediately ridiculed by the rest of the team. He couldn't catch the psychic on the shore, and he missed such a good opportunity to get a psychic. Xu Fu didn't care. She had prepared before coming to the northern plateau. On her raft, both the protective shield and the drifting island house itself cannot be broken by the technology of this planet. As long as she herself did not show up, she could make the raft switch between appearing and disappearing without limit. So, about 10 minutes later, the other people on the shore found that the raft that had just disappeared was slowly floating back. And they did not even notice when the owner of the raft returned to the raft cabin. And some sharp-eyed people found that there was another line above the lines of large and small words on the balcony of the raft. Free purified water for each person. You can take it away after arriving at the destination. Later that day, the survivor who was thrown into the water by her came again after hearing the news. He did not believe in evil, and this time he brought 2 people to board the raft together, and also went directly to the second floor. He deliberately reached out to take the water bottle on the balcony, and made a gesture of putting it in his arms. The next second, the 3 of them fell into the water, and became soaked. They found that the raft had disappeared again. And immediately, amid the laughter of others on the shore, they began to dive underwater to search. Shu Fu was in the underwater bedroom. There was a desk and chair with a laptop computer near the glass wall in the bedroom. This laptop was not very useful. It could only be used to play standalone games, watch downloaded movies and TV series, and check the camera on the balcony 24 hours a day. Shu Fu stood up from the office chair, holding a coffee cup, and walked barefoot across the soft blanket on the glass floor. He walked to the side where the three people fell into the water, drinking coffee leisurely, while watching them struggling in the water. Compared to the mermaid performances I saw in the aquarium before, the diving postures of these people were not beautiful at all. It is undeniable that their swimming and diving skills were better than hers. But their brains were really not very good. They did something that gained nothing once, and they actually did it again. Isn't this just crazy? 20 minutes later, the three people climbed ashore again, dragging their wet and embarrassed bodies amid the ridicule of the crowd. This time, before they had gone far, the small raft appeared lightly from the nearby waters again, as if it was deliberately mocking them like the others. The next day after that, Shu Fu, who had gone to the nearby deep water area to sleep peacefully for a night, returned to the same shore to wait. She was not afraid of being targeted. She had to let the people here know as soon as possible that her raft was a genuine free ferry. At noon the next day, the few people who fell into the water the day before came again. This time there were more of them, and there was a tall and thin young man in the middle. Shu Fu looked at the other person through the French window. His face was good-looking, with clear features, but his expression was a little gloomy. It seemed that this should be the leader or one of the leaders of this team. It seemed that the raft had gathered enough attention, and the other party came to explore the bottom. As expected, before the other party boarded the raft, someone in the team had already entered the water. They were all wearing diving suits and snorkeling masks, and they were all good divers. After the few people were in place in the water, the thin young man in the group boarded the raft himself. Shu Fu took the tablet next to him and checked the surveillance footage on it. The man seemed to have seen the camera in the corner of the balcony. He stared at the camera for a while and reached out to the water bottle. Shu Fu did not move. The other person opened the water bottle and drank water, but she did not move, until he made a gesture to put the water bottle into his arms. And then he fell into the water in the next second. In the next half an hour, Shu Fu went to the underwater bedroom, sat cross-legged in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, watched variety shows, and enjoyed a good underwater show. So many diving experts, including the boss, went in and out of the cold water, up and down, doing this and that. But in the end, they worked in vain. When they left, the crowd on land watching the excitement was several times more than usual. The whole team went into the water, but they found nothing. In the end, everyone in the team left with a cold and ugly look on their faces, dragging their wet bodies. Later that day, the rumor that the supernatural person in the mini-raft cabin was a diving expert spread like wildfire. In the next few days, no one tried to get on the raft to try. But no one believed that the raft would really ferry people for free. Shu Fu lay there for a few more days, but still no one had a customer. That evening, just when she was planning to move to another city and start over, a family of 3 hurriedly ran onto her raft and asked loudly if it was really free. Shu Fu naturally would not answer them. After all, the ferrying instructions had been posted on the balcony. The family of 3 had actually heard about this strange raft a long time ago. But like everyone else, they did not believe that there was a free lunch in such a world. But today was a special case. They had offended someone in a certain team here for their daughter, and they wanted to leave as soon as possible before the other party reacted. The cities in the Northland Plateau had their own rules. They could not survive here, but as long as they moved to another place, they could start over. It was just that they had no supplies, only some gold that had been hidden for a long time. But that was the basis for them to move to another place and start over. The cost of renting a boat to go to other cities was too expensive. They were penniless after paying the boat fare, so they could only try to get on this raft. Seeing no one responding, the parents turned around anxiously. But the girl they protected in the middle turned her eyes and whispered to the back door of the cabin, "Hello. We want to go to Zhou. It's a bit far. Can you take us there for free?" After about a few seconds, the raft suddenly moved and slowly left the shore in the direction of Zhou. In the drifting island house, Shu Fu set the course and put away the map panel. She has not been idle since she came to the Northland Plateau. She has been studying and comparing the city maps that have not been flooded yet. When they said County, they could find it on the water map immediately, and quickly set it as the destination. Not long after the raft set off, the family of 3 was a little uncomfortable in the heavy rain, and finally went up to the second floor carefully and entered the balcony. They all knew the rules of the raft, and now they were on the water. They dared not violate them. Each of them took a bottle of water, sat down, and drank the water tentatively. Seeing that everything was normal, they were slightly relieved. Shu Fu saw the girl's appearance through the camera. She was about 16 or 17 years old, with a pair of smart and beautiful eyes. But her face seemed to be deliberately blackened. Her hair was cut short, and her clothes were bloated and old, as if she was deliberately dressing ugly. Shu Fu didn't know why they left here for County. She couldn't go ashore, and could only provide ferrying assistance for the time being. So she stopped caring about the family of 3 sitting on the balcony, and started preparing dinner for herself in the small kitchen. The other party said that County was a bit far away, which was to compare the speed of other boats. Her raft would only take 2 hours to reach the destination at full speed. So, after dark, when Shu Fu finished dinner, dealt with the garbage and washed the dishes, and took a comfortable shower, she found that the raft was slowly approaching the shore. The Northland Plateau was very friendly to her. There were no barriers here, and she could come and go freely throughout the territory. The raft arrived at County smoothly. The family of 3 was in a daze, and they couldn't believe they had arrived so quickly. They each picked up a bottle of water they had drunk, and after getting up, they wiped the chairs they had sat on with their clothes, and then walked out of the balcony carefully, and closed the door with their backhands before getting off the raft carefully step by step. They didn't dare to walk too fast, for fear that the owner of the raft would suddenly appear and ask them for a fee. They knew they couldn't offend the superpowers, and if the other party really wanted to charge, they would have to pay, but they didn't know if the little gold they had was enough for such a fast raft. However, until they landed, the raft left the shore, and disappeared in the rainy night. No one jumped out to ask them for supplies. What was written on the raft was actually true. We met a good person. The middle-aged woman hugged her daughter tightly, her voice choking. Finally, everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. The man also hugged his wife and daughter. The girl looked at the waters where the raft left, and said softly again, "Thank you, little raft." Since the business was opened in Zhangcheng, Shu Fu did not plan to change places for the time being. So after sending the family of 3, he returned by water and prepared to go back to Zhangcheng. As a result, halfway back, the weather suddenly changed. Not only was there a storm, but also hail. Originally, after dark, the ships on the northern plateau would stop at the docks built on the shore to shelter from wind and rain. But there are exceptions occasionally, such as ships whose return is delayed for some reason. Most of the time, these ships are lucky and will not encounter drastic weather changes. But this ship today obviously had bad luck. They were a team from Zhangcheng, taking food to another city to exchange for medicines. And because of an accident during the exchange, they returned late. As a result, the boat was halfway through the journey, and unfortunately encountered a big hailstorm. The boat was not big. It was a small fishing boat. Fuel is expensive now, and generally such fishing boats are equipped with sails, so that they can sail with the wind and waves and save fuel. Today's hailstorm came suddenly, and each one was bigger than a fist, which directly broke the pole of the sail. The sail could not be retracted in time, and it tilted directly, hitting several people on the deck, and then the whole boat capsized. Shu Fu saw those people fall into the water, and immediately adjusted the direction to let the raft drift over. After throwing out the lifebuoy and returning to the house, he removed the protective cover of the raft. The people who fell into the water were all good swimmers, but no matter how good they were, they could not stand being hit and then falling into the water again. One person was hit on the head and fainted directly. He was put on a lifebuoy by others and dragged onto the raft. After getting on the raft, these people were stunned at first, and then went up to the second floor balcony as they were familiar with the place. It could shelter from the wind and rain, but they were not sure whether the glass on the balcony could block the attack of hail. They put the unconscious person in the middle of the balcony. Someone took out a flashlight from his waterproof waist bag, turned it on the person, and began to check his injuries. Another person took out gauze from his waterproof backpack and quickly treated his wounds. Shu Fu saw the face of the unconscious man clearly from the camera. What a coincidence, it turned out to be the leader of the stupid team before. 10 minutes later, the young leader who looked pretty good woke up. When he saw the raft he was on, his expression suddenly became more gloomy. The faces of the other people in the team were not very good either. They always thought that they were unlucky enough today. In order to exchange for this batch of medicines, they negotiated with people in various ways, agreeing to 2 unequal treaties for the next exchange, delaying the return trip, encountering huge hail, capsized and fell into the water. As a result, now they are on this raft again. Fortunately, the important medicines they exchanged for were all stored in their waterproof waste bags and backpacks, and were not lost because of falling into the water. During the whole journey back to Zhangcheng, the group of people on the balcony were always tense, alert and uneasy, afraid that they would be thrown into the water by the owner of the raft for no reason. Although they all knew how to swim, it was a joke to ask them to swim dozens of kilometers back to Zhangcheng. Inside the house on the drifting island, Xu Fu did not pay attention to the situation on the balcony. Anyway, these people did not want to be rescued and had been rescued, so they could do whatever they wanted with the bottled water on the balcony. She did not care. She curled up on the sofa, eating spiced duck feet while watching variety shows. Comfortable and cozy. By the time we finished a box of duck feet, we were about to arrive at Zhangcheng. The area covered by the huge hail today was not very large. Although it was windy and rainy in Zhangcheng, it was outside the range of the hail. The raft docked at the old place as it was familiar with the route, and the people on the raft stepped onto the land as quickly as possible. Until everyone returned to the shore safely, the raft was still quietly parked there. On the balcony on the second floor, the big words "really free" were like slaps in the face, hitting them hard, making their faces hurt. So what is written on this raft is true. Now recalling their previous actions, it was really unnecessary and ridiculous. Before this team left, the thin man with a wound on his forehead stepped onto the raft deck again and said slowly towards the back door, "Thank you today, my name is Feng Lu, Feng for harvest, LV for lawyer. I am the captain of the Zhangcheng Fire Dragon team. Although our team is not the strongest team in Zhangcheng, our strength is not weak either. You saved me and my brother today, I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can go directly to the Fire Dragon team to find me." The cabin was quiet, no one answered, and no one made any requests. He didn't know whether he was relieved or disappointed. Feng Lu got off the raft again and left with his brothers. Xu Fu didn't take this episode to heart, but it was obvious that from this day on, whenever the members of the Fire Dragon team wanted to go to other cities and counties on the other side of the water, they would take her raft. Although her raft was small, it had a second-floor balcony. The glass on the balcony was very strong. Not only could it block wind and rain, but also huge hailstones. In catastrophic weather, it was far more reliable than a large ship. After they boarded the raft once, they soon discovered that, in addition to the rear deck, the front deck could also be used for boarding. Anyway, except for the cabin, they could stay anywhere else. The most important thing was that the raft was really fast. For the same water route, regardless of the wind and waves, it only took half or even one-third of the time. Moreover, it really never charged any fees, and free purified water was always provided. Because of the frequent boarding of the Fire Dragon team, the reputation of Xu Fu's raft soon spread in Zhangcheng, and more people came to board her raft. Almost every day, she rushed between the abandoned cities and county towns in the waters of the northern plateau. Sometimes she would send people there, and she would also take a few more on the return trip. More and more people were sharing the boat. They would rather squeeze together in the small balcony of her raft than sit on other empty large boats, although it virtually robbed some other boats of their business, because the small raft never charged any fees and always provided free clean water. Later, when the owners of other boats happened to have something to do and wanted to board the boat, they could not help but board this raft. They soon discovered that, just like the slogan on the balcony, "You will know after trying it." Those who have taken it say it is good. No deception. Soon, the news that there was a special person in Zhangcheng spread throughout the nearby waters. Xu Fu checked the cumulative progress bar every day, watching it slowly change from the decimal point to the number 1, then the number 2. On the day when the cumulative progress bar reached 2.5%, she suddenly received a message from Lu Zheng. The message was accompanied by a picture, which was a blurry photo of her raft with a slogan on it. The content of the message was, "This is a post I just saw on the internet." The title of the post is, "The Sacred Mini Raft Passed Down by Word of Mouth by the survivors of the abandoned city on the northern plateau. Obviously, the latter represents Lu Xing's doubts at the moment, as if asking her, "Is it you? Is it you? Really you? No way. Xu Fu. Goddamn sacred mini-raft." A month and a half later, when spring was completely over, Xu Fu looked at the 4.9% behind the cumulative progress bar, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the progress bar still had 0.1%, the cumulative number of rescued people had reached 1,497. This value, so as long as there was one more trip, there would be more than 3 people on the raft. Her last 5% of the task would be completed. It has been almost 4 months since she received this task. In these 4 months, her mood changed from slightly anxious to calm, and then to leisurely. Slowly, she seemed to understand the reason why this mission appeared. This was the longest mission in history, and it was not something she could complete quickly just by being anxious. First of all, the prerequisite for the mission to appear was to rescue 30 people, which was like a level to test human nature. If she had been separated from the crowd because of this golden finger during the upgrade process of the raft, and became completely cold-hearted and indifferent, this mission would not have been triggered from the beginning. She is likely to be stuck in the last 5% of the upgrade from level 4 to level 5. She can survive, of course, but it is obvious that she will never be able to access the functions that only level 5 rafts can have. The mission must go through a process, and in this process, it will test her character, her ability to think and analyze when encountering things and difficulties, and make her more familiar with the water map. Now she can basically get rid of the previous electronic map, and only rely on the water map on the map panel to clearly know the location represented by each dark green icon of different shapes. To put it bluntly, this mission is very much like a multifaceted year-end assessment. If she successfully passes this assessment, a completely new and different world may be waiting for her. In the 3 months on the northern plateau, she has carried refugees, businessmen, desperate people, and evildoers. She didn't know when the group of people first boarded the raft, but she felt that everyone looked unfriendly. After boarding the raft, they looked around and made her feel uncomfortable. Later, after she heard their conversation through the camera, she opened the protective shield without hesitation and threw the group of people into the water to fend for themselves. It happened to be near a wasteland on land and water. In the surrounding waters, there should be many amphibious, man-eating, and jumping fish. People who burn, kill, and plunder are not worthy of being part of her accumulated list. They are more suitable to be with those strange fish. Because of Lu Xing's reminder, she knew that her raft was photographed and posted online. She had already told Lu Su to let Lan Lan hack those photos. Lu Su promised to check the internet regularly afterwards. If the photos appear again, Lan Lan will delete them again. She just asked her not to really let Su Jichu, that guy, marry into her family. Xu Fu. Besides saying yes, what else can she say? At that time, she asked Lan Lan to delete the photo of the raft, purely because the name given to her raft by others was too ugly, but later she thought, actually, this would reduce the exposure of her raft to a certain extent. After all, text description is different from directly posting photos. Today is her last day in the Northland Plateau. Xu Fu went to the balcony before removing the protective shield, and replaced the newly written advertisement inside. The last day of Free Ferry. Thank you for your trust and support in the past 3 months. The lollipops in the box on the balcony are distributed for free. Each person is limited to 1. Fellow countrymen in the Northland Plateau, there will be a meeting in the mountains and rivers. See you later. Chapter 124. The last 5% is finished. Whether it was the free lollipops, or the news that the raft was about to leave the Northland Plateau, they all made the survivors in Zhangcheng look askance. In the past 3 months, they went from being suspicious and rejecting the raft to trusting it, and then treating it as a treasure. For a while, it was difficult for everyone to accept that the raft was leaving. Nowadays, the internet is also a resource. If you want to go online, you have to go to a fixed place, and pay a fee to enter the network coverage area to go online. So people who got the news couldn't tell the story online like before, and let it know. But half an hour after Shifu posted the new advertisement, many people in Zhangcheng knew the news. Everyone spread the news by word of mouth. Many people came to the shore even if they did not need to cross the waters to go to other places today. Some people crowded on the shore to read the words on the new post word by word. Some looked at the raft with reluctance, and some people came close to try to reason with the owner of the hut. Such as, he had been there for 3 months. Why not continue to stay? The survivors in the nearby waters, including Zhang Cheng, needed the existence of the raft. Some people also walked onto the raft carefully, stepped onto the balcony, and took a lollipop as a souvenir when they came down. Those lollipops were of course not the starry sky lollipops that Xu Fu had given to Lu Shuang and Zheng Feifei before, but were collected from the large lollipop glass cabinet in the Suicheng building. This kind of lollipop is cheap and good quality. Many shopping malls will buy lollipop coin machines and place them at the entrances and exits of the passages. There are several on each floor, filled with lollipops of various flavors. After inserting the coin, twist it, and a lollipop will fall randomly. There are also some supermarkets that sell a whole can of lollipops like this. She has collected several lollipop glass cabinets in her space. And there are even more unopened cans of lollipops harvested from the water by the automatic water fishing rod. When she cleaned up the space before, she had broken several glass cabinets to collect the lollipops inside, because there were so many of them that they were very suitable as free gifts. Therefore, she placed a large cardboard box directly on the balcony. This lollipop is definitely not as delicious as the other candy she specially bought, but it tastes good, especially in this world, where non-essential snacks are basically eaten less and less, and people usually don't spend their supplies on such snacks. For them, although this gift is small, it is a very good gift because children will like it. The first person who got the lollipop and walked off the raft. There was a second one, and soon, everyone who came to watch the excitement on the shore got on the raft one by one and received a lollipop, because there had been precedents. And after 3 months, the meaning of this small raft had changed in everyone's mind. So no one took more than one. Basically, everyone took one, said thank you and left quickly, giving the seed to the next person. After some survivors learned about it, they even came with their families to take one, so that everyone could take one and save all for the children. Xu Fu would not stare at the camera to check the balcony today. She was originally in the mindset of giving a gift until it was all gone. If someone really took a few more, she would not care. But she really didn't expect that everyone would be so obedient. She felt that after these 3 months, her raft had a completely different meaning in the hearts of the survivors of the Northern Plateau. She couldn't help but think of the name the survivors here gave her raft when they posted it online, the Holy Mini Raft. Well, it seems that the word holy was used very sincerely. Maybe because today is a special day. Many people boarded the raft to get lollipops, but no one took the raft to other places. Until noon, when the lollipops were almost gone, the captain of the fire dragon team named Feng Lu came again. The cumulative number of people rescued by the raft does not limit the second ride of the same person. So at the beginning, her cumulative number of people was basically provided by the fire dragon team. In the past 3 months, when the raft went to other abandoned cities to dock, it encountered strangers' covetousness more than once. Whenever the people of the fire dragon team were there, they would stand in front of the raft and solve the problem for her before she took action. Perhaps they also knew that this raft did not need their assistance. But this kind of assistance itself represented an attitude. So Xu Fu's impression of the fire dragon team had changed a long time ago. Feng Lu should also know that today is the last day of the raft here. He came alone. After getting on the raft, he reported the name of a county town that was not far away. After the raft slowly began to move, he went to the second floor balcony. During the short 30-minute drifting time, Feng Lu sat there, quietly watching the camera in the corner of the balcony. Xu Fu could roughly guess that the other party did not take the raft today because of need. It seemed that they were using this way to say goodbye to the raft. When the raft returned to the shore of Zhangcheng, Feng Lu, who had been sitting quietly on the balcony, suddenly smiled. It was a self-deprecating smile. Even he himself did not understand what he was expecting. Would the owner of the raft come out to see him because of his upcoming departure and his arrival? He had never seen the people in the raft cabin. But the other party was a very special existence to him. As if after these 3 months, they had become friends. Where are you going after that? Feng Lu finally spoke. Will we meet again? Will we meet again? He smiled. He asked so many questions, but he knew that he was destined to not get the answer. Before leaving, Feng Lu, like everyone else, also bent down and took a lollipop from the big cardboard box. Thank you for your gift. I'm glad to ride on your raft. Goodbye. When Feng Lu got off the raft, Xu Fu was leaning on the cushion next to the French window reading a book. He turned his head unintentionally and saw the back of the other person leaving on the shore, and the white light bar flashing above his head in the rain. The light bar had already gone 2/3 of the way, flashed twice, and disappeared again. That afternoon, after the raft sent another group of people to the nearby county town to dock, Shu Fu's bracelet suddenly began to vibrate. This was a rapid and long vibration, as if several information prompts were coming at the same time. She tried to control her inner joy, waited quietly for the last person on the raft to leave, and then turned on the raft's protective shield and autonomous drifting mode. She sat down at the dining table next to the French window, pulled up the sleeves of her home clothes, revealed the bracelet on her left wrist, and several icons were flashing on it at the same time. After unlocking the bracelet, she first clicked on the notebook icon. The progress bar of the special task has reached the upper limit, 5%. Congratulations on winning the wheel lottery, 10 times. Current progress of the raft level 5, 100%. Congratulations. The raft has been upgraded to level 5. You can check the raft level 5 functions inside the unsinkable drifting island house. Finally, Shu Fu looked at the congratulations above, and felt relieved. She found that she was not as excited as she thought. After all, she had seen with her own eyes every 0.1% increase in the progress bar in the past few months. This was not a one-shot completion like before, but a more down-to-earth one, with a clear understanding of the completion of each step. The second thing she checked was the backpack icon, which was the space mark. Before today, she had never seen this icon flash. She clicked the icon, and the silver frosted glove quickly covered her left hand, which was in the state of collecting items into the space. Just like before, there was no change. Then why does this picture flicker? Shu Fu quickly realized something, and immediately focused her attention on the space. Instantly she was stunned. The space in her backpack has become larger. The space she sensed originally was about 150 cubic meters, but now it has expanded 6 or 7 times, about 1,000 cubic meters. 1,000 cubic meters. In the future, she will no longer have to calculate the size when collecting things. She can even directly put a few cars and containers in. Although she hasn't checked the new functions of the level 5 raft on the screen, the changes on the bracelet alone are enough to shock her. In addition to these two icons, the turntable and map icons on the bracelet are also flashing. But Shu Fu couldn't sit still at this moment. She ran to the front door and checked the new functions directly. Raft level, level 5 drifting island house size, 60 square meters, 2-story starting house type. One-click dust removal, building mode, 1. One-click house change, unlocked blueprints, 3. 2. Manual reconstruction. Level 5 protection, 1. Wooden house area master mode. The interior of the master area is disaster resistant. Constant temperature. An exclusive safe living space. 2. Raft area strength, advanced. 3. Drifting bottle protection cover, automatic/manual 1. Daily use time, unlimited. 3. Bracelet remote control. 4. Owner protection cover, automatic/manual 1. Daily use time, 30 minutes. 2. Stored time, automatically save the remaining time of the day at 0 o'clock, 38 hours 19 minutes and 43 seconds. Raft function, 1. Mooring, 2. Drifting, 3. Stealth, only in the state of drift bottle protection cover, daily time limit, unlimited. 4. Tow, no towing position is detected yet. Driving mode, 1. Directional drifting, flow rate adjustment range, 10,100 km per hour. 2. Direction selection, automatic bypass of obstacles east, south, west, north. 3. Water map. Daily usage time limit, unlimited. Wastewater collection and filtration, 0/10,000 L1, automatic discharge when full. 2. Manual discharge. Optional water sources, 1. Purified water, 6 hours a day, unlimited water volume during the usage period, automatic water storage in the water tank during the usage period, time can be adjusted, default initial period, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 18 o'clock, 21 o'clock. 2. Water tank storage, 3294/5000 L. Garbage crushing and purification, sink, activated, toilet, activated, network, 1. Raft LAN, 2. Satellite network, no network card equipped, whole house power energy. Equipped with an electric card, you can set the daily power consumption period during the electric card, default initial period, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 17 o'clock, 18 o'clock, 21 o'clock, 22 o'clock. Raft placement maximum distance, within 200 meters, wristband automatically retracted beyond the maximum distance. Functions of level 5 raft, it looks ordinary, It seems that there is no change. Even the interior of the entire drifting island house has not changed much, but only she knows how much those changes mean to her. Drifting bottle protection shield, stealth time, and the most important daily use time of the raft, all are unlimited. She never knew that the two words, unlimited, could be so beautiful. What does it mean that all these functions are unlimited? This means that from now on, her raft can always remain invisible on the water or underwater. She no longer has to calculate the time of the raft's protective cover. She can stay wherever she wants and for as long as she wants. Some other details also made her happy. For example, water purification, unlimited time, and automatic water storage, which means that the daily limit of 100 L has been increased to 5,000 L. After all, in 6 hours, a 5,000 L water tank can be filled up no matter how much. Even if she doesn't use water within the set time, the water tank can be used for a long time. So, Shu Fu happily selected the water source option as 2 and stored water in the water tank. Another example is the network function. Although it seems that you still need to draw a card to use it, the raft is finally no longer an isolated island. There is also a new function for the electric card. The daily electricity usage period can be set. This means that she will no longer need to install and remove the electric card. She can adjust the time at will, so that electricity will automatically appear when she needs it. The current initial time allocation is very reasonable, and she did not change it. In addition, the fourth raft function she had been looking forward to for a long time appeared, towing. She saw the line of words that had not been detected yet, and immediately took out the glass storage box from the space. The 4 most important cards, 2 gold and 2 blue, were all here. She put the 2 gold cards close to the function screen. Suddenly, after 2 crisp beep sounds, a new detail page appeared on the function screen. Towing position 1, empty. Starting sharing function, select 1, not yet selected. Select 2, not yet selected. Select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. Towing position 2, empty. Starting sharing function, select 1, not yet selected. Select 2, not yet selected. Select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. Note, sharing function cannot be changed once selected. Please choose carefully. For every 100 consecutive days of towing time, 1 sharing function can be added. When she clicks towing position 1, the screen will show the plan of the raft in the water, and the area of water behind the left rear deck of her raft will appear in a different color, which should be the position of towing 1. At the same time, a list of choices appeared on the screen. You can choose to tow a raft. Note, the bond value must be greater than or equal to 80, 1, Chen Fei's raft, bond value, 102, Zheng Feifei's raft, bond value, 96, 3, Lu Zheng's raft, bond value, 91, 4, Yao Ruoyun's raft, bond value, 95, Hua Qiong's raft, bond value, 85, 6, Fang Xiwen's raft, bond value, 81. Looking at this list, Shu Fu's pupils were shaking, shocked. She didn't think. There are 6 names on the list. What does this mean? This means that Hua Qiong, Zheng Feifei, and even Fang Xiwen, who has not been in contact since Lu Yunqing, have all awakened without her knowing. She originally thought that there was only 1 trailer position missing at most. But now, there are too many people and too little porridge. The content that appeared on this details page at this moment revealed a lot of information that she had not figured out before, such as the meaning of the number following the white light bar. It turns out that it is not the trust value, but the bond value. This is no wonder. When she guessed that this number represented the trust value before, she actually didn't quite understand why those people who had never even met her would have numbers behind the light bar. Logically speaking, the other party didn't know her at all. So where did the trust come from? Compared with the trust value, the bond value contains a much wider meaning. For example, even if the other party doesn't know her, but comes from the same world as her, or both have the golden finger of the raft. In fact, in a sense, this can also be considered a bond. For example, in the same team, after experiencing a disaster, even if the 2 parties are not familiar with each other and have not spoken much, the bond will increase, because this is the bond value, not trust. Zheng Feifei, Hua Qiong, and even Fang Xiwen do not need to be by her side, and can awaken on their own, because they have already had an inseparable bond with her. Or conversely, they have already completed the whole process of bond with her. The bond value must be greater than or equal to 80 to meet the conditions for towing the raft. This means that, in addition to having the golden finger of the raft, only those who have had a strong bond with her and have been the object of her raft mission, or travelers from another world, can stand at the starting line of the towing raft position. These two basic conditions are indispensable. As for those psychics with single-digit bond values, and when he whose value after awakening is 29, they may lack one of these two basic conditions, so she cannot tow their rafts. What is the use of towing? She clicked on the starting shared function selection bar at the back and found that it was the same as she guessed. There were some existing functions of a raft, including water purification, electric energy, garbage disposal, one-click dust removal, manual reconstruction, sewage treatment, network, water map, and protective cover. In other words, as long as the raft she tows, it can share some of the existing functions of a raft, making it a step from a primitive raft with nothing to modern. Not only that, the shared function also includes a protective shield, which means that the towed raft can also be protected by the drifting island house. From now on, whether it is the deep sea with roaring waves or the dangerous underwater world, as long as her drifting island house can go, their raft can follow her and move forward. At this moment, Shu Fu's thoughts diverged, and she seemed to have foreseen a scene at a certain moment in the future. It was a very exciting scene. Although the towing position is still empty, it seems that the shared function can be directly selected. She did not choose rashly. After all, she didn't know which function the owners of the two towing positions would choose. She had to choose the raft she wanted to tow first. Shu Fu looked at the 6 names in the list and tried to click on the first one, Chen Fa's raft. The towing was indeed unsuccessful. A subtitle popped up on the screen. Chen Fa's raft is not within the towing range. Please confirm that Chen Fa's raft has been successfully placed. Okay. I understand. She has to meet her friends first. She can only tow after they meet. It makes sense. Shu Fu was in a good mood. She could already imagine how shocked Chen Fa and Lu Zheng would be when they heard the news. Of course, it is also possible that after these days, Lu Zheng and his friends have adapted to life in the new city. In addition, since Su Tingfeng and the other 4 people, as well as Yu Dong and Jiang Dai, cannot live in the raft cabin, Lu Zheng may not choose to tow. After all, once you choose to tow, it means leaving the land completely and making the raft and the water your home from now on. It is not a simple and easy decision. Fortunately, there are only 2 raft towing positions now. If Lu Zheng decides to stay on land, she can give this position to Yao Ruoyun or Zheng Feifei. There is a high possibility that they will choose to tow. The raft cabin can accommodate a family of 3, especially Yao Ruoyun. She probably can't wait. So, the most important thing now is that she has to increase the raft towing position as soon as possible, and the only way to get the raft towing position is her luck in the lottery. Shu Fu sighed. I always feel that this way of getting it sounds unreliable. She went into the bathroom to wash her hands, and planned to draw 10 times in one go. This time, 10 consecutive draws, at least 1 towing position should be available. Right. But what happens after this 10 consecutive draws? Now that the raft has been upgraded to level 5, will there be another task to upgrade the raft to level 6? If the task ends here, there will be no lottery in the future. Right? Shu Fu suddenly thought of the flashing lottery icon on the bracelet before, and realized something at the moment. She paused in washing her hands, and then quickly rinsed it, and then reactivated the bracelet. She summoned the turntable. On the small metal circular display, there were no 4-color grids, nor a pointer. A line of small words was flashing on it, as if waiting for the owner's confirmation. The raft has been detected to be upgraded to level 5. A level 5 raft will get an extra lottery draw every 72 hours, refreshed at 0 o'clock, and the lottery draws can be accumulated. Sure enough, 72 hours is 3 days, which means that, even if there will be no more progress bar tasks in the future, she will get a lottery draw every 3 days. You can achieve a 10 consecutive draw achievement every month. The level 5 raft is indeed extraordinary. It took so long to complete the last 5% of the upgrade, and it was all worth it. Shu Fu clicked the line of words on the turntable, confirmed the news. She took back the turntable, and prepared to apply perfume on herself and make all the rituals feel complete. However, after the turntable was retracted, she noticed that there was an icon on the bracelet that she hadn't seen. It was the icon of the map panel. Normally, every time The water map would change slightly only after the next level of the raft progress bar task appeared. Xu Fu had always been within a limited barrier since the level 1 raft. In the past year and a half, she had long accepted the fact that she was not free. Even when she thought about looking for Chen Fa and Lu Zheng to tow the raft, her first reaction was to drift to the waters closest to Chama County, and then wait for Chen Fa and his team to come by land and meet her. Today's new features of the level 5 raft have given her too many surprises. Will there be other surprises? She called out the map panel. It was just like the turntable. There was a line of flashing words waiting for her confirmation. When Xu Fu saw the words clearly, her pupils trembled again. Congratulations. The global water map has been opened, and the raft has unlocked the global free drifting mode. Chapter 125 Class Raft. Above the Qinghe River, the luxurious and huge collection of S-Class villa rafts was heading eastward. The drifting speed of the raft was adjusted by Xu Fu to the fastest 100. The destination was the deepest water area in the east, the end of the world that she had reached before. At that time, there was clearly endless water in front of her, but her raft could no longer move forward. The feeling of being trapped by an invisible barrier was not good. She lay flat and accepted it, because at that time she knew that she could not change the status quo, instead of accepting her fate. So when she found out from the map panel that the global water map was open, her first reaction was to go east, all the way east from the Beatty Plateau. This time, there was no need to take a detour. After a whole spring of heavy rain, the current Huagua, except for the Fengshan Plateau where Shizhou Province is located, the Beatty Plateau and the Southwest Plateau, and some peaks above 2,000 meters in the hilly area. All other areas have become water areas. She can cut directly from the north of Huagua and directly reach the deep water area. The destination she set was a peninsula country across the coast from Huagua. It had been submerged a long time ago. The only thing that might still be above water was a mountain on an island in the peninsula country. But that mountain was not very high either. Even if it was above water, it would only be a small island. To get there from the waters of Zhangcheng where she was before, it would take more than 2,000 kilometers to drift. Although the maximum speed of the raft 100 was not fast, it was durable. It was a perpetual motion raft and did not require any fuel consumption. And now the global water map has been fully opened. Her map panel not only has the water map of the entire planet, but also can set any water area as a destination. In short, she can now directly take a raft to drift around the world. The circumference of this planet is about 40,000 kilometers. According to the speed of 100 kilometers per hour on the raft, theoretically, it only takes more than 400 hours to drift around the waters of the planet. More than 400 hours, that is, less than 17 days. There is no means of transportation on this planet that can run endlessly for 17 days to complete such a round-the-world trip. But her raft can. On the balcony on the second floor of the villa, Xu Fu, who was ready, started 10 consecutive draws with a happy mood. The first turn. The third prize of red, vegetable and fruit seed gift pack random X1. Since the second upgrade set, planting, came out last time, she could vaguely feel in her heart that seeds would be a material she needed in the future. This time, there are still 100 kinds of vegetable and fruit seeds. The cartons and glass bottles are basically the same as last time. The difference is the seeds inside. Some common vegetables and fruit seeds overlap, and the remaining half are new categories of seeds. This prize was given out for the first time today. Xu Fu immediately became more and more excited. Second turn, green second prize, 1-year electricity card. Well, it's also a good prize. Now she uses the electricity card much more every day. When she tows her friend's raft in the future, if anyone chooses the shared function of electricity, even if she can't provide electricity 24 hours a day, it is still necessary to supply electricity for 6 hours in a daily segmented manner. The third turn, red third prize, beverage gift pack X10. A new type of material has been released. When Xu Fu, whose space has expanded from 150 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters, sees this kind of large volume material pack that requires time to stand still again, there is no need to worry anymore, and he will directly receive the prize, and then check the income space happily. A beverage gift pack is about 1 by 1 meter cardboard box, which includes several carbonated drinks, some original fruit juice coconut water with better taste, original cold fresh milk, boxed milk of various flavors, and canned and bottled milk tea and coffee. After counting, there are about 70 to 80 boxes, of drinks of different sizes in a box. Fourth turn, green third prize, temporary acceleration card, 2 hours, speed, 300 kilometers per hour, note, must be used on a level 5 raft. It is a brand new type of card that has never been drawn before. It should be a card that temporarily increases the drifting speed of the raft. In fact, the speed of 100 kilometers per hour of the raft is already amazing, just like at this moment. If it weren't for the automatic deter and protective shield, she would not dare to let the raft drift in the Qinghe waters at this speed. Now, the acceleration card can actually allow the raft to reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, which is the speed of a train. Xu Fu knows some racing boats that are researching extreme speeds. After being equipped with several engines, they can also reach a maximum speed of more than 250 kilometers per hour. But those boats are all in the shape of speedboats without exception, and they will reduce all unnecessary facilities to achieve the maximum speed. Now, her drifting island house can actually reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, and it can be used continuously for 2 hours. It's amazing to think about it. 5th turn, green 3rd prize, satellite network card, 24 hours, need to be used on level 5 raft. The matching card of the new function was finally drawn. 6th turn, red 3rd prize, daily necessities gift pack X10. Xu Fu couldn't help but raise her lips, for consecutive turns were all new rewards. This time she even drew a daily necessities gift pack. She was worrying about what to do when she ran out of paper towels and toilet paper. These kinds of things are basically impossible to get on automatic water fishing rods nowadays, and in land cities, these kinds of supplies are also limited purchase goods. People living in Shizhou province are fine, just buy them often and use them often. But for her, if she wants to stock up some to use slowly on the raft, there is no way. There are basic personal care sets, household laundry cleaning sets, paper product sets, women's product sets, family planning product sets. How come there are even family planning products? Because they are all daily necessities. They take up a lot of space. A big gift bag takes about 1.5 cubic meters. However, she has enough space, so she just puts them all in and folds them neatly. The 7th turn, the first prize of gold, raft towing position X1, which needs to be used on a level 5 raft. It's paid out. I'm so happy. Today, I paid out in the 7th turn. What will the remaining 3 turns be? The 8th turn, blue first prize, upgraded set, snack bar. The 9th turn, blue first prize, upgraded set, breeding house. The 10th turn, green 3rd prize, satellite network card, 24 hours, must be used on a level 5 raft. Xu Fu, amazing. 2 blue first prizes came out in a row. The 2 new blue first prizes plus the previous 2 blue first prizes, even if they cannot be used on the raft for the time being, but the information that follows is enough for her to analyze the function of this kind of prize. So, are they planning to let her build a water city by nesting dolls? The 10 consecutive draws are over, and the prizes are as rich as ever. Xu Fu first went to the function screen on the first floor of the villa, and swiped the gold first prize card. There are now 3 trailer positions, but it is still not enough. She plans to save all the draws every 3 days, and wait for a full month to do the 10 consecutive draws. If everything goes well, maybe 1 trailer position can be added every month. Chapter 126 Raft. Xu Fu opened all the glass doors in front of the villa. She looked at the surging waves and heavy rain outside and stretched her arms. She decided to send a message to Chen Fa and the others first. Xu Fu, there are several good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Then she sent a message to Lu Zheng. Is the situation in Chama County okay? Have you adapted to life? Then she sent a message to Yao Ruoyun. Xu Fu, what? Is your mother, aunt, okay recently? Do they still not know about your situation? She reasoned this out in reverse. With Yao Ruoyun's temperament, if she knew that her mother Hua Qiong had also awakened and had a golden finger raft, she would have sent a message to tell her early in the morning. But now she hasn't, which means she doesn't know that her mother has awakened. On the other hand, her mother probably doesn't know that she has the golden finger. She didn't expect Yao Ruoyun to be so patient. In her imagination, she should tell her parents the news after she settled down in Jicheng. Then it was for Zheng Feifei. Xu Fu, Feifei. How is the weather in Jicheng recently? Have you ever thought about moving to another place? As for Fang Xiwen, she can only ignore it for the time being. After all, she doesn't have her contact information. After excluding Fang Xiwen, there are currently 5 rafts and 3 towing positions. She is destined to be unable to distribute them evenly. Of course, Hua Qiong and Yao Ruoyun can only be counted as one towing position for the time being. But Chen Fa. Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun must have one person to maintain the status quo. Her previous thoughts were just her own guesses. Regardless of whether they had confirmed the awakening and rafts with her before. They did not know that her raft could tow other rafts. Even if they had been talking about meeting again and reuniting. They all assumed that it would be on land. At most, they would go to a remote mountain lake. Like she and Chen Fa used to get along. After such a long time, everyone has settled down in their own cities in Shizhou province. The altitude there is high enough. And the government has been vigorously developing it for more than a year. Except for the fact that the living standard cannot be restored to the pre-apocalyptic level for the time being. The endless heavy rain every day and other extreme natural disasters that occur occasionally. Everything else is good. And whether it is a city or a small county, after such a long time, everyone has reintegrated into society, found a job, and made new friends. So for such a matter of choosing 2 out of 3, she must first see the other party's intention. So she has to talk to each person individually. Yao Ruoyun is the fastest to reply to messages. Apart from the unstable signal of the satellite phone, she almost replied in seconds. Yao Ruoyun, ah. Senior sister. What do you mean? Why did you suddenly ask my mother? Do you know something I don't know? And have you finished your own things, so you can meet me now? Can you come to Shizhou province? We are not in Jicheng now. We are in Dari County. You know Dari County, it's the county we were supposed to go to together before we separated. If you still can't come to Dari County, we can meet at the place where we separated last time. Although the construction here is also good, I don't know why my mother suddenly decided to move. She was really quite sudden. We have all found new jobs in Jicheng. Fortunately, there are not many restrictions for moving from the city to the county. About a week ago, she suddenly, I'll wait. Could she also write? Shu Fu. I don't know if Yao Ruoyun wanted to save the message fee. She asked all the questions in one message directly, and reached the upper limit of the message limit. Shu Fu didn't know what to say. So she called the other party directly. Senior. Wait a minute. I'll go to another place. After a rustling sound, Yao Ruoyun said again, okay. Senior. Go ahead. Well, first of all, I have finished my work and can meet you now. Shu Fu just said this. Yao Ruoyun cheered softly. But she soon calmed down and continued to listen to her. Second, your mother has awakened. Which may be the reason why she suddenly decided to move to Dari County. Because it is closer to the water. The third point, listen carefully, go home first, talk to your mother, then you and your family will discuss slowly, are you willing to give up life on land, and live on the water with my raft? At present, I have nothing here except my raft. There is no way to guarantee water, supplies, stores, hospitals and other resources. I am even the only person now. But the only thing I can guarantee is safety. No matter how big the waves are, no matter how dangerous the disaster is, whether on the water or underwater, I can provide protection for your raft. There was silence for a long time, so long that Shu Fu thought Yao Ruoyun had hung up the phone. Finally, there was a voice on the other end of the phone again. I'm going home now, packing my things, you wait for me. Don't be so anxious, you can discuss it with your parents, I'm going to deep water, and it will probably take several days to come back to Isha River. Take your time. Senior sister, I'm not in a hurry. While saying that she was not in a hurry, she picked up the supplies she had just bought and ran towards home. Just let me know when you arrive, we'll prepare first, and be ready at any time. Her voice was very cheerful. Before hanging up the phone, she panted and asked a little embarrassedly. Then senior sister, am I the first person you invited to live on the water? The other party's voice was full of expectations. Shu Fu wanted to say no, but in the end she said, well, you are the first. The first person to reply to her message, and then share this good news from her. A series of happy laughter came from the other end of the phone. Senior, see you later. See you later. Chapter 127 Class Raft. Not long after Shu Fu hung up the phone, Lu Zheng called, and the first question he asked was, did the barrier disappear? Shu Fu. This is probably related to the fact that she rarely sends messages to Lu Zheng to chat about family matters. She and Chen Fa and Lu Zheng send messages, mostly describing their own situations. Messages like today's, anyone who is a little sensitive can detect the difference. It should be. Shu Fu didn't say it for sure. After all, the map panel says, Global Water Map, and Shizhou Province does not belong to the water area, and it will not belong to it in the future. Where are you in Shizhou province? If there are still some restrictions, we can come to find you at any time. Lu Zheng paused, and then said, except Chen Fa and her grandmother. What happened to Chen Fa and her grandmother? She had just sent a message to Chen Fa not long ago, and she thought that the other party would not reply so quickly. They went to Kangsu County. It seems that something happened to their friends. Friends? Xu Fu thought about it. Since she met Chen Fa in Heshi Town, she had never heard her mention any friends she kept in touch with. She thought of something. Do you know what the last name of that friend is? The last name is Wu. Ko Tian Wu. Before she left, she told me that she would be gone for about 10 days. If you send a message during this period, she may not be able to reply in time on the road. If you find me, I will tell you about it. Xu Fu knew who it was. It was Wu Xiaoshan. The two of them had been renting together after graduation. They had a good relationship. If it weren't for their families going to different cities, they might not have been separated before the transfer. On the other end of the phone, Lu Zheng asked again, where are you? I'm about to leave the waters of the Beatty Plateau, but I probably won't live on land in the future. Before she finished her words, she heard Lu Su's voice on the other end of the phone. His voice was as miserable as a cat whose tail was stepped on. What do you mean? Sister Fu Fu, are you going to abandon me and my elder brother? Have you found new friends, so you don't want to be with us anymore? Xu Fu. Hey, can you listen to me finish my words? More than 10 minutes later, Lu Su's jubilant voice sounded on the other end of the phone. His excitement was no less than Yao Ruoyun. Let's pack up now. Ah ha ha ha. Actually, there's nothing to pack. The things are all in the backpack. Then where do we meet? Cham County is a bit far from the waters. We have to. Let's find a way to go to Gongmeng County first, which is close to the water. But if we go to Gongmeng County, we will pass through Kangsu County first. Then we can bring Sister Chen Fa and the others with us. Ah ha ha ha. I'm so happy. What should I do? I can't wait to fly over here. I want to go on an adventure at sea. I'm the king of the ocean. Xu Fu stopped the other party from talking nonsense with just one sentence. What about Su Tingfeng and the others? The Su Tingfeng brothers, who accompanied them all the way to escape death, the big guy and the pigtailed head, and Yu Dong and Jiang Dai. If only the Lu Zheng brothers and Chen Fa and the others left the land, the whole team would be scattered. Lu Su immediately stopped talking. Although he didn't like Su Jiechu, he liked the other 5 people very much. They had been through life and death all the way, and they were already better than family members. They also supported and helped each other through the blizzard and low temperature before. No matter how much Lu Su wanted to tow the raft and live a free life from now on, he couldn't say that he would abandon the others. 6 people. Even if they could all enter his eldest brother's cabin. So many people crowded in such a small house. It would be impossible to live there. Lu Su's voice became sad again. But this time, although sad, he was firm. Then my brother and I will not go for the time being. Let Sister Chen Fa go first. We will stay. Xu Fu heard Lu Zheng laugh on the other side. He praised Lu Su a few words, and then slowly said to Xu Fu, just now, did you mention some nesting doll upgrade? Hotel? I know what you were thinking. I have thought about it too. But now we haven't started towing the raft yet, so we can't be sure. It's okay. If you are not sure, we can come here and try it ourselves to confirm it. I will explain the situation to Su Tingfeng and the others. You just need to wait for us in the waters closest to Gongmeng County. I will do other things. Before Lu Zheng hung up the phone, he said something similar to Yao Ruoyun. I am very happy to be your first person to tow the raft. Lu Zheng hung up the phone after he finished speaking, leaving Xu Fu scratching her head on the other end of the phone. After these friends of hers meet, they probably won't fight. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the raft stopped at the destination waters. The drifting island house has been restored to its original small size. When she woke up today, she found that the weather in this deep water area was actually quite good. Although it was raining outside, there was no thunderstorm, no hail, and no huge waves on the water surface. So she changed the house type back, and then closed the protective cover. In such waters, the S-Class villa without the protective cover was too eye-catching, and the raft house was more suitable. At this moment, she wrapped a long coat over her home clothes, went out of the drifting island house from the back door in slippers, and went up the stairs to the second-floor terrace with an umbrella. It wasn't too cold outside. The temperature was around 18 to 20 degrees. She opened the balcony sliding door, opened her umbrella again, leaned against the front fence, and took a deep breath. The sea breeze blew, and the air around her was full of the ocean's breath. Free, open, and boundless. Although the rain was not heavy, because the land disappeared, there were few flying birds in the sky. On the seashore with surging waves, fish could be seen jumping out of the water from time to time. Before dark yesterday, she had let the raft dive for a long distance. At that time, she mainly wanted to try how many meters the raft could dive underwater after it was upgraded to level 5. As a result, probably because the raft had left the Northland Plateau and entered deep waters when it was diving. It was only after diving 20 to 30 meters that it saw some fish species that it had never seen before. It was not entirely true that it had never been seen before, because some of the fish actually looked familiar, but their size was 7 to 8 times larger than she remembered. The fish mouths, fins, and tails had all changed to varying degrees, as if they had undergone a new spring and some changes had occurred. They became bigger and stronger, and it seemed that because the planet lost its biggest natural enemy, humans, they began to grow wildly. Xu Fu quickly and slowly identified some of the fish, such as a school of crucian carp more than 1 meter long, and catfish and blackfish as big as pufferfish. She looked for a while, and found that she seemed to have gigantic fear. Such giant freshwater fish, unlike marine fish, are not colorful, but maintain their original dark gray color. 1 or 2 are okay, but when the surrounding waters are full of such fish, it is easy to give people goosebumps. After that, the raft continued to dive, and the light around it dimmed, but she saw a larger shadow swaying in the deep water. The raft finally stopped diving at -300 on the water map. At this time, the water around the underwater bedroom had become pitch black, which was a darkness thicker than the night. In such an environment, even though she knew that she was absolutely safe in the drifting island house, she still felt panic in her heart, and then quickly let the raft float up and return to the surface of the water. On the terrace, the raindrops hit the umbrella in her hand, making a fine sound, and the slight vibration of the rain hitting the umbrella surface was transmitted to her palm through the umbrella handle. She tucked the umbrella handle under her arm, called out the map panel from her bracelet, and steered the raft on it to continue heading toward the vast expanse of waters in the east. The raft was not moving fast, about 30 miles per hour, but as it was moving, the sea breeze would occasionally carry some slanting raindrops onto her clothes. Xu Fu did not hide, but stood quietly and straight in front of the fence, enjoying everything in this vast world. There were no invisible barriers, nor were there visible but unreachable waters. She could freely reach every place within her sight. There was no moment which could make her feel the meaning of the words free drifting in global waters more clearly than this moment. She was completely free. Chapter 128 Raft. At lunchtime, Xu Fu used the fresh seafood she had just harvested to make a spicy seafood hot pot. Although many aquatic creatures have changed, the ones that can be harvested by the automatic water fishing rod are basically normal seafood that have not changed. Although some of them have become larger, such as scallops, abalone, oysters, and clams, they are not only meaty, but also more delicious and tender. In addition to the scallops, there are also a few sea crabs in the pot. She peeled them and chopped them into small pieces, coated them with flour and fried them, and then fried them with other processed seafood. Finally, she added side dishes such as black fungus, celery, lettuce, enoki mushrooms, bean curd, and konjac, and cooked a big pot. She placed a large pot of hand-caught seafood on the camping table under the eaves. Outside the eaves, the rain was getting heavier, and the waves and the deck were crackling. The raft was in drifting mode, because there was no destination, so it just drifted with the current, but the wind and waves could not affect the raft at all, and for Xu Fu, it was no different from being on land. She took out another bottle of Fanta, with homemade lemon ice cubes, and finally picked a movie to go with a meal on the tablet. When she was about to eat, she thought of something, and went back to the house to get the satellite phone on the coffee table. On the phone, Zheng Feifei and Chen Fei still hadn't replied. She knew Chen Fei might be on his way to Kangsu County, so it was not convenient for him to use the satellite phone in public. But it had been a day and a night. Why was there no news from Zheng Feifei? After she called her on New Year's Eve, Zheng Feifei saved her satellite phone number, and occasionally sent her messages. Satellite signals are not always good. Sometimes during extreme catastrophic weather, the signal will be delayed. But it has been more than 20 hours since yesterday. Was there something that delayed him? Later yesterday, she also sent messages to Lu Shuang, Cheng Yu, and the other 3. The appearance of the list in the trailer position means that she can remotely know whether they have awakened in the first place. Before this, she occasionally guessed the awakening situation of Lu Shuang and Han Lan. Now, no need to guess. Whether they have awakened or not is clear at a glance. So she sent the message not to inquire about their awakening, but to see whether their previous mission has been completed. Cheng Yu has a satellite phone. Lu Shuang and Han Lan have mobile phones with satellite signals. The latter signal is far inferior to the former, but it can be used in special circumstances. But the three of them are like Zheng Feifei. No one has replied to the message from yesterday to now. The last time she contacted him was half a month ago. Lu Shuang, Han Lan and others were on a separate mission from Cheng Yu. They didn't tell her the details, but just contacted her before leaving. She wondered at the time. Was it because of the awakening? 2 days later, Cheng Yu also sent a message, not asking her where she was, but asking if she was safe. In addition, he reminded her not to go to the border area in the near future, especially the southwest border of Shizhou province. When she was a ferryman on the Northland Plateau, she also heard the survivors of Zhangcheng on the raft mention the border. Now, because the water level has submerged most of the land on the planet, some countries have had to move their cities from land to ocean-going giant ships. In the past year and a half, while disasters occurred frequently, the government still persisted, and at the same time, there were few countries that had spared the energy to actively develop and manufacture giant ships and submarines, except Huaguo. But it is not that there are none. These giant ships built with the efforts of the country are docked near the high-altitude mountainous areas in their respective territories, and dare not go out to sea or go deep into the sea easily. After all, huge winds and waves may arise at any time on the sea, and now the winds and waves in the deep waters are not resisted even by giant ships. Staying near the mountains, it is possible to resist some disasters with the help of the towering peaks. But many submarines are not affected by the sea waves. They can dive underwater. As long as they carry enough supplies, they can cross the deep water and windy areas like alien planets. The ultimate destination of countries with submarines is Huaguo. After all, Fengshan Plateau is currently the largest piece of land on the planet. If they can take this land, they will get the last piece of pure land on the planet. However, the problem is that Huaguo has never stopped the research and development and manufacturing of giant ships and submarines. In fact, because it has already anticipated the possible situation in the future, it has tilted its development in this area more strongly. The border war has shifted from land warfare to naval warfare. Strictly speaking, the Beatty Plateau has become the northern border of Hua State. However, there are many lands in the north of the Beatty Plateau that are flooded but not completely submerged, similar to large islands. And there is not much land above the water in the Beatty Plateau itself, so the situation is different from the Fengshan Plateau where Shizhou province is located. The survivors of Zhangcheng usually spend their supplies to connect to the internet and check the few external news on the internet. Therefore, Xu Fu has been able to hear some news from the survivors on the raft for the past 3 months. She heard the word submarine, border, and naval battle mentioned more frequently a month ago. So when Cheng Yu and the others sent messages half a month ago, she also guessed whether the three of them were going to the border to perform a mission again, or whether they were continuing to speed up the task of searching for superpowers on land. But at this moment, seeing that the other party had not replied to her message for more than 20 hours, she felt that the former was more likely. Xu Fu sighed, but these 3 people are not on the towing list now. It's useless to contact them, and the situation on the border is serious now. Even if Lu Shuang and Han Lan wake up at this time, it should be impossible for them to leave the army and live an idle life with her on the water. She put the satellite phone on the camping table and started eating seafood and watching movies. In the evening of that day, Chen Fa sent a message, saying that he was on the way to Kangsu County. Because of heavy rain on the way, he took shelter in the official shelter set up along the way for a day and a night. It was not convenient on the road, so the satellite phone was kept in the backpack. Just now I took it out and saw her message. Chapter 129 Planting House. Chen Fa mentioned Wu Xiaoshan's matter. Because it was a message, he could not explain it in detail. He only said that Wu Xiaoshan contacted her with the same mobile phone as before. But because they are now used to using satellite phones, the electricity resources in the county are also limited in time and quantity. So Chen Fa only checked the mobile phone once every 3 or 4 days. Therefore, he missed the first time when his partner sent a message, just like Chen Fa missed the first time to reply to Xu Fu's message this time. There were several missed calls from the other party, as well as WeChat and messages sent by her, asking her about the situation in Cham County, saying that he wanted to go to Cham County, and whether he could live with her as before. Because Wu Xiaoshan had been transferred with her parents and family all the way. Chen Fa was a little surprised when she saw these messages. She replied to the message, but the other party did not reply. She called her, but found that Wu Xiaoshan's phone was turned off. This whole thing happened more than a week ago. She couldn't wait any longer. She knew Wu Xiaoshan and always felt that something had happened to her. In addition, because she didn't check her phone in time, she neglected Wu Xiaoshan and missed her first request for help. So she decided to go to Kangsu County where Wu Xiaoshan was in person. If possible, she planned to find Wu Xiaoshan and bring her back to Chama County directly. Shizhou province now has many people and is in a mess. The situation in the city or county may be better, but it is hard to say what will happen on the road. If everything goes well, nothing will happen. When things go badly, natural disasters and man-made disasters will take turns. A single car on the road will inevitably be targeted. If you want to go to another place safely, it is best to sign up for an official fleet. This type of fleet is naturally paid. But even if it is paid, you still have to queue up for a schedule. Just like Yao Ruoyun. They moved from Jiqing to Dara County before, and waited for a long time. Chen Fa couldn't wait any longer. But she didn't want to drive by herself and become a target for some people. So she joined a private team, which was more expensive and less safe. However, she and her grandmother were both martial artists. And with the backpack compartment, the raft and the strongest weapon among all the awakeners that Xu Fu knew so far, and the principle of keeping a low profile, she decided to set off. In this case, Xu Fu didn't know whether she should tell the other party about her situation at this time. But Chen Fa also knew her. After talking about Wu Xiaoshan's situation, he asked her directly, "Is one of the good news that the screen restrictions are gone? Can she go to Shizhou province?" Xu Fu smiled. And the other party's question was exactly the same as Lu Zheng's. It seems that they all know her very well. So she typed quickly, and replied directly, "The barrier should be gone. But I am in deep water now. So I still need a verification result. But no matter what the verification result is, I don't plan to live on land in the future. Do you and Grandma want to live on the water with me?" Xu Fu didn't even explain the trailer and shield clearly. But Chen Fa replied quickly, "Okay. I actually wanted to live on the water. The living space on the shore is getting smaller and smaller. You don't know that in the past few months, survivors have been arriving in Chama County. Now the population of this small mountain county is 10 times that of when we first arrived. I also understand that the higher the water level, the less land there is. And it is inevitable that the living space will be squeezed. Since we are different from ordinary survivors, we have rafts that can live on the water. So why should we compete with others for living space on the shore? We live on the water. The raft is strong and resistant to extreme temperatures. We can find a water area with a cliff back. Pay attention to the weather conditions and live there. If something is wrong, we can move at any time. So wait for me for a while. I will go to Kangsu County to find Wu Xiaoshan, and then see if she is willing to live on the water with us. If she is willing, we will find a way to get a smaller container house. Nowadays, container houses are made of newly developed materials, which are warm in winter and cool in summer, and can withstand hail, and are very strong." Although Chen Fa did not send some exciting words, she said 2 messages at once, and her happy mood can still be seen between the lines. This made Xu Fu stop the message she was going to send. She decided to keep it a secret for now, and give her a big surprise when they met. So, she edited a new message, telling her that Lu Zheng had decided to live on the water one day in advance. And they were packing up and preparing to go east to Gongmeng County. They would first go to Kangsu County to find them on the way, and asked her to pay attention to the phone message in a few days. At the same time, she sent another message to Lu Zheng, saying that Chen Fa had also confirmed that he would live on the water. But she had not yet told her about the trailer. After a moment, Lu Zheng replied, "Don't worry. I understand. I will also tell my brother. You will tell me about this surprise yourself." Xu Fu originally planned to stay in deep waters for a few more days after she was freed, and might continue to go east to deeper waters. But now, her friends are waiting for her, and she is worried about this matter. After 2 days of surfing, she began to return. In the past 2 days, her automatic water fishing rod not only harvested some gold and jewelry, but also harvested a lot of normal seafood. She put them into the space in frames. although she told them that she could not provide food and water supplies. Some surprises were still needed. Chen Fa and Lu Zheng were both going to Kangsu County. So Xu Fu's plan was to go to the waters near Dari County to pick up Yao Ruoyun. In the area north of Xiangzhou Province near Shizhou Province, there were still many high-altitude mountainous areas, so she couldn't go straight in, and had to take a detour by water. After the destination was set, the voyage was soon out, with a total of more than 3,500 kilometers, and would arrive in 35 hours. 35 hours later, back in the Insha River again. Xu Fu's mood was completely different. Last time, she was preparing for the possibility of separation, and this time, she was rushing to reunite. The middle and lower reaches of the Insha River almost disappeared, blending into the surrounding waters, and the width of the upper reaches also increased 3 or 4 times. Like a huge and heavy river. If the water level continues to rise for a while, even the upper reaches will be renamed Insha Lake. After she set off, she called Yao Ruoyun, whose voice was shaking with excitement. She also told Xu Fu a piece of news she already knew, that her mother had indeed awakened. And in addition to the other backpack compartments and golden fingers like hers, she also had an umbrella. The umbrella looks like an ordinary umbrella, black and ordinary, but when it is opened, people hiding under it can safely avoid natural disasters, such as rainstorms, hurricanes, hail, thunderstorms, and other disasters. Of course, people must be on land when using it. Otherwise it will be useless if they fall into the water. However, this umbrella is not big, and can only protect 2 people at a time, and can only be used for 2 hours each time. After the 2-hour usage time is over, there will be a 72-hour CD time. Just like before, Yao Ruoyun had already explained the situation herself before Xu Fu asked. Afterwards, she sent another message to tell her quietly that she always felt that this umbrella could only protect 2 people at the same time, because she and her mother came from the same world. In the past few months, Yao Ruoyun occasionally had some new memory fragments, and she was 100% sure that in that world, Hua Qiong was a single mother, and their world was only the mother and daughter who depended on each other. More than once, she saw in the memory fragments that her mother in that world worked hard, but she was not good at studying, did not study seriously, and suddenly started chasing stars, lied to ask for leave for important classes, and ended up going to the airport to pick her up, as if she was sick. She herself couldn't bear to look at herself like that. Xu Fu. When Yao Ruoyun mentioned star chasing, Xu Fu's mind inexplicably flashed a person, although the face might not be the same. But because it was confirmed that Hua Qiong was a single mother in that world, Yao Ruoyun could relax when facing her father in this world again. After all, if there was a father in another world, she and her mother formed a family with another person. This matter was weird no matter how you thought about it. Based on the real-time positioning set by Yao Ruoyun via satellite mobile phone, Xu Fu quickly found Yao Ruoyun's raft in the waters where heavy rain was pouring. Her raft was still the same as before, without manually adding a terrace or sails. Probably because she didn't have the conditions. She called Yao Ruoyun, saying that she had arrived. "Are you there? Where are you? Why can't I see you?" It was almost night, and the other party disliked the small window and the poor view. So he opened the door directly, not caring about the heavy rain outside, and stood at the door and looked out. "You can't see me for the time being. Go back first. Let me try first. Don't hang up." Xu Fu was towing for the first time, and had no experience, so she didn't know how long it would take. In fact, she was right next to Yao Ruoyun's raft. But because the protective shield was turned on, the other party would ignore her raft even if they saw it. She had been maintaining the original cabin for the past few days. The drifting island cabin was smaller and more convenient to operate. She first stopped the raft in front of Yao Ruoyun's raft according to the towing position diagram in her memory. Then she stood at the back door and opened the towing bar on the function screen. After that, she clicked towing position 1 and selected Yao Ruoyun's raft. The function screen pops up to ask, "Do you confirm that Yao Ruoyun's raft enters tow position 1? Note, once towing is completed, Yao Ruoyun's raft will be defaulted as an attached raft of unsinkable drifting island house. Yao Ruoyun's raft cannot be included in Yao Ruoyun's backpack when unsinkable drifting island house is put away. Yao Ruoyun's raft will also be put away. If you need to temporarily release the towing under special circumstances, you can use the attached raft holiday card. To do so, unsinkable drifting island house Owner Shu Fu has the owner's authority in all raft areas. Any behavior in all raft areas that is judged as attacking the owner will trigger the clear threat function, and the attacker will be directly ejected from the raft area. Towing a raft requires the consent of both parties, and untowing can be unilaterally carried out by Shu Fu, the owner of the unsinkable drifting island house. This was the first time Shu Fu had seen such a long and complicated note. And there was also a new type of card that she had not yet drawn. The attached raft holiday card. After reading all the notes, she immediately sighed in her heart. Wow! This is a completely one-sided and overbearing treaty. This is equivalent to originally thinking that it was just a borrowed stay. But the other party directly adopted it, changed its name, and also came up with an automatic pop-up device to prevent rage. Shu Fu originally wanted to read this note carefully to Yao Ruoyun on the other end of the phone. But it was obvious that such a message prompt was not only on her side, because towing a raft requires the consent of both parties. So such notes and inquiries also popped up on Yao Ruoyun's personal panel. I agree. Yao Ruoyun confirmed without hesitation. What was there to consider? After seeing Shu Fu's luxurious raft, her small raft was nothing. She was still afraid that Shu Fu would change her mind and refuse to be the first to tow her raft. As for the attack, she just passed it. She was not sick. Why would she attack Shu Fu? Besides, it was clearly written above. If there was a special situation, there was still a way to temporarily resolve it. On the other side, Shu Fu also pressed the confirmation button. Probably because the other party's raft was parked in the right place. 2 or 3 seconds after she pressed the confirmation button, her raft began to move. After a slight adjustment of the direction and distance, the screen refreshed. Towed position 1. Yao Ruoyun's raft, bond value, 90. Starting sharing function, select 1, not yet selected, select 2, not yet selected, select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. And on the towed waters plan, the plan of another raft appeared at towed position 1. The front deck was large, the rear deck was almost non-existent, and the entire raft was twice the size of the small raft in front. She thought about it, and clicked on the raft image at towed position 1. On the floor plan again, a question popped up on the screen, asking her whether she wanted to enter the option of untying the towed raft. As expected, Shu Fu, who had successfully completed the experiment, chose no. She picked up the phone and asked Yao Ruoyun to open the door and try to see if she could see her raft. No, I still can't see your raft. After checking, Yao Ruoyun closed the door in disappointment. Shu Fu hummed, and then returned to the initial sharing function page, and selected the protective cover for Yao Ruoyun in the Select 1 column. After that, she picked up the phone and asked Yao Ruoyun to open the door again to see if there were any changes on the raft. The raft door facing the back door of the drifting island house opened again. Yao Ruoyun held the phone and tentatively stuck her head out. Soon, she showed a surprised expression and rushed out. Senior sister? The rain has stopped. No. No! The rain is outside. The heavy rain is isolated outside. Ah! I saw your raft. Hey! Why is it this small raft? Shu Fu confirmed that the towed raft still could not see her raft in the protective cover. But as long as the sharing function was selected, the other party's raft was in the protective cover, and they could see each other. Before she could say anything else, Yao Ruoyun had already run across her raft deck, crossed the water between the two rafts, and boarded the rear deck of her raft. Unfortunately, she was still blocked by the invisible air wall. Why can't I get in? Yao Ruoyun sighed. Shu Fu opened the door and walked out of the eaves. It should be similar to the relationship between the main directory and the subdirectory, or as Genfe said, backward compatibility. Whether it is towed or not, whether it shares the protective shield or not, the owner's area is always her private domain. Maybe there will be new function cards in the future, which can temporarily allow visitors to enter the house, but this is just speculation at present. Yao Ruoyun nodded, and hummed twice without caring, and her hand had already wrapped around her arm, indicating that her mother had learned that she was going to meet her, and had made a lot of bubble wontons in the past few days, which were stored in her backpack, so she asked her to go home with her to get them first. Wait, the trailer is not finished yet, Shu Fu said, and took out 4 blue cards with exquisite relief, and asked her which one she wanted to choose. Yao Ruoyun looked at it in confusion, and then looked at Shu Fu with a little uneasiness. Senior sister, why are you showing me the air? Shu Fu, she just found out that the non-physical prizes from the bracelet lottery wheel are invisible to others. Hotel? Planting? Snack bar? Breeding house? What do you mean? Yao Ruiyun's expression was very confused. You are my first trailer. I have some guesses, but I haven't verified them. Shufu asked. Have you played business mobile games before? Yao Ruiyun finally chose planting. This was the common choice of the three of them. After all, they had two rafts. After Shufu expressed that the other raft should be able to be towed in the future, they would have another choice in the future. And snack bar was naturally another choice they wanted to make. After all, it was their old business. But at the moment, planting was the most important and meaningful. In addition, Yao Ruiyun had originally thought about getting a container and nutrient soil on the raft to build a raft planting area. So when he found out that he could upgrade his raft directly to a planting raft, he naturally chose this without thinking. I haven't tried it, so I can't guarantee the effect. It's possible that after you equip it, you won't even have the hut you live in now. Shufu opened the back door, walked in, and reminded again before swiping the card. It's okay, senior sister. Be bold. At worst, you can remove the towing of my raft and use my mother's raft to tow it. Just do it. That's right. There are so many rafts at home that you can be willful. Shufu no longer hesitated, put away the other 3 blue cards, and swiped the blue first prize card in his hand with upgrade set, planting, on the function screen on the back door. The screen made a beeping sound, and a subtitle popped up on the screen. One has been detected as a medium for use. Are you sure to use the upgrade set, planting, on Yao Ruiyun's raft? Shufu pressed the confirmation button, and in an instant, the card in her hand disappeared, and a new message appeared on the screen. Towed position 1, Yao Ruiyun's raft, bond value, 90. Starting shared function, select 1, protective shield. Select 2, not selected yet. Select 3, not selected yet. Special, upgrade set, planting. Note, when the raft is untowed, excluding the attached raft holiday card, the upgrade set will peel off and disappear, and the upgraded level will be reset to 0. Sure enough, she guessed right. The blue first prize of this upgrade set is specially used on the raft after towing, and as a special category, it can be upgraded separately, which verifies her nesting doll statement. The raft in the towing position can be released at any time, but after release, the accumulated towing time will be reset to 0, and new sharing functions cannot be accumulated. At the same time, the upgrade suit and the upgraded level will disappear. No wonder the attached raft holiday card appeared in the previous towing precautions. It turned out that it was used with a special upgrade suit. That is to say, removing the towing through the attached raft holiday card will not cause the towing time to be reset to 0, and the upgrade suit will not peel off and disappear. This was equivalent to giving her subsidiary raft a holiday with her permission. In general, whether the raft was towed or not, whether it was released or not, it would not cause any major losses to her or the other party. However, once the upgrade set card was used, if the raft wanted to completely release the tow one day, it would be cleared and left, returning to the original raft cabin state, and she would also lose a blue first prize card. In other words, if you don't trust someone very much, and before the other party has made a decision, it is best not to use the upgrade set. Fortunately, the few friends who were currently planning to tow were all people she trusted very much. Shufu was still browsing the function screen, but suddenly heard Yao Ruiyun scream from the raft at the back door. With joy and disbelief, Shufu walked out of the drifting island house again, and on the left rear side of her raft deck was Yao Ruiyun's raft. When the other family of 3 discussed which upgrade kit to use, she had already done some experiments. For example, if you let your raft drift, the other raft will always be in the water position towing position 1, on the left rear side of her raft in a fixed mode. There was no physical towing rope between the decks of the 2 rafts. There was even a gap of 15 centimeters between them, which was half a stride and could be almost ignored. After all, with this distance, even if an adult fell, he would not fall into this gap. But no matter whether her raft moved forward or backward, turned left or right, or even sneaked, Yao Ruiyun's raft always fell steadily behind, as if it was fixed and towed by several invisible ropes. Especially when sneaking, she actually only dived half a meter before returning to the surface. This move was mainly to test her previous guess. At that time, the other family of 3 was still discussing in the house, and they didn't even notice that the whole process was over, although she had imagined it before. She was still very surprised to actually confirm that the drifting island house could take the other party's raft into the water. She could already imagine that after Chen Fa and Lu Sheng's raft was towed, she could tow them to drift together, whether underwater or underwater. At this moment, the other party's raft, which was half a step away from her, had changed a lot. The size was still about the same as before, but the original one-story cabin had become a slightly larger two-story cabin with a triangular glass roof. The original wooden walls and doors were replaced by large floor-to-ceiling lattice glass. You can see that the house is divided into left and right sides. The left 2/3 is the living space, the right 1/3 and the second floor are the planting area. The internal space is obviously larger than the appearance, and it should have become a compressed space. And the originally empty front deck has a small pure glass greenhouse, which is also a compressed space. The boxes and grids for hydroponics and soil cultivation are clearly visible. After Yao Ruoyun selected the upgrade suit type, she was originally standing on the deck of her raft, so when the raft changed, she only felt the light and shadow changing in front of her eyes, and a moment later, she found herself in a brand new glass greenhouse, and her parents also walked out of the living room of the double-story wooden house with great surprise. For them, after a few seconds of light and shadow transformation, the raft and cabin they were in suddenly changed so much, and the direct visual impact brought great surprise and shock. "Senior sister? Come quickly." Xu Fu stepped onto their brand new raft amid Yao Ruoyun's call. The glass greenhouse has front and back doors and a middle aisle, and you can walk through it directly. Inside the greenhouse, the left side is full of layers of shelves, and transparent glass boxes are placed on them, as if waiting for the owner to plant them, while on the right side are long strips of soil flower beds surrounded by wooden strips, and the black soil looks very fertile. The triangular glass roofs of the greenhouse and the cabin were covered with large electric panels, presumably for indoor planting. She knew that there were already several technologies that allowed solar panels to generate electricity even on rainy days, such as the use of graphene. So when she saw these, she thought they were all solar panels that could generate electricity on their own. But later she learned that these were battery panels that could automatically store electricity when the raft had power, so that when the raft was without power, they could maintain the light and temperature required by some plants for 24 hours. Yes, although Yao Ruoyun's raft has been equipped with an upgrade kit, it cannot completely replicate Xu Fu's drifting island house, nor does it have a constant temperature feature, except for the compressed space. Other basic functions are still similar to the previous raft house. The stairs of the double-story wooden house are at the back of the house. The second floor is also a triangular glass house with shelves, large and small planting boxes, and various tools. Xu Fu is a clumsy person and does not know how to plant. But obviously, Yao Ruoyun's parents know. The two are really happy at this moment. They look here and there, and are already discussing where to plant what. The tools here are so complete, now we just need seeds. Yao Guofan, Dad Yao looked at the glass triangle house with a huge interior space, and exclaimed with joy. The height here is high enough, and we can plant grapes by putting up poles. It seems that we still have to go back to Dari County. Hua Qiong nodded. When Xu Fu heard this, she remembered something, so she took out a large flat cardboard box from the space. What is this? Yao Ruoyun came over with a hop. Xu Fu opened the lid of the cardboard box, revealing 100 glass jars neatly arranged inside, and said, "Seeds, vegetable and fruit seeds, there are 100 kinds here, should be enough for planting for now." Yao Ruoyun exclaimed. Yao's father and mother exclaimed. Chapter 130 Plantation House. For dinner that day, Xu Fu ate on Yao Ruoyun's new raft. You can't go to someone else's house to eat empty-handed. She took this opportunity to pack a large box of supplies for the other party. It was basically all the restricted items on land now: fresh chicken, duck, pork, beef, fresh seafood, fresh vegetables and fruits, spiritual foods such as milk tea, coffee, desserts, snacks, and some daily necessities. Hua Qiong and Yao Guofan were really embarrassed to take her things, and refused several times, saying that they were just treating her to a meal, and there was really no need to give such an expensive gift. To their family, her existence was of great significance. They should have given her gifts. How could they take her things? But to Xu Fu, these things were really insignificant. You can't come empty-handed when you visit someone's house. Besides, I'm not just eating today. I'll come here often in the future. Finally, these are also welcome gifts for the raft trailer. After all, from now on, Your raft is under my control. That's what they said. But Hua Qiong and Yao Guofan knew that they were the only beneficiaries of the whole thing. Because of her, their raft has a protective shield from now on, and can be used openly on the water, without fear of any natural disasters, and will not attract anyone's attention or covetousness. Because of her, their raft, which originally had nothing, now has a planting area, and from now on they can grow whatever vegetables and fruits they want to eat. Not to mention, if it weren't for her, they couldn't imagine what their daughter would be like now, whether she could survive the cold blizzard, and whether she could reach Qiqing safely. In their hearts, Xu Fu was like the biggest boss in a multinational company, and their family of 3 had no skills, and they were all shamelessly holding idle positions in this company. Every month, the company pays the 3 funds and 5 insurances, and gives everyone a large and excellent salary. Now the other party also gives a big red envelope for starting work, which really makes them not know what to say. Just say thank you. In the end, Yao Ruoyun took the call. She looked at the other party and said seriously, "Thank you, senior sister. My raft will follow you from today. I will work very hard to grow vegetables and fruits. After upgrading, I will also grow grain. I will never give up halfway. In the future, I will take care of all the vegetables and fruits you need. I am your back garden, and I will grow land for you for a lifetime." Xu Fu. It was her turn, and she didn't know what to say. The living space on the first floor of the 2-story wooden house is divided into several areas, including a living room and dining room with an open kitchen, 2 rooms, and a bathroom with a shower room. Although the interior space is compressed, it is still not very large. Overall, it is about a 60 square meter small apartment. However, this small apartment has simple but modern furnishings. Large wooden lattice floor-to-ceiling windows with bright and excellent lighting, which is more advanced than the original empty cabin. Yao Ruoyun's furniture that was pieced together was put away by her again, leaving only the soft furnishings and household items that were needed. Because planting requires electricity, there is no need to worry about the second sharing function, and she directly chooses electric energy. After Xu Fu equipped her drifting island house with an electric card, Yao Ruoyun's raft immediately received electricity, and the battery panels of the glass greenhouse and the second-floor triangular glass roof also began to charge rapidly. As for the third sharing function, when Yao Ruoyun's raft was equipped with the special upgrade set, it seemed to be assimilated by Xu Fu's drifting island house in some aspects, and the black technology of the disappearance of sewage in the sewer also disappeared. In the kitchen and bathroom of the 2-story building, sewage tanks of a certain capacity also appeared. At present, sewage can still be stored in this box, but it will be troublesome when the box is full. So the third sharing function was quickly decided, and sewage treatment was selected. All of this can be viewed on the electronic screen next to the front door of Yao Ruoyun's cabin. This screen appears after the raft is successfully towed, similar to Xu Fu's function panel. However, Yao Ruoyun's electronic screen is small, only about twice the size of a mobile phone, and can be taken off directly, and it is very light and thin in the hand. On this screen, there are very few functions that can be viewed and used. There are only 3 options. The first is tow, the second is notification, and the third is planting. When the tow option is turned on, you can view the cumulative towing time of the raft, and the shared function that has been selected. When shared function is turned on, you can view the functions you currently have. The first one is the protective cover, which can basically only be viewed. You cannot perform any operation to close or open it on this screen. If Xu Fu closes the shield, Yao Ruoyun's raft shield will also be closed. If Xu Fu's raft shield automatically opens due to extreme weather, Yao Ruoyun's raft shield will also open. Xu Fu's raft has absolute management authority. The second is the power source, which will show whether the raft is powered or not, which means whether Xu Fu's raft is equipped with an electric card, and Yao Ruoyun can choose to turn on the power on his raft, or turn off the power. The third sewage treatment function is exactly the same as Xu Fu's drifting island house. In short, Xu Fu's raft is the main switch. Only when the main switch is turned on can Yao Ruoyun have the right to choose. Fortunately, the upgrade set of her raft equipment is planting, so the battery panel can store a large amount of electricity when there is electricity. In addition to supplying plants, this electricity can also be used by their family for daily use. It's just a pity that currently the towed raft can only choose 3 shared functions, The purified tap water has not yet been obtained, the kitchen and bathroom sinks, and the shower room can only be seen for the time being, but not used. They still have to put a large water container in the bathroom to use water manually. But this is just a small flaw. After all, for every 100 days of towing, the raft can have an additional sharing function. There are various functions waiting for them in the future. For Yao Ruoyun's parents, they can use an induction cooker in the kitchen with electricity to make dinner conveniently and quickly today, which is a leap from primitive to modern. The second function, announcement, is even simpler. Click it, and it will be a normal page, which shows 4 words, no announcement yet. After seeing this, Shu Fu went back to her raft and tried it. She found the place to post a notice in the trailer column on the function screen. There are 2 ways to post a notice: text and voice. It is a bit like creating a group. She is the group owner. Everyone else in the group is banned. Only she can post notices in this group. After she posts the notice, a prompt sound will appear on the function screen on other rafts to remind people on other rafts to check the new notice. The text version of the notice needs to be viewed after the voice version of the notice is released. Her voice will automatically sound from Yao Ruoyun's electronic screen, which is similar to the effect of broadcasting. It is really shocking. This function is very convenient. When she is busy but lazy, she can send messages or shout to other people on the raft with 1 click. It not only saves effort, but also saves the communication fee of satellite phone. As for the third planting option, it should be a unique function after the raft is equipped with an upgrade kit. It contains some detailed statements and options for planting, harvesting and upgrading, which they need to slowly explore and understand in the subsequent planting. This part is not Shu Fu's responsibility. Mainly, she doesn't want to care. It's too brain-consuming. She's lazy. The dinner is very sumptuous. In addition to Hua Qiong's specialties, boiled fish and fried chicken wings, Yao Guofen also made 2 specialties, fish-flavored eggplant and hot and sour potato shreds. Hua Qiong also took out a large pot of pork bone soup and bubble wontons in a flat tray from her backpack, and asked Shu Fu to put them away first. There are 5 flat trays in total, each of which is very large, and each plate has hundreds of raw bubble wontons, and the pork bone soup has been sprinkled with chopped green onions. Just like what she packed in their store before, whenever she wanted to eat, she just had to take it out and boil the bubble wontons in water, scoop it out, and put it in a bowl of pork bone soup, and then she could eat it directly. Shu Fu's eyes were wide open with greed, and she almost wanted to cook a bowl and eat it directly. But Hua Qiong seemed to know that she would have this reaction, and took out 10 brown paper packing bowls from her backpack, which contained the already cooked bubble wontons. She also explained that, nowadays, the purchase of packing boxes is limited, so she didn't have many, otherwise she could cook all the raw wontons and put them in her backpack, so that she could eat them conveniently. Shu Fu didn't care about these things. Seeing so many bubble wontons, her eyes were so happy that they were bent with smiles. A year and a half ago, when she reluctantly got up early to punch in and pack at Yao Ruoyun's wonton shop in order to complete the task, she really didn't expect that one day, Yao's bubble wontons would become her special supply. She didn't hesitate, and immediately put away the big pot, the flat tray, and the packing bowls, leaving only 1 portion, preparing to eat it as a main dish for dinner. Yao Ruoyun also took out drinks from her backpack, and took out a few cans of beer, while happily telling Shu Fu that they could have a drink today. She subconsciously turned back to look at her mother's face. This is her biological mother in 2 different worlds. Because she had seen her serious and angry appearance many times in the memory fragments, Yao Ruoyun was more obedient in front of her mother than before. Today is a good day, you should drink a little. However, Hua Qiong was not angry. For her, her life and her precious daughter's life were all saved by Shu Fu from the brink of death. Since she discovered her abnormality, although she was very surprised by the appearance of the golden finger, at the same time, she also fell into nightmares every night because of the memory fragments that gradually became clear. In the dream, she was always trying to grab her daughter's hand. She didn't know what happened. It seemed like it was just an ordinary day. She came home from overtime and heard something strange coming from her daughter's room. Then the scene changed. Her daughter seemed to be trapped in a huge vortex of light and shadow. It was a completely unreasonable scene. But at that time, she didn't care about anything. She just stretched out her hand and grabbed her tightly to prevent her from being swallowed by the vortex of light and shadow. However, the vortex of light and shadow seemed to have suction, and kept swallowing her daughter. Half of her body had disappeared in the light and shadow. She looked at her with a terrified and helpless expression, crying and calling her mother. Hua Qiong also cried. She felt her strength slipping away bit by bit. Her heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Why? Why couldn't she hold her daughter back? As her daughter's hand slipped away from hers, she seemed to let out a desperate roar. It didn't sound like a sound coming from her mouth at all. She was fighting against an unknown and terrible force. Even if she died the next moment, she would never let go of her daughter's hand. If there was no way to pull her back, she would go with her. Then, Hua Qiong woke up. After the golden finger appeared, she had several memory fragments. But she didn't know if this memory was too deep and strong. She had dreamed about it several times. Every time, she woke up before the vortex of light and shadow was about to swallow her daughter, and her memory was interrupted. In the memory, the face that looked at her with tears and desperate fear did not look exactly the same as Yao Ruoyun now. She seemed smaller, thinner, with a sallow complexion, and her facial features were not as beautiful and energetic as they are now. Yao Ruoyun now looks like she turned on the beauty camera, which made her daughter look better in every way. If you show the photo to other people, they are almost two different people. But she knows that the Yao Ruoyun next to her now is the daughter in the memory fragment that she would hold tightly and protect even if she died. She doesn't know how she came to this world, but obviously, she did it. Even if she traveled from one world to another, she didn't let go of her daughter's hand. She thought that only she knew about this matter, and she decided not to say anything, and decided to move to a smaller and safer town near the water, just to stay by her daughter's side, accompany her and protect her life. But she didn't expect that her daughter also had a golden finger. Not only that, she also recovered some memory fragments, and she also remembered her. When she hugged her and called her mother again, everything had a different meaning. She understood that this call of mother crossed two worlds. No matter where she was, whether in peacetime or in the end of the world, she was her mother and would always protect her. After dinner, Hua Qiong took Xu Fu to the glass greenhouse on the front deck alone, saying that she wanted her to help pick some seeds of vegetables and fruits that she liked to eat so that they could plant the first batch. But in fact, she learned something from Yao Ruoyun, and knew that there were other special people like her and her daughter who had golden fingers around Xu Fu. She intuitively felt that her memory fragments should be of some help to Xu Fu. But these memory scenes have always been her nightmares, because they were too tragic. She never told Yao Ruoyun about them once. So today she took this opportunity to tell her alone, and hoped that she could keep it secret from Yao Ruoyun. This is a mother's love for her daughter, and Xu Fu would certainly agree. The memory fragments described by Hua Qiong were indeed very helpful to her. If she guessed correctly, that scene should be the process of people from another world crossing into this world. It is not clear how it started and ended, but this process actually contains a lot of information. For example, the awakened should all be entities crossing, and in this process, if there happened to be someone around, they would be caught by their sight. But such an opportunity would not happen to everyone. After all, there are too many factors of time and place, and it is impossible for everyone to be so coincidental. In addition, Yao Ruoyun's appearance changed, just like Lu Xing's. The two worlds are not the same. Hua Qiong, like her, maintained her original appearance. This shows that when entering this world, the time traveler may be able to choose his or her appearance. Everyone's situation is different. Some people may choose to change their appearance because of some concerns or other reasons. Finally, if Hua Qiong's memory fragments are not a problem, then these time travelers should all be physical time travelers. And they are involuntary random emergencies, which means that planned thinking and consciousness time travel is excluded. The question here refers to whether the memory fragments have been tampered with, but Xu Fu thinks it is unlikely. After all, if she can't even confirm the authenticity of the memory fragments, she can just lie down and stop looking for the final answer. Anyway, at this point, there is one more piece of the puzzle. That night, she returned to her drifting island house and took a lavender-scented bubble bath. Outside the French window, the heavy rain turned into a rainstorm. The sky above the mountains was thundering and lightning. From time to time, purple-blue thunder swept across the sky, splitting spiderweb-like arcs of light. The arcs of light falling from the sky hit the trees between the mountains, exploding into dazzling flames, but were quickly extinguished by the torrential rain like a waterfall. Another thunderstorm night came. Her raft could withstand such catastrophic weather, But Yao Ruiyun's raft might not. Fortunately, the protective shield can be used for an unlimited time. Under the protection of the protective shield, the two cabins on the raft are as safe as a secluded fortress. After she took a shower, she sat on the sofa and watched variety shows. Yao Ruiyun came over. She had also taken a shower and changed into her pajamas. When she opened the door, she asked her if she was ready to go to bed. It was only a little after 9 o'clock in the evening. Xu Fu was lying down completely now. Naturally, she would not go to bed so early. After receiving a negative answer, Yao Ruiyun took out a stainless steel square basin from her backpack with a smile, which contained a large amount of freshly baked barbecue. My dad heard that I wanted to come over to play with you, so he just prepared barbecue for me. Do you want a midnight snack? Xu Fu, who had eaten too much for dinner and originally planned to have plain water with a variety show tonight. A moment later, in the glass balcony of the drifting island house, there were two single sofas for reclining, a small round table, and a large-sized tablet with a floor stand. Xu Fu and Yao Ruiyun were each leaning on a sofa, like the blizzard days before, watching variety shows while discussing the games and entertaining reactions of the artists, and occasionally taking barbecue from the round table to eat. Even though Yao Ruiyun still couldn't get into her roof because of the protective shield, whether it was on the balcony or on the deck, it became their little space for late-night gatherings. Especially on a night like this when it was raining heavily outside, they were protected by the protective shield. Just after taking a shower, wearing fresh single clothes and slippers, they could visit each other. The raft is their home. Here, everyone has their own home. The homes of friends and relatives are also nearby. Everyone can stay in their own home and do what they want to do freely and comfortably. They can also visit each other and chat at appropriate times. Although their rafts drift in the waters of this planet, they may arrive at different strange places every day and encounter different terrible disasters. However, because of their safe, familiar, warm home, and friends around them, their hearts will always be full of security, and they will no longer be hesitant and afraid of the unknown tomorrow. At 11 o'clock, Yao Ruiyun finished visiting friends and went back to her raft. The light was not good at night, so she took out a flashlight to shine when she crossed the two rafts. Although the distance between the two rafts was small, the right rear side of Xu Fu's raft was still empty, so she had to be careful. Otherwise she would cross the wrong direction and go directly into the water. This also made her look forward to Xu Fu's next towed raft. Who would it be? After towing, which upgrade kit would the other raft choose? After all the rafts to be towed were towed, would Xu Fu take them out to the deep water? Wow! I'm really looking forward to it just thinking about it. Before Xu Fu went to bed, she checked the satellite phone again. There was a message from Lu Zheng the day before reporting the progress of the journey, and a message from Chen Fa saying that he had to stay in Kangsu County for 2 more days. But there was still no news from Zheng Feifei. She sighed, and sent a message to the other party again, hoping that she could wait for the other party's reply this time. After that, she half leaned on the pillow, took out the map panel, set the waters closest to Gongmang County as the destination, set the drifting speed to 40, and then turned off the lights and went to sleep. The lights in the raft cabins on both sides were turned off, and the people in the cabins on both sides also fell into a beautiful dream. On the Insha River, the two rafts, under the protection of the protective shield, quietly and steadily began to drift, from north to south, ready to welcome the next long-term towing raft of the drifting island house. Chapter 131 Plantation House. Outside the French window, there was a violent storm. Xu Fu let go of the hand holding the curtain, and lay back on the bed, rolling around with a thin blanket in her arms. The weather these past 2 days was terrible, either a thunderstorm or a howling wind, and the rain was sweeping horizontally like a high-pressure gun. In such weather, she just wanted to shrink back into the quilt and continue sleeping. She did so, staying in bed, playing single-player games, listening to novels, and then falling asleep again. While she was half asleep, she felt her phone on the bedside table was vibrating. She remembered that was her satellite phone. Xu Fu suddenly woke up, picked up the phone and looked at the number. It was Chen Fa. She answered the call quickly. The background noise on Chen Fa's end was very noisy. In addition to the voice, there was also the sound of wind, and the sound of doors and windows shaking. Xu Fu was startled, asked her what happened, and whether she needed to go now. Chen Fa laughed, praising her for being smart. You knew something was wrong before I even opened my mouth? Why are you rushing? I'm in Kangsu County. more than 400 kilometers away from Gyeongmong County. Don't worry. It's not me who's in trouble. It's Xiaoshan's problem. Well, I've found her. Don't worry. How should I put it? I lived with her for so long before. And I didn't expect her family of origin to be like this. Her parents would favor boys over girls to this extent. Let's talk about it in detail when we meet. To make a long story short, I called to tell you that I have to stay in Gyeongsu County for a few more days to help her deal with things here and wait for her reply. If she thinks it through, my grandmother and I will bring her to find you. In addition, I informed Lu Zheng and his team last night that they don't need to go through Gyeongsu County, but can go directly to Gyeongmong County and then go to find you first. There are a lot of people, and this trip is like moving. Others don't have space for backpacks and need to carry more supplies, so they drive themselves, which will be faster than traveling with a team. However, the weather of the entire Fengshan Plateau has been very bad in the past 2 days. It seems that spring has passed, and it has entered the rainy summer, so natural disasters are a bit frequent. Lu Zheng and his team should also be blocked on the road now. I don't know why, he seemed to be in a hurry to get on the road, but unfortunately, he encountered force majeure. Chen Fei's previous message had already stated that she would stay for 2 more days, but she was afraid that Xu Fu had already arrived at the waters near Gyeongmong County and would be anxious waiting, so she decided to make a phone call. Xu Fu looked at the waters where the raft had arrived on the map panel, thinking that Chen Fei knew her. She was really near Gyeongmong County. The Insha River in this area had long become a lake, and the water area had expanded, flooding the low-altitude slopes at the junction of Shizhou Province and Xiangzhou Province, and her raft could go to any waters, with no barriers blocking it. Therefore, the straight-line distance between Pun, where she is now, and Gyeongmong County is only about 50 kilometers. Because of Chen Fei's call, Xu Fu wanted to know the current situation outside, so she quickly washed up after getting up, and did not even have time to eat breakfast, and equipped the satellite network card on the function panel. Fortunately, the 24-hour satellite network card of the green second prize is the same as the electric card, and can be removed and suspended at any time. She currently has only 2 such cards, which can only be used for 48 hours in total, so she can use them as quickly as possible. She took out a tablet and 2 mobile phones, and opened multiple websites, while a series of WeChat messages and missed calls were ringing on her phone, and checked and searched the news at the same time. Many of the unread messages and WeChat messages on her phone were sent by other people before she and others contacted each other using the satellite phone. There were also messages from Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan, who still didn't know about her satellite phone a long time ago. She didn't have time to check that part for the time being, and only read some recent disaster notices in the official short messages. Because the land area of Hua country is less than 1/3 of what it used to be, these disaster notifications are sent nationwide regardless of region. As long as people are still on land and in the network coverage area, they can receive them. She found that the disaster warnings in the entire Shizhou province have been very frequent recently, which means that the frequency of severe weather is increasing. In many news reports, it could also be found that some areas will have some small-scale chaos due to accommodation and supplies. Not to mention Dari County, Chama County, and other small counties. Even Xiqing has experienced chaos several times. Lu Zheng and Yao Ruiyan probably didn't want to worry her before, so they only reported good news and not bad news, and never mentioned these bad situations. In addition to these news, the most surprising news for her was a notice that was posted on the most authoritative official website and was pinned on the top for a long time. The content on it shocked her. The country actually announced the emergence of superpowers in Huagua a month ago, acknowledged the existence of special people and special abilities, informed the public that a group of superpowers were currently working for the government, announced the generous treatment they enjoyed, and continued to recruit superpowers nationwide. At the same time, another notice that was pinned on the top for a long time was displayed below this notice. It was a list of superpowers, including their appearance, age, name, and possible locations. The notice stated that these were all superpowered people who had committed illegal crimes by relying on their superpowers. They had been officially recorded as criminals, so a long-term reward was offered. Once someone provided reliable information, they would receive a generous reward. The following were some specific contents of the rewards, and different levels of rewards were given according to the degree of violation of each superpower, as well as methods for providing information. Both notices were issued a month ago, which caused a stir on the internet at the time. even though not everyone has the conditions to access the internet now. Those who could access the internet could not help but come to watch the two notices. Although everyone knew about the news of the superpowers before, but folk rumors and official confirmation are two completely different concepts. Acknowledging the emergence of superpowers is equivalent to admitting that the planet is undergoing a leap forward evolution. Ordinary people without superpowers will inevitably become more anxious and uneasy. The peace situation that has been maintained with great difficulty under natural disasters will also be more prone to chaos and conflict. No wonder, since the months since then, the news of small-scale conflicts and chaos in Shizhou province has increased so much. Knowing that publicly admitting this matter will definitely cause some turmoil, it was still made public. Why? The authorities had known about it for a long time, and had been acting in private. Why did they choose to make it public a month ago? Xu Fu thought of something. A month ago, it seemed that the words border and naval battle were more frequently mentioned by the survivors of the Beatty Plateau. The Beatty Plateau and Shizhou province are too far away. Whether the authorities admit that there are people with special abilities has little to do with them. It is the actual war that will attract their attention and discussion. Xu Fu searched for words related to border and naval battle again, and indeed found several messages. They were all official announcements. There was no real-time follow-up. It was just a general announcement of which areas the people needed to be careful of, and which areas near the border needed to evacuate, because they were all official notices. There were almost no live scenes of naval battles. The occasional pictures were all photos of Huagua's giant ships and submarines setting off from the shore. The size of those giant ships was completely beyond Xu Fu's imagination, including submarines, some ordinary ones, and some giant submarines. When they floated on the water, they looked more like a fully covered floating fortress on the sea, which was thought to be able to withstand extreme climates. These giant submarines, even if a world-destroying tsunami came, as long as they were in deep enough waters and dived more than 1,000 meters underwater, they could escape safely. Compared with these sea giants, her raft was really tiny. The power and technology of the country were indeed incomparable to any golden finger. But fortunately, she had no ambitions. Her original intention was just to survive, and she would lie down if she could. Now she wanted to survive with her friends, and everyone would lie down together. For her, this was her ultimate dream. Xu Fu removed the satellite network card, ate a sandwich, and went to the raft behind to find Yao Ruoyun. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yao Ruoyun admitted it, saying that this was a unanimous decision reached between her and Lu Zheng, and that she would not be told about the official public recognition of the superpower for the time being. Why? Are you afraid that I will get carried away and turn myself in? Xu Fu smiled. If I had that awareness, I would have turned myself in long ago. Why wait until today? Don't say that. I always thought you were quite aware. Yao Ruoyun was referring to something, probably about secretly taking out food in the tunnel and releasing the super large raft to rescue the survivors. I just got carried away once or twice. Strictly speaking, I am a person who only cares about myself. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Xu Fu continued to eat the sandwich, and replied with a cold expression. It was a pity that there was food in her mouth, and she couldn't be serious even if she wanted to. Yes, you are a cold heroine, and you have a sacred mini-raft. Xu Fu. Yao Ruoyun laughed, hooked her arm, and pulled her to sit in the glass greenhouse. Yao Ruoyun's family moved too quickly. In just one morning, the planting boxes, planting grids, and hydroponic boxes in this glass greenhouse were half planted. The first vegetables planted were lettuce, green vegetables, Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, leeks, cucumbers, eggplants, fruits, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, grapes, oranges, mulberries, loquats, blueberries, all of which are relatively easy to grow vegetables and fruits with strong adaptability and easy to grow. They were mainly afraid that haste would lead to failure, so they tried to choose these basic entry-level ones to plant first. In addition, they also rearranged the shelves, organized the planting boxes, rearranged the layout more reasonably, and left a space in the middle next to the glass wall, and put in a set of wooden tables and backrest chairs. I believe that in time, when those seeds sprout, this place will become green and full of vitality. By then, sitting on the table and chairs with floor-to-ceiling glass walls to drink afternoon tea and eat some snacks will be a completely different experience. Hua Qiong wanted to keep her for lunch, but Xu Fu ate a whole sandwich, drank a cup of latte, and took out a box of kumquats and ate them while chatting with Yao Ruoyun. As soon as Hua Qiong mentioned lunch, Xu Fu burped directly, and Yao Ruoyun followed suit. Hua Qiong. Not only did she eat Xu Fu's fruit, but she ate it until she was full. She stretched out her hand and wanted to give her daughter a big bag. Yao Ruoyun dodged it very skillfully, and hurriedly called her mother in a coquettish manner, saying that her stomach was only full of fruit, and the other stomach was still empty. Hua Qiong looked at Xu Fu with some expectation. Xu Fu raised her hands in surrender. Both my stomachs are full. Mama's girl Yao Ruoyun followed Hua Qiong back to have lunch. Xu Fu also returned to her raft, and continued to lie down and watch TV shows and eat snacks. Now there was nothing to do, but to continue to wait for friends in this area, so Xu Fu was happy and relaxed, and decided to lie down during the days of waiting. Everyone stayed in this area quietly for 4 or 5 days. During these days, the weather was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sometimes it just rained, and the rainfall was not too heavy. Sometimes there were strong winds and rain accompanied by thunderstorms and hail. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Xu Fu released the S-Class villa at Yao Ruoyun's request. The last time Yao Ruoyun saw this luxurious villa on the water was at night. At that time, her attention was on Xu Fu, and she didn't look at it carefully. Under the daylight that day, she finally got a clear look at the luxurious villa raft. And she was even more envious. What made her especially sad was that, although her raft had been towed and protected by the protective shield, she was still the same as last time, and could only stay on the rear deck and the 3rd-floor glass balcony. She felt that she was no different from the strangers outside. However, Xu Fu cooperated very well. Because she was curious, she opened the glass door at the back of the villa, so that she could see the inside of the villa through the open door. Although from her angle, she could only see the entire dining area, the stairs leading to the 2nd floor on the left, and the glass corridor on the right. But she knew more than others. Afterwards, Xu Fu said that the empty glass balcony area could be decorated, and the rear deck was so large and empty that it could be used to do some sports that could only be done in an open space. So, Yao Ruoyun marked the center line and boundaries on the rear deck with stickers, and Xu Fu found a brand new badminton racket and badminton from the space, and then turned on the drifting state of the raft. And the two began to play badminton on the rear deck, because the fence on the rear deck will always remain raised only when the raft is drifting, so that people playing on the raft can be safer, and they will not fall into the water after chasing the ball for a few steps. Xu Fu's drifting speed is very slow, only 5. When they play ball on the rear deck, they can hardly feel the movement of the raft, and they have a lot of fun playing back and forth. When they don't want to play ball, Xu Fu will also put electric scooters, roller skates, spinning bikes, some interesting sports equipment on the deck, so that they can play in different ways. The protective cover blocked the strong wind and heavy rain outside, and the deck was always calm. If there was a disadvantage, it would be that when playing badminton, if someone accidentally used too much force or hit the ball crookedly, the badminton would easily fly over the fence and fall into the water. The protective cover was the same as before, only protecting the outside, not the inside. As long as the person inside stretched out his hand, he could still directly penetrate the protective cover and touch the outside. On the first day of playing, because it was too windy and rainy outside, the badminton flew out and disappeared, and they had no way to pick it up. At first, Xu Fu didn't care, saying that there were too many badmintons. As a result, in just 1 hour, the two of them hit 5 balls in a row, 4 of which were hit by her, Xu Fu. In the end, the two of them unanimously decided to wait until the weather outside was better before playing. At least if it wasn't too windy and rainy outside, the badminton could be retrieved with a net if it fell into the water. The next day, the weather really got better. Xu Fu received a message from Lu Zheng in the morning, saying that he was continuing on his way. Just as Chen Fa said before, Lu Zheng seemed to be in a hurry to get on the road. Even if it was a message, she could feel it between the lines. So, Xu Fu used a satellite phone to send her location to the other party, and told him not to worry. After all, she was not in a hurry here, and she would wait for them no matter how long it took. After a moment, Lu Zheng sent a message back. Yao Ruoyun has arrived. Right? Xu Fu, yes. I went to pick her up first. Lu Zheng did not continue the topic. He compared his location with the route to the water, and finally gave Xu Fu a revised address. At the same time, he assured her that it was a relatively remote location. Survivors usually would not park their boats there, so it was no problem to place the raft. Shu Fu was not very clear about the situation on land. So the specific location for the two sides to meet had to be determined by Lu Zheng. After all, her raft was on the water, so it didn't matter where she landed. But Lu Zheng couldn't do that. The car was on land, so he couldn't get through when he encountered a place he couldn't get through. At noon, Hua Qiong sent Yao Ruoyun to call Shu Fu to eat. This happened every few days. If the Yao family cooked a rich meal, they would call Shu Fu. Yao Ruoyun would name the dishes, and then Shu Fu would decide whether to go. At first, Shu Fu was a little embarrassed once or twice, and she tried to find a way to reject Hua Qiong in a tactful way every time. She would occasionally go over. But later, when she got to know Hua Qiong well, she started to reject Hua Qiong directly. After all, she had so many cooked and raw foods in her space that she couldn't finish them all. She was still thinking about how to send some meat and seafood to the other party. But Shu Fu agreed to go there at noon today. Because the Yao family had hot pot for lunch, bone soup and spicy Shuangyang hot pot, Shu Fu took out a hot pot gift package and directly added dishes to the Yao family. She hadn't eaten hot pot for a long time, because she had been on the raft for several months and couldn't eat it all the time, or she would get tired of it. Today was just right. She thought of eating while waiting for Lu Zheng and his group at the agreed meeting point. As a result, when they finished lunch, they cleaned up the pots and bowls together. When Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun were sent out by Hua Qiong and Yao Guodong to play, the other party hadn't come yet. In the end, because the weather was good, the two decided to continue the badminton game of yesterday. When a car appeared on the bend of the hillside near the water, Shu Fu's smash was not good, and the badminton fell into the water again. Yao Ruoyun shouted, "I'll do it! I'll do it!" and excitedly took a long-handled net and lay on the fence to fish the ball out of the water. The direction of the ball's scoop was facing the bend of the hillside on land. Yao Ruoyun half of his body and head stuck out of the protective shield. To the outsiders, it was like a half-human being suddenly appeared out of thin air, growing on a rock or a tree trunk. That person was still alive and could move. Su Jiechu, who was vying to be the first to get off the car, howled and knelt down. "Oh my God! Ghost!" Yao Ruoyun wrinkled her facial features, looking at the man kneeling down on the shore, with the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Suddenly, she realized something and slid back. Su Jiechu on the shore howled again. "Oh my God!" The ghost retreated. "Shu Fu. What's the fuss?" "Senior, I was seen just now." Yao Ruoyun blamed herself a little. "Will I expose your raft?" "Don't worry. It won't be exposed. After all, the other party thinks you are a ghost." And Shu Fu paused, looked at a jeep and a pickup truck parked not far from the shore, and the people who were getting off the car one by one, and smiled. "Friendly troops are coming. Don't be afraid." Shu Fu also lay on the fence. Half of his head and one hand stuck out, and waved to Lu Zheng and Lu Su, who had just got off the car. Lu Su got off the car a step too late, and didn't see Yao Ruoyun sticking out of the protective shield. She was next to Su Jiechu at the moment, laughing at him. As a result, he looked up inadvertently and saw half a face and a hand exposed on the water. He immediately cried out and hugged the waterproof backpack in front of him tightly. After crying, he realized that the person was Shu Fu. Perhaps Lu Su used too much force. Lon, who was curled up in the backpack and sleeping, also meowed. "Sister Fu." Lu Su's voice was tearful, as if he had seen a long-lost relative. Shu Fu smiled at him, and then looked at Lu Zheng, who walked to Lu Su. His eyes were fixed on her face. Besides the smile, there was also a strong longing that could not be concealed in his eyes. Behind them, there was the big guy with pigtails, Yu Dong, Jiang Dai, and Su Tingfeng, who was pulling his disappointing brother and looked pale. When everyone saw her, they stretched out their hands and waved at her. At this moment, Shu Fu felt as if she had traveled through time and returned to the lake in the mountains outside Yucheng on the Beatty Plateau. At that time, Lu Su was crying like now, and everyone waved to each other. However, at that time, they said goodbye to each other. And this time, they met again. It turned out that it felt like this to meet a companion who had been through life and death together. Shu Fu smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll turn off the protective shield." She shrank back and asked Yao Ruoyun to inform her parents that she would temporarily turn off the protective shield for a while, and let them stay indoors for a while to avoid getting wet in the rain. She also told Yao Ruoyun to wear a raincoat when she came over again. It just so happened that the wind was not strong today, and there were no catastrophic thunderstorms or hail. Plus, with so many people coming, she just needed to borrow some people to do some experiments before towing the raft. Yao Ruoyi responded, packed up the things on the deck, and ran back. Xu Fu also took out a front-button raincoat from the space and put it on, pulled up the brim of her hat, and then canceled the drift bottle protection cover on her bracelet. Suddenly, the rain that was originally isolated from the outside crackled and fell on the deck. She manually controlled her raft on the map panel, letting its side gently approach the shore, and then press mooring. Everything was ready. When she looked up at her long-lost friends again, she found that their eyes were fixed on the big raft she was on, with shock and disbelief on their faces. Oh, she remembered that although she had taken photos for them before, she only took a corner of the balcony swimming pool at that time. It seemed that it was the first time for her friends to officially see this type of drifting island house. Chapter 132 Hotel. Oh my god! It's only been a short time. Your raft has been upgraded to this level? The big guy was outspoken and was the first to exclaim. In order to see the whole picture of the villa on the raft, he even turned around on the shore and walked towards the front deck. Because the protective shield had been opened before, Xu Fu habitually opened all the glass walls facing the front of the villa to form a screen state. Therefore, people outside can now see the deck of the villa and the living room clearly through the open glass wall. Of course, when the big guy ran to the front, in addition to the large living room in front, he also saw the infinity pool on the second-floor balcony. The clear glass fence surrounded a pool of clear blue water. Even though the photo taken on New Year's Eve had revealed some information, what he saw at this moment was beyond his imagination. Xu Fu signaled the people on the shore to go to the deck behind the raft first. At this moment, the raft was moored. When she walked to the side of the rear deck, the fence on this side was automatically lowered, as if to welcome the arrival of guests. Lu Su was originally walking in the front with Lan Lan excitedly, but when he saw the brand new and clean wooden deck, he stopped abruptly. The others were the same, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lu Su looked down at his rain boots, which were covered with mud. If he was on his brother's raft at this time, it would be fine, but he really couldn't bear to dirty such a luxurious raft. He thought about it and suggested that Lu Xing take out his raft first, and let all of them take off their muddy shoes on his deck, and then board Xu Fu's raft. Lu Zheng, this is really my brother. No need, come up directly. This is the deck, not indoors. The rain will wash away in a while. By the way, you can drive the 2 cars up. It will be more convenient to take things later. Xu Fu didn't care. At that time, by the Insha River, not to mention a group of people who hadn't taken a shower for nearly a month, even the broken ambulances and armored vehicles covered with mud came up. She didn't care anyway. The raft was very solid. It wouldn't leave any scratches. As for the mud, when it rained heavily, it would be washed away, including the glass balcony on the 3rd floor. Open all the windows, let the wind and rain come in. The rain and mud flowed down the stairs, and finally flowed out through the gap at the bottom of the fence. As long as the rain is heavy enough, there is no need to use a mop. Although she said so, everyone took off their rain boots after stepping onto the deck. Xu Fu observed for a while, and suddenly took the initiative to ask Su Jiechu, "Where is your cat?" She remembered that he had a very beautiful cheese cat, which he took with him when they broke into Yucheng at night. Su Jiechu had a complicated expression, not knowing whether he should be happy that Xu Fu took the initiative to care about him, or sad that she asked about the cat. He ran away. On the side, Su Tingfeng answered for him, and glanced at his brother at the same time. He found a wife, ran away several times, and never came back after the last time. Lu Su also nodded vigorously. Yeah, probably he was thinking about marrying into the family. Su Jiechu. Probably everyone has teased him about this more than once, and now he is trying hard to hold back his laughter. Xu Fu first took everyone to the 3rd floor glass balcony, where outsiders can enter. There are tables and chairs, where you can sit down and drink some hot water, and it is also sheltered from the wind and rain, so everyone can put down their umbrellas, or take off their rain gear, and take a short rest. But in fact, no one cared to rest and drink water. After taking off their rain gear, they all stood at the front of the balcony, curiously looking at the balcony and swimming pool on the 2nd floor, as well as the leisure and entertainment area on the 1st floor front deck. They all felt strange. The 1st floor deck and the 2nd floor balcony were obviously open, so why didn't they get wet in the rain? But curiosity was curiosity, and everyone was very restrained. and didn't catch Shu Fu asking all kinds of questions. Yao Ruoyun came back wearing a raincoat. When Lusa saw her, he also cried. They evacuated from Suicheng together, and they had already had revolutionary friendship along the way. They had not seen each other for more than a year since they separated in Pincheng. You kid, you're already so tall. And you're still crying? Yao Ruoyun reached out and ruffled his hair. You saw my raft just now, right? Isn't it amazing? Let me tell you, it's all thanks to your sister Fu Fu. From today on, you will follow your sister Fu Fu, and you will have a good life after all the hardships. Lusa reached out and hugged Yao Ruoyun. A cat's head popped out of the backpack in front of him. Yao Ruoyun reached out and rubbed the fluffy little head. The skin was smooth and plump, and it seemed that it was well fed. Lu Xing also hugged Yao Ruoyun. Afterwards, he came to Shu Fu and hugged her naturally. But this time, the hug lasted a little longer. Since they met again, he has been very quiet. When others stood by the fence and looked curiously at the balcony deck below, he stood silently aside. When Shu Fu and others were reminiscing about the past, he just looked at her quietly, as if he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would suddenly wake up from his dream. For him, until this moment, when he put his arms around her shoulders, when he really felt her body temperature, he could really be sure that all this was true. They finally met again. I have waited for this day for a long time, Lu Xing said. His voice was a little choked. Shu Fu smiled, raised her head, and patted his back to comfort him. I have been looking forward to seeing you all again. On the other side, Lusa took Yao Ruoyun to introduce Yudong and Jiang Dai, whom he had not met before. As for Su Tingfeng and the other four, although they were from the same town as Yao Ruoyun, Pincheng was not in chaos when she left. The town was so big that she did not know everyone. At most, she had seen them once or twice on the road, which was equivalent to a stranger. It was not until Lu Xing and Su Tingfeng led the townspeople to move that everyone gradually became teammates. Therefore, a formal introduction and acquaintance is also needed. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and we are all a little embarrassed, but we are also very excited, because it is a long-lost reunion. Such a farewell may not be a big deal in peacetime, but in this end of the world where the land is gradually disappearing, it is really not easy to meet again alive after a long separation. After a simple greeting, Lu Xing mentioned the matter of towing the raft. No hurry, before towing, I need someone to help me do some experiments. I'll do it, Su Jiechu shouted loudly, and then was quickly pulled back by his brother by the neck. Why are you here? Come! Sit down. If there weren't so many people here, Su Tingfeng would really like to give him a big bag. I'll go with you, Lu Xing said, and the others took a step back tactfully. Let's go! Shu Fu told Yao Ruoyun to greet everyone before leading them down the stairs, indicating that the bucket for washing hands, the thermos, and the cups were already on the table. Yes. Don't worry, senior sister. Yao Ruoyun nodded, and took out 2 plates of steaming wontons that her mother had just given her from her backpack to entertain everyone. Shu Fu led Lu Xing down the stairs, past the 2 cars on the rear deck, and then stepped onto Yao Ruoyun's raft. Lu Xing followed her, and also went up smoothly. The result of the first experiment came out. Without opening the protective shield, the deck area of other people's rafts could still be entered by outsiders. In the second experiment, Shu Fu walked into the glass greenhouse and signaled Lu Xing to follow. However, Lu Xing's footsteps stopped before entering the glass greenhouse. The glass door there was clearly open, but he couldn't get in. It feels the same as when I went to the Chinfa raft without visitors. I can't enter the cabin area, and this is the same. Shu Fu nodded with relief. The second experiment also came out. Although the newly added non-cabin building on Yao Ruoyun's deck cannot be like her drifting island house, which has a constant temperature and completely isolates the heavy rain and other disaster weather outside, it at least has the same exclusion function as the raft cabin. Next, she asked Lu Xing to release his raft next to Yao Ruoyun's raft, which happened to be the second towing position. This time, she also returned to her raft and asked Yao Ruoyun to come with her. She asked the 2 to check the panel to see if there was a question about allowing visitors. Both of them said that they saw the visitors' inquiry on the panel. And then at Shu Fu's request, they chose to agree together. After the visitor took effect, Yao Ruoyun successfully entered Lu Xing's cabin, and Lu Xing also successfully entered the glass greenhouse that he could not enter before. It seems that regardless of whether the raft is towed or not, the original function will still be retained. The next experiment is a bit troublesome. Shu Fu herself did not expect that the previous experiment would proceed so quickly. In the end, she asked everyone to go down the stairs again, and then stepped onto Lu Zheng's raft one by one. Shu Fu also followed Lu Zheng's raft, and asked Yao Ruoyun to stay on her raft. After that, she opened the drift bottle protection cover. In an instant, the raft and villa that were originally close at hand became things with no sense of existence again. Everyone knew that it was there, but they couldn't find it. After checking his personal panel, Lu Zhen gave her feedback. After the protective shield was opened, the visitor function of Yao Ruoyun and I on the raft was automatically disconnected. I can't find her raft now, and the visitor function has not appeared again. Shu Fu nodded, relieved. The protective shield function is more important than anything else, and it is still the most amazing one. She removed the protective shield again, and below, it was to tow Lu Zheng's raft, because the precautions for towing were very long. Shu Fu called Lu Zheng to her raft alone, wanting to give him a quiet private space before towing, so that he could read the precautions carefully. But before she asked, Lu Zheng had already chosen confirm. Shu Fu was speechless. You too. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? You won't. Lu Zheng looked at Shu Fu in the villa, smiled and shook his head. Of course, there was something else he didn't say. If one day she really sold him, for him, this matter itself would make him more desperate than the accident of the raft. At that time, the raft would not be so important. Towed position 2, Lu Zheng's raft, bond value, 91. Starting sharing function, select 1, shield, select 2, not yet selected, select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. This time, probably because there are 2 rafts, when she enters the towing page, she finds that she can not only tow Lu Zheng's raft, but also swap his raft with Yao Ruoyun's raft. This operation does not disconnect the towed raft. It is similar to a function of reconfiguring the towing position, that is, now Lu Zheng's raft. Although it is in position 2, she can swap it with Yao Ruoyun's raft at any time, making it go to position 1, and Yao Ruoyun's raft naturally moves to position 2. Shu Fu thought this function was great. After all, the towing position 2 was closer to her. She originally wanted to leave it to Chen Fa. She also thought about putting Lu Zheng's raft directly at position 3, the left rear side of Yao Ruoyun's raft. But because position 2 was still empty, this operation was not feasible. But now that she found that it could be exchanged, she had no worries. After the towing was successful, the 2 rafts were lined up behind Shu Fu's raft deck. Every angle and every distance were exactly the same, as if they were copied and pasted. It's just that the distance between their 2 rafts is a little far. Unlike the half-step distance between her raft, this distance is about 2 meters. It is definitely impossible to cross it. But soon, as Lu Zheng's raft completely fixed its position, a new function appeared on the screen of the towing page, Raft Channel. When she clicked on the raft channel, there would be selectable areas on the floor plan. Now there are 2 selectable areas. One is between the rear end of her deck and the front end of the other deck, and the second is the more than 2-meter-long water area between Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng's rafts. She chose the area between Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng's rafts. Suddenly, on her screen, a passage connecting the 2 rafts appeared. Shu Fu walked out of the house and stood on the deck to check. She found that not only the distance between their rafts was shortened from 2 meters to 1 meter, but also a row of log decks appeared in the middle, connecting their 2 rafts from front to back. This deck is about 1 meter wide and is made of movable wooden boards and chains. It is not only strong and dense, but also does not affect the angle when turning. It looks light and flexible. Shu Fu thought about it, and went back to cancel this passage, and also canceled the passage between her raft deck and the other deck. When she came out again, she found that the distance between her deck and the other deck had changed from 15 centimeters to 5 meters. And the 1 meter wide movable deck in the middle of the other raft disappeared again, and the interval became 2 meters again. Shu Fu quickly understood that the meaning of the raft passage was independence and access. If she cancelled all the passages, all rafts would become independent areas, and it would be difficult for others to get to other people's rafts without tools. When she chose pass, not only would the distance between the rafts be shortened, but a deck would also appear. The deck is not only used to connect the 2 rafts, but also as a passage for the rafts to drift on the water. It is a passage for people on the front raft to walk to other rafts at the back. After all, the back half of everyone's raft is blocked by their cabins, and the distance left by the decks on both sides is not enough for one person to walk. But now this row of decks appears between the two rafts, and everyone can walk on it if they want to pass through the middle raft to the back. In time, when her raft tows all the rafts of her friends, such a deck will appear between each raft. It is conceivable that the rafts at that time will not only be rafts, but also connect to each other, and can run parallel to each other on the water. In special cases, they can also be separated and independent. They will become a huge city of water activities. Towing position 2, Lu Zheng's raft, bond value, 91. Starting shared function, select 1, protective shield. Select 2, not yet selected. Select 3, not yet selected. Special, upgrade suit in. Note, when the raft is untethered, the upgrade suit will peel off and disappear by itself, and the upgraded level will be reset to 0. When equipping the upgrade suit, in order to reduce interference, Shu Fu reopened the protective shield. So this time, except for the Lu Zheng brothers, the others temporarily retreated to the shore. They were quiet, expecting and slightly anxiously waiting. Lon Lon, who had been quietly staying in the backpack in front of Lu Su, was also thrown to the shore outside with a meow when the protective shield was opened. This was something that neither Lu Zheng nor Lu Su had expected. After all, it could freely enter and exit the raft cabin of everyone except Shu Fu. But obviously, within the range of the protective shield, even if Lon Lon was hanging, it could not hang this time. Lon Lon jumped onto the shore and meowed a few times there, all wet, looking pitiful. Jiang Dai, who was standing by, handed the umbrella to Yudong, bent down to pick it up, and Yudong took out a dry piece of clothing from his backpack and wrapped it up. On the raft, after the light and shadow changed, Lu Zheng's original single-story raft cabin became larger, and became a 3-story log building with a terrace. If the terrace is also counted, it can be said to be 4-story. Several open-air seats and round tables appeared on the empty deck in front. Some of them were similar to wooden benches with backrests in the park. There were both on the left and right. They seemed to be provided for guests waiting to check in to rest. They could also be used as landscape tables and chairs. The log building looked like a single-family villa, with clear log lattice windows. The interior was also a compressed space. The original raft cabin had a single-story area of only a dozen square meters. After Yao Ruoyun's raft used the planting kit, the single-story area increased to 80 square meters. At this moment, Lu Zheng's small building had a single-story area of about 120 square meters. The small building is still in a horizontal rectangular layout, presenting a short and fat Chinese character shape, with a double glass door in the middle. Facing the door is the hotel lobby and the check-in front desk counter. There is an electronic screen on the small counter and on the wall behind it. The big one on the wall is for guests to see. The smaller one on the counter is probably for the hotel operator to see. The entire check-in area is not large. There are also several wooden benches with backrests in the lobby, and there is a metal cabinet with sliding doors and display screens next to the benches. I don't know what they are used for. There is a corridor on each side of the check-in area. It is a bit too optimistic to say corridor, because there are only 2 room doors on each side of the corridor, not side by side, but facing each other. The room is about 20 square meters, has a 1.5 meter single bed, a window with curtains, a wardrobe, a matching wooden table and chairs, and a single sofa by the window. A flat-screen TV on the wall facing the bed. It looks like it can be connected to a mobile phone or tablet. There is also a water bar with an induction cooker by the wall of the entrance corridor. You can cook simple meals here. The 4 rooms on the first floor are almost identical, except for their different orientations. And each room has a separate bathroom with a simple shower, a flush toilet, a wash basin, and a shelf for placing items. Although this configuration is not as good as a 4 or 5-star hotel. It may be because the hotel is brand new, so the interior furnishings are brand new, clean and tidy. In addition, each room has a window, and the entire building is decorated in a warm wood color tone, so it looks particularly warm and comfortable. Not just good, it's simply too good. The hotel stairs are on the back side of the wall of the counter area. It is a 2-way small staircase, which takes up a lot of space, so the stairs are not narrow and crowded, and 2 or 3 people can walk side by side. The second floor has the same layout as the first floor. The original lobby and counter area in the middle are made into a rest area. There is a row of windows on the wall facing the same direction as the door, so even if there is no light in the room, the lighting is good. There are several lockers against the wall on both sides, and there are wooden tables and chairs, and a single sofa with a wooden coffee table on the side. Some books can be placed on the lockers, and some entertainment items such as chess and cards can also be placed. Guests can rest and chat in this area, read books, play chess and cards, and eat something here. The corridors on the left and right sides of the second floor are different from those on the first floor. The corridors and rooms on the right side are the same, except that the two rooms facing each other are slightly larger, about 30 square meters, and the furniture is exactly the same. The bed has changed from a 1.5 meter single bed to two 1.2 meter single beds, and the single sofa has become a double sofa. This is a double room, and the bed can accommodate two people. The corridor on the left has disappeared, and has become a wall and two wooden doors. Inside is a suite of about 50 to 60 square meters, which should be the living space of the Liu Zheng brothers. This suite is similar to the one in Yao Ruoyun's place. It has a dining area with an open kitchen, a bathroom, and two separate small rooms. The simple furnishings inside are complete. On the wall next to the door, there is also a removable electronic function screen. This suite occupies the left half of the second floor. There are windows on both sides, so the interior is well lit. This should be the original space of the raft cabin. Therefore, some tables, chairs, travel bags, generators, and large cardboard boxes that Liu Zheng placed in the raft cabin are now all stacked in the house. The old furniture looks a bit messy and abrupt compared to the new and clean log-colored house. Liu Su, who had been holding back his voice before, finally couldn't help it at this time. He cried out, first went in and out of several rooms to look around, then ran to Xu Fu and hugged her, crying loudly. It was not until this moment that he understood what Yao Ruoyun had said before. From today on, follow your sister Fu Fu, and you will have a good life after all the hardships. Now, he really experienced it very clearly. The overall structure of the third floor above the second floor is almost the same. There is a leisure area in the middle, and there are two doors facing each other on the corridors on both sides. The size of the interior is the same as the guest rooms on the second floor, both of which are double rooms. Going up further, there is the top terrace. This terrace is different from Xu Fu's terrace. There is no glass on it. It is truly open. Because it is not inside the small building, it is not a compressed space. It is a rectangular terrace of about 20 square meters. The terrace is surrounded by a fence more than 1 meter high. There is a metal box fixed to the ground on each side of the terrace. Liu Zheng went forward to check and found that these two are water tanks. The inside is much larger than it looks from the outside. Each box can store 10,000 L of water, which is 10 tons. The two water tanks add up to 20 tons. There is also a display screen on it, showing the total water storage and remaining water inside. They checked all the way up, and had tried the faucet in the bathroom, and also tried turning on the lights, but the whole hotel building had no electricity and no water. In addition, the situation was the same as Yao Ruoyun's. After the special kit was installed, a centralized sewage tank appeared under the stairs on the first floor, so sewage treatment was a must. After all, other household garbage could be tied up and collected as before, and thrown on the shore at about the same time, but sewage treatment was imminent. Finally, Liu Zheng could only choose one shared function. Water and electricity are both necessities, but he could only choose one of the two. If he chose electricity, they could go to the terrace and fill the water tank. The water filling process was the same as the water tank in Shufu Drifting Island House. When the purified water approached the water tank, the screen would automatically ask whether to store it. If he chose water, he could also put a generator in the rest area on the second floor. In this way, anyone who wanted to use the induction cooker to cook or charge could go to the rest area on the second floor to solve the problem. No matter which one you choose, there will definitely be conveniences and inconveniences. But fortunately, as long as you stick to it for 100 days, after towing for 100 days, you can add a sharing function. Finally, Liu Zheng decided to give the choice to everyone, and let everyone vote. After all, this is a hotel. Currently, the hotel has 3 floors, 6 double rooms, and 4 single rooms. Su Tingfeng and the other 6 people. It is enough for them to live in. So, Xu Fu and Liu Zheng returned to the first deck. Xu Fu opened the protective cover, and let the companions who had been waiting for a long time get back on the raft. It's really a hotel. Jiang Dai held Lon Lon and looked at the 3-story log building in front of them. Her mouth open. shocked to the point of losing her composure. Others were even more shocked to the point of being speechless. Everyone quickly learned about the situation from Lu Zheng. A group of grown men actually didn't care. They were all used to hard times. They had originally decided to build a container house on Lu Zheng's raft. Now that they knew they could stay in the building, they felt that they could sleep anywhere, including the lobby. Finally, Jiang Dai was thoughtful and proposed a solution, suggesting that everyone should first check out the room facilities before deciding whether to choose electricity or water. However, everyone entered the double doors of the hotel and walked into the counter area. However, except for the Lu Zheng brothers, Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan. Others including Lan Lan could not step into the corridor area and could not go upstairs from the stairs. Yao Ruoyan was most familiar with this situation. She said that it was probably because everyone had not checked in yet and became hotel guests, so they were blocked by the invisible air wall. As for her, probably because she was also a raft-towing person, she did not have this restriction. Lu Su suggested, "Why don't we check in first?" It just so happened that he also wanted to see how this black technology hotel was run, and whether it was similar to the simulation business mobile game he played before. Then, the most embarrassing thing happened. As the hotel operator, neither Lu Zheng nor Lu Su could open the operating screen on the cabinet or the large screen on the wall, because there was no electricity in the whole building. Only the electronic function screen next to the door of Lu Zheng and Lu Su's second-floor residence and the display screen of the rooftop reservoir had their own electricity. Xu Fu. TSK. This miserable start is much worse than her original. Chapter 133 Hotel. Lu Zheng was somewhat thankful at this moment. Fortunately, he had not decided whether to choose water or electricity. If he had chosen water directly, his hotel would not be able to receive any guests before the shared function was selected after 100 days. Because the screen on the counter could not even find a plug, even if he took out the generator, he did not know how to connect it to the power supply. So Lu Zheng, who was behind the counter, turned his head and looked at Xu Fu. Xu Fu understood immediately, made an okay gesture to him, and then returned to her villa. This time when she went back, the big guy, the pigtailed hair, the Su Tingfeng brothers, and the other 4 also followed her to her rear deck, and they were going to unload the luggage of the 6 people in the car. Although some of the stackable items were put into Lu Zheng's backpack, the backpack space was limited after all, and Lu Zheng had accumulated a lot of supplies little by little in the past 10 months, so most of the luggage was placed in the back of the jeep and pickup truck. After everyone's luggage was unloaded onto Lu Zheng's raft, Xu Fu was asked to help put away the 2 cars, so that they would not have to occupy her raft deck all the time. Xu Fu went back to the villa to select the second and third sharing functions, sewage treatment and electric energy. When she came out, the 4 people who moved the luggage had already run back and forth. The 2 rafts were too close, so they stood on the deck on this side, and threw the luggage directly to the deck on the other side. After confirming that the luggage was emptied, Xu Fu put their 2 cars into the compact display cabinet, which was divided into compartments. Naturally, vehicles such as vehicles that are used outside must be separated from food and supplies. The others thanked Xu Fu, and went back to Lu Zheng's raft to figure out how to check in. Only Su Jiechu looked like he didn't want to leave, racking his brains to think of the most interesting chat quotes, trying to attract Xu Fu's attention as much as possible. As a result, he just said an opening remark, and Xu Fu looked at him with a smile and said, "I was just teasing you last time. I don't plan to marry you." After she finished speaking, she waved at him and turned back to the villa. Su Jiechu was left standing there, holding Erkong's hand, tonic. "Sister Xu Fu, you are my only sister." Su Tingfeng really didn't want to care about this younger brother, but he couldn't just let him go crazy on someone else's raft. In the end, he resisted the urge to murder his own brother and grabbed his collar and dragged him back to Lu Zheng's raft. Inside the drifting island house, Xu Fu changed the room type again, changing the classic S-class house type back to the small drifting island house. At present, her friends have not yet completed the check-in process. There seems to be something new over there, and the check-in process is stuck again, so she can't open the drift bottle protective cover for the time being. Although the nearby mountains are uninhabited, the villa is too conspicuous after all, and it is not suitable to be exposed for a long time, so it is better for her to return to a low profile. After she changed the house type, she posted a few more notices on the function screen. Notice 1. Electricity supply period, daily 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1700 hours, 1900 hours, 2100 hours, 22:00. The power supply period is unlimited. Notice 2. 5 minutes later, the raft will enter the drifting mode at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Please be careful. Do not linger near the water on the raft deck to avoid falling into the water. Notice 3. Guests who have checked in can take a rest. Tonight we will have a barbecue dinner on the back deck of the villa. The sponsor of the venue and barbecue water is Shu Fu. After posting, she found that she could choose a certain notice to be pinned for a long time. So she pinned the one about the power supply period. After a while, Shu Fu went to the bathroom to take off her raincoat, washed her hands, and wiped her face. When she came out through the back door, she heard cheers from the 2 rafts behind. She smiled, checked the inventory in her space, and decided to try to use up some of her inventory before the next 10 consecutive draws. Currently, the number of draws has just accumulated to 4 times, and she will hold back. Yao Ruoyun's family was in charge of the planting, and the Lu Zheng brothers were in charge of the hotel. Shu Fu was happy to have some free time, and she laid down on the sofa to watch TV series. When she lay down, because her sleeves were pulled up high, she accidentally glanced at the bracelet on her left wrist, and found that the notebook icon on it was actually lit. She sat up again at once. Notebook represents a task, but usually, every time a task comes, the bracelet will not only vibrate to remind you, but the icon will flash repeatedly, which is extremely eye-catching. It was very rare for a single icon to light up like this. She quickly took out the small black notebook, opened it, and found that there was indeed new content on it. Congratulations! The hidden task unlock the bracelet has been activated. Current unlock progress of the bracelet, 20%. 100% unlocking the bracelet will get a special reward. Probably because it was a hidden task. Only the task name and progress data were mentioned above, and the specific content and completion process of the task were not mentioned. However, the content of this task can be roughly guessed with a little thought. She can be sure that the bracelet icon only lit up after Lu Zheng and his team arrived. During this period, she towed Lu Zheng's raft and Yao Ruoyun's raft, which was exactly 2 rafts. Perhaps, this just corresponds to the 20% progress. Shu Fu lay on the sofa, raising her left hand and looking at the silver bracelet on it. Everything started with this bracelet. One morning in the autumn of the year before last, she woke up and found that there was an extra bracelet on her wrist. And then, there was a complete memory of another world in her mind. So now, what she is about to solve, will it be the biggest mystery of the world in herself? Unlocking the bracelet 100% can get special rewards. What will it be? In addition, to reach 100% of the progress bar, does it mean that she has to complete the towing of 10 rafts? But now there are only 6 people on her towable raft list. I thought there was only one person who couldn't be contacted. Who knew that Zheng Feifei would lose contact? Currently, there are only 5 people on her raft list, and even fewer towing positions. It seems that it is another task that cannot be completed in the short term. Even so, she was not in a hurry. After all, she had just experienced a lengthy task, and her patience was much better than before. Of course, it could also be because she had already towed 2 rafts and used 2 upgrade kits. There were so many colorful new things, which made her curious, and her attention was diverted. So her mood was naturally always good. Shu Fu was still curious about how the hotel checked in. This was different from Yao Ruoyun's planting house. After all, it was a commercial upgrade kit, and it must be paid to check in. If it was free, there would be no operating income. And how would the hotel develop and upgrade in the future? So, she watched some variety shows on the sofa, ate half a box of cherries, and couldn't help but come to the back door, looking back through the glass on the door. After the raft was changed to the starting house type, the rear deck became much smaller, and the distance between the cabin and Lu Zheng's raft was also much closer. At the door of the hotel building, the people who were originally crowded in the lobby were gone. Shu Fu opened the door, took an umbrella from the hanging under the eaves, and went to Lu Zheng's raft in the back in slippers and holding the umbrella. Sure enough, the lobby and counter in the door that were originally crowded with friends were half empty. In addition to the Lu Zheng brothers, there were only the Su Tingfeng brothers in the rest area in the lobby. Yao Ruoyun should have returned to her raft. On the counter, Lan Lan lay there quietly, and there seemed to be a dark brown collar around her neck. Brother Su Tingfeng was standing in front of the unique metal cabinet, with sliding doors, and display screen next to the rest bench. Perhaps because Xu Fu was equipped with an electric card. There was electricity here. So this cabinet was currently lit. Su Tingfeng pressed a few times on the display screen above, and then leaned his face against it, and kept his eyes on a certain part of the display screen for a few seconds. Then, the sliding door of the metal cabinet opened, and Su Tingfeng put the cans in his hand. After a while, the sliding door closed again. After a few beeps, the sliding door opened again. The items that Su Tingfeng had put in were gone. Instead, there was a dark brown silicone wristband. The wristband was similar to a bracelet, with a little elasticity, and could be put directly on the wrist. There was a large area in the middle, similar to a dial. After Su Tingfeng put the wristband on his wrist, he clicked on the dial shape in the middle a few times, and then said to Lu Zheng, "I just put in 3 cans of luncheon meat, and the RAF points I got in exchange were 50. It seems that the exchange ratio of this RAF point exchanger is similar to the current situation outside. In general, water, medicine, supplies and gold are the first tier, and some daily necessities are second. Obviously, the items used by others before Su Tingfeng were different, so he can now draw an analytical conclusion. Lu Zheng had seen Xu Fu a long time ago and wanted to come over, but Xu Fu signaled him to go ahead, and she just came to join in the fun. Su Jiechu, who had already exchanged his RAF points, was now focused on the counter, asking Lusa to check him in quickly. Lusa had already checked in other people, and his movements were quite skillful. There were a series of dots on the electronic screen on the counter. After a while, the dark brown silicone wristband on Su Jiechu's wrist beeped twice. Lusa looked up and said with a smile, "Dear guest, your room has been opened. Please go to the right. The room number is 103. Please bring the wristband close to the door lock to open the door. The door lock will automatically recognize your biometric information. Please take care of your room hygiene during your stay. When you check out, be sure to take away your trash. The checkout time is 12 noon 3 days later. If you need to postpone your stay, please inform the front desk 1 day in advance." Lu So obviously treated this as a game of hotel management. Not only did he use standard words, but he also matched his smile and actions. However, Su Jiechu had seen this look 3 times in a row. He also heard the same words 3 times. This time, he didn't tease him. He was a little impatient. After hearing his room number clearly, he immediately picked up several large travel bags beside him and rushed directly to the corridor on the right. His room faced the front of the raft, and was on the right side, facing the rear deck of Xu Fu's raft. It was obviously specially selected. Afterwards, Su Tingfeng also checked in. The 2 brothers and the big guy with pigtails had a single room each, just enough to occupy all 4 single rooms on the first floor. Yu Dong and Jiang Dai naturally asked for a double room. Jiang Dai liked rooms on higher floors, which had better views. In the end, Lusa chose 301 for them. The window also faced the front of the raft, but it was in the corridor on the left side of the 3rd floor. From that angle, you can see a large area of water in front and beside, and the view is great. There are 6 guests and 5 rooms in total. After Lu Zheng and Lusa figured out how to check in, what to use to check in, and how to exchange, it took about half an hour to finish all the work. "Sister Fu Fu," Lusa greeted happily. Xu Fu was standing in front of the metal cabinet, looking at it, while Lu Zheng was explaining to her that the wristband would implant the guest's biometric information after scanning the fingerprint and pupil, and if the guest lost it, it would be unusable even if someone else picked it up. They had tried it before, letting another person hold one person's wristband to open the door of the room, but found that it was ineffective. The owner of the wristband must hold the wristband to open the door. In addition, there was a note on the screen: if the wristband was lost, it could be reissued at any redemption machine, and all the original RAF points in it would be transferred to the new wristband, but the replacement of the new wristband would not be free like the first time, and 5 RAF points would be deducted. RAF points? Xu Fu curiously checked the electronic screen. Yes. Lu Zheng clicked the electronic screen, and brought her to the initial page. Before redeeming, there are very detailed instructions for precautions. It mentions RAF points, and clearly states that all RAF facilities can be consumed with RAF points. In addition to the simple room check-in, I have checked the hotel's operation screen, which can also recruit employees, and some facilities that can be unlocked later, such as landscape plants, garden swings, vending machines, washing and drying rooms, multifunctional kitchens. In addition to the requirement of raft points, one of the conditions for unlocking the vending machine is to purchase a batch of supplies from any raft. I feel that this is linked to Yao Ruoyun's planting raft next door. The raft points in this wristband can probably be used to buy vegetables and fruits from the planting raft through vending machines in the future. In this way, Yao Ruoyun can grow crops for a fee, and my hotel can buy fresh vegetables and fruits, which can then be sold to hotel guests through vending machines, Lu Zheng said, showing his wrist, which also had a wristband on it. But it was not dark brown, but ice blue. I have tried it with my brother just now. The two of us can also exchange supplies for raft points and wristbands. The different colors should be due to our identities. We are both hotel operators, and their guests. Yao Ruoyun can also exchange. Her wristband is also ice blue. Xu Fu remembered the collar on Lan Lan's neck and gestured. Can it also be exchanged for points? It's a bit special. You can only enter the biometric information to exchange for the collar, and then you can enter and exit the small building freely just like before. Lu Su and I can exchange supplies for raft points, but probably because this hotel is ours, our residence is here, so the two of us can't spend points to check in at our own hotel. But since we can exchange them, it means that these points must be useful. That's why I guess that rafts with different functions can trade with each other in the future. These raft upgrade kits are far more complicated and sophisticated than I originally thought. But it's all very reasonable. It's just the beginning. I guess it may develop into an ecological society in the future. The premise is to manage the hotel well and upgrade the hotel slowly. After Lu Zheng's detailed explanation and demonstration, Xu Fu quickly understood the basic rules after the raft was installed with the business upgrade kit. This raft points can be exchanged for any physical goods, as long as the physical goods are big enough to fit into the sliding door of the metal cabinet. They can be exchanged for raft points. However, the number of points that can be exchanged is determined by the exchange machine. However, according to their one-to-one tests, the exchange rate is fair. For example, Su Tingfeng just took 3 canned meats and exchanged them for 50 raft points. Now the hotel charges 10 points per day for a single room. The room rate was set by Lu Zheng himself. The electronic screen on the counter and the electronic function screen in their residence can be used to determine the hotel room accommodation fee. The single room selection quota is 10, 20 raft points per day, and the double room selection quota is 15, 30 raft points per day. Now they have set the lowest level, 10 points per day for a single room, 15 points per day for a double room. Obviously, if 2 people are together, it is more cost-effective to stay in a double room. But Su Tingfeng doesn't want to share a room with his brother and the 2 big guys. The big guy and the pigtailed head don't want to do it even more. The main reason is that the price is not expensive. Lu Zheng and his team are very generous. All prices are the lowest standard. In this way, 3 canned meats can stay in the hotel for 5 days. Such a clean, tidy and brand new independent room with modern supporting facilities is really cheap. What's more, this hotel is located on a mobile hotel floating on the water with unlimited sea views. It is the only one on the entire planet. Seeing Xu Fu staring at the screen on the metal cabinet in a daze, Lu Zheng thought that he had set the price too low, which might affect Xu Fu's construction plan for the raft. Just when he was about to say that he could adjust the price to the highest level at any time, he saw Xu Fu stretched out her finger and tapped on the screen. After the fingerprint was entered, she moved her face closer to the screen and aligned her eyes with it. He finally understood that she also wanted to exchange raft points. Xu Fu did want to exchange points. After all, everyone else had that wristband. And if she didn't change it, she would seem to be out of fashion. Moreover, she also wanted to see what color the wristband she exchanged would be. After the biometric information scan, Xu Fu lifted her right sleeve and prepared to put the wristband there. However, Lu Su was sharp-eyed and saw the exposed bracelet at once. He said happily, "Isn't this the peace knot bracelet my brother made for you? Sister Fu Fu, are you still wearing it?" Xu Fu hummed and turned around. "It keeps you safe. Of course I have to wear it." As she said this, she also pulled out the mint-colored sachet hanging with a black leather rope from her collar. "I also carry your sister Chenfei's." Although she looked calm and there was no ambiguity at all, Lu Zheng still couldn't suppress the corners of his lips. Xu Fu's attention was soon attracted by the metal cabinet in front of her again. She remembered that after others entered the biometric information, the door of the metal cabinet should have opened. But why did the sliding door not open after she entered it? She was about to ask Lu Zheng. but suddenly heard the metal cabinet in front of her make a sound. It began to play a lively and joyful song that everyone in Hua country had heard and sang, accompanied by the joyous background music of Good Luck Comes. The electronic screen of the metal cabinet also began to flash colorful lights. And then, a sincere electronic sound sounded, "Welcome the owner of the unsinkable drifting island house to our hotel. You can choose any of the vacant rooms in the hotel. I hope you can spend a good time in our hotel." Behind the electronic sound, there was simulated applause. And with the repeated background music of Good Luck Comes, a metal cabinet was actually interpreted with a strong sense of flattery. Lu Zheng, Lu Se, the big guy and the pigtailed man who were brought out by Good Luck to watch the fun poke their heads out from the left corridor. On the right corridor, the Su brothers also poked half of their bodies out with shocked faces. Shu Fu. Chapter 134 Hotel. Shu Fu stood at the door of the vacant double room on the second floor, and reached out to turn the door handle, but failed. The room was still unlocked. She thought about it, and changed to her left hand. When she turned the door handle, the matte silver bracelet on her wrist that no one else could see approached the door lock. With a beep, the door lock was unlocked, and she successfully opened the room. At the same time, on the electronic screen that Lu Se was checking, it showed that room 203 had been registered, and the occupant was Shu Fu. But soon, Shu Fu's name disappeared from room 203, and room 203 was shown as vacant again, and room 204 was shown as the occupant. "Wow, that's amazing," Lu Se exclaimed. As expected, just as the electronic voice on the redemption machine described, Shu Fu could choose any vacant room to stay in. Shu Fu ran up and down the stairs, and soon found that her bracelet could open the doors of all vacant rooms. It turned out that this bracelet was also a master key. Of course, she couldn't open the doors of rooms where people lived, such as Lu Zheng and Lu Se's residence on the second floor, and the doors of rooms where other guests had already checked in. It seems that although she has high authority on these rafts equipped with upgraded suits, she still has a bottom line. She thinks this is just right. After all, she doesn't want to be an unscrupulous existence. She returned to the first floor and told Lu Zheng and Lu Se that she wanted to try whether the friends who had already checked in would still be excluded by the protective shield. This is a very important experiment. After all, the protective shield is the biggest umbrella for the raft. Lu Se then clicked on the electronic screen and called up a broadcast announcement function. The voice of the whole building told everyone to be prepared. It is best to take off the cumbersome outer clothes and be prepared to fall into the water. After a while, Shu Fu opened the protective shield, and the heavy rain that had originally fallen on the raft was instantly isolated by the protective shield. While the hotel building remained quiet, the door on the corridor on the first floor opened, and Su Tingfeng walked out, asking when it would start. "It's over." Shu Fu looked at the friends who came in from other rooms and downstairs, and smiled. "Congratulations, everyone. You have officially become a part of the raft, because there was electricity in the hotel." After all the friends had settled down, Lu Zheng planned to solve the water problem as well. Shu Fu was curious, and followed him to the top floor. Lu Zheng placed a super large folding bucket near a water tank. This bucket was even bigger than the one Shu Fu gave him. It was about 1.5 meters in diameter, and 1.5 meters in height. It could hold 2.5 tons of water. There was also a matching rainproof curtain at the mouth of the bucket, and there was an interface on one side of the curtain. He took out the water filter and the matching tools he made from the backpack, and quickly fixed the water filter on the edge of the bucket mouth. Then he zipped up the waterproof curtain at the mouth of the bucket, and finally opened the water inlet above the water filter, and then asked Shu Fu to reopen the protective cover. Shu Fu held up an umbrella and quickly closed the protective cover. Without the shield, the heavy rain fell on the raft and the terrace again. The rain quickly flowed into the filter through the water inlet, and then passed through the filter to become completely clean water, which was automatically stored in the folding bucket. They used to increase their daily water consumption in Jammu County in this way. Now it is more convenient. When the bucket is almost full, you only need to operate on the display screen of the water tank next to it, and the clean water can be stored in the hotel's water tank. After that, the guests in the hotel can use tap water through the water tank. This method is more convenient than Shu Fu imagined. The water in the hotel's water tank can be adjusted to supply time periods, and it is tap water. In any case, it is much more convenient to use water than when we lived in Jammu County. Fill these 2 water tanks as soon as possible, and 20 tons of water can be used for a long time. However, I will trouble you in the future to close the protective cover for a few hours every day. Lu Zheng paused, and then said, on the premise of not affecting you and Yao Ruiyun's family as much as possible. Okay. Shu Fu nodded. The protective cover will automatically open in extreme disaster weather. In other cases, as long as the wind and rain are not too strong, the waters where the raft is located are uninhabited, and it is during the day. I will open the protective cover. Well, you decide. In Lu Zheng's opinion, it is very good to be able to store water for 1 or 2 hours every day. After all, everyone is very water-saving now. Even the 2 big guys know that a basin of water should be used to wash the face first, then wash the feet, and finally keep it for flushing the toilet. Before leaving comfortably, he said to Lu Zheng and Lu Su, today is special, because we are having a dinner party. At 6 o'clock, I will open the protective cover again, so that we can have an open-air barbecue. Remember to come to the back deck to prepare the tables and chairs, and wait for me to come out and set the dishes. Great. Lu Su applauded excitedly. I don't know if he was happy to see the super large and super luxurious villa again, or to have a happy barbecue with everyone. When he was in Chama County, he was happiest when he lived in the ranch. The hay warehouse there was large, and it could accommodate the rafts of Lu Zheng and Shen Fa at the same time. Everyone could live a happy life without being seen by the outside world. But after the blizzard, they moved away and went to the county shelter. The space there was too small, and there was almost no privacy, not to mention placing the raft. Even if they wanted to have a meal occasionally, they had to do it secretly, and they tried not to eat food with strong odors. Food like barbecue. If you put the things in their backpacks together, you can make several meals, but you just can't eat it, because the smell is too strong. Barbecue in a crowded shelter? This is simply a fantasy. Lu Su didn't want Shu Fu to think that his excitement and cheering at the moment were for the food in her place. So after clapping, he said that his eldest brother also had a lot of mutton in his backpack. The mutton in Chama County is particularly delicious. They will take it out and process it later, cut it into pieces and marinate it, and then string it up, which is also barbecue. Shu Fu could see his thoughts. He seemed to have listened to Su Jiechu's previous words and took it seriously. She smiled at Lu Su again. Well, I know you have food too, and you are not stingy and willing to share. But today's meal is for you to welcome you. So the owner of the drifting island house will treat you. Just enjoy your meal today. And next time when you prepare a barbecue, invite me over for a meal. Lu Su knew that Shu Fu said this for his own sake. He had grown up and could understand the good intentions behind other people's words, so he didn't insist. At the same time, he secretly decided that if Su Jiechu kept saying these things in front of him, he would raise the price of all rooms to the most expensive level every time he extended his stay. Okay, but my brother actually reserved a share for you, and you have to. Before Lu Su finished speaking, Lu Zheng on the side put out a cardboard box, as if he had been waiting for a while. In addition to mutton, lamb chops, and oxtail bones, the carton contained all of her favorites, and each of them was thoughtfully cut into small pieces. Although the quantity was not large, it was not easy to save a portion of Chama County's specialty beef and mutton for her to share in the current situation of material scarcity. She naturally would not refuse and immediately put it away. However, the other party's action reminded her of something. She remembered what she had gained in the deep sea, and took out a large carton from the space and placed it on the ground in front of the counter. It was a box of various seafood, including several different kinds of crabs, abalone, oysters, scallops, clams, various snails, octopus, and a big sea bream. My fishing rod is different from yours, so it's all cleaned, and you can eat it after a little rinsing. Boiled seafood, hand-caught seafood, seafood porridge, seafood spicy hot pot, it's delicious no matter how you cook it. Shu Fu said, pointing to the sea bream. This fish needs to be processed. It's black sea bream. It's best to make sashimi. Why are there so many? Lu Su's eyes were wide open. There are plenty of these things in the waters, and they're free, but they're perishable, and can only be put into backpacks. So I won't give them to other people. You can take some out and cook them together when we have a barbecue later, Shu Fu said, and added, there are more of these things in the deep sea. I'll take you to the deep sea in a few days. You can try casting a net or using a fishing rod. Wow! Going out to sea. Sea fishing. Lu's focus immediately shifted. Lu Xun looked at the black porgy and said, "We can prepare this black porgy tonight." Long Sheng was a chef before, so it should be no problem for him to prepare this fish. Cut the body into sashimi and grill the head and tail. Long Sheng? Shu Fu was a little surprised. Who? Lu Xun looked at her and smiled with a relaxed look. It's De Qua. Shu Fu. So, after knowing De Qua for nearly a year, she finally knew his name, Long Sheng. At 6:30 in the evening, on the waters of Insha Lake. After these months, the waters that originally changed from rivers to lakes have gradually shown a trend of turning into sea areas. The mountains and islands that emerged from the water are smaller, and the waters have gradually calmed down. Unlike the time when the flood just happened, there were undercurrents everywhere, and the waves were turbid. Now, the waters here are slowly becoming clear, and the silt is also precipitated due to the calm water flow, and is gradually assimilated by the deep water area. Shu Fu adjusted the flow rate of the drifting island house to 20, and then chose free drifting, because today is a special welcome barbecue party. Shu Fu slightly adjusted the usage time of the electric card, temporarily extending it indefinitely. The large villa raft towed a planting raft and a hotel raft, and slowly swam leisurely on the water. Jiang Dai leaned against the fence of the rear deck, carefully not letting her hands extend out of the protective shield, and then looked at the pouring lake outside, feeling that everything at this moment was like a dream. Behind her, the decorative atmosphere lights outside the villa and the lights near the eaves of the back door were turned on, and the glass door on the back of the villa was also open. On the spacious deck, there were several dining tables, chairs and grills that she and everyone had just arranged. The charcoal fire in the oven has been lit. This time, everyone is not in a hurry. Before coming to the dinner, because there is water and electricity, they even took a quick shower in their rooms and changed into their latest and best-looking clothes. Jiang Dai even put on a skirt. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't worn a skirt. It rained heavily for 21 months. There was no real dry land on the land. Whenever she went out, her pants and shoes would soon be stained with mud. She couldn't wear a skirt to go out. It was cumbersome and useless. This skirt was bought by Yudong with 1 month's salary when she and Yudong got married that year. She looked so beautiful in it. So after the end of the world, she never threw it away. She hid it in the deepest part of her backpack and took it with her wherever she went. It was as if she always carried this skirt with her. No matter where they drifted, she could return to the peaceful times of the past at some point. But as the land became less and less, this hope was gradually shattered. She once thought that she would never have the chance to wear this skirt again in her life. Until now. In the evening of heavy rain, on the waters that used to scare and repel her, she put on the beautiful dress again, standing here in a fresh, dry and safe state, looking at the world from another angle. But this is just the beginning. In the future, they will have unlimited time to live in this small floating paradise. So, whether it is setting the table and dishes, lighting the fire and fanning the fire, placing the grill and grilling the meat, or cutting the snapper fillets, everyone does it leisurely. Jiang Dai quickly returned to the dining table, and together with Hua Qiong, she cleaned the bream head and tail that Long Sheng had cut off in a bucket nearby. In the end, everyone decided to roast the bream head and tail, because stewing takes time, and the sea fish stew is not as fresh as river fish. All the dinners today were prepared by Shu Fu, including a box of barbecue gift packs, a box of Sichuan cuisine gift packs, and a box of beverage gift packs, plus the seafood that was given to Lu Zheng and his friends before. Such fresh seafood is best used to make hand-grabbed seafood. But Long Sheng could not enter the kitchen on Shu Fu's raft. The hotel did not have a kitchen, and the induction cooker in the room was obviously not suitable for making such a big dish. So in the end, he wondered if he could go to Yao Ruoyun's 2-story building to make this dish. However, he can now wander around the hotel building without any obstacles. But he still cannot enter the second-floor building and glass greenhouse of Yao Ruoyun's raft. A few people talked about it and guessed that this was because the planting house was not a business area, and it was still Yao Ruoyun's private area. Even Lu Zheng, who also owned a raft, had to go through the allowed visitors function to enter the second-floor building. It was normal for Long Sheng, a guest, to not be able to enter. Everyone accepted it. But when Shu Fu came out and heard about it, she subconsciously felt that it was not reasonable. Of course, the exclusive private area is a very safe feature, but the number of rafts is limited after all. If only the raft owner can have a visit and the guest cannot, It would be too buggy. She thought about it, and asked Yao Ruoyun to close the door of the two-story building, and then asked Longsheng to reach out and knock on the door. Longsheng did so, and as soon as he knocked on the door, Yao Ruoyun was surprised to find a line of prompts on her personal panel. You have a temporary visitor. Longsheng, do you want to let him in? Note, a temporary visit lasts for 12 hours. Yao Ruoyun immediately clicked on Let It Go. No one else could see her panel. Longsheng only felt the door panel in front of him loosen slightly, and the invisible barrier that had been blocking him disappeared instantly. He successfully entered Yao Ruoyun's house, and then he stepped out and greeted Hua Qiong and Yao Guodong politely, and then he carried a large pot of seafood and went into the kitchen to show off his skills. It turns out that all you have to do is knock on the door, Lu Su explained. Lu Zheng pressed Lu Su's head. He just noticed Yao Ruoyun's action, and guessed that she should have clicked on the panel, but there is no need to explain this kind of thing in too much detail, as long as everyone knows that there is such a process. Not long after that, Su Jiechu quietly knocked on the back door of Shu Fu's villa. But unfortunately, he couldn't even touch the door because of the eaves. Yao Ruoyun laughed at him for a few words. But then she found an opportunity, and quietly went over to try. The result was the same as Su Jiechu's. Because he couldn't touch the door, he couldn't perform the knocking action. Then, Su Jiechu, who was pointing at the back door of the villa, laughed at him. What do you know? Of course, it's not so easy to enter the realm of God. My senior sister is the god of wraths, Shu Fu. In any case, for everyone on the deck at this moment, this is an unforgettable night in their lives. Everyone was like celebrating the new year, gathering together to barbecue, eating roasted pork belly, lamb skewers, chicken wings, lamb chops, the tender and crispy marbled beef and roasted oysters, prawns and squid skewers cooked by Su Tingfeng and Lu Zheng, and a big pot of Longsheng's special seafood and freshly cut seed bream fillets, as well as the roasted seed bream head and roasted mushrooms and eggplant carefully roasted by Hua Qiong and Jiang Dai. Su Jiechu, Lu Su and Yao Ruoyun, who had no cooking skills, were responsible for watching the charcoal fire of the two barbecue grills, fanning them from time to time, and walking among everyone with cumin powder, pepper powder, and sea salt grinders in their hands, sprinkling powder at any time when they were told, and then putting the grilled meat and seafood into plates one by one, and bringing them to the table on the side. As for Shu Fu, she did nothing tonight. She just sat beside the table, holding her chin, concentrating on being a taster, biting the food that Lu Su and Yao Ruoyun handed to her, and then giving a few comments. Everything at this moment was the scene that she had worked hard for a long time to finally achieve. So at this moment, she didn't want to do anything. Just wanted to sit here quietly and watch everyone, watching them busy and laughing and chatting on the deck of a raft, under the protection of the protective shield, leisurely and free. The drifting island house was drifting on the water, carrying the two rafts behind it through the waters, and no one knew where it was drifting to. At a certain moment, it suddenly began to dive automatically. Everyone was shocked when they felt the raft sinking into the water, but no one said anything. Almost subconsciously, they all looked at Shu Fu. Don't be afraid. It won't get wet. She had already walked to the fence, looked at the waters ahead, and then told everyone, there are ships ahead, and they are several large ships. Diving should be to avoid collisions in the waters. This is not an endless sea, and there are mountains on both sides that have become islands. The raft should have detected that it is safer to dive directly than to pass through the two sides. So, everyone followed Shu Fu's raft and experienced a wonderful underwater barbecue. Everyone paused what they were doing, held their breath and concentrated. Looking up and around, they saw the water gradually submerge the fence, submerge the invisible protective shield, until finally, including the tallest three-story hotel building, submerged together. They were completely in the water, but the raft was still moving slowly in the water, and they were still like on land, and could walk, talk and breathe normally. The fire in the oven in front of them was still burning, and the barbecue in their hands was still emitting the aroma of cumin. They soon felt several huge shadows passing over their heads. They looked up for a long time before they suddenly realized that it was the bottom of the ship traveling on the water. Lu Su couldn't help but walk to the fence and stretched out a finger towards the protective shield. He moved very slowly, looking at Shu Fu all the time. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping him, he boldly stretched out his fingertips slowly. His fingertips passed through the protective shield and touched the water outside. The cold, flowing, real water. It's real, not a dream. But they had never dreamed of such a scene, even in their dreams. Great! Even Yao Ruoyun, who had been towing the raft for several days, only understood the meaning of Xu Fu's previous words at this moment. She covered her mouth, her eyes moist as she repeated Xu Fu's words in her heart. I can guarantee you 100%. No matter how strong the waves in the water, no matter how dangerous the disaster, no matter on the water or under the water, I can provide protection for your raft and always take you with me. On the second day after Luzheng Hotel opened, Xu Fu finally got Zheng Feifei's news. She called directly. Her voice was a little hoarse, full of fatigue, and sounded like she hadn't slept well for a few days. She said on the other end of the phone, Xu Fu, I'm sorry. It took me so long to call you. What happened? Xu Fu sat up from the big bed on the second floor of the villa. It was just 7 o'clock in the morning. She listened to the other party's voice, and guessed that she might not have slept all night. My father. He went for a physical examination a while ago, and the results showed that he had a problem with his body. He had a very serious disease. Zheng Feifei did not explain in detail what the disease was. She only told her that because her father was seriously ill, and the medical level in Jiqing was limited, they finally decided to go to a larger city for treatment. Fortunately, they had lived in Jiqing for nearly a year and a half, and they also had friends. Finally, they found someone, used connections, and sent supplies, and then they were arranged to go to Shacheng. They had been in Shacheng for a week, but they were in a completely unfamiliar city, with their seriously ill father, and they had to find a place to live, a hospital bed, and solve the problem of food. They also had to accompany him to see a doctor and get treatment. There were so many trivial things, and she and her mother were so busy that they had no time to rest. Today, I finally got a chance to breathe. Xu Fu listened to the other person's story quietly, without interrupting. Zheng Feifei's voice was exhausted, and she spoke in a discontinuous manner, as if she was a little vague. But she could hear that this time she was resolute and decisive, and arranged everything very well. She was no longer the indecisive girl in the past. For example, she gave up the house she rented in Jiqing and moved to Shacheng. Although Xu Fu had never lived in Shacheng, she knew that under the current situation, even the small mountain town where Chen Fa and Luzheng had stayed before was overcrowded. Not to mention Shacheng. Even if you find connections and spend a lot of materials, you may not succeed. Every step requires decision-making and judgment. Xu Fu can probably guess that Zheng Feifei's current state should also be affected by awakening. She doesn't know how long Zheng Feifei has been awakened, but awakening means that she has backpack space. She can put all the materials needed by her family into the backpack and carry them with her, without being exposed on the road. Her bond value exceeds 80, and she will also have a special tool different from others. She must have analyzed it carefully before she did so. But obviously, because her father was seriously ill and hospitalized, it was unlikely that she would live in the water in the short term. So Xu Fu thought about it, and still did not mention the towing raft. She just told her on the phone that if she had any difficulties, she should remember to tell her. Fei Fei, protect your family and yourself. If you really reach a point where you can't retreat, tell me. I will find a way to come here no matter how far it is. Really? Xu Fu, no matter how far it is. As long as I ask you for help, you will still come? Hearing such words, no matter how many times Zheng Feifei is now independent and stronger than before, she will still think of that night in Jiqing community, Luyun City. A long time ago. She held the phone and trembled as she asked for help. And her voice came from the other end of the phone, calm and clear, guiding her word by word, teaching her how to resist the thugs, teaching her how to protect herself and her family, making her no longer afraid. Yes. Okay. Zheng Feifei laughed on the other end of the phone, a laugh with a little cry. Even though she knew that they were not in the same city at all, the words were more of a comfort, but she was still very satisfied. In this world, there was a person who told her with an extremely firm voice that, as long as she asked for help, she would definitely come for her. Chapter 135. On the third day of Lu Zhang's hotel opening, there was a new employee in this small building. The reason why he thought of recruiting employees was that Lu Zhang wanted to unlock the laundry and drying room. One of the prerequisites was that the hotel needed at least one employee. The hotel is still in its early stages, and can only recruit one employee for the time being. The job type is cleaner. But for such a job, the 6 friends living in the hotel building almost fought for it. The reason is simple. Because the hotel staff will receive a certain amount of raft points every day, and the points are paid daily, which means that they do not need to exchange their own materials for points. And they can stay in the hotel for free as long as they rely on their labor. Although everyone has gold reserves, a piece of gold jewelry can allow them to stay in the hotel for a long time. But it is a one-way consumption. Now that there is such a two-way accommodation method, everyone naturally wants it. Unfortunately, the hotel has just started operating, and there is only one job quota at present. So even if everyone is a good partner, they must pay attention to fair and reasonable competition for the job. While announcing the recruitment of employees, Lu Xing also gave several work tests. In order to cope with the current situation, the tests are not difficult. They are all some cleaning and sanitation work that needs to be completed every day after taking up the post, such as mopping, wiping, etc. At present, the hotel does not have a one-click dust removal function. So everyone has reached an agreement long before checking in that the sanitation inside each room is the responsibility of everyone. After all, the current situation is not that the hotel is begging them to stay, but that they are begging the hotel to stay. A room is not big, and each person is responsible for his or her own small living space. It doesn't take much time every day. Each room also has a toilet and a faucet. It is much more convenient to wash and wipe than in Chiama County. Everyone has survived for so long in the end times. Even Su Jiechu, who originally had the worst hands-on ability, is very good at cleaning. The position being recruited now only requires daily sanitation in the public areas. The hotel is completely new now, and everything is clean. In addition, everyone is particularly concerned about the environment in the hotel. So cleaning is not complicated and everyone can do it. That's why Lu Xing came up with the idea of testing before taking the job. After a fierce competition, the final result came out soon. So that day, when Xu Fu woke up naturally and had a leisurely brunch, he went to the hotel raft to visit, and saw the braided man working in the lobby with a mop and a happy face. His figure was almost the same as the big guy Longsheng. The long-handled mop was held in his hand, and he was mopping the originally very clean floor again and again. He was working alone, but he looked very happy. On the side, other friends were there, standing or squatting idly. They were obviously free, but their faces were not very happy. They stared at the pigtailed man and found fault with him. Xiao Wang, mop that dead corner. Wangzi, your movements are not very professional. I almost broke the mop. Yes, Xiao Wang. If you can't do it, tell me earlier. Don't force it. Yes, Wangzi. Although the public area of this small building is not big, there are 3 floors up and down. Oh, the terrace should also be counted as 1 floor. Can you do it? If you can't do it, you can discuss it with the boss and ask him to hire 1 more person. It was the first time that Xu Fu saw the pigtailed man being treated like a star and addressed by his full name. It was at this moment that she finally knew the other person's name, Xiao Wang. However, no matter how his friends picked on him, Xiao Wang always looked happy. While cleaning, he would occasionally raise his left wrist, deliberately showing the wristband on it, which was booed by others. Xu Fu found that his dark brown wristband, which was the same as others, had turned into a bright orange. Soon, Xu Fu learned from Jiang Dai that Xiao Wang had fought his way out of the competition for employees. It was precisely because he had been registered by Lu Xing in the employee list that the color of the wristband changed, as if it was a mark to allow people living on the raft to recognize each other's identities at first sight. At present, the raft guests all get dark brown wristbands, the raft staff get orange ones, and the owners and their families who tow the raft get ice blue ones. Jiang Dai explained very carefully. For her, every detail of life on the raft is worth her careful note. Everyone was originally guessing who would get the employee quota in the end. Some people guessed me, and some people guessed Su Tingfeng. Unexpectedly, the person who usually doesn't care the most is the most serious this time. He seems to like this hotel more than he shows. As Jiang Dai was talking, Yao Ruoyun also came to visit, and happened to hear Jiang Dai explaining the hotel staff. She actually went to Shufu Raft to look for her first. And when she didn't answer the door, she came to Lu Xing's place. However, when she heard what Jiang Dai said, she listened carefully. After a moment, she suddenly said, "Employee? I think I can hire a helper." Jiang Dai. According to Yao Ruoyun, at first, the employee column did not appear in the planting. column of the electronic screen. The change happened that day. After she exchanged the supplies for wristbands and raft points at the redemption machine in the hotel. She also discovered it last night. But she didn't study it much. After all, the planting area on the raft is not particularly large. She usually helps her parents. So she never thought about hiring someone to help. But now seeing the situation at the hotel, she thinks it's good to hire a helper to relieve her parents' burden. And at the same time find a job for her friends. Yao Ruoyun is a quick-tempered person. She does what she says. She said she would also hire someone for her planting room. And ran back first, preparing to study the specific operation on the electronic screen. The situation in the planting house is different from that in the hotel. Because it is not a fixed job every day. It is more inclined to hire helpers. The position is planter. And the working hours are about 3 to 4 days a week. The specific days are decided by Yao Ruoyun. The work content and reward points of planter are the same as those of cleaner. They are fixed in the employee column. Once a person is registered in the planter column, as long as the prescribed work is completed every day, and the raft owner confirms that the work is completed, the raft points reward that this person should receive will be automatically transferred from the raft owner to the planter, which is very convenient and orderly. On the other hand, if the employee does not work seriously, does not complete the work properly, and the raft owner refuses to confirm that the work is completed, she will not be able to obtain the corresponding remuneration. Although the rules are simple, they are quite practical. However, there are only a few of them on the raft. And there are only 2 rafts towed. These employment rules are like playing house for them. And the fun is far greater than the work itself. Yao Ruoyun is different from Lu Zheng. The process of hiring people is much more sloppy. He mainly asks whether the other party has planting experience. Asks a planting-related question that Hua Qiong asked temporarily. And then makes a decision directly. This time, Jiang Dai was lucky enough to be selected. Thank you. Jiang Dai stretched out her hand and shook hands with Yao Ruoyun's family. It felt like she had won an architectural design award. When her friends were having fun playing the simulation business game on the raft, Xu Fu received another call from Chen Fa. She thought that the other party had finished the matter in Kangsu County, and would even bring Wu Xiaoshan to join her. She was still thinking that things were going well. It was said that it would take several days. But it was over in just 2 or 3 days. However, Chen Fa told her that he couldn't join her yet, because she had to go to Joshua County. The matter in Kangsu County was indeed over. As she expected, Wu Xiaoshan finally figured it out, and wanted to go with them. But when Wu Xiaoshan asked Chen Fa about the situation in Chama County, she also sent a message to Zhang Tian to ask about the situation in Shacheng. Zhang Tian rarely sent messages in the group in recent months, because there were many things that she couldn't talk about until Wu Xiaoshan found her this time. Zhang Tian's parents still divorced. This time, it was Zhang's father who took the initiative to file for divorce. Zhang's mother tolerated her husband's cheating for so long. Not only for her daughter, but also for her own comfortable life in Shacheng. But she didn't expect that she endured this disgusting anger. But Zhang's father finally wanted to divorce her because the mistress was pregnant and wanted to make her his wife. Zhang Tian has a bad temper. She has quarreled with him almost every other day for more than half a year because of her father's cheating. She is the only daughter in the family, and she was brought up in a pampered way. In addition, her father's cheating is too bad. So she naturally has no scruples when she opens her mouth to curse. And she can curse as badly as she can. It would be fine if it happened once or twice. But after so many quarrels, and scoldings, the little father-daughter affection that Zhang's father had for Zhang Tian was worn out. This time, Zhang's father was determined to divorce. And during the quarrel, he revealed that Zhang's mother also had someone else outside. Zhang's mother found the young man because she was angry after her husband cheated on her. In her opinion, this was a kind of retaliation and balance. But the fact is that the two cheated on each other. Zhang's father wanted a divorce, and the financial power of the family was in his hands. The final result is self-evident. About 2 or 3 months ago, Zhang Tian moved with her mother to Joshua County in the suburbs of Shacheng. Although it was also considered as the area of Shacheng, it was an outer county after all. Plus, they didn't have much money, so their quality of life plummeted compared to before. Zhang Tian was willing to go out to find a job to earn money to support herself and her mother. But she didn't expect that her mother would be cheated of the last money she had by a young man. They were not the first migrants to move to Shizhou province. The time limit for free water and supplies had long passed. Their lives were very difficult in the past 2 months. But Zhang Tian had been holding on. She worked hard every day to earn money to support her housing and water expenses, and even save some money and supplies. She forgave Zhang's mother again, thinking that she could start over with her in Joshua County. But Zhang's mother took the money and supplies she had saved, and left a note saying that she would go back to Shacheng to find Zhang's father to get back the money she was supposed to get after the divorce. But for Zhang Tian, this was betrayal and abandonment. This time she couldn't bear the blow and fell ill. Their family evacuated to Shacheng early, and she hardly suffered from the disaster. Earlier, she could still complain about her father's cheating in the group, but the drastic changes in her life over the past few months have already broken her bottom line. She is too embarrassed to talk about it even to her sisters, who used to have a good relationship with her. If Wu Xiaoshan had not moved alone due to family problems this time, she might have continued to keep silent. Wu Xiaoshan's family situation is even more speechless. Her parents want to marry her to a local powerful person for her brother's job. Fortunately, she is smart enough to pretend to be obedient and escape and hide. Fortunately, I went, and now everything is fine. Chen Fa said it easily on the other end of the phone. But Xu Fu knew that the process of saving Wu Xiaoshan must not be easy. Chen Fa then told Xu Fu that Zhang Tian was in a clinic in Joshua County. Her condition was not good at the moment. Her illness was severe, and she probably couldn't even afford the medical expenses. Chen Fa rented a car and originally planned to take her grandmother and Wu Xiaoshan to Gongmeng County with the convoy. But now she was going to Joshua County first, because there was someone waiting to save her life there. Joshua County was in the suburbs of Shacheng, about 700 kilometers away from Kangsu County. In peacetime, it would take about 12 hours to get there. Given the current weather conditions, it would take 2 or 3 days to get there if she was unlucky, plus the return trip and the time it would take for Zhang Tian to recover. It was conservatively estimated that the time to reunite with her would be delayed by half a month. It's okay to be late. We have plenty of time. The key is you and Grandma. Safety should be the first priority at all times. Xu Fu didn't want Chen Fa to think that she was biased, so she didn't persuade her to reunite with her first. Moreover, this was Chen Fa's own decision, and she had to respect it. But after the trip to the Northland Plateau, her relationship with Chen Fa must be closer than Wu Xiaoshan and Zhang Tian. This time, their reunion was full of twists and turns, and she was always a little worried. So she repeatedly reminded her to be careful. Just bring yourself, Grandma, and the others here safely. Don't worry about the container. I have a way to solve the housing problem. At this time, it doesn't matter whether it's a surprise or not. Su Ting, Feng Jiangdai, and the others have settled down on the raft. Everything is ready. Only you are missing. Sorry. Xiu Fu, I made you worry. Well, I'm glad to know. You should think more about how to compensate me when we meet. Xu Fu deliberately said seriously. Chen Fa laughed on the other end of the phone. Then I really have to think about it carefully. Also, tell others for me not to worry them. I know. See you later. Xiu Fu. See you later. Fafa. That evening, huge wind and waves arose on the water. The sky suddenly became as dark as ink. The wind and heavy rain roared on the water. The surrounding waves began to surge and undulate. The protective cover of the raft that was originally closed by Xu Fu opened automatically. The drifting island house itself is very strong. In this situation, it should be that it has detected a disaster that the 2 towing rafts cannot handle nearby. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a huge wave tens of meters high rose from the east side of the water. Chapter 136, Drifting Around the Plateau. Xu Fu was preparing to have dinner at that time, because he felt the shield open. He paid attention to the situation outside. After discovering the huge wave, he immediately went to the function screen. Through the notification function in the trailer, he set a voice notification. Attention! There are huge waves more than 40 meters high in the eastern waters. The shield has been opened, but the huge waves will still cause the raft to bump. Please do not stay on the deck or terrace during the huge wave attack. Please stop your work and return to the room. I will start the raft and sneak away from the stormy waters temporarily. Xu Fu's voice sounded from the electronic screens of the 2 towing rafts. Because Lu Zheng's place was a hotel, voice announcements would automatically be broadcasted to the hotel broadcast and played throughout the building. Everyone returned to their rooms after hearing this, although they knew that the protective shield was amazing. In their hearts, A huge wave of more than 40 meters high was still a terrible disaster. At least, if it was replaced with an ordinary raft at this moment, it would definitely not be able to withstand such a huge wave. Although Shufu quickly issued a voice announcement, she was not moved. Having experienced a tsunami of hundreds of meters, she had no feeling for such a wave of tens of meters. She was also very clear about the defensive capabilities of the shield. The reason why she issued the announcement and moved the raft was mainly because she was afraid that other friends were not familiar with the function of the shield and would stay on the raft or outside the building during the disaster period. When the raft was bumpy, it would roll out of the shield directly from the edge of the raft. Shufu quickly set the drifting direction on the map panel. This time she planned to go south along the land-water boundary line, and then continue west along the south bank after turning the southeast corner of Fengshang Plateau. This was a route she had never taken before, because at that time, part of the border between Fengshang Plateau and Southwest Plateau was still land, and she was blocked by the barrier, so she couldn't get through. But now, the water level has gradually flooded the south bank of Fengshang Plateau. There should be a few other countries close to Fengshang Plateau in the southwest border area of Fengshang Plateau. That piece of land was also the border area that Chengyu told her not to go to recently when he contacted her for the last time. However, according to the map, the area outside this small circle of land close to the border line has become water. She can directly let the raft bypass it by water, as long as she doesn't go to land. Her raft is almost invincible in the water. In addition, Chen Fa said today that the reunion would be postponed for half a month. So during this time she planned to go around the land and water line of Fengshang Plateau to check the land and water conditions of the entire Shizhou province. She set several passing points and the final destination on the map panel. The whole journey around Fengshang Plateau is about 9,000 kilometers. If the raft is running at full speed, it will only take about 4 days. But she didn't plan to rush. When the raft dived underwater and completely got rid of the wind and wave area on the water, she adjusted the speed to 50 kilometers per hour and prepared to spend about 10 days to complete the journey. Just in 10 days, she would be able to accumulate 10 chances to draw. If everything went well, she could complete 10 consecutive draws when she met Chen Fa. Maybe she could hang up Chen Fa and watch Yong's rafts at once. At dawn the next day, the raft had automatically floated back to the surface of the water, and the protective shield was closed again. The people who had just woken up in the hotel and the plantation house were surprised to find that the surrounding waters had not only turned into a deep dark blue, but also had no boundaries. The mountains that looked like isolated islands had long disappeared. "They are coming to the sea?" Lu Se noticed the text notice posted by Xu Fu on the electronic screen, and after reading it, he ran around to tell others excitedly. The content of the notice is as follows. In the next 10 days, the raft will go from east to west, from south to north, and then from west to east to complete a trip around the land of Fengshang Plateau. On the way, it will stay in several areas at the boundary of land and water for several hours. The protective cover will open when it is close to land, and will close in calm seas. Everyone can go sea fishing when the protective cover is closed. They were still upset yesterday because they couldn't meet the captain Chen Fa. When they heard the notice today, they all revived immediately. What is it like to have a drifting island owner who can go on a sea drifting trip at any time? In the next few days, a group of friends from land saw the true extreme of drifting in water, and everything about the deep water area that they could only learn from Xu Fu's occasional text messages at that time. On the sea, the calm time is less than they thought. Xu Fu said it was because summer was coming. Today, summer on the planet is the season of storms. Hail, hurricanes, waterspouts, and thunderstorms. These catastrophic weathers also occur in the other 3 seasons, but they are not as frequent as in summer. Every day, the protective shield will be automatically triggered to open. In the following hours, they will sometimes see a super thunderstorm with dozens of purple-blue lightning bursting the sky at the same time, and sometimes a terrifying scene of several waterspouts surging and roaring, or a violent storm mixed with hail, and a 100-meter-high terrifying wave. Such a terrifying wave that covered the sky and the sun. They only saw it once during this journey. Before the huge wave appeared, they all felt the vibration of the nearby waters on the raft, as if an earthquake had occurred on the seabed land somewhere. When the tremors occurred, they had a premonition. As expected, Xu Fu quickly issued a voice announcement to the entire raft, with more details than last time. According to the voice announcement, they quickly packed up all the scattered items at hand, put them in drawers, spread the sofa cushions, and bedding on the ground near the window, and finally sat on them nervously and excitedly watching the roaring sea outside. This time, when the huge waves came, Shu Fu did not let the raft dive under the water, because the direction of the huge waves was the direction she wanted to go. After she issued the voice announcement, she also sat down on the cushions by the French window, and then adjusted the speed of the raft to 100, and rushed straight towards the huge waves. The small drifting island house dragged two rafts that looked fragile, climbing along the rising waves, and finally successfully crossed the crest of the wave before the wave hit it, and rushed into the area where the waves were stable. Shu Fu originally thought that if the raft was not fast enough, she would use a temporary acceleration card, but it was obvious that 100 kilometers per hour was enough. The raft maintained a speed of 100 kilometers per hour and continued to move forward. The waters on the other side of the huge waves seemed like another world. The storm disappeared. The clouds were broken by the sun, and two beautiful rainbows hung at the end of the waters. No matter how Lu Su, Yao Ruoyun and Su Jiechu said, "This is unreasonable." This unreasonable scene was still displayed in front of everyone. The most terrible disasters are often accompanied by the most extreme beauty. It was not until that day that they really understood the meaning of this sentence. As the raft entered the nearland waters southwest and west of Fengshan Plateau, the most common disasters they encountered gradually became turbulent vortices in the waters. This is a fixed disaster water area, with water vortices everywhere. There are large and small vortices. Whenever a ship passes by, it will be sucked into the vortex. The formation of this area is mostly related to the original land terrain under the water. After all, this area used to be land. Every time, when they encountered extreme disasters or extremely complex terrain in waters or at the border between land and water, Shu Fu would take photos and videos, compare them with electronic maps, record the longitude and latitude, and then file these photos and videos in different categories. Afterwards, when they stopped at a land-water junction on the northwest coast of Fengshan Plateau and accidentally connected to the internet, Shu Fu gave the information to Lu Su. She asked him to signal Lan Lan to set up a separate website, only accessible to people in Huagua, and then publish the information on the website, and finally post the website address publicly on the few large platforms in Huagua today. It has been almost a month since Chengyu and Lu Shuang last contacted her. The other party has never replied. When she bypassed the southwest coast of Fengshan Plateau this time, she did not accidentally enter any scene, but she saw the shadow of a huge ship sailing on the land-water boundary from a distance. There is no way to know the follow-up of the naval battle and the border situation on the internet. She is actually a little worried about them. These photos recorded various types of disasters, marked some fixed disaster waters. She had thought about posting them anonymously on the internet before, and now she posted them at this time, hoping that they could be of some help to the authorities. Or perhaps, it could help Chengyu, Lu Shuang, Han Lan and others who were still out of contact. After all, her drifting island house was just a safe house, not a combat raft. And this was the most she could do. That day, while the others had access to the internet on the shore where they were moored, they all went online to check the news on land. Recently, the most common words on the internet, in addition to the hurricanes and huge waves that came with the arrival of summer, were ichthyosis. At first, they thought this was a situation on the Northland Plateau. After all, so far, the amphibious man-eating jumping fish that caused the large-scale appearance of ichthyosis patients all lived near the waters of the Northland Plateau. But soon, they found that the area where the ichthyosis patients appeared this time was Nan County, in the north of Shizhou Province. Nan County is located in the north of Shizhou Province, deep in the heart of the plateau, with an average altitude of more than 4,000 meters, far away from the rainstorm and hurricane area in the eastern waters, and separated from the Northland Plateau where amphibious man-eating fish are rampant by half of Shizhou Province and the entire Xiangzhou Province, with a straight-line distance of more than 2,000 kilometers. At the beginning of the migration wave, it was also an ideal place for many people to migrate. But that was before the world-destroying tsunami, and the flood level was not high, and the average altitude of more than 4,000 meters was a big challenge for most people. In addition, the area of Nan County is mountainous, cold, and lacks oxygen. It is vast and sparsely populated. Even the official construction and development is very slow. Therefore, even today, the population there is not large. From any perspective, it is a very safe county. Perhaps because of this safety and comfort, people living here are less vigilant. One morning, Someone saw a humanoid creature covered with light gray stratum corneum and blood-red eyes crawling up the shore from the river on the mountain pasture. Suddenly, because of the huge visual impact and panic, he was confused. For a moment, he completely forgot the relevant knowledge about ichthyosis patients that he had seen in the online news before, and picked up the tools at hand and attacked subconsciously. As a result, this attack irritated the ichthyosis patient, and the man was counterattacked, and his abdominal cavity was easily scratched by the fingertips covered with gray hard shells. When the man's family arrived, only the upper half of the man's broken body was left on the shore, and the surrounding meadows were full of red blood and internal organs. The scene was extremely tragic. This kind of thing did not only happen in this place. In the following week, similar tragedies occurred in the entire waterside area of Nan County. Most of the incidents occurred in the early morning and evening. The scene conditions were similar, and they were all secluded areas. There were no other witnesses at the scene. For a time, everyone in Nan County was in danger, and they did not dare to go near water sources or go out after dusk. The troops in Nan County quickly began to investigate, because the relevant information of the incident had already been posted online, and the subsequent investigation process was not concealed. The fact that the attacker was a patient with ichthyosis was soon made public. Both the local residents of Nan County and people in other towns who learned about this through the internet were extremely shocked, because after the extremely low temperature and blizzard in winter, the number of new patients with this disease in the North Plateau had already dropped sharply, and the treatment drugs had long been developed, although the cure rate has not yet reached 100%. Even the people in the North Plateau have not seen new patients for a long time. How could it happen that suddenly, in Shizhou province thousands of kilometers away, which should have been the safest area in the entire Hua country, there appeared patients with ichthyosis who came out of the water to attack people? Everyone knows that once a person suffers from this disease, he will suffer from skin cracking every night, and will lose his mind and become confused during the day. How could he know how to hide in the water during the day and come out to attack when the light is dim? Compared with the patients with ichthyosis who appeared this time are more like wild beasts, because those actions are the habits of animals. The search team composed of members of the Nan County Army secretly searched in several waters where the accident occurred. However, the long rainy season caused the water level of all waters to surge. Not only did the river water double in depth, but there were also undercurrents under many waters. The search process was very difficult, but they finally caught several ichthyosis patients lurking under the water. These ichthyosis patients looked more terrifying than they had known before. They were still human in shape, but they had no hair on their bodies. Their entire bodies, including their fingertips, were covered with a light gray stratum corneum. It was basically impossible to tell their gender. There was a thin layer of sticky substance between their 5 fingers, and the same was true for their toes. The whites of their eyes are red, and when they stare at people, they are cold and alert, like some disturbed creatures. Rather than saying they are human, they are fish creatures that look like humans. They can swim freely in the water like fish, and can stay underwater for a long time without dying. But they can also go ashore, and even walk. But their postures are a bit weird. They can hardly speak anymore. When they are caught and dragged ashore by the team members, they will make sharp cries, showing strong aggression. Even the trained team members will feel physically uncomfortable when they see their appearance and voice. The official released news later, saying that when patients with ichthyosis mutate to this state, there is currently no cure. It's like cancer. It can still be saved in the early stage, although the time and effect of treatment vary. But once it enters the late stage, it is really impossible to save it. These ichthyosis patients are the latter type. Xu Fu took screenshots of the photos on the internet, checked them repeatedly, and determined that the ichthyosis patients who appeared in Nan County looked similar to the ichthyosis patients she saw when she left Yucheng, or in other words, they were more completely mutated than the ones she saw when she left Yucheng. However, from the appearance of ichthyosis patients in Yucheng to her departure, there was a gap of several months, and at that time, there was no one to treat or take medicine for the people with this disease in the city, so they finally changed into that appearance. But now, where did these ichthyosis patients get the disease? Where did they spend several months of mutation time? Why was there no news at all during this mutation process? How could they suddenly appear in the inland county of Shizhou province at this time? There is a river in Nan County, but the altitude there is high. If creatures from the outside want to go to Nan County through the river, they have to go upstream for a long distance. But the river is not just a single river. Such a long river basin has countless river forks in the middle. On the way, they will also go to other uninhabited deep mountain areas or inhabited villages and towns through these branches. Why have there been no traces of ichthyosis patients in other places along the downstream of the river? How did the ichthyosis patients, who have lost their human thinking ability, go upstream accurately and finally climb onto the land of Nan County? The whole thing is weird everywhere. Chapter 137. Rafting around the plateau. Shu Fu gathered the people on the 2 rafts and asked them to go to the rest area on the 2nd floor of the hotel building, while they could connect to the internet. They prepared to hold a meeting while checking the information online. So far, Yao Ruoyun's family of 3 has not seen patients with ichthyosis directly. Although the 6 people on Lu Zheng's side have experienced a lot with her, they left Yucheng earlier than her and took a different route, so they have never seen the appearance of ichthyosis patients in Nan County. Therefore, after everyone arrived, she first gave everyone a cup of coffee or milk tea, calmed everyone down, and then shared the news she knew with them. Shu Fu was a screenwriter after all, and even a simple description was too vivid, especially when she talked about how those ichthyosis patients caught amphibious man-eating jumping fish, ignored the opponent's attacks, and bit the fish meat and fish viscera. Everyone present began to look pale. Although Yao Ruoyun had never seen an ichthyosis patient, she had been with Shu Fu in Wei County, and heard Han Lan mention the Yucheng experimental hotbed, so she immediately understood the point Shu Fu wanted to express. Senior, do you think that someone from that organization might be behind this? It's not ruled out. Shu Fu nodded. Of course. It could also be a simple biological disease spreading. Su Tingfeng lowered his head and took a sip of refreshing and slightly bitter American iced coffee, and his slightly frowned brows relaxed a little. But if that organization is behind this, shouldn't they conduct their experiments in secret? How could they let the experimental subjects run away like this? Now that many lives have been lost, not only the official, but also the survivors of Huagua know about this. The incident has become so serious, and there will definitely be a strict investigation in the future. No matter what experiment the organization wants to conduct, it will definitely be blocked. Jiang Dai flipped through the pages of news on several websites and said, "Is it possible that the secret experimental base of the organization is near Nanning County? These ichthyosis patients just escaped accidentally, so no one found them during the whole process of the mutation, because they were locked up all the time. This guess is very likely." Long Sheng and the others nodded. Nan County has many mountains, a vast area with few people, and abundant water resources. Compared to other crowded cities and towns in Xizhou province, it is indeed a good place to set up a secret experimental base. Lu Zheng, who had been thinking, said, "If this is true, then before we saw the news today, the troops in Nan County should have taken action. After all, what we can guess, the authorities cannot fail to guess. This matter involves many lives, and it is old news from more than 10 days ago. With the speed of the official action, it is estimated that it has been successfully concluded. It's just that these follow-up news cannot be found on the internet after all. It involves secret experiments and that brainwashing organization, and many news will be blocked." Yao Ruoyun heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Yes, even Yucheng, which is so far away from Xizhou province, wasn't it taken down at the beginning? Now the place where the incident happened is in Xizhou province. The investigation and encirclement should be faster. As she said, she thought of something, and came to Shu Fu with milk tea and whispered, "Do you think Cheng and Lu are busy with this matter, so they haven't replied to your message for so long?" Shu Fu shook her head. She really couldn't be sure about this. Yao Ruoyun looked at her slightly furrowed brows and consoled her. "Senior, don't worry too much. Cheng is so good. Even if he gets hurt this time, it won't be as serious as last time." Shu Fu pushed the other person's round face closer. "Are you comforting me? Why do you feel like you are talking about something irrelevant? Also, how do I look worried? Isn't that a worried expression?" Yao Ruoyun made a "don't treat me as a fool" expression. "I'm not worried." Shu Fu laughed softly. "He promised. He will live well this time." Yao Ruoyun stubbornly replied, "What's the use? You can still live even if you lose your hands and feet." Shu Fu. She glanced at Yao Ruoyun with a teasing look, and said in a light tone, "You should still worry about Sun Huiming. Didn't he say that he had arranged a place for you to settle in Shacheng a month ago? If you don't go, and don't let him know where you are, it's easy for a young man to think too much." Yao Ruoyun really whimpered. She was wrong. She shouldn't be so stubborn, and ended up being kissed in the face. "It's turned on." Sob. She didn't want this to happen, but Sun Huiming was not a superpower. Shu Fu also confirmed it later. Even if he had awakened and had a raft, he was not a companion, so even if he knew where she was, what could she do? He was so young, had parents, and was the only son in the family, plus they were not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Should he have to choose between her and his parents before they even started? Now the whole planet was submerged in water, and there were disasters everywhere, and she only wanted to be with her mom and dad, and the whole family could live a peaceful life. This kind of thing, even she herself can't do it, how can she ask others to do it? In this case, it's better not to say anything. Yao Ruoyun didn't say anything, but suddenly heard a voice coming from the other side. Captain Chung? Is he Sun Huiming's uncle? Yao Ruoyun turned around, and saw that it was Lu Zheng asking. First, she nodded, then she quickly realized something, and added a little gossipy, "You should have seen him. That's the tall and good-looking rescue team leader in Suicheng Library before. His name is Chung Yu, super powerful, and super handsome, who rushed back to rescue his team members in Wei Xian alone before. But the senior sister is more handsome. Knowing that the avalanche was coming, she also rushed back to save people. In the end, everyone was successfully rescued. Although half a year has passed, for Yao Ruoyun, many things that happened in winter are still vivid. The things that made me feel panicky and scared at that time, looking back now, they are all important parts of my life." She told Lu Zheng so much details now. Although she had gossipy thoughts, she really missed the blizzard and low temperature period she spent with her senior sister in the small tea house in Wei County, and the days when she and her teammates and the survivors ate biscuits and canned food in the tunnel. Lu Zheng's expression was a little stunned. He didn't seem to expect that. He only asked one question. Yao Ruoyun actually said so much. Everything, it was related to Shu Fu, and it was all things he didn't know before. Although he had thought that every time she lost contact, what she saw and experienced must have been thrilling. And she would continue to meet new friends in the process, get familiar with different people, and even become friends of life and death. Just like she, Chen Fa and them at the Northern Plateau. But, how should I put it? He always thought that he was the most special one. After all, they came from the same world. He and her in that world had a lot of past and intersections. They reunited in this world, experienced life and death, exchanged secrets, and became teammates. But it was not until this moment that he realized that, for her, it was not important whether she was special or not. The one who could be remembered in her heart was the most important. Lu Zheng did not respond to Yao Ruoyun's words. He turned his eyes back and fell on Shu Fu, who was sitting beside him. She was leaning on the corner of the sofa, supporting her forehead with a lazy movement, and stretched out two white fingers to gently pinch Yao Ruoyun's face, who was flattering and saying good things. When they met again this time, he felt more of her demeanor, charm and maturity similar to her in the memory fragments. She seemed to have completely let go of some things, and was no longer deliberately distant and low-key. But because of this, when he occasionally gets along with her, he will unconsciously fall into the fragments of memory. In this world, there is nothing or anyone that stands in the way between them, but he still can't seem to get too close to her. There is a feeling of being trapped in memories, a feeling that is familiar and strange to him. It seems to be repeating the same mistakes, but he can't do anything about it. A moment later, Hua Qiong, who had been carefully reading the news on the website, found another piece of news. The news happened after the team members of Nan County captured several patients with ichthyosis. It is said that when they were capturing the scene, a middle-aged woman suddenly jumped out from the crowd and began to cry and howl at one of the patients, saying that the man was her son, who had been out of touch for a long time. The incident happened suddenly, and the team members didn't have time to stop her. She actually rushed in front of the ichthyosis patient. Everyone thought that at such a close distance, she would be attacked by the patient. But in the end, the patient looked at her numbly for a while. And not only did he not attack her, but he made a sharp cry at her, which sounded very much like crying. Later, someone interviewed this middle-aged woman, and she insisted that the patient was her son. Otherwise, how could she explain that the other party didn't attack her? She said that her son lost contact more than half a year ago. At that time, the temperature in Huagua dropped sharply. He was in the northern plateau and failed to arrive in Shizhou province as planned. He lost contact with her afterwards. She had always thought her son was dead, but she didn't expect to see him again today. She excitedly said that her son still recognized her. He appeared in Nan County just because he wanted to go home. He definitely didn't want to attack anyone on purpose. Just like he didn't want to get sick on purpose. They were all human beings once. if possible. Who wouldn't want to return home alive and well? He survived the illness and didn't die. He just looked different from before, and became another form of human. But he still had memories of his home and relatives in his mind, so he appeared here. It's just that he looks like this now. Normal people would attack him first when they see him. He did nothing wrong. He was just protecting himself. The author of this news seemed to use words more like a middle-aged woman, so it was abused by netizens as soon as it was published. After all, so many people died in Non County. How innocent were those who died? But even if most of them were curses, there would be a small number of other voices among them. The owners of these voices may have had similar experiences, losing contact with their relatives in the disaster, and are still waiting for a miracle to happen. They sympathized with the middle-aged woman's experience, believed her speculation, and thought that ichthyosis should not be called a disease. It was more like a biological evolution. After all, most of the land on the planet has become water, and becoming another form of human beings allowed them to survive in the water when natural disaster struck. They survived and did not die. They were stronger than before because they needed to fight other creatures in the water. They could live in the water and walk on the shore. How could this be considered a disease? This was clearly evolution. I don't know why. When I saw the word evolution in the comments under this news, Shu Fu's eyebrows jumped slightly. Hua Qiong sighed, although I don't agree with the views of this small group of voices. If I were that middle-aged woman, I would probably have the same idea. Because for her, such an idea is the only chance to see hope in endless despair. After all, for any mother, the most important thing is that her child is still alive, no matter what form he lives in. Later that day, they did not find any other useful information on the internet. In the evening, Shu Fu restarted the raft, left the shore with the signal, and continued to head north. After the raft passed the northwest corner of Fengshan Plateau, it turned to drift east. Everyone returned to the boundless waters, and soon forgot the news on the shore. After all, they were living on the water now. No matter how shocking the news on land was, it was still very far away from them. Although Chen Fa and the others were still on land, Joshua County was in the suburbs of Shacheng, and it was very far away from Non County. Only Shu Fu, until she went to bed that night, was still thinking about all the news she had seen during the day. I don't know if she was overthinking, but she always felt that all the news she had seen recently gathered together, and she felt that a storm was coming. Her intuition has always been accurate, but this time, she hoped that these were just her own illusions. The altitude of the area north of Fengshan Plateau is higher than that of the plains, and it is mountainous. It is also sparsely populated, so even if this area is flooded, the water is not deep. In particular, a large area used to be a high-altitude basin, but now it has formed a giant lake. The overall shape of this area is a concave U, because it is blocked by the higher land and mountains of Fengshan Plateau. There are relatively few storms and extreme weather. Now the shores of the lake have become offshore ports of Fengshan Plateau, which are being built bit by bit. After the drifting island house dragged 2 rafts into the waters of this giant lake, they saw many rafts near the shore. They were shocked to find that those were all rafts of the superpowers. The rafts were all equipped with fixed marine engines and sails. On the roof of the wooden house and the front deck, there were also container houses of similar shapes, which were the ones that Chen Fa had mentioned before, built with new materials, which could withstand hail and keep warm in winter and cool in summer. She saw that these rafts seemed to follow a certain order. They started from the shore and headed towards the middle of the lake. The water there was deeper than the 2 banks. There were several giant ships parked there. Their shapes were similar to the photos she had seen online before. They were all fully enclosed ships. They were solid and huge, like floating fortresses on the sea. It was very lively here. Some of the ships had not yet been completed, and there were still machines and workers busy on them. Some of the ships were almost completed and were constantly being loaded with various materials. When the rafts approached the ship, the owners of the rafts would first climb up the open hatch of the ship, then quickly fold up the rafts, and then place their rafts inside the ship. After that, the people inside the ship would drive over with a tool truck and directly unload the containers placed on the roof and deck of the wooden house. Those containers should be material boxes. After the tool truck unloaded them, other transport trucks would come over and transport these containers away and send them to different places inside the ship. Because of this action, Shu Fu, Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng were finally able to confirm that the owners of these rafts that could not be towed by the drifting island house. The golden fingers were indeed very different from them. It should not be in the backpack compartment. Otherwise there would be no need for containers to transport materials. There must be water purifiers and fishing rods. And there should not be unique tools and weapons for each person. Inside the protective cover, everyone stood on the terrace of the hotel building, which was the highest position on all the rafts. And they could see everything in front of them more clearly. They looked at the busy, grand and shocking scene in front of them, and sighed at the power of the official force. This area of water is concave. There are relatively few natural disasters. It is indeed suitable for building and producing large ships. Su Tingfeng sighed. They have lived in Shizhou province for so long, and have discussed the follow-up of the official recruitment of ship-related construction personnel with high salaries. Everyone knows that the country has been building ships and submarines, but no one knows where the construction site is. No wonder I saw many patrol boats in the waters outside before I got close to this lake. This area should not be open to the public. Yu Dong looked around, and from a distance, he could see that the construction on the shore was also in progress. There are many shipbuilding bases on the shore. No matter whether it is a giant ship or a submarine, the initial construction of the ship must be carried out on land near the water. In addition to the factory, the shipbuilding base also has to build a large number of workers' dormitories. According to the importance the government attaches to these technical workers, the conditions of these dormitories must be several times better than in the past peacetime. And the families of these workers should also live in them. With more people, various supporting buildings and facilities must also keep up. So these shipbuilding bases should also have planting areas, breeding areas, medical areas, and manufacturing areas. They sailed into this lake area, originally thinking that there would be little wind and waves here, and the waters would be shallow, and there would be no dangerous fish of too large size. And they wanted to close the protective cover here for sea fishing. Who knew they would see such a scene? That afternoon, they did nothing, just stood quietly on the terrace, holding binoculars, or leaning against the fence, looking at the huge construction base in front of them. Until after dark, the raft turned around and left the lake. A few days later, the raft bypassed the north side of Fengshan Plateau and re-entered the waters at the source of Insha River. At this moment, on Xu Fu's lottery turntable, there were already 9 lottery opportunities accumulated. She counted the days, and found that by 2400 hours tomorrow night, she would have accumulated 10 consecutive draws. In the afternoon, Chen Fa sent a message, saying that Zhang Tian's condition was gradually getting better, and she also wanted to leave Sand City and live on the water with them. In about 4 or 5 days, the 4 of them would be able to leave together. Xu Fu sensitively caught the key point and replied, "So, Zhang Tian knew that you are a superpower?" Xu Fu was not entangled in the fact that Chen Fa told Zhang Tian that she was a superpower too early. She just felt it was strange. After all, Chen Fa was always cautious. How could he tell Zhang Tian about his own secrets so quickly? After all, when she found Wu Xiaoshan in Kangsu County before, she didn't seem to mention superpowers and living on the water to her. She just said to bring her to meet her. Unless, after a while, Chen Fa replied, well, she knew it was okay, because Zhang Tian was also a superpower. It should be because of this stimulation that she awakened not long ago. Xu Fu, amazing. She immediately climbed down from the spinning bike in the underwater bedroom, and quickly rushed up the spiral staircase, and then found the trailer function on the function screen, and clicked on the trailer list. Trailer list. Sure enough, there were changes, but Zhang Tian's name was not on it. But there were 2 other names that she had been thinking about for a long time. You can choose to tow a raft. Note, the bond value must be greater than or equal to 80. 1. Chen Fa's raft, bond value 102. Zheng Feifei's raft, bond value 96. 3. Lu Zheng's raft, bond value 91. 4. Yao Ruoyun's raft, bond value 90. 5. Lu Shuang's raft, bond value 87. 6. Hua Qiong's raft, bond value 85. 7. Han Lan's raft, bond value 83. 8. Fang Xuan's raft, bond value 81. Xu Fu's eyes widened in shock. She was just lazy for a few days. She didn't open the list before going to bed to check. How come Lu Shuang and Han Lan awakened so quietly? But where is Zhang Tian? Chen Fa said that Zhang Tian is also a superpower. She is not a blind listener. She must have confirmed it with her own eyes to say so. Then why, Is there no Zhang Tian's name on it? Chapter 138 The Last Piece of Land. The next morning Xu Fu, who had finished washing up, wore a thin home dress, sat under the eaves of the drifting island house, looked at the undulating waters ahead, and drank the first cup of coffee of the day. The coffee was freshly ground coffee made by a coffee machine. At present, she did not need to worry about the inventory of coffee beans. After all, she had stockpiled enough at the beginning. She stockpiled 20 boxes of coffee beans alone, plus various coffee takeaways. In short, it was definitely enough to drink in the next few years. But now the stockpiling is not enough. If the lottery wheel does not give out coffee-related prizes, these coffee beans will be consumed sooner or later. She only hoped that by that time, Yao Ruiyun's planting raft had been upgraded to plant coffee beans. After all, she felt that coffee seeds would be available in the lottery wheel later, because they were in an uninhabited area, and the weather was not bad. She closed the raft's protective cover so that the hotel behind could quickly filter and store water. Outside the eaves, the sound of rain was close at hand. Xu Fu reached out and caught a handful of cool rainwater, and then remembered her towing list. When she found out that Lu Shuang and Han Lan had awakened yesterday, she immediately sent a message to them. I didn't call because I was afraid that the other party was on a mission and would accidentally disturb him. But obviously, the other party was still on a mission where even private communication equipment could not be used. The bond value of both of them exceeded 80, which means that they have backpack slots. And there will be a special item in the backpack slot that is different from others. With the official recruitment of superpowers, it is very likely that the two of them will report themselves after awakening. And because of this special item, they will be valued by the official, and even studied. So even though they were on her towing list now, Xu Fu had little hope of being able to tow their raft. Of course, if possible, she still hoped that the two of them would think more about her. After all, they had been looking for superpowers, and knew the situation of ordinary superpowers very well. So once they woke up, they should understand that they were different from ordinary superpowers. Special people would always passively bear more responsibilities and pressure. But they had worked hard enough. So she didn't want the golden finger to become a shackle that would trap them tighter. I don't know if they will remember what she said to them by the Insha River at this moment. And Chengyu actually. Yao Ruiyun was right. She was really worried about him. After all, he didn't have a golden finger, wasn't a superpower, didn't have the so-called protagonist halo, but he had to carry out the most dangerous tasks again and again, walking on the edge of life and death. He promised her that he would live well, she believed him, but she was really afraid that the next time she saw him, he would have more near-fatal scars on his body. As for Zhang Tian, she had awakened, but was not on the towing list. She figured it out after a little thought. The list only showed people with a bond value of 80 or more. Her bond value with her should not be 80. So even if she had a raft, she could not tow it. It was a bit regrettable. But fortunately, there were still many empty rooms in Lu Jing's hotel. In the afternoon, Xu Fu received a message from Zheng Feifei, who told her a very bad news. Her sick father passed away, just after 10 o'clock this morning, in the treatment room of the hospital. Xu Fu was startled. After reading the message for a while, she decided to call the other party. No one answered the phone. After a while, Zheng Feifei sent a message. Something happened. I am taking my mother away from Shacheng. It is not convenient to answer now. We will temporarily go to a nearby county town to take shelter. I will contact you later. Xu Fu did not send any more messages because she was afraid of affecting the other party. Although she did not know what happened, she knew that it must be something complicated for Zheng Feifei and her mother to leave Shacheng, as if they were seeking refuge within 3 hours after Jing's father passed away. What happened? She held the phone, pacing back and forth in the small living room, and then repeatedly checked the messages Zheng Feifei had just received. From the time she knew that Zheng Feifei's father was seriously ill to his death, it was not long. It could be said to be very short. What kind of disease could it be that would cause him to die in less than a month? She had not seen Jing's father many times, and the one that impressed her most was the first time she visited their home in Luyunqing. Although it was because of a mission, she was warmly received by the other party. She still remembered that her father was a man who loved to laugh and could make delicious scallion pancakes. Xu Fu didn't dare to think about Zheng Feifei's mood at the moment. Not long ago, she had moved her family to Shacheng for her father, just to get better treatment there. But now, that day, Xu Fu waited until midnight, but didn't get any news from Zheng Feifei. She had something on her mind. So she disconnected the channel between her raft and the raft behind her in the tow function during the day. And the original 15 centimeters distance was extended to 5 meters. Her drifting island house seemed like an independent island, floating right in front of the two rafts. No matter how the rafts behind her moved forward and chased, there was always a gap of 5 meters between the two sides. Yao Ruiyun and Lu Zheng should have guessed that she had something to do here and needed an independent and quiet space, so they were tacitly aware of each other and did not disturb her through the satellite phone. At 2400 hours midnight, the lottery wheel had accumulated 10 draws. Xu Fu, who had already made all the preparations, sat in front of the sofa and coffee table and began to wait for the long-awaited 10-draw streak. But this is probably the first time she draws with such a solemn mood. The supplies are enough at this stage. She hopes to draw a new towing position. The more the better. First turn. Green second prize. Satellite network card, 24 hours. Must be used on a level 5 raft, very good. With this one, she already has 3 satellite network cards. But the time limit of this card is too short. Only 72 hours in total. So she will never have too many. And now, except for her raft, other friends' rafts do not have the network function. Even if she is equipped with a network card, others cannot use it. And it cannot play a 100% role. Unless they all come to her raft while she is equipping the network card, maybe they can connect to the signal. Second turn, green third prize, temporary acceleration card, 2 hours, speed, 300 kilometers per hour, note, must be used on a level 5 raft, also very good. Third turn, red third prize, cereal seed gift pack random X1. Xu Fu's eyes lit up. A gift pack of new types of seeds came out. This time the seed box is no longer a flat rectangle, but a half cubic meter square. After opening it, there are 12 grids inside. Each grid is still a sealed glass jar, but this time the glass jar is twice as large as the previous fruit and vegetable seed jar. Probably because there are fewer varieties. The quantity of each variety is many times greater. She carefully looked at the label on the glass jar. It included 12 different seeds from 3 major categories: cereals, beans, and potatoes. It was indeed random. Some commonly eaten wheat, corn, rice, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and yam seeds were all there. These were all grain seeds. Although Yao Ruiyun's planting house also had a dirt flower bed surrounded by wooden strips. Some tree fruits could be planted there. But it seemed that it was not suitable for planting these grains for the time being. It seems that we have to wait until Yao Ruiyun's planting house is upgraded before we can expand the planting categories. However, since grain seeds have been released today, other types of seeds will definitely be released in the future, such as economic crop seeds, flower seeds, etc. There will be coffee beans, tea leaves, cotton, linen and sugarcane. The fourth turn. The first prize of red, the upgrade set gift package, universal. Another new type of prize. And it is still the first prize of red. She remembered that she had been drawing for so long. And the highest reward she had ever won in the red category was the third prize. 100 bags of 50 kilograms of rice were the third prize. And 10 portions of various food gift packages were also the third prize. How amazing would the red first prize be? Unfortunately, after receiving the prize, it is still in the unusable card state. But looking at the name of the prize, you can know that it is used in conjunction with the upgrade set. The word omnipotent is also added at the end, which makes this red card with exquisite relief exude an extremely awesome aura. Fifth turn. Green second prize, 1-year electricity card. Sixth turn. Blue third prize, attached raft vacation card, 7 days. Xu Fu's eyes lit up. Since she saw this type of card in the trailer function last time, she has always had a hunch that she will draw this in this 10-draw series. The blue card has the above explanation of the card. It can be used to temporarily release any towing raft. During the period of the attached raft holiday card, the towing time, the suspension accumulation will not be reset, the sharing function will be retained, and the upgrade package will be retained. In short, this card can temporarily disconnect a raft from her drifting island house without any side effects. As for under what circumstances the connection needs to be disconnected, she has not thought of it yet. In short, this is a leave card, similar to the annual leave days given by the company to the workers. 7th turn, blue first prize, upgraded set, convenience store. 8th turn, gold first prize, raft towing position X1, to be used on level 5 raft. When she saw the new blue first prize set, she was very happy. But she was not really relieved until she drew the gold first prize. The 8th turn paid out gold. These 10 consecutive draws are guaranteed. 9th turn, red third prize, barbecue gift pack X10. 10th turn, blue first prize, upgraded set, milk tea shop. Another 2 blue and 1 gold. Shu Fu looked at the card in her hand, and carefully calculated again. There are currently 4 towing positions, and 6 upgrade sets, which is enough for now. When Shen Fa and the others come, she will tow her raft first. As for the 4th towing position, she wants to leave it to Zhang Feifei. She has a hunch that something must have happened to her. For some reason, when she repeatedly checked the news that her father had passed away in the hospital treatment room, the image of a patient with ichthyosis appeared in her mind. Severe illness. Difficult to treat. The time from the discovery of the disease to death is extremely short. And there may be some subsequent troubles. Many details can be matched. Now think about it. From the time she upgraded the raft to level 5 to contact the other party, to her replying the call, there was a long time in between. Even if she was very busy with her father's affairs during that time, she would not fail to reply to a message. Her situation is different from Chengyu and Lu Shuang's mission. Under normal circumstances, she always carries her mobile phone with her. Whether she contacts a doctor or asks someone to find a relationship, or goes to Shacheng to be hospitalized again, she will not forget her mobile phone. It takes less than a minute to reply a message. How could she not find it if she really wanted to? Unless the illness that happened to her father at that time was extremely difficult and made her uneasy. Shu Fu recalled every word she said when she called back last time. At that time, she was indeed a little vague on the other end of the phone, and repeatedly confirmed her promise to the other party that I would find her no matter how far away she was, as long as she asked for help. That kind of context was actually like a drowning person trying to grasp the last glimmer of hope. That night, Shu Fu lay in bed, tossing and turning for a long time without falling asleep. She kept recalling and pondering. And she also regretted that she did not notice her abnormality when she talked to her before. But it was obvious that Zhang Feifei did deliberately hide something from her at that time. Because she couldn't sleep, Shu Fu got up again and planned to tidy up her space a little. Since the size of the space increased to 1,000 cubic meters, she basically didn't tidy it up. Any new prizes? Seafood and fish newly harvested from the water. Gold jewelry. Crystal glass artworks. Metal tools. These things, she basically took them indirectly. Anyway, there was a lot of space inside, and she could put them in any way she wanted. But organizing supplies helps her think and relax. Occasionally, when she feels that she needs to adjust her mood, she will find something to do. She spent more than an hour sorting out the messy supplies one by one, completely separating food and items, stacking all the boxes of similar food won in the lottery, placing commonly used items, and various takeout and packaged cooked food, and thoroughly organizing the snack shelves to make things clearer and more visible. When the sorting was almost finished, she saw a special area in the corner of the space at the back of the shelf. It was special because she sensed that she could not put other supplies into this area. She remembered clearly that when the space had just expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, there was no such special area in the space. The size of this area was about 100 cubic meters. There were supplies inside. Not too many odds and ends. And a few cans looked familiar. She thought about it, and tried to take out one of the cans. Although the special area could not put things in, the things inside could be taken out smoothly. She looked down at the can in her hand, and quickly confirmed that this was one of the cans that Su Tingfeng put into the exchange machine on the first day of the hotel's opening. When Shu Fu realized this, she was a little shocked. So, in this special area, are all the various materials that everyone uses to exchange raft points on the exchange machine. This special area that appeared in her space is similar to the profitable material area on the raft? No wonder. When she used the exchange machine that day, the machine would be flattering like that. With this association, she is really the big boss behind the scenes. Although there are not many people living in the hotel at present, so there are not many things that enter the profitable material area in her space through the exchange machine. But in the long run, a little bit will add up to a lot. And it will also be a stable way to obtain materials. Although she couldn't finish all these things by herself, she didn't plan to return the supplies she got from the exchange machine. She could have dinner parties from time to treat everyone to food and drinks. But it was not feasible to directly return the supplies they used for room fees. Although she and Su Ting, Feng Jiangdai and others were friends, She could also provide free food and accommodation indefinitely. But there would definitely be problems if friends got along in this way for a long time. Even if she didn't care about the supplies, they would mind. Again, she didn't want to test human nature. Nor did she want to be above anyone. This is just right now. They exchanged a small amount of supplies for the opportunity to stay on the raft. Or became raft employees and earned raft points with their own hands. This is a long-term and healthy relationship. Shu Fu wanted to put the can back to the profitable supplies area, but found that she couldn't put it back. The supplies that had been taken out of it could only be placed in other places in her space. It seems that in the future, that area can only store supplies received from the exchange machine. But it's better this way. Separated from each other. Clear and organized. And it's not easy to mix up her supplies. Anyway, the space is very large at present. When the 100 cubic meters of this profitable material area is filled one day, she will think of a way to deal with these materials. When Shu Fu fell asleep, the sky outside the French window was already a little blue. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, she heard the sound of a message. She did not set the satellite phone to vibrate, so that she could hear it as soon as Zheng Feifei contacted her. There was an unread message on it. It was indeed said by Zheng Feifei. She also knew that the time was wrong, so she sent a message to see if she was awake. Shu Fu replied, "Awake, is it convenient to call?" After sending the message, she went down the mezzanine, quickly walked into the bathroom, and washed her face with cold water, so that she could wake up quickly. Soon, Zheng Feifei called. She didn't seem to expect Shu Fu to reply so quickly, after all. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning. Normally she should still be sleeping. "Where are you and your mother now? Are you safe?" "Yes." Zheng Feifei's voice was tired and hoarse than last time. She must have cried. "We are in a small county town on the outskirts of Shacheng. We are safe now." "Uncle, is he really gone?" "Yes. I saw him go with my own eyes." Zheng Feifei took a long breath, as if she was trying to adjust her emotions so that she could finish the next sentence smoothly. "Shu Fu, actually, I didn't tell you a lot of things when we talked last time, because Zheng Feifei's father had just passed away. Even if she really wanted to know the truth, she had been holding back and didn't ask before. Now that she heard her take the initiative to ask, she said, "Is it related to ichthyosis?" "You guessed it." Zheng Feifei sighed. She couldn't tell her a lot of things directly last time, so it was inevitable that she spoke incoherently during the call. Now she and her mother are temporarily safe, so some things can be told to her. However, the whole thing starts from 3 months ago, when her father got a new job. It was a private enterprise, a canning factory, although it was not large in scale. In the current situation, such food and material factories are very popular. Even positions such as production workshop operators and porters are also sought after by many people. Zheng's father also fought for this position, asking for help from acquaintances and various gifts, and finally got it. She remembered that her father was very happy to work every day during that period, because he had experience working in a canning workshop before, and he soon became a team leader. He said that the factory had good benefits, including food and water during work. This might not have been a big deal in the past, but now it is a very good benefit. The factory also arranged for physical examinations, which were said to be once a year. Zheng's father had just started working, so it was a supplement for him. Of course, it was good to have a free physical examination, even though the place for the physical examination was just a factory clinic near the factory. The following part, Zheng Feifei said in the last call that her father was diagnosed with a serious disease during this physical examination, which is ichthyosis. Because I also became a family member of an ichthyosis patient, I learned later that, actually, since spring, there have been ichthyosis patients in Shizhou province. It's just that the number is small, and the government has already developed drugs for treatment, and has intentionally reduced the presence of this disease, so there has been no news about this on the internet before. Shu Fu could understand that there is only so much land left now, whether for Huagua or for all mankind. Fengshan Plateau and Shizhou province are places of hope. Diseases like ichthyosis, which have a huge visual impact and can cause panic and fear in normal people, are not easy to publicize even if they occur. Low-key and silent treatment is the right way. In fact, it is impossible for any disease to have a 100% regional difference, no matter how far the Beatty Plateau is from Shizhou province. As long as a disease appears in one place, it will appear in another place sooner or later. There is no problem with low-key treatment. as long as the hospital is willing to accept and treat. It is good enough for the patient to recover. Zheng Feifei overcame the initial panic and fear, and quickly sent her father to the big hospital in Jiqing for examination. At that time, Zheng's father looked very normal. But the examination results made their family despair. The factory clinic was not wrong. He did have ichthyosis. The only good news among all the bad news was that he was still in the early stage of the disease. As long as he was admitted to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible and took the medicine on time, he would have a great chance of recovery. The official ichthyosis treatment drug has been updated to the 3rd generation. And the cure rate has also increased from 60% in the early stage to 96%. This treatment drug is more effective for patients with early ichthyosis. In short, the earlier the discovery and the earlier the treatment, the chance of recovery can be stabilized at more than 96%. But unfortunately, Zheng's father is the remaining 4%. Chapter 139 The Last Piece of Land. In Jiqing Hospital, the area for accommodating and treating ichthyosis patients is completely separated from the ordinary ward. Although the ichthyosis ward is not completely closed, the patient's symptoms are horrific after all. In addition, the principle of low-key and confidential treatment is followed. So after entering the ward, you cannot use your mobile phone at will, for fear that someone will take a picture of the patient's appearance when he is ill and post it on the internet. This is also the reason why Zheng Feifei did not respond in time when Xu Fu first contacted her. After several medications failed to improve, Zheng's father was moved from the key ichthyosis treatment area to the general ichthyosis ward by the hospital, saying that he was recuperating in the hospital. But in fact, Zheng Feifei and Zheng's mother knew that they had given up treatment. The hospitalization was just to give Zheng's father a false impression of being treated before he died. Neither Zheng's mother nor Zheng Feifei could accept this reality. Everything happened too fast. They could not accept the fact that their loved ones were about to die. Therefore, a few days later, when a strange phone call came in and said that they could help her cure her father for free, as long as she cooperated, Zheng Feifei did not refuse at the first time. She was not stupid. From the first call, she sensed something was wrong. Their family was just ordinary people. It took only a week from the time her father was diagnosed with ichthyosis to the time the hospital declared the medication ineffective. Because Zheng's father had been receiving low-key treatment in the hospital, even their neighbors didn't know what happened in their family. But why did this stranger know? After the call was connected, he got straight to the point and threw out what she needed most, leaving her no time to say anything. Who is the other party? Her father's medicine has been declared ineffective. Why can the other party give her such a promise? Since they are not asking for money and supplies, what is their purpose? Late at night, after Zheng Feifei comforted her grieving mother to sleep, she leaned there and tossed and turned. The first reaction was that she wondered if her identity was exposed, but she didn't even tell her mother about this, and she had never used this ability in front of others, so the other party couldn't know. Moreover, rather than asking for her cooperation, it's better to say that they are asking for the cooperation of Zheng's father. Therefore, the focus is still on Zheng's father. Doubt and worry made her feel suffocated. But she kept repeating the other person's words in her mind. We can help you cure your father. She knew there was a problem. But in the abyss of despair, that was the only hope she could grasp. She lied to Xu Fu. Their family did not find someone to use their connections and moved to Shacheng. At that time, she had not even left Jiqing. She didn't know how the person on the other end of the phone did it. After she agreed, the hospital quickly arranged for them to be transferred to another hospital. Shortly after they were transferred to another private hospital, someone appeared and arranged all the affairs for her to go to Sand City. The other party was a man in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance, without any temperament of a superior or important person, and looked like an ordinary receptionist. It was as if, before their family, he had handled such cross-city treatment affairs for many families of ichthyosis patients. At that time, her father had begun to lose consciousness. His pupils began to dilate and turn bloodshot. His language ability deteriorated, and his reaction was extremely slow. Zheng's mother did not agree to leave the safety of her family to such a stranger. The conditions of the vehicle arranged by the other party for their transfer were too good. So good that she was afraid. Zheng's mother understood that there is no free lunch in the world. The other party was a stranger to their family. Why would he help them treat Zheng's father for free? What's more, even the hospital has declared that Zheng's father's physical condition is special, and the treatment drugs are ineffective. What else can they do? But when people are in desperate situations, They always hope that a miracle will happen. Just like Zhang Feifei told her, she didn't believe them. This matter was definitely not that simple. But if they chose to stay in the hospital in Jiqing, Zhang's father would have only one ending, which was death. He would get sick, and he would be extremely painful during the illness, and die after suffering, or even, neither dead nor alive. But if he chose to go to an unknown hospital in Shacheng with those people, Zhang's father would still have a glimmer of hope. For this glimmer of hope, she was willing to take a risk and give it a try. She couldn't guarantee that Deng's mother would keep her mouth shut. So she still didn't tell her about the supernatural power. But privately, she made a lot of preparations. She had a backpack, so she could carry all the food, water and valuables in the house, and hide some knives and sharp objects as self-defense weapons. As long as there were supplies around, no matter what happened later, at least they wouldn't be passive, and they wouldn't starve to death. She inspected several counties and towns in the suburbs around Shacheng, and finally decided to set Jiashui County as their retreat. There was an inland river near Jiashui County, winding all the way to the southeast, and flowing through several counties. If there is a problem, they will flee to Jiashui County. She has a raft, and can go by water. As long as the raft has power, it can move smoothly on the water even when the weather is bad. The room they live in Jiqing is relatively small. She has never had the opportunity to release the raft. But there is a lot of information about superpowers on the internet. She knows what a raft looks like, since she found out that she had a golden finger and was different from ordinary superpowers a few months ago. She has quietly stored a lot of things in her backpack. For example, fuel, waterproof cloth and robes that can be made into sails, and boat motors. Many things that are not easy to obtain are all hoarded bit by her after a long time. She did not expect the current situation at that time, but since she has become a superpower, she subconsciously feels that she should do something. She began to check the situation of Shacheng and Shacheng Hospital on the internet, recalling everything about that private hospital, and then looking for clues on the internet. She downloaded maps of Shacheng and nearby suburbs, especially the map of Jiashui County. She checked abnormally, figured out how to find a place to live without leaving personal information, where to buy water and supplies so as not to be cheated, figured out some street shortcuts, simulated several routes from Jiashui County to the riverside. Every time, when she was uneasy and afraid, she would recall again and again how Xu Fu had clearly helped her analyze whether to go to the hotel opposite to avoid the water when she was first in Suicheng, and how she had calmly taught her to resist the thugs word by word when she was in Liyun City. The most important thing is to stay calm, and then have a plan. If you can't figure out something just by thinking about it, write it down, check it repeatedly, and fill in the gaps later. Then, solve them one by one. After everything was ready, she called Xu Fu. She contacted her at that time because she didn't want her to worry anymore. And she also wanted to hear her voice before leaving, as if this would give her more courage. After that, they were quickly taken to Shacheng. Strictly speaking, it should be the suburbs of Shacheng. It was not deserted. Many safe houses were newly built nearby. After 1 or 2 years of development, there were also supporting communities and shops. They were taken to a hospital some distance away from the construction area. The hospital covers a large area and looks like a sanatorium from the outside. Zheng's father entered the ward, and she and Zheng's mother were also arranged to stay in a certain building. It was forbidden to contact the outside world there, so all their communication tools were searched away, but it didn't matter. Her real communication tools were actually placed in the backpack, and she only handed over a second-hand spare mobile phone. They lived in someone else's place. Even the room might not be safe, so she was always very cautious, and didn't take the mobile phone out of the backpack. Later, she learned that, in the entire hospital, the areas where family members like them could move around were all disconnected from the internet. Not to mention surfing the internet. And even making phone calls was impossible. It was said that this was to ensure the safe operation of certain medical devices. Of course, the hospital only kept their mobile phones temporarily. If they wanted to contact the outside world, they could report it first, and then they would take them to a few specific areas with signals, and then return their phones to them for use there. Zhang Feifei was not surprised by this. Mobile phones can take pictures and record videos. If the news here could be spread, why could she hardly find any news about this nursing home on the internet before? So at that time, she guessed that these devices would be disabled here. They must be under surveillance. But she could endure all of this, as long as they could save her father. However, She eventually lost her father. When Jane's mother cried and almost fainted in the treatment room, she knew that it was time for them to leave. She pretended that she couldn't accept it, accusing the hospital of not trying hard to save people, saying that she believed in them so much. Half of it was acting, and half of it was her real emotion. She said she needed to calm down, and ran out of the sanatorium heartbroken. Dang's mother was worried about her, so she chased after her, probably because they didn't even have a cell phone with them at the time. The hospital staff didn't stop them from leaving. After leaving, Zheng Feifei and her mother quickly found a bathroom outside to change clothes, put on a wig, and left the vicinity of the sanatorium as soon as possible. In the eyes of the other party, they had nothing and were in a strange city. Where could they go? But in fact, Zheng Feifei had already made all the preparations, and now she was just following her plan and starting to move forward step by step. At this moment, the mother and daughter have settled down in an inconspicuous short-term rental house in Jiaxue County. Jiaxue County is very close to Shacheng, and is a very ordinary county among the many counties around Shacheng. Zheng Feifei plans to stay here for 1 or 2 days, pay attention to the wind outside, and then go to the water in the evening when it is almost dark. She doesn't know who the person in charge of the sanatorium is. The only thing she can be sure of is that they are not official people. But there must be a huge organization behind them. Otherwise, the other party would not have a sanatorium in Sand City that can study ichthyosis patients. In addition to her father, there are many ichthyosis patients there, and the building where they live also has family members of other ichthyosis patients. The sanatorium arranges some courses for the family members of patients every day. The courses claim to teach them how to communicate with patients and how to understand the meaning of some of the patient's behaviors. These courses are not forced on everyone, but are based on the principle of voluntariness. Only when a person wants to learn how to communicate with patients can he really calm down and learn. Zheng Feifei had never thought about going. Fortunately, they had just arrived at the hospital, so even if they didn't go, others wouldn't find it strange. It was said that some people in the family building had lived here for a month or 2. Some of them showed joy when talking about the patients, saying that their family members were getting better, and they were also attending classes seriously. After she and her mother disappeared, the other party would definitely notice it. But for the entire sanatorium, they were not important people at all. Even if they wanted to find them, it would not be possible to spend too much manpower and material resources on a big scale. Moreover, according to normal logic, after escaping, ordinary people will definitely leave the entire Shacheng area as soon as possible. Jiaxue County is only a 40-minute drive from Shacheng, and it is a dark area under the light, which is easy to be ignored. Although Zheng Feifei did not tell Xu Fu directly that she had become a superpower, had a raft and a golden finger, she did not deliberately avoid the topic. Xu Fu did not say anything before, because the other party was in a bad situation at the time, and it would not help her at all. It's different now. They were originally looking for a place to take refuge. Instead of drifting to an unknown place on a raft, they might as well come and join her. What's more, Chen Fa and the others are in Jiaxue County, and they are about to leave in the next few days. They can actually go together. So she said to him, Fei Fei, do you remember the message I sent you more than a month ago? You asked me if I had ever thought about living in another place? Yes. I actually wanted to tell you before that I didn't live on any land. I live on the water for a long time. Will you come with me? Zheng Feifei is a cautious person, so Xu Fu asked very cautiously, but this sentence was almost explicit. Zheng Feifei understood. She made a short low call on the other end of the phone, as if she was afraid of waking up her mother, who was still sleeping. Xu Fu, it's what you understand. Besides you and me, I have other companions. We don't have any big ambitions. We just want to live well in this doomsday and protect our own little home. Xu Fu paused and asked again. So, Fei Fei, will you come with us? The answer is of course yes. Especially at this stage. What could be more surprising than knowing that her most trusted friend is also her companion? Before the two ended the call, Xu Fu gave Zheng Feifei Chen Fa's satellite mobile phone number, and said that if the other party did not answer, she could just send her a message with the word "see you later" FA in the message, and the other party would naturally call her back. Zheng Feifei agreed seriously, saying that she would contact the other party after dawn. After all, normal people would rest at this time, since they were all companions and would live together in the future. She did not want to leave a bad impression on the other party. Don't worry. I'll send her a message first. Before Xu Fu hung up the phone, she couldn't help but remind him. Recently, the situation is not very good. Joshua County is in the inland area of the Fengshan Plateau, and it is far away from the water. So you all need to be careful. The premise of transfer and reunion is to ensure your own safety. I understand. Thank you, Xu Fu. We will see you later. Xu Fu and Chen Fa naturally didn't have to worry so much. So she left a message directly to Chen Fa. The message had Zheng Feifei's number, and a brief statement, saying that the other party was in Joshua County, was a companion, would call her, and would come to meet her, indicating that they could travel together. Because the news was settled, she could finally sleep peacefully. She still didn't set the satellite phone to vibrate, in case she was too asleep when the message came, and couldn't answer the call in time. As a result, she slept very soundly, and it was already noon when she woke up. On the satellite phone, there was a reply from Chen Fa, which was sent at around 7 in the morning. She said she had received it and understood it. She also told her that they would leave in about 1 to 2 days, because the weather forecast showed that the heavy rain in Joshua County would be slightly reduced in 1 or 2 days. When they left Joshua County, she would give her news again. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Xu Fu also woke up and felt refreshed. After washing up, she reopened the function screen and shortened the distance between the drifting island house and the 2 towing rafts behind. Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun had probably been paying attention to her situation. Seeing that the drifting island house had shortened the distance between them and their rafts, they all walked out of the house and waved to her. However, they did not rush to visit each other just because the 2 sides could pass again. In the first few days of towing, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and because of the novelty of drifting island houses and towing rafts, everyone did visit each other more often. But now, everything has returned to daily life. Whether it is a hotel or a plantation house, everyone has their own work and daily life to do. Especially in the 2 days when Xu Fu was away from each other, Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun had already communicated privately, and there were many things they could not help her with, so at the current stage, they could only do their best to do their own raft's duties, carefully study the various functions and details in the upgrade kit, and strive to upgrade as soon as possible. As for other people, there are many details in daily life that need to be arranged. For example, the 3 meals a day. The big guy Longsheng is good at cooking, and the pigtailed Qiu Wang now has a job as a cleaner every day, and can't cook on time when the raft has electricity. So he hangs the meal with Longsheng, and when the other party cooks, he makes an extra portion for him, and he pays the other party a certain amount of raft points. Jiang Dai will go to the plantation house to help at a fixed time, and after a day's work, in addition to the corresponding raft points, she will also receive Hua Qiong's feeding. However, feeding like this, 1 or 2 small amounts is fine, but Jiang Dai was too embarrassed to accept too much, so she directly refused. But because of these 2 feedings, Jiang Dai was amazed by Hua Qiong's craftsmanship, especially the bubble wontons and fresh meat dumplings she made, which were simply amazing. That's right, my mother used to run a wonton shop in Suicheng, and it was very famous. My senior sister is a frequent visitor to my house. Food is the most important thing for people, especially in the current disaster-stricken times. Everything cannot avoid the word food. Jiang Dai also heard that the raft might have other functions in the future, such as a snack bar, but it is obviously impossible to open it in the short term. So Jiang Dai suggested that Hua Qiong try to set up a mobile stall on the raft. This is actually very easy, because everyone's home and activity area are on the raft now. The stall can be set up on the deck, next to the glass greenhouse, and just put a table and a few chairs. The stall is right at the doorstep, and there is no need to move the pots and pans out. Just make a simple menu. Hua Qiong can cook the wontons and glutinous rice balls in his own kitchen and serve them directly to the guests. As long as the raft's protective cover is open. The deck is a natural open-air restaurant. It's also a first-line mobile sea view restaurant. Such a snack stand is very popular. After all, no matter how delicious a person's cooking is, there will always be times when he is lazy and doesn't want to do it, or when he is greedy and wants to eat something different. Hua Qiong likes Jiang Dai's suggestion very much, now that Jiang Dai comes to help. And Yao Ruoyun is also very well behaved every day. She conscientiously helps Yao Guofan take care of the planting house. She actually has a lot of free time. She also has a backpack. The food in the snack bar is simple, there are only a few kinds. She can even prepare 10 or so of each kind in her free time and put them in the backpack. When customers come, they can just take them out. As for the source of goods, she and Yao Ruoyun have stockpiled a lot of food and supplies before. In addition, there are few people now, and they can only sell a few bowls a day, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Although there are not many people on the raft points obtained are also limited, but the significance of this matter itself is greater than the income from the raft points. It is like slowly regaining the life before the end of the world. That was when I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't know how many times I missed the ordinary, busy but steady days, full of the atmosphere of fireworks. So, when Xu Fu had a leisurely brunch in the drifting island house, spent 40 minutes of movie time on the spinning bike, and lay on the sofa listening to music and reading novels for 2 hours, and finally opened the door of the back house to visit the 2 rafts behind, he was surprised to find that in just 2 days, many changes had quietly appeared on the rafts behind. Chapter 140, The Last Piece of Land. Yao Ruoyun set up a simple stall on the raft. The glass greenhouse was facing the outer wall of Lu Zheng's raft. In addition to the tables and chairs, there was also a parasol. On the table were simple seasoning jars, chopstick holders, spoon boxes, and tissues. A menu was posted on the corner of the table. It listed the snacks currently sold in the stall. Currently there were wontons with bone soup, fresh meat dumplings, fried wontons with green vegetables and pork, and fried chicken steaks with salt and pepper. And at the bottom of the menu, there was also a printed QR code. It was the QR code on Hua Qiong's wristband for collecting raft points. Yao Ruoyun took a photo with his mobile phone and connected it to the printer to print it out. Guests who come to eat can pay points by themselves after ordering. The wristband looks simple, but after activating the dial, there is not only a QR code for collecting points, but also the ability to scan other people's QR codes to pay points. It is somewhat similar to a multifunctional electronic watch for children. When she came out, she saw Su Tingfeng and Su Jiechu sitting under an umbrella eating. They ordered 2 bubble wontons, 1 fried chicken steak with salt and pepper, and 1 fried wonton. They ate with great enjoyment. Su Jiechu smiled happily when he saw her, and even stroked her hair with his hand, with an expression of "I am so handsome. Please support me." Obviously, after so many days of education by his brother, he would no longer say some strange words when she appeared, and would be hit hard by his brother. But even if he didn't say anything, it couldn't stop him from trying his best to fight for his happiness in the second half of his life. Su Jiechu's smile and expression were really silly, but full of vigor. In his impression, Xu Fu rarely saw this man having internal friction. He was simple-minded. He would scold directly when he was unhappy and laugh directly when he was happy. Maybe some people would not like his personality, but many times, people with this personality often live the most comfortable and arbitrary life. Xu Fu waved at them, and walked into the glass greenhouse to take a look. Yao Ruoyun was busy in front of the flower bed, transplanting the orange seedlings that had sprouted and grown roots into the soil. The soil flower bed was quite large, and the depth was sufficient. There were already quite a few transplanted mulberry seedlings on the side, which were neatly arranged at a certain distance, and looked thriving. Yao Ruoyun was also a novice, and listened carefully to Yao Guofan's words while doing it seriously. Occasionally, if there were any non-standard movements, Yao Guofan would point them out in detail, and then demonstrate himself. When she turned her head, one side of her fair round face was black, as if a large piece of mud had been rubbed off. On the side, Lu Su was also there. He was also studying seriously, and from time to time, he would take the initiative to ask Yao Guofan for advice. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that the first batch of green vegetables in the planting house would be ripe for harvest. After all, the planting house was produced by the drifting island house, and the growth cycle would be slightly shorter than the normal outside world. When the first batch of green vegetables is harvested, Lu Zheng will purchase some of them, so that he can quickly unlock the vending machine. After unlocking the vending machine, the hotel can hire another employee. As for the planting house, as long as the first batch of harvest is sold successfully, a second helper can be hired. Now Lu Su is so well behaved and hardworking to come here to study, just to reserve the position of the second helper in the future. There is nothing to do in the hotel at present. His brother will continue to upgrade the hotel in the future, and he will definitely continue to hire employees. It is definitely impossible for his own hotel to hire him as an employee. In addition, he actually likes planting, so he wants to get this job for himself. Compared with others, he has not grown up yet, and his strength is definitely not as good as Su Tingfeng and Longsheng. In addition, he was unable to continue studying later, and his knowledge reserves in various aspects are not enough. So if he wants this job, he has to work harder than others. Xu Fu just came to see them, and seeing that they were busy, she said hello to Yao Guofan, waved to Yao Ruoyun and Lu Se, and went to Lu Zheng's hotel again. The hotel has also changed. On both sides of the staircase area leading to the terrace on the third floor, there appeared the laundry and drying room mentioned by Lu Zheng before. This is the easiest one to unlock among all the new facilities. The unlocking conditions include, the hotel must have at least one employee. The hotel must be in operation for a certain number of days, and the hotel's income must reach a certain number of RAF points, etc. This new functional area is divided into two sides, which are two narrow compartments, making full use of the space around the stairs. The doors of the two compartments are different in color, and there are different marks on them. One is marked with black pants, and the other is marked with white dresses. Xu Fu studied it for 2 seconds and understood that this is to distinguish between the boys' laundry room and the girls' laundry room. Indeed, many people use separate laundry for men and women at home. Now everyone lives with their companions, so it is more convenient to distinguish them. Because of the appearance of this area, the original outer wall of the compartment has been changed from a wall to a fully transparent floor-to-ceiling glass. Although it is raining now, and there is no sun, once the rain stops and the sun appears one day, the row of clothes drying racks placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass will be able to get the sun in the first place. Each compartment has its own monitoring system, which can be connected to the operator's electronic screen. There is a drum washing machine, a pulsator washing machine, and 2 dryers. Of course, this is only the initial stage. Such independent functional areas can be upgraded and added later as long as the conditions are met. In the laundry and drying room, there are laundry detergent beads, softener, clothes hangers, clips, all kinds of laundry and cleaning supplies are complete. However, when these supplies are used up, the hotel operator will have to spend RAF points to replenish them. Therefore, hotel guests naturally need to spend points to use the laundry room. Whether it is a washing machine or a dryer, if you want to start it, in addition to using it during the power-on period, you must use your wristband to scan the electronic screen on it before use, and after the corresponding points are deducted, the machine will start to operate. Of course, the points for this type of charge are very low, and everyone can afford it. When Xu Fu went there, the leisure area on the other side of the stairs on the 3rd floor was quite lively, and everyone gathered there, and the 8 machines in the 2 compartments next to the stairs were also working. Obviously, the washing machine and dryer are automatic, and you just need to turn them on manually when hanging clothes. But everyone probably had nothing to do, so they didn't go back to their rooms, and would rather sit nearby and chat and wait. Lu Zheng told her that it was just unlocked this morning, and probably because it was new. They all stood by and watched for a while washing clothes. Moreover, the washing machines in the hotel are different from those in reality. Not only does it take a short time to wash and dry clothes, but they also wash clothes very cleanly. They chatted and waited, and it would be done in a while. Lu Zheng introduced her to the laundry room, and Xu Fu gave her a general introduction to the situation at Chen Fei's place, saying that they would leave in a day or 2, so the raft would continue to slowly head south, drifting through the entire Insha waters, returning to the place where they left the shore, and reuniting with Chen Fei and his group. Upon hearing this news, Yu Dong and Jiang Dai were the happiest. Jiang Dai didn't need to help today, and was very free. She was drinking tea and eating walnuts. Yu Dong helped her peel the walnut kernels. She liked to eat this kind of nuts, so she would buy them whenever she had the chance to see them. Food has a shelf life. But at that time, there were 2 mobile warehouses in the team, and everyone would ask them to store the food and supplies they had stored. Along the way, everyone supported each other and stayed together. So after Chen Fei took her grandmother to Kangsu County, they were all very worried about her. Although both of them had high martial arts skills, natural disasters, man-made disasters, and strange diseases were frequent in Shizhou province. The longer the time dragged on, the more worried they became. Fortunately, good news finally came. If everything goes well, Chen Fei will set off in 2 days, and at most 4 to 5 days, he will be able to meet up with them. So everyone began to speculate with great interest what the raft would look like after Chen Fei arrived. As for the snack bar, Shu Fu should leave it to Hua Qiong. And the only thing left is the breeding house. But Chen Fa opened a breeding house to raise animals, which was a strange scene. After being together for so long, everyone knew that Chen Fa didn't like small animals very much. Even when the cute Lan Lan and Zhao Kai ran to her to act coquettishly, she could ignore them expressionlessly. Shu Fu didn't say much. Everyone didn't know that she had drawn 2 new sets. She had heard Chen Fa say that he wanted to open a milk tea shop before, but she didn't expect that she would be so lucky to draw the milk tea shop set this time. This little surprise, she wanted to save for her family's fafa, so that she would be the first to know. After visiting the relatives, Shu Fu returned to her raft. It was already evening. Another day had passed, and moderate rain continued on the silver sands. However, this amount of rain, considering the current weather, was considered good. The sky was not as gloomy as in the past few days. The surrounding sky was half lit, with a blue-gray light. The surrounding waters were spacious, and there was enough space. Shu Fu changed the house type and released her big villa. She put on her swimsuit, opened all the glass doors of the dining area and the living room, and went to the terrace on the 2nd floor, preparing to burn some calories before dinner. In the hotel at the back, Lu Xing stood in front of the window of the leisure area on the 3rd floor, looking at the villa in front and smiled. He roughly concluded that Shu Fu could tell whether she was in a good mood or not. But she could tell by looking at the type of her house. Normally, she would live in a small wooden house. When she was in a bad mood, she would stay away and be alone. When she was in a good mood, she would live in a villa. Just like now. On the bench on the front deck of the hotel, Su Jiechu, who had finished eating snacks on the raft next door, did not return to the house, but sat there with a complicated expression, looking at the luxurious and beautiful villa in front. At the other end of the bench, Lan Lan was also lying there, lazily wagging her tail. He took a look side, and then looked at Lan Lan, as if he remembered his own Zhao Kai that had run away, and couldn't help but reach out his hand to try to rub it, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, Lan Lan gave him a claw. Su Jiechu. Damn it, even cats bully him. Su Deshatsi, who was just happy because of eating bubble wontons, was in a bad mood again. The next day, Shu Fu didn't wait for Chen Fei's news, nor did he wait for Zheng Feifei's. The raft had successfully arrived at the waters closest to Gongmeng County. Today's wind and rain were not too strong. Shu Fu changed back to the original house type, and then 10 minutes after issuing the voice announcement, opened the protective cover, and stored water in the filter and folding bucket on the terrace of the hotel behind. On the deck of Yao Ruoyun's raft, Hua Qiong quickly put away the tables and chairs and the balcony. And Yao Ruoyun also put out a folding bucket. This folding bucket was given to her by Shu Fu, because she saw that Lu Xing's filter interface and bucket waterproof cover were very well made. She also searched for materials from her backpack and asked him to make one for her. This way of filtering and storing water by yourself is more convenient than pouring water from the bottom of the filter every time. Just put it in the rain, and put it away when it is full of water. Such a large bucket of water can be used for a long time. After dinner, Shu Fu's satellite phone was still silent. Not to mention Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang. Neither Chen Fa nor Zheng Feifei contacted her. She always felt a little uneasy. Although it had not been 2 days, Zheng Feifei was so meticulous now. After meeting Chen Fa, she would definitely send her a message to let her know. If they hadn't met yet, she would also send her a message. She thought about it, and took the initiative to send messages to the 2 of them. After waiting for an hour or 2, she couldn't help it, and called Chen Fa directly. She called Chen Fa's satellite phone, mainly because she thought that if the signal was bad, Zheng Feifei might not be able to get through. But satellite phone is different. Besides, it was only after 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Fa must not have fallen asleep yet. He would answer it as long as he heard it. However, the satellite phone that can be connected in any area of the planet did not work this time. Shu Fu felt a pang in her heart, although she knew that satellite signals would also be affected by surrounding buildings. For example, in open areas outdoors, the signal would be better, but indoors, the signal would be affected, especially for reinforced concrete walls without windows. The signal may not be connected, unless a satellite antenna receiver is installed outdoors, and the satellite signal is transmitted indoors through the signal cable. Then the satellite phone signal will not be blocked. But usually, buildings are unlikely to install satellite antenna receivers. Not to mention that Chen Fa is now in Jiashui County. Maybe in a clinic. or in a temporary safe house. And it is even less likely that satellite antenna receivers will be installed in those places. Xu Fu knew that Chen Fei might just have a bad signal, so she might not need to worry so much. But she always had a bad feeling in her heart. After calling Chen Fei several times, she called Zheng Feifei's cell phone again. But her cell phone was also unreachable. Failure to connect means no signal. Somehow, she suddenly remembered that when she was in Wei County, Cheng Yu decided to return to the hotel to find Wenro and the others, because there was no response to the intercom call. It was also from that time that she knew about the existence of signal jammers. But at that time, it happened outside the non-safe zone, in a hotel building that had been trapped for a long time by the blizzard and low temperature. And now, they are all in Joshua County. Joshua County is not only located in the safe zone, but also in the suburbs of Shacheng. If even Joshua County has an accident, then Shacheng. She did not think about it anymore, but got up quickly, equipped with a satellite network card, and started to check all the news she could see on the internet. She only hoped that everything was just her overthinking. At the same time, Joshua County, more than 1,000 kilometers away, night finally fell. Although it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, because of the time difference, the sunset in this area was always late, and the people of Hua country still used the time of the Eastern 8th District, even though the land where the city that originally stipulated the Eastern 8th District time as the unified time of the whole Hua country was located had sunk 1,000 meters underwater. In a short-term rental house in the south of Joshua County, Chen Fa gently closed the thick curtains, moved quietly from the window, and walked back to the sofa in the room. The room was not lit, and the curtains were closed, so the light was extremely dim. But Chen Fa's eyes had already adapted to the darkness, and he did not bump into anything while walking. Zhang Tian, who had just recovered from a serious illness, sat on the sofa. Wu Xiaoshan was next to her, and Zheng Feifei and her daughter sat on the sofa on the other side. After a while, Chen Yuezhen, who was checking the situation from the bedroom window, also came out. This short-term rental house is more expensive than the official safe house. The walls and windows were reinforced later, and it can withstand wind, rain and hail. There is a separate bathroom and a small kitchen inside, because of the complete supporting facilities here. When Zhang Tian recovered and left the clinic, Chen Fa decided to bring people here directly, to meet up with Zheng Feifei and her daughter first, to rest for a while, and then to go to Gongmang County together. It is because of this action that they can gather together now. Otherwise, with no signal and all communication tools, they might be trapped in two places in Joshua County. How is it? Wu Xiaoshan asked Chen Fa in a low voice. Chen Fa was checking the south side. This house faces the street. To the south is a street with 2 cars. There are street lights on the street. Even if it is raining heavily outside, you can see the situation on the street clearly. There are many patients wandering around. They must have been released intentionally. Chen Fa was very familiar with the current situation. A year ago, when they were in the northern plateau, they had seen the same situation in Yucheng at night. However, at that time, they were sitting in the car with other friends and were very familiar with the situation in Yucheng. They also had a clear goal and knew that as long as they reached the river, they would be safe after crossing the river. But now, things happened too fast, and they didn't understand the situation at all. A few hours ago, not long after the air raid alarm was sounded, all the residents of Joshua County hid indoors skillfully. The air raid alarm only sounded once that day and then stopped. No one came out rashly, but stayed in the building, waiting and complaining, saying that it was a rare good moderate rainy weather. How could there be another sudden extreme natural disaster? Didn't the weather forecast say that the rain would decrease in the next 2 days? However, after everyone waited for a while, hail, thunderstorms and strong storms, all possible catastrophic weather did not come. After a while, people who took out their mobile phones to check the news found that all signals were interrupted. They could not make calls or go online. Not being able to access the internet also meant that everyone could not learn from their mobile phones what disaster had triggered the air raid alarm. Everyone was trapped indoors, not knowing what was happening outside. At that time, Wu Xiaoshan wanted to go out to check the situation, but was stopped by the experienced Chen Fa, who told her to stay indoors for the time being and observe for a while. Not long after, the voices of other tenants were heard in the corridor outside the short-term rental house. Everyone came out because of similar situations. They first gathered in the corridor and asked each other a few questions. Afterwards, someone went downstairs to check the situation outside. Zhang Feifei had worked in the property management for so long, and had a lot of experience in renting houses. The house she rented was located in a relatively busy area in the southern part of Joshua County. Although the house was old, it was right next to the street. The first floor was full of shops along the street, and the upper floors were all rental houses, because the price was a bit high, and the building was old. Compared with the newly built official safe houses, the cost performance was very low, and it was often not fully rented. Therefore, when she was in Jiqing, she entrusted a friend of Jiqing in advance to rent this place for her online in his name. The short-term rental house is on the 4th floor. Standing in front of the south-facing window, you can clearly see the movement of the entire street. It is still raining outside, but the rain is not heavy. It is the kind of moderate rain that is very common in Shizhou province nowadays. Everyone has become accustomed to this level of rain. Some people came out of the building, even without wearing raincoats, and directly pulled up the hood of their jackets, walked a few steps to the street, and looked around to check the situation outside. After a while, someone came out of the building across the street, because it was dinner time. Many people had just got off work and were rushing home. Some people had no one at home to cook, and were going to a nearby small shop to eat a bowl of noodles for dinner. Many people hid in the nearby corridors because of the sound of the air raid alarm. They were different from the people who originally lived in the nearby buildings. Seeing that nothing happened outside, they did not go back to the building, but rode their electric bikes, or walked, and resumed their respective itineraries. However, when they crossed the street and reached the intersection, a loud bang suddenly sounded at the horizontal intersection. With the bangs, the pedestrians who had just reached the intersection were blown away by the explosion of fire and air waves. Many of them closed their eyes forever before they could figure out what happened. Around, exclamations were heard everywhere, and the crowd suddenly became chaotic, and began to push and shove and run away randomly. But many people could not tell the direction at all. In the rising flames, the bricks and stones of the buildings and roads were blown apart, and the heat of the explosion splashed on other pedestrians running around. Some people were hit in the legs by sharp objects, and fell to the ground with a scream. And some were hit in the head, and fell to the ground with a thump and died. Some people were lucky, and were only scratched or burned by sharp objects. They didn't care about the pain in their bodies, and they rolled and crawled in the opposite direction of the flames and explosions. But some of them didn't run far. At the other end of the intersection, some more objects with flaming tails were thrown heavily. The moment they landed, they burst into dazzling flames again, blasting the pedestrians, who wanted to escape with their skin to pieces. It was a Molotov cocktail. In a street building some distance away from the intersection, Chen Fa and Zhang Feifei, who were standing behind the 4th floor window, recognized what it was almost instantly. Both of them had experienced riots, and had seen the madness and malice of their own kind, so they quickly realized what the air raid alarm had sounded just now. It was a thug attack on the town. There were thugs, no, a large number of thugs raided this town. Chapter 141 The Last Piece of Land. Zhang Feifei and Chen Fa turned around almost at the same time. Zhang Feifei was even 2 seconds faster than Chen Fa. She rushed to the door of the short-term rental house. She first checked the situation on the corridor, outside through the peephole. After confirming that there was no one, she immediately opened the wooden door on the inside, and reached out to pull the outer iron gate. This iron gate is a bit old. Because of the rain and humidity all year round, the iron fence is rusty. Like other iron gates in this building, most of them have not been used for a long time. They are usually folded on one side of the door frame like decorations. She exerted great strength to pull it open halfway. She was about to turn around to ask for help, but Chen Fa, who was 2 seconds slower than her, had already reached out her hand. She was much stronger than Zhang Feifei, and the two of them worked together to finally pull the fence door that was stuck due to rust. However, the lock on it had already broken. Chen Fa thought about it, and took into account that Wu Xiaoshan was not fully aware of the situation. So he picked up his backpack, took out a chain and a large lock that looked relatively old, and locked the fence door. Zhang Feifei quickly closed the wooden door and locked it. After that, Zhang Feifei and Chen Fa started to move heavy objects such as cabinets in unison to block the door. This room is located in the middle and back of the corridor on the 4th floor of the building, far from the stairs, and the whole corridor is narrow and dirty. This room is independent, with a living room with a kitchen inside the door, and a short corridor inside. with a bedroom on one side and a bathroom on the other. There are no windows in the room facing the corridor, and only one entrance and exit is the door. The other two windows were in the living room and the bedroom. The building was 4 stories high. This height was not absolutely safe, but it would take some effort for ordinary people to climb up. As long as they guarded these 2 windows and the door in the corridor, they could stay safe for the time being. Zheng Feifei and her mother had the experience of being besieged by thugs in the community. Zheng Feifei said a few words to her, and her mother went to the stove to look for it. She found a few knives, picked out a long knife with a pointed tip, and gave it to Zheng Feifei. Zheng Feifei had already dismantled the clothes drying rack by the living room window, and found ropes and tape from her backpack, and tied the knife handle firmly to one end of the aluminum stick. Chen Fei did not expect her to be so mobile, and he stood aside and watched her and smiled. Zheng Feifei noticed Chen Fei's gaze, raised her eyes and looked at her, and smiled back at her. Shu Fu taught me. The riot outside lasted for several hours. The thugs running down the street were both men and women, most of them young and strong. Some of them lit the Molotov cocktails in their hands, and threw them at the outer walls of the buildings around the street before the flames were extinguished by the rain. The continuous explosion of flames shattered the glass on the lower floors, and the wall bricks were buzzing, causing people hiding in the buildings to scream. Some people were running on the street, screaming and laughing, holding knives or thick metal sticks, hitting everything that could be broken along the street, glass doors and windows of shops, car doors and windows. They threw out the tables, chairs, and shelves in the shops. Some people hiding in the shops on the first floor issued various warnings, and some people resisted, but these sounds soon turned into screams, one after another, which was creepy. These thugs smashed everything they saw, robbed supplies, or opened the packages on the spot and stuffed them into their mouths, and began to eat, and even trampled on things that could not be taken away. They acted like crazy, and acted without restraint, like a group of wild beasts that had broken into human civilization. Some of the thugs wore scary masks, and held unknown glass bottles in their hands. The bottles were smashed all over the streets, and in shops with broken doors and windows. When they landed, they made a crisp sound, and then dark yellow smoke spread out, like fog, but thicker than fog. Even though it was still raining outside, the yellow smoke could not disperse in the air for a while, like yellow clouds floating in the air for a long time, before gradually spreading, slowly fading, and then disappearing. When the dark yellow smoke filled the streets, the faces of the thugs who were smashing and looting were vaguely visible in the smoke, and there seemed to be a faint blood-red light in their eyes. In the short-term rental house, Chen Fei, who had been checking the situation outside, felt something was wrong. He immediately checked the windows and confirmed that they were all closed. Then he turned around to get his backpack and used the backpack to look for masks in his backpack compartment. However, she put small items such as masks in a large cardboard box before putting them in her backpack compartment. To take them out at this moment, she had to take out the entire large cardboard box. She was about to find an excuse to go to the bathroom, but Zheng Feifei on the other side had already taken out a stack of masks from the room. They were all medical KN95 and medical N95 masks with good effects. Although the other people didn't understand why, the atmosphere made them feel uncomfortable, and Chen Fei looked unhappy. So they immediately took out their masks and put them on. "Does it work?" Zheng Feifei asked Chen Fei anxiously, and the latter shook his head at her, saying that he couldn't be sure, but they didn't have a gas mask, so this was their best defense mask. Fortunately, it was raining outside, and their house was on the 4th floor, and the floating smoke was only maintained at a height of about 2 to 3 floors. As long as they stayed in the house with the doors and windows closed, they would be safer. Zheng Feifei nodded. Although they just met today, she could already tell that among the 4 people on the other side, Chen Fei was the most reliable one, and her grandmother Qing Yuezhen was also calm and composed. The thinnest-looking girl named Wu Xiaoshan was also very calm, but she probably had never experienced such chaos. Just now, when the shops along the street were smashed, and the people inside were dragged out and thrown into the rain and beaten, she screamed miserably, and her face suddenly turned pale. There was another girl named Zhang Tian, who was said to have lived in Shacheng for a long time before. In her impression, the order in Shacheng had always been good. After all, it was one of the several base cities of the government in Shizhou province. Even if there had been a small-scale chaos in a certain block before, and there were casualties. The troops would arrive soon. These team members were equipped with guns, and if the situation was not right, they would directly shoot the people who caused the chaos. So she was praying silently at this moment, hoping that the troops would arrive earlier. But Zheng Feifei had experienced large-scale riots. This kind of chaos was different from small-scale fighting and chaos. It was not random. The seemingly chaotic behavior was actually supported by a strict and huge plan. The troops will definitely not be able to come in a short time. They cannot put all their hopes on external support. They have to protect themselves. Of course, the current situation is different from that of Liu Yunqing. They originally planned to leave Jiaxue County tomorrow evening. So if possible, the best way to protect themselves is to find an opportunity to break out. In this regard, Chen Fei agreed, observe first, and then find an opportunity to leave. Although she has a car, black technology weapons, and a lot of bullets, the gun is not a submachine gun after all. The firing rate is too slow. In addition, there are many of them. If they rush out rashly, the success rate will be too low. The riots did not only happen near the street where they were. Although Jiaxue County was not big, it had many blocks, and more residents were in the newly built shelters on the other side of the county. The buildings there were new and solid, with a high safety factor, and more suitable for people who wanted to settle in Jiaxue County for a long time. Therefore, there were densely populated areas there. If the purpose of these people was pure destruction and terrorist incidents, there would definitely be more thugs going to that area. Sure enough, the explosions, smashing and screaming in the streets near the short-term rental house gradually subsided after more than an hour, and the last group of thugs left after leaving behind clumps of floating dark yellow smoke. The buildings on both sides of their street were also randomly broken into by thugs. These people were holding weapons and Molotov cocktails. Their arrogant shouts and laughter echoed in the stairwells and corridors. They randomly selected houses to smash and destroy. Some doors that were not strong to begin with were quickly broken open. Screams suddenly broke out from inside the house. But soon those screams faded away. The door of the short-term rental house, where Chen Fei and her friends were, was also banged from outside. The terrible sound of the door banging made Zhang Tian, who was curled up in a corner of the sofa, tremble. She subconsciously wanted to scream. But Wu Xiaoshan, who was beside her, quickly covered her mouth with a mask. Wu Xiaoshan also covered her mouth with her other hand. She knew that the people in the house must not make any sound in this situation. If they did not make any sound, the other party might think the house was empty. If they could not break the door, they would quickly change their target. But if they made any sound, they were all girls, and their screams would definitely attract the attention of the thugs outside, which would attract more people, make others interested in their house, and throw more lethal Molotov cocktails at their doors. And the situation would be bad. So, even though she was also trembling with fear from the noise outside, she still covered her own and Zhang Tian's mouths tightly. She knew that Zhang Tian had moved to Shacheng with her parents a long time ago. Shacheng was inland at a high altitude, and there were always troops building and developing it. Even if there were family changes in the past 2 months, it was just a family ethics drama. Now it suddenly jumped into a horror drama, and it would definitely be difficult to react immediately. Wu Xiaoshan had experience in facing natural disasters, but she had little experience in man-made disasters like this. But she knew who had the most experience and who had the strongest ability in this small team. She couldn't be as sharp and alert as Chen Fei and Zheng Feifei, but at least she had to keep an eye on herself and Zhang Tian, and not let them cause trouble to others and become a pig teammate who drags down the team. The thugs really didn't stay outside their door for long. Compared with such a dead silence, they preferred to hear warnings, expulsions and curses from the people inside the house when they broke the door. Of course, these sounds would eventually turn into screams. After the surrounding noise gradually shifted, there began to be shrill cries from the buildings near the street. Some people rushed out of the door, frantically putting out the fire in the corridor, and some people made prompt decisions, quickly packed up their things, and prepared to leave when the thugs returned to this area again. The fire in the corridor where Chen Fei and her friends were was not big, because the building was very humid, and the residents affected by the fire quickly came out with basins of water, and put out the fire in a few strokes. Chen Fei, Chen Yuezhen and Zheng Feifei stood by the window, lifted the curtains and looked outside, and saw someone rushing out of the building quickly. They didn't want to sit and wait for death, and they had a car, so they planned to leave this town as soon as possible. We have a car too. Zhang Tian lowered her voice and spoke. She really didn't want to stay here for even a second. Their car was not parked on the street, but behind the building, because Zheng Feifei and her mother felt that they were fugitives. She had told them in advance to find a low-key parking spot. With so many people coming and going on the street, they always felt that they would be seen. Now was the right time. The car was parked in a hidden place, and it was less likely to be damaged. Wait a little longer. The yellow smoke outside hasn't dissipated yet. Chen Fa shook his head. Several people stood at the window and watched the situation outside. They saw the first group of people who left run across the street quickly and rushed to where they parked their cars. Some people were lucky. Their car windows were broken, but the tires were intact and they could still drive. Some people were unlucky. They found that their cars were severely damaged and could not be driven at all. So they started looking for people with cars and asked for a ride. During the struggle, some agreed, while others refused. For a while, everyone on the street was surrounded by the dark yellow smoke. The smell of the smoke seemed to be very unpleasant. They saw that those people began to wave their hands to disperse the smoke. Some people even coughed and shouted, "It stinks. What is this?" In the chaos, some people quickly reached an agreement, got into the car, started the car and left. Zhang Tian kept looking at the people leaving below anxiously. She also wanted to join them. But Chen Fa didn't move, and Wu Xiaoshan didn't move either. How could she dare to get off alone and take a stranger's car? The car drove over the bumpy road caused by the explosion of the Molotov cocktail, bypassed the broken debris of doors, windows, tables and chairs, and quickly drove away from the street. In the building, there were still many people like them who were temporarily watching. But some people saw the first group of people leave smoothly, and some could not help it. Many people left the building and prepared to leave. But at this moment, from the direction where the first group of cars left, there was a huge collision sound. The sound sounded like a car accident happened in the cars that just left. Soon someone stumbled back from the direction of the car collision. The person had a broken head and his face was covered with blood, which dyed the mask on her face red. As she ran, she waved to the others who were still standing on the street. "Go back quickly, the street ahead is full of that yellow smoke. The smoke is poisonous. Those people are crazy." She shouted loudly, but did not stop, shaking off several people who wanted to pull her and ask her about her situation, and quickly rushed back to the building. "The smoke is indeed a problem," Chen Fa said coldly. At this moment, everyone in the room was glad that they did not leave in a hurry. That woman came back sober. It seems that even if the mask is not 100% effective, it can resist that kind of smoke for a while. Zheng Feifei also got some useful clues from this survivor who ran back. After that, time became extremely difficult. Although the thugs did not return to this block to smash and injure people, the dark yellow smoke on the nearby streets was constantly replenished. The thugs were still wearing scary masks. They sat in the car, passed the street quickly, and threw small bottles to both sides. The bottles broke, and dark yellow smoke clouds rose up, which frightened the people who wanted to escape and could only stay in the house. Of course, there were also a few people who not only stocked up masks, but also gas masks. They did not have a car, but it was getting dark outside. They planned to leave the town on foot after it was completely dark. But when it was getting dark, some people with strange and scary gaits suddenly appeared on the street outside. Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen recognized these people immediately. They were patients with ichthyosis, thousands of miles away, in the waters. Even after connecting to the internet, Xu Fu could not find the information she wanted on the few websites nowadays. Finally, she thought of Lan Lan. She called Lu Jing's satellite phone. The other party answered with a somewhat urgent tone, and asked her what happened worriedly. "Don't worry, it's just some guesses. You ask Lu Su to bring Lan Lan to me. Because the two rafts behind cannot share the network function, she must be on her raft to connect to the network." I don't know what Lu Jing said to Lu Su. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Su appeared on the back deck holding Lan Lan, and Lu Jing followed closely. The back deck of the original house was small, and there were no guardrails around it. So Xu Fu took them to the second-floor glass balcony. There were always simple tables, chairs and sofas there. Xu Fu put a tablet on the table, and Lu Su asked her if she had more platforms and mobile phones, and if they could be taken out, so that Lan Lan could operate together. So in the end, 2 mobile phones, 2 tablets and a laptop were lined up on the table. Lan Lan, who was originally curled up in Lu Su's arms with eyes squinting and feeling lazy, was awakened. It looked at its little master, then jumped onto the table lightly, stretched out its 2 front paws at the same time, and swiped on 5 machines at the same time at lightning speed. This was an extremely discordant scene. Xu Fu was originally worried, and Lu Zheng and Lu Su were also affected by her. Their expressions were solemn, causing the atmosphere in the whole space to be a little heavy. But at this moment, she saw a furry cat stretching out its short paws and operating 5 machines at the same time with a mysterious and profound look. And she was still touched by it. Lu Su and Lu Zheng seemed to be used to it. They said that when they were in Chamu County, because there was internet, they would sometimes get up at night and see it taking someone's phone and squatting there swiping it. Sometimes it was on the table, sometimes on the sofa, and the most outrageous time was in the bathroom. It seemed that Dakue Longsheng forgot to take his phone with him after going to the toilet. It saw it and went online. It also chatted with a beautiful girl that Dakue met online. After that, it hacked into the phone of that beautiful girl and found out her real gender, appearance, and chat records between him and others. Xu Fu. While the few people were talking, Lon Lon had already finished its work. Lu Su stepped forward to take a look, and seemed to be talking to it with his head down. Xu Fu was so close that she didn't understand how they were talking. Soon Lu Su turned around and told her that Lon Lon had checked all the recent news related to ichthyosis, whether it was currently on the internet, or had appeared on the internet before but disappeared quickly, and some other news that might be related to ichthyosis, and had sent them all to the laptop, sorting them into a timetable, which could be viewed in chronological order when opened. Great! Xu Fu exclaimed, and quickly sat down at the table, moved the laptop over, and began to check the table. Sure enough, in addition to Nan County, there were also many ichthyosis patients in other places in Shizhou Province. But the nature was different from that in Nan County, and it was closer to the situation that Zheng Feifei had told her before, that of Ying's father. After the cold winter, there have been new ichthyosis patients in Shizhou Province, but there is no pattern in the location and population of the patients. So even if you want to find the cause, you can't find it. It seems that after a winter, the virus has evolved again. Many patients who were ineffective after taking medication had records of being transferred to other hospitals. It seems that they were all transferred to private hospitals. The family members all said the same thing, saying that they wanted their family members to spend their last days more comfortably. There was very little news about the sanatorium, which only appeared once or twice, and the locations were both near Shacheng. In addition, there was no news on the internet that Shacheng or the surrounding suburbs had experienced extreme natural disasters that caused signal interruptions this evening. However, there was a weather forecast predicting that in the next few days, Shizhou Province would usher in the longest and most extensive thunderstorm weather. Finally, there is a mysterious website on the internet that can only be logged in through an invitation code. There is no substantial information on it, only some seemingly plausible brainwashing statements. For example, humans will eventually evolve, and those with special abilities are all aliens, and they are aliens who want to occupy the planet. Life comes from water, and humans also come from water. Water is not a disaster, but an ecology that will give birth to new species. Evolutionists. Evolutionists are the product of struggle, and evolutionists are the general trend of the future of this planet. Soon, the last piece of land on this planet will sink into the water, and the unevolved humans will lose all habitats to survive. In the future, humans will completely evolve into amphibians, and new homes will be built little by little on the seabed. One day, a huge and prosperous city like the one on land will be built on the seabed. Ichthyosis is not a disease, but a process of evolution, and the wheel of history is moving forward. One day, when all the people around begin to evolve, no one will call their new form a disease. When being hated and fearful becomes the norm, and humans who can only live on land now, it is a disease. Many words on the website seem crazy to Xu Fu and others, but if these words fall into the eyes of the family members of ichthyosis patients, it is another situation. Terrible disease, incurable pain. Compared with the patients themselves, the family members are more painful. They are in despair. If someone gives them new hope at this time, tells them that this is not a terminal illness, but evolution, their family members are still alive, just one step further than the current human beings, then the despair that was suffocating them would disappear completely. So, Lu Zheng concluded, is it the same organization that was in Yucheng before? They changed their way of brainwashing the patients' families? The private hospital, the sanatorium in the suburbs of Shacheng, were all established by that organization? But that's Shacheng. Even if the suburbs are big, the guys in this organization are too bold. Lu Su also remembered the events of that night in Yucheng vividly. If this organization can still exist after a series of encirclements and suppressions, then it must be supported by a giant. For such an existence, it is not difficult to set up a place of its own in the suburbs of Shacheng. After all, no one would have thought that the origin of the organization that had caused unrest several times and created many human disasters was actually in the suburbs of Shacheng. Right under the official nose. The light is dark, Xu Fu said. Not long ago, Zheng Feifei also used this method to hide safely in Joshua County. In fact, they still don't know what the organization wants to do. But obviously, if they can use the entire north of Yucheng as a huge experimental base, then they can also use Nan County, or even the sanatorium in the suburbs of Shacheng as an experimental base. According to Zheng Feifei, Joshua County is not far from the sanatorium. Shen Fei and her group, Zheng Feifei and her daughter, are all in Joshua County at the moment, and they are now out of touch at the same time. Xu Fu does not think these things are coincidental. Joshua County is not only far from us. It is in the heart of the plateau, deep inland. From the current position of the raft, even if you walk in a straight line, it will take 1,200 kilometers. In some ways, Lu Xing still understands Xu Fu. He can guess her thoughts by looking at her expression. If you want to go, you have to walk at least 1,200 kilometers by land. He doesn't need to say the following words. She can also think of it. Now their rafts were all towed. If she went to Joshua County by land, the two towed rafts would be unusable. This also meant that Su Tingfeng, Jiang Dai and the others, as well as Yao Ruyan's family, would have to passively follow them on the road. Not only would this trip take more days, but it would also be rough. Xu Fu didn't say anything. She opened the map of the entire Fengshan Plateau that she had downloaded in the tablet, and took out her map panel. Because the map panel was invisible to everyone except her, Lu Xing only knew that she was studying the topographic map. But in fact, Xu Fu was comparing the map of the waterways with the map of the Fengshan Plateau. I heard from Zheng Feifei that there is a river in Joshua County that winds southeast and flows through several counties. Xu Fu quickly found the river on the map of the Fengshan Plateau. Lu Xing took a look and frowned. This is an inland river. According to the map, the river winds southeast for about 200 kilometers and then stops. There are also river marks afterwards, but they are intermittent, indicating that the river is cut off for a distance. No! This is the previous topographic map. The situation has changed now. Xu Fu looked at his map panel. On it, there is now a global real-time water map, which naturally includes rivers on land. In the past, the Fengshan Plateau had little rainfall, so some rivers dried up and cut off. But after a long period of rain, and now it is summer with storms, these broken rivers are connected together. In addition, Shizhou province is not just this one river. From the waters outside the land, you can cut another river to enter the Fengshan Plateau, first go north and then west, which can shorten the journey by about hundreds of kilometers. Lu Xing stretched out his hand. His fingertips brushed across the broken rivers, and finally stopped at the other river she mentioned. You mean, this river from the southern border cuts into the plateau? This river is indeed very long. But this river will change its course to the north again when passing through this mountainous area, and will no longer take the westward route. Even if we cut into the plateau here, and add the broken rivers you mentioned, there is still a difference of nearly 300 kilometers between the two. I know. But look here. There is a provincial road here. We can land at the place where the river changes course, and then travel west by land. What about the last section of the road? Lu Xing pointed to the area on the map that was infinitely close to the broken river. This area is full of primitive mountains. There is no road. You go by land. How do you get there? Look carefully. Xu Fu enlarged the map of Fengshan Plateau and asked them to look carefully at the last area pointed out by Lu Xing. What are you looking at? Lu Su was confused. Xu Fu pointed to a certain spot on the map, where there was a small piece of light blue. Is this a lake? Lu Xing enlarged the map again, and finally saw the vague dotted line connecting the lake. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he realized. Are you planning to? Yes. Xu Fu nodded. There is an underground river here, connected to the lake. Just under this mountain range, we can dive, and go through the underground river. Chapter 142 The Last Piece of Land. Diving hundreds of kilometers away, and also need to find the exact direction in the intricate and dark water deep underground. Other ships simply can't do it, but her raft can. She only needs to set the destination on the water map. If the route and drifting time can appear on it, it means that this underground river can be passed smoothly. On the contrary, it means that this underground waterway is not good. Then she will find another way, find other rivers, or go around this primitive mountain range by land. Lu Xun said nothing, and carefully checked the water route planned by Xu Fu from beginning to end. If everything went well, according to the drifting speed of Xu Fu's raft, even with the land section, they could complete the trip in a very short time. Going by water is much faster than going ashore in the waters near Gongmeng County. Are you sure you want to go? Maybe there was just a temporary signal problem on their side. Lu Xun didn't object. But Xu Fu had just sent them a message at dinner. And it wasn't even midnight yet. Only a few hours. The signal on land in Shizhou province is now affected by the weather, and is very unstable. It is normal that the phone cannot be dialed or the message is delayed. When they were still in Chama County, the news exchange with Xu Fu was often not immediate. Sometimes it took several hours. And sometimes it took more than 10 hours. It was not only the signal that caused the slow response of the message. For example, there was an emergency on their side, such as an extreme natural disaster. Because of the slow response of the message in a short period of time, she immediately made a plan to go upstream in the waters, and go deep into the hinterland of Shizhou province to find them. What if she just set off and Chen Fa just left Joshua County? Wouldn't it be a direct miss? Because in Xu Fu's plan, the river that can directly cut into the plateau land is at the southern border, and the waters where they were originally scheduled to meet are in Gongmeng County, which is east of Shizhou province. If she changed her plan rashly now, wouldn't she miss the other party? Chen Fa would not set off without any news. Xu Fu could not explain her feelings at the moment, because Lu Xun had not experienced the intercom failure in Wei County. She knew that what Lu Xun said made sense. The other party was afraid that she would be too busy and find out that she was overthinking and busying herself for nothing. But what if? Just assume that she was overthinking and overdoing things. There would be no loss. After all, the raft drifts very fast and does not consume fuel. If she really made a mistake, she could just return the same way. Finally, Xu Fu decided to follow her instincts and set the estuary of the river in the southern border area of Fengshang Plateau as her destination. She set off immediately and arrived at the fastest speed. The distance from the east to the south is about 900 kilometers, which means that she will arrive tomorrow morning. By then, the other friends will have woken up, and she can call everyone to hold another meeting and listen to other people's suggestions. This period of time can also be used as a buffer period to wait for Chen Fa's reply. If there is still no news from Chen Fa tomorrow morning, then she will go directly from the sea to the river, upstream, cut into the plateau land, and go to find them. 9 hours later, in the water south of Fengshang Plateau, Xu Fu temporarily changed the drifting island house into a villa. The glass balcony here is larger, and her raft can be equipped with a network card to access the internet at any time. So she issued a text notice before going to bed last night, asking everyone to go to the emergency meeting after getting up, and she would prepare breakfast for them to eat at her place. Although they don't have to go to work now, everyone is full of fighting spirit to do infrastructure construction, and basically they will get up early. Even if there are only 2 employees at present, everyone will go to help when they are free during the day. For them, this is their own home. Although the accounts must be kept clear, some tasks do not need to be fussy. Everyone will help out spontaneously when they see it. Therefore, at about 8 o'clock, everyone had gathered on the balcony of Shufu Villa. After she equipped the satellite network card, Lon Lon squatted in front of the tablet again and swiped it. And then some new news related to Sand City came out. Strange dark yellow smoke appeared in the suburbs of Sand City, and it would not dissipate easily in the rain. A large-scale circuit failure occurred in the counties surrounding Shacheng, causing the signal to be interrupted in the entire area. These messages only appeared briefly on the internet, that is, not long after being uploaded to the internet, they disappeared again. Others were also worried about Chen Fa's safety, especially at this moment. He was still out of contact, and with the new messages Lon Lon had seen, everyone quickly decided to implement the countercurrent plan. When the raft reached the river estuary on the southern border at a drifting speed of 100, everyone had hurriedly finished a simple breakfast, checked for omissions in this countercurrent plan, and made various improvements. The method is very simple. Everyone raises questions based on their own ideas. And Shu Fu answers them. Everyone has different ideas. And Shu Fu cannot cover everything. It is possible that the questions raised by others are exactly the parts she missed. So, it is not clear whether the underground river can be crossed now, because we still need to walk a section of land in the middle, and we can only know after we get to the lake and put the raft back into the water, right? Jiang Dai is very clear. Is there enough for the car? And where is the fuel? Yes. Shu Fu nodded, and when she was about to continue, she heard the ringing of her mobile phone. It was her satellite phone ringing. She picked up the phone and looked at the number. She was stunned and answered it immediately. Fei Fei? The others who were checking the news online or studying the map stopped what they were doing and looked at Shu Fu. It's me. Chen Fei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Her voice was calm, and there was nothing unusual. She said that she was calling to tell her that they would have to stay in Joshua County for a few more days, and probably would not be able to meet up with them in Gongmeng County so quickly. Shu Fu listened quietly and asked again, That's it? Don't you have anything else to tell me? Fa? She emphasized the word Fa. Shu Fu did not wait for her to answer and continued, Your satellite phone has been in a no-signal state since yesterday dinner time until now. Also, this is Jing Feifei's number. This phone is not a satellite phone, it's an ordinary phone. Last night, it was the same as your phone. Both were in a no-signal state. Why can her phone suddenly get through now? Why are you talking to me with her phone? What are you trying to hide from me? Shu Fu threw out one question after another. Chen Fei sighed softly on the other end. You are so smart. How can we hide it from you? What happened? Everyone is here. Don't think we won't worry if you don't tell us. In fact, we don't know what happened until now. Don't worry. Listen to me slowly. We are all together now, and we are all safe. Chen Fei's voice was still calm and steady. She told Shu Fu that the signal in Joshua County was indeed completely cut off. And even the satellite phone could not make calls. The reason why she could use Zheng Feifei's mobile phone to call her now was because Zheng Feifei had a special prop that could ignore all external conditions and allow the bound mobile phone to make calls and send messages normally. No matter if the person holding the mobile phone is in the desert or on the other side of the planet, or even in space. In addition, the prop can also enable the mobile phone to use the network normally. But unlike using the network and making calls, there will be some time restrictions. That is, there will be CT time. Under normal circumstances, this item seems a bit useless compared to Chen Fei's gun. But under special circumstances, the amazing effect of this item is revealed. Before making this call, they had already used this phone to check the outside news online. But perhaps because the network was cut off at the place where the accident happened. Even if they could go online, they could not get more information from the internet. However, the 6 of them have been trapped in the short-term rental house for 15 hours. What happened outside during these 15 hours can more or less give them some understanding of their current situation. Since Shu Fu wanted to hear the truth, Chen Fei stopped hiding anything. Xiao Fu, the situation is very bad. It should be the organization that blocked the north of Yicheng before, taking advantage of the recent turmoil. I don't know how many counties they have blocked. Nor do I know the situation in Shacheng. Whether there are people outside who know about it. Whether there are people planning to rescue. At present, Joshua County is completely blocked. Not the traditional blockade. They release a dark yellow smoke during the day, and normal people will fall into a state of madness in a short time after inhaling it. Their minds will be confused. They will lose self-awareness. And their emotions will fall into a manic state. And they will rush up and attack anyone they see. It looked a bit like the state of ichthyosis patients entering the aggressive stage. We guessed that the yellow smoke should have some kind of nerve-stimulating effect. It was probably extracted from ichthyosis patients. Last night when it got dark, a large number of patients with advanced ichthyosis poured into Joshua County. They were more aggressive than those we saw in Yicheng at that time. Their skin had turned into a light gray stratum corneum. Normal people were no match for them. We saw many people who tried to break out at night being killed. What's worse is that, before dawn today, the first group of people who inhaled the yellow smoke began to change. Their skin quickly cracked and bled. The smoke not only stimulated their nerves, but also seemed to cause them to suffer from ichthyosis. And the whole disease process was accelerated several times. After dawn today, the thugs who created panic in the streets and buildings yesterday evening came again. This time they drove cars and dumped the water and supplies collected from all over the county on the street. allowing those ichthyosis patients to eat them. More food was piled up in the shops along the street and set on fire. Fortunately, it rained heavily today, so the fire did not spread to the upper floors of the building. But obviously, they wanted to destroy the food rations of us survivors hiding in various places in the building, leaving us trapped here. They installed loudspeakers on their cars, paraded in various streets of the county, and played voice messages over and over again, promoting evolution and symbiosis, criticizing the superpowers as aliens, and competing for the land of our planet. She said that evolution was the only way out, because soon the last piece of land on this planet would be submerged. Even Shizhou province. Shiufu. I can't understand their motives for doing these things. But obviously, they want more ordinary people to be infected with ichthyosis. From yesterday evening to today, everything that happened in Joshua County, even Chen Fa, who had experienced the most among all of them, felt that it was all too crazy and terrible. Shu Fu was silent for a long time before she spoke. Since you have this prop, why didn't you call me last night? Shi Fu. Chen Fa sighed. This person always gets to the point at once. Have you tried calling the police or calling for help? It's useless. The phone line didn't work. What about spreading the news online? I tried texting for help, but the post disappeared quickly. Luckily, the post using that prop can't find the IP address. We didn't dare to post photos, for fear that someone would find us based on the buildings and streets in the photos. The situation is so bad, and you lied to me at the beginning that you had to stay for a few more days? Shu Fu was a little angry. While talking, she quickly took out the map panel and set up the first upstream route on it. From the current location of the raft, we went upstream along the river that intersected with the waters, passing through the remaining land of the country adjacent to Hua State, and continued to travel west after the river entered the territory of Hua State on the Fengshan Plateau, and finally landed on the shore before the river changed its course to the north again. This section of the waterway is the longest but also the smoothest of the entire journey, because the river is very wide, and there will be basically no problems. Sure enough, after the destination was set, the route was quickly determined. More than 500 kilometers. And it would take about 5 hours to dock. Now that you know everything, I won't hide it from you. Xiao Fu. You know me. My grandmother, and I won't sit there and wait for death. We will find a way to break out. Are you going to leave Joshua County by yourself? Yes. Zheng Feifei has checked the streets and routes of Joshua County before. It is about 12 kilometers away from the nearest river. As long as we can successfully walk these 12 kilometers and enter the water, we will be safe. Chen F was right. At present, there are 6 people in their group, and there are 3 rafts. Except for Wu Xiaoshan. Everyone else can hide in the raft hut that outsiders cannot enter by taking out the raft. Wu Xiaoshan can take her raft. She has weapons, so it is not a problem to protect Wu Xiaoshan. The river winds for more than 200 kilometers. As long as they can successfully reach the waterside and drift along the river, they can escape. Hearing this, Shu Fu's face brightened. She was originally thinking, when they arrived near Joshua County, while she was going to Joshua County to rescue people, how to accommodate the other people who could not stay on the raft temporarily. Now, if Chen Fa and the others can successfully walk these 12 kilometers, they can meet up with them. They could be placed in a hotel with a 100% safety factor, and she would take them away smoothly. However, Chen Fa felt bad when he heard that Shu Fu was going to drag 2 rafts to Joshua County. Stop it. There are so many people there. And Joshua County is in the inland of the plateau. And there are more than 1,200 kilometers between the 2 sides. How are you going to get here? When Chen Fa said this, Shu Fu heard other people's voices on the other end of the phone. And they all seemed to be shocked by the news. We are already on the way. Don't worry. We have a plan. Even if you want to break out, you have to wait until after dark. The sunset in Joshua County is late. It is conservatively estimated that you will wait until around 10 p.m. before setting off. By that time, if everything goes well, we will have arrived in Joshua County. There was a rustling sound on the other end of the phone. It seemed that someone else had changed. Soon, Zheng Feifei's voice came. Shu Fu. I asked Chen Fa to make this call today. Not to let you risk saving us. I know. You just want to delay the meeting time to avoid us worrying. Shu Fu. We can save ourselves. I know. So we won't go into the county town. You have to come to the river by yourselves. Shu Fu. Fei Fei. I promise you that if you really reach a point where you can't retreat, I will find a way to get here no matter how far away you are. You should know that reaching the waterside does not mean you are safe. 12 kilometers is not long. And it is still within the scope of Joshua County. If they really want to trap you, they will not miss the waterway. Your raft is too conspicuous. It is obviously a raft of a superpower. You will become a target, and you will not go far. Shufu paused, and her voice was slow and firm. Fei, tell Chen Fa that there are others. I will definitely arrive in Joshua County before dark. After Shufu hung up the phone, she found that the other friends were looking at her. Some of them were full of confidence and high morale, such as Yao Ruiyun. Anyway, she never doubted what she said. Some people also thought of the unknown underground river route, and asked her with concern, can it succeed? Yes. Shufu nodded. Even if there was a problem with the underground river route, and they had to take a detour through the mountain road, she would have a way to buy back time from other places. 4 hours later, the raft docked an hour earlier. Not long after the voyage began, Shufu asked everyone else to return to the raft, and then changed her villa to a small primitive house. After that, she issued a voice announcement to the entire raft. And a few minutes later, she used the first temporary acceleration card. The raft's already fast speed increased again like a leap, and under the protection of the shield, it was like a high-speed train on water. Speeding past, she only used half an hour, saved some time in advance, and arrived at the landing point more than an hour earlier than planned. The second leg of the journey was by land, which required about 100 kilometers of driving to reach the lake in the heart of the mountains. However, this section of the road was all provincial roads, so as long as you were not particularly unlucky and encountered extreme weather during the driving period, there should be no problem. The raft was docked near the foot of the mountain. There were few people around. It was far away from the border and more than 3,000 meters above sea level. However, due to the soil quality, it was not suitable for planting. There were no county towns or villages within 100 miles. Later, when the government developed all the other cities and counties in Shizhou province, perhaps all these barren lands would be included in the scope of construction. Shufu did not close the protective shield. He asked everyone to bring a backpack, a mask and a hat, and a raincoat. After making all preparations, he got off the raft directly. After everyone got off the raft, she took out 3 cars on the side, including her own off-road vehicle, and the 2 cars that Lu Zheng and his friends drove when they came. Yao Ruiyun and his family happened to sit with her. Her car had been inspected when she was bored before, and it was not only in very good condition, but also full of fuel. She took out some fuel and asked Lu Zheng and his friends to refill it. Lu Zheng was about to say that they also had fuel, but Shufu had already opened the lid with a neat movement, took out the hose, and used the siphon principle to add fuel to them. After that, she looked back at Lu Zheng and asked, "What did you just say?" Lu Zheng silently put his fuel back. "It's okay." Shufu's car still led the way on the land. She had a downloaded map on her phone, and she had already saved the route she was going to take, so she could just open the navigation and use it. Before getting in the car, she found 3 walkie-talkies, adjusted the channels, and handed the other 2 to the other party for easy communication on the road. The journey was not peaceful. When the 3 cars were halfway through the journey, the rain outside the car began to get heavier, and the rainstorm was mixed with lightning and thunder. Shufu picked up the walkie-talkie. "Pay attention. The weather forecast predicts that in the next few days, Shizhou province will usher in the longest and most extensive thunderstorm weather, which should be the current one. Everyone check the car. Make sure all the windows are closed. And don't use your mobile phone. It's best to put away your mobile phone and try not to get close to the door." "Got it." In the second car, Lu Zheng's voice came. "Got it." In the third car, it was Su Jiechu's voice. His voice sounded a little excited. I don't know why. They had clearly left the Safe Raft Hotel, driving the car through the barren mountains, to carry out a rescue mission that they didn't know if it would be successful. But from the time Shufu announced the raft speeding up to now, his heart has always been in an extremely excited state. He is a timid person, he admits this in his life. He has always been in a state of being rescued, and he also knows that he is a useless person. After the peaceful world collapsed, if his elder brother hadn't been dragging him, he would have died countless times. But this time, he actually participated in the rescue operation of trekking through mountains and rivers and upstream like everyone else. He was not afraid at all, probably because when Shufu described her plan, she was so sure. It was an impossible task for anyone else, but with her, all the impossibilities became possible. For no reason, there was a sense of pride in his heart. Even if he was just passively following the team, all this made him excited. There was a continuous rainstorm outside the car. Looking out the car window, the outside had become a world of water, and the car seemed to be driving in the middle of a waterfall. Thunder rolled in the sky, and occasionally exploded, which was deafening, but fortunately, when the rainstorm began, they were already halfway through the journey, but due to the limited vision, the car speed slowed down a lot. After 2 hours of arduous journey, they finally arrived at the lake between the mountains before the thunderstorm appeared on a large scale. Chapter 143: The Last Piece of Land. According to the map, there is a dark river under this lake, which can directly cross the mountains in front and connect to the broken river on the other side of the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. Xu Fu used the intercom again, asking everyone not to get off the car. She quickly found the location, and placed the S-Class villa directly on the edge of the lake, and let the side of the rear deck of the villa be close to the shore. The coastline here is flatter than the previous landing place, and the surrounding area is more remote, so this time, they don't need to get off the car at all, and can get on the raft directly. Xu Fu drove slowly across the wet and muddy ground on the lake shore, and drove up from the side of the rear deck. After the car entered the deck, the protective cover immediately blocked the rainstorm and thunderstorm outside. Yao Ruoyun and his family got out of the car right after him. Xu Fu quickly put his off-road vehicle back into the compact display cabinet, leaving the space on the rear deck for the other 2 cars. A moment later, the other 2 cars were also put away, and all the friends took off their raincoats, backpacks and other equipment one by one. For them, returning to the raft was like returning home. And it was a home that was 100% safe no matter what extreme natural disasters happened outside. After that, it all depends on Xu Fu. If the underground river route is successful, then they can sit on a raft and travel by water all the way to Jiaxue County. If this underground waterway is not accessible, then it means they have to land again, drive around the mountains ahead, and go to another waterway closest to the broken river. They know that Xu Fu must have looked at the map, and knows how to go around, and where the other waterway is. However, the weather is not good now, which will definitely hinder the land travel, so they all hope that everything will go smoothly on the waterway. Xu Fu's raft returned to its original shape, and was now drifting on the lake with their raft. They did not return to their houses, but gathered on the decks of their rafts, waiting quietly. Xu Fu held the map panel, standing by the guardrail in front of the second-floor terrace. She had set the next destination a moment ago, but the map panel did not show any new heading information. She frowned slightly. Could it be that the underground river was really impassable? But it shouldn't be, because the basis for her inspection was not the electronic map, but her water map. On her water map, there was clearly a waterway passing under these mountains. Or, it is the underground waters as fine as a spider web. Wait, Xu Fu suddenly caught a clue. She checked the water map again. The underground waters on it are the same as the last time she checked. The light green representing the waters is like a maze of passages, inlaid in the huge dark green, like ice cracks on glass, thin and crisscrossing. She turned around, looking at the 2 rafts towed behind the raft. Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyun's rafts are wider than hers, and now they are horizontally arranged behind her raft, which means that the width required for the raft to pass has been doubled. She thought about it, and then took out the blue attached raft holiday card from the space. The lucky draw wheel never gives useless rewards. 10 minutes later, when Xu Fu's raft led the hotel raft forward again, Yao Ruoyun's raft was left on the original waters of the lake. Although Yao Ruoyun on the deck had been prepared, she was still a little unhappy because her raft was left alone. But this emotion was only for a moment. She was still able to distinguish priorities. Not everyone on Chen Fei's side had a raft. Even those who had a raft would not have time to tow it. In addition, there might be another width restriction now. The new raft could definitely not be towed. This also means that, between Lu Zheng and her raft can only stay in place temporarily using a prop from Xu Fu, because only Lu Zheng's hotel can accept new guests in a short period of time, so that the protective shield can also protect them together and take them out of Jiaxue County. Fortunately, Xu Fu's prop works very well. Although her raft has been temporarily untethered, the shared functions of the protective shield still exist. She and her parents only need to stay where they are and wait, and do what they should do. It will not affect them in any way. At most, she would install a boat engine on the rear deck of the raft to control the drifting direction of the raft when necessary. On the other side, after confirming that the drifting island house and Yao Ruoyun's raft could be successfully detached. Xu Fu took out the map panel again and set the broken river after crossing the mountains as the destination again. This time she was a little nervous, because in addition to worrying about the width, she was also worried about the height. Although the hotel was a compressed space, and the single-story exterior looked very low, the 3 floors added up to a height of 5 to 6 meters. And there was also a fence on the terrace. The double-decker cabin on Yao Ruoyun's raft was relatively low, but the plantation house could not accommodate anyone other than the owner of the towing raft and his family. So she had no choice. If the route still did not appear this time, she could only give up the fastest and most convenient route of the dark river and take another long way. But fortunately, the goddess of luck favored her this time. On the water map, the route information 273/2:43:03 soon appeared. She remembered that the direct distance from this lake to the broken river was about 200 kilometers. Now the number 273 kilometers appeared. Obviously, this section of the waterway was more tortuous than she had imagined. Fortunately, the raft was fully automatic. Otherwise, if she had to find the exit in the completely dark and unfamiliar underground waters, it would be like walking in a maze. Xu Fu quickly reversed the raft and leaned back to Yao Ruoyun's raft. The other friends in the hotel also came out. Everyone was relieved when they saw Xu Fu nodded to them. Great. Lu Su cheered a little. Next, it is the allocation and placement of personnel. There are so many people in the hotel, and they don't have to go. After all, this is not a 100% safe trip. Now, as long as they are guests of the hotel, they can temporarily enter the house for 24 hours after knocking on the door and being allowed by Yao Ruoyun. So those who stay don't have to stand on the raft stupidly. In addition, it is also necessary to consider that this trip may require Xu Fu to enter Jiashui County. When the raft is put away, everyone will have to move with her, so people with stronger mobility must be brought. As for Yao Ruoyun, it would be better to leave a person with high combat power just in case. Xu Fu wanted Lu Su to stay first, but he refused immediately. He said that he would not be a hindrance even if he landed. And if he met Chen Fa and the others, he and his brother would check in together, and the speed would be twice as fast. Let him go with you. He has been learning physical training and fighting with Chen Fa and her grandmother in Chama County. Now his strength is not weak. Su Jiechu can no longer beat him. The person who spoke was Su Tingfeng. He has always been impartial. For a mission like this, he must consider the team's perspective. Su Jiechu. In the end, except Su Jiechu, only Longsheng stayed. Longsheng took the initiative to stand up. He stayed because of his high fighting ability. He had been to their house to cook before, and had a good relationship with Hua Qiong and his wife. And his appearance was intimidating. Even if he did nothing, he just stood there and his momentum came out. In addition, he was the one who could suppress Su Jiechu. There was no need to strike hard, he could just spray him to death with his mouth. Everyone was very fast. After deciding on the people on both sides, they set off immediately. Xu Fu gave Yao Ruoyun a few words, and quickly returned to the house on the drifting island, and took out the map panel again. A moment later, 2 rafts, one small and one large, quickly headed to the other side of the lake. On the other side of the lake were mountains. The 2 rafts quickly traveled a distance on the water, and suddenly began to dive, and then quickly disappeared from Yao Ruoyun's sight. Wow! This is what it feels like to watch a raft dive underwater from this angle. Yao Ruoyun felt very novel when her raft had not been towed. As long as Xu Fu opened the protective cover, she would not notice her raft at all, whether it was on the water or underwater. But now, even if she stood on her own raft, she could clearly see all the tracks of the other 2 rafts. A panel quickly popped up in front of Yao Ruoyun. It was a reminder of the visitor function. She turned around and clicked to confirm. The exquisite and beautiful glass-top 2-story building soon allowed Longsheng to pass. Hua Qiong and Yao Guofen opened the door for Longsheng, took out slippers for him to change, and asked him if he was hungry and what he wanted to eat. Because we had to land in the afternoon today. Everyone had almost eaten bread and biscuits at noon. It was almost 3 o'clock now, and they must be hungry. We could prepare dinner in advance. Yao Ruoyun heard Longsheng say that he could make a seafood vermicelli pot in the evening. She remembered Longsheng's cooking skills very clearly. She was about to follow him back to the house, when she passed by Su Jiechu. She saw that he was still looking at the direction where the other 2 rafts left. His expression was a little depressed. I heard that you can't even beat Lu Su? Yao Ruoyan would never miss such a good opportunity. No wonder. You always talk about marrying into the family. It turns out that it's because you can't do it. She emphasized the last 3 words and dragged out the sound. Who can't? Su Jichu's expression was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Yao Ruoyan shrugged, had already opened the door and returned to the house, turned back to see him still standing, puzzled. Are you going to stay outside all the time? Can't you stay for a while? The scenery outside is so beautiful. Su Jichu stretched out his hand, pointing to the lake outside the protective cover where it was raining heavily. Coincidentally, at this moment, a thunderbolt broke through the sky and exploded directly on the nearby waters. The sound was deafening, and he screamed in surprise. Inside the house, Yao Ruoyan waved at him, said okay, and closed the door. Su Jichu. A drifting speed of 100 is already very fast in an ordinary river, let alone in such a dark water area where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The entrance to the underground water area is just below the lake. The entrance is on the mountain wall. It is a not very obvious hole with narrow sides. No wonder when the raft was dragging too at the beginning. There was no route. Xu Fu was originally sitting under the eaves, wanting to witness this magical underground river trip with his own eyes. But as the raft went deeper into the underwater cave, it became increasingly darker, and a strong sense of oppression and suffocation came over her. She felt like she would hit the surrounding rock walls at any time. She gradually couldn't sit under the eaves any longer. She got up and went back into the house. She closed the door and dared to look out through the glass at the door. The waterway was winding and narrow. This was a natural cave inside the mountain. In the past, before it started to rain, the altitude was high, the water level in the cave was low, and the cave entrance on the mountain might be exposed outside. Perhaps someone had sailed a small boat at that time and explored and toured the waters in the front part of the cave. But now, the lake level has risen, and the water level in the cave has continued to rise, flooding directly to the top of the rock wall, causing many places inside to become waterways without air. Occasionally, the drifting island house that has been submerged in the water will quickly float up. Xu Fu looked out from the French window and could vaguely see the rock wall flashing with a faint light not far to the right of the raft. It might be the natural minerals on the rock wall, or some kind of glowing moss growing on the rock wall. The speed of the raft was too fast. At such a close distance, it almost passed by. Every time she couldn't see clearly, the drifting island house had already passed through the waterway. Of course, the surroundings were not all narrow waterways and caves. There was a distance in the middle, and the raft came to an empty underground lake area. The lake was trapezoidal in shape, with a narrow entrance and getting wider as it went forward. In the end, the rock walls on both sides were invisible. The drifting island house drifted quickly on the water. Xu Fu looked out from the French window and saw that the top of the cave was high and wide, and there seemed to be countless stars flickering on the top. Soon, as the raft raised waves on the water, the flickering stars on the top of the rock began to move, like a moving picture with dim light, coming towards the raft on the water, until it was blocked by an invisible protective shield. Because they were so close, Xu Fu realized that those were not stars at all. They were clearly insects living in underground caves. The flickering lights were the fluorescence emitted by them when they fluttered their wings. She didn't know if it was because the insects were close to the water surface. Soon, the water around the raft began to churn. She saw a dark shadow passing over the water surface, as if it opened its mouth and swallowed a group of fluorescent flying insects. Was that a fish? The creatures in the water moved too fast, and the light around was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. At the end of the underground lake, there was also a rock wall. The waterway turned back underwater here, and the raft began to dive again. The next section of the waterway was particularly narrow, and the two rafts were like traveling in a hollow stone pillar. The light inside was even darker, and it was almost pitch dark. Even if Xu Fu turned off all the lights in the house, she couldn't see the rock wall outside clearly. She took out the map panel, checked the river location again, and tried to set the terminal on the river bank next to Joshua County. She wanted to try whether she could take a raft directly to Joshua County to confirm whether she had to travel by land again after leaving the underground river area. As a result, the route was updated quickly, and 3 hours were added to the original countdown. Xu Fu felt relieved. It seemed that they would not have to go ashore again. They could reach Joshua County smoothly. The water conditions in the underground river were complicated. Occasionally, When the raft passed through a particularly narrow or winding waterway, it would automatically slow down. So she did not plan to use the acceleration card in the underground river. She planned to use the acceleration card after leaving the underground river. At about 8:30 in the evening, the raft quietly docked. Xu Fu used the 15-minute acceleration card again in the last wider river area, and gained another 30 minutes, and arrived at Joshua County just at nightfall. Half an hour ago, she had sent a message to Zheng Feifei's mobile phone, telling her that she would be able to dock at the agreed waters in 30 minutes. She didn't know how to use her prop, so she didn't know if the other party would receive the message she sent actively. She planned to wait until 9 o'clock, and then send a message to the other party, and call her if she didn't reply. At 8:45, Xu Fu received a call from Zheng Feifei. The use of props was indeed limited, especially when receiving messages. She had to take the initiative to check the messages she had received before. "It's okay. I'm here. Tell me before you leave." "Okay." Zheng Feifei responded and told her again about the yellow smoke. She must not breathe the air directly. According to the current observation results, masks with good filtering effects can temporarily resist. "I understand. You must be careful too. Don't worry. I will always be here for you." Before Xu Fu hung up the phone, Zheng Feifei stopped her. "Xu Fu." "What?" Zheng Feifei was a little speechless for a moment. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Such a long distance. Such a long road. To arrive within a day, this was almost an impossible task. But she really came. Whether for her, or for them, she was very happy and moved. In the end, thousands of words, combined into 2 words. "Thank you, Xu Fu." At 9:50 p.m., Zheng Feifei sent a message to Xu Fu. The reply was almost immediate, asking them to call her when they arrived, and telling them that they didn't need to get out of the car when they arrived, and that they could drive directly onto the raft deck. Zheng Feifei put away her phone, and looked back behind her. Inside the house, everyone was lightly equipped, and all their belongings were put into their backpacks. When they first met yesterday, they were still hiding something because of some concerns. On Chen Fei's team, Wu Xiaoshan was not a superpower, and Zhang Tian's backpack was different from Chen Fei's, so some things had not been explained in time. As for the relationship between Zheng Feifei and the other party, it was their first meeting, so how could they talk so deeply all of a sudden? But now, they have to work together to escape from this town. They need more trust, so some things have to be made clear in advance. Everyone has some idea about the matter of the superpowers. The only one who showed more surprise was Wu Xiaoshan, but she had a good acceptance ability, and quickly calmed down. In the original plan of the 6 of them, walking this 12 kilometers by land, was just the beginning of escaping from the town, and it was still far from being out of danger. The problems that Xu Fu pointed out were also considered by them when they made the plan. But compared to those, being trapped in this small town was obviously more dangerous, no matter where those people came from, and what plans they had behind them. According to the current situation, they wanted to assimilate the entire town and turn everyone into ichthyosis patients. Now, Xu Fu was already waiting at the river 12 kilometers away. Their escape plan only needed to complete the beginning part, and the difficulty was greatly reduced. At present, there are 3 difficulties in escaping the town. First, ichthyosis patients wandering around the town streets both day and night. Especially after nightfall, their state will become particularly aggressive. However, they like water. Normally they will not enter buildings, but will only wander in the rain outside. Second, yellow smoke that can quickly infect people with ichthyosis. This yellow smoke is randomly released. Not every street and every corner is filled with it. There are more during the day and at night, and because the visibility is reduced at night, you need to be more careful to check the surroundings to find it in advance. Their response strategy was to wear waterproof clothing all over their bodies. Each of them wore masks, goggles and gloves, as well as waterproof outerwear and waterproof hats, trying not to expose even a strand of hair. According to those who managed to escape alive yesterday, it can be analyzed that, in the short term, masks are definitely useful. As long as they can get on the car smoothly, the intact car body can also withstand some of the damage. Therefore, even though everyone is sweating and feeling extremely hot and stuffy because of the tight clothing, no one has thought of loosening their clothes to let themselves breathe. Qin Yuezhen drove the car. Zheng Feifei sat in the passenger seat. She was the navigation. Firstly, her mobile phone could connect to the internet for a short time. If she encountered dark yellow smoke blocking the way and needed to change lanes, She was the only one who could find and adjust the route in the first place. Secondly, she knew the street conditions in Joshua County, especially the road conditions from here to the riverbank. She knew much more clearly than the others. As for Chen Fa, she was responsible for clearing out possible snipers, thugs and ichthyosis patients, who might find them catching up with them. Those unscrupulous and inhumane thugs were the third difficulty in escaping the town. In this regard, Chen Fa's response policy is just one word: kill. Finally, from the short-term rental house where they are currently staying to the alley where the car is parked, if they go through the main door of the building, they will not only have to bypass the entire building, but also have to go through the street in front. This retreat route is too dangerous, and it is easy to run into the ichthyosis patients wandering outside. There are too many of them. Except for Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen, it is impossible for others to escape from the ichthyosis patients in a short time. The sound of fighting will easily attract the attention of other ordinary people hiding in the building. In difficult situations, people's hearts are unpredictable. If someone sees them fleeing, they may shout for help and ask them to take them with them. Any movement will easily attract thugs patrolling the streets of the entire town. In summary, their plan is not to go through the main door, but to go to the stairwell, hang a ladder from the north window, and climb out to reach the alley behind the building. The only problem with this plan is that they don't know the condition of their car at the moment. Although the parking place is relatively hidden, it has been a day and a night, and no one can guarantee whether the car windows are intact or whether the car can still be driven. If there is a problem with the car, they will have to find a car that can start in a short time. However, they can only take one step at a time and adapt to the situation. Are you ready? Chen Yuezhen stood behind the door that had been emptied of heavy objects such as cabinets. After checking the situation in the corridor through the peephole, he whispered to the people behind him. The four people in the middle all responded in a low voice. At the end of the team, Chen Fa opened the scope on his gun and nodded to Chen Yuezhen. Chen Yuezhen reached out and unlocked the door. Let's go. Chapter 144: The Last Piece of Land. The night was dark. The moderate rain outside turned into heavy rain after this evening. Although the thunderstorm had not yet started in Joshua County, it was not far away. Zheng Feifei walked in the second place, following Chen Yuezhen in front closely, holding her mother's hand tightly with one hand. The rain outside was noisy, but she could still hear the beating of her heart, bang bang bang, fast and heavy, as if someone was hitting her heart with a hammer. In a short period of time, this was her second desperate escape. But compared to the last time, this time the situation was much more dangerous. They climbed out from the window of the stairwell between the third and second floors. The corridor of the entire building was covered with blood, which was maliciously sprinkled by the thugs. Several doors had traces of burning. Some were broken open, and the houses were open. The inside was turned upside down, and human legs and feet could be seen lying on the ground when passing by. Some doors were not broken open, and they successfully resisted the wave of chaos. But they were all closed at this moment. There was no movement around, and it was as quiet as death. They wanted to go down one more flight of stairs and climb out of the window of the stairwell from the second floor to the first floor. But the closer they got to the first floor, the more blood there was in the stairs, and there were even human remains and pieces of flesh on the steps down from the second floor. Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan, who had never seen such a scene before, almost vomited. Chen Yuezhen stopped in time, raised the fire axe in his hand, and began to remove the protective net on the window of the stairwell. In addition to Chen Fa, who was holding a gun and using a scope to monitor the surrounding situation, the others also held tools that could be used as weapons. And at this moment, they all went up to join Chen Yuezhen. Everyone was very nervous, especially Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan. Everything that happened in the past 2 days was like a terrible nightmare. If possible, they really wanted to hide in the house, close the doors and windows, and not listen or see. But they knew that this was not the ordinary small-scale chaos in the past. If they continued to hide, it would only become more and more dangerous. If they wanted to leave this town alive, they had to cheer up. Fortunately, they were not alone. They had stronger companions, and Xu Fu was there to pick them up. The window was quickly pried open. Chen Yuezhen took the soft ladder handed over by Chen Fa and fixed it. Chen Fa held the gun and looked through the scope to check around, signaling that it was okay to go down. Chen Yuezhen immediately turned over and went out of the window. He was the first to successfully reach the ground. After him, it was Zheng Feifei and her daughter. Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan. Zhang's mother was old, and her hands and feet were not as flexible as Qin Yuezhen's. In addition, she was very nervous, and the soft ladder was difficult to climb. When she started to climb down, she missed a step, and her hands were weak, and her whole body slid down. On the windowsill, Wu Xiaoshan, who had half of her body sticking out, was quick-witted and grabbed her, with Zhang Feifei below Zhang's mother also supporting her mother in time. Zhang's mother in the middle regained her balance. "I'm sorry." After Zhang's mother landed safely, she lowered her voice and spoke, feeling very guilty. She always felt that she was holding others back. While blaming herself, she couldn't help but look at Zhang Feifei. During the day and night of being trapped, she had already told her daughter that when it really came to the last resort, she would let her leave herself alone and escape on her own. For her, as long as her daughter can escape safely, she can do anything. But Zhang Feifei told her that she already had no father, and she couldn't be without a mother. She was a superpower now, and she had a raft. As long as she left here, she could live on the water in the future. That was a brand new future, and she must be in that future. We have done well. We are a team, and there is no need to apologize. Qin Yuezhen grabbed Zhang's mother, pulled her behind her, and motioned her to follow her closely. "Thank you," Zhang Feifei said to Qin Yuezhen, then turned around and said thank you to Wu Xiaoshan who had just landed. Wu Xiaoshan nodded at her and said nothing more. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, what happened in the past 2 days made them quickly become a team, and they had a tacit understanding and trust with each other. After everyone landed smoothly, everyone started to move again. This time, Qin Yuezhen led Zhang's mother in front. Zhang Feifei, Wu Xiaoshan, and Zhang Tian took care of each other in the middle. And Chen Effa was still the last. She had to make sure everyone was within her sight, so that when an accident happened, she could eliminate the accident in time. As expected, although the alley was on the inside of the building, there were still patients with ichthyosis wandering in it. When they turned to the parking lot behind, a patient who was half crouching in the shadows suddenly rushed towards them. Zhang Tian wanted to scream, but she remembered Wu Xiaoshan's reminder and immediately pressed her mask with her hand before she screamed. At the same time, a dull puff was heard, and Chen Effei's bullet had hit the patient's head directly. He did not make any noise, and fell backwards silently. Chen Effei stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Keep going. Just keep going. I'm here. I won't let them get close to you." So, everyone quickened their pace again, following Qin Yuezhen in the heavy rain. On the way, they met 2 more terrifying patients, but without exception, they were killed by Chen Effei before they could get close to them. They finally arrived at the parking lot. The car was a modified off-road vehicle. There were iron bars on the windows. Chen Effei had them installed after renting it. The window was not damaged, but the tire had burst. Fortunately, she had all kinds of repair tools in her backpack. She quickly took out the intact spare tire and, with the help of Zhang Tian, Wu Xiaoshan and Zhang Feifei, quickly replaced the tire. After everyone got in the car, they heard the sound of horns and cars driving on the nearby streets. Those thugs who promoted evolution were here again. They had to leave quickly. Qin Yuezhen didn't turn on the lights and quickly started the car. Zhang Feifei turned her phone to Qin Yuezhen. There was a navigation map on the screen. With her immediate directions, the car drove quickly and rushed into the heavy rain. At 10:10, the raft had turned around at the river bank and moored sideways against the edge of the river bank. Xu Fu changed the house to a villa with a large rear deck, went up to the 3rd-floor terrace, and held up a telescope to check the direction of the road. There were no particularly tall buildings in the south of Jiaxue County. After 2 days of chaos, the river bank was quiet at this moment. Several doors and windows of the few buildings nearby were blown open. It was pitch black inside, and there was no movement at all. It was impossible to tell whether there were still people inside. Soon, at the end of the road, a faint headlight came on. Xu Fu's phone rang at the same time. It was Zhang Feifei calling. "Xu Fu, we're almost there." "Yeah, I think I saw you." Xu Fu held the phone and continued to look through the telescope. The car that appeared at the end of the road was driving very fast. In just 2 sentences, she had already seen the front of the car. "Is it a dark reinforced off-road vehicle?" "Yes," along with Zhang Feifei's voice. There was a faint sound of gunfire coming from the other end of the phone. Shu Fu remembered that Chen Fei's gun was a high-tech weapon. Although it was slow to fire, it could aim automatically, and would automatically mute when firing. So, this should not be the sound of Chen Fei's gun. She immediately understood their current situation. Are there cars following us? Yes. More than one. They are like crazy people. In the middle, Chen Fei had hit the tire of a car and overturned a car. But it attracted other cars. Now there are 2 cars following us. They took another road parallel to ours, and have been following us all the time. It's okay. Keep driving. When you see the villa raft parked on the river bank, drive directly to the direction of the fence on the rear deck. I have already parked the raft, and the deck fence will automatically drop. Shu Fu explained the details again. Remember, the raft is moored to the east. You are going to board the first large raft, not the small one at the back. After coming up, the raft will leave the shore immediately. You get off from the other side of the car, and use the car body to cover the raft behind. There is a small wooden building on the raft behind. Everyone, go into the building. On the other side, Zhang Feifei had already turned on the loudspeaker of her mobile phone, so that Chen Yuezhen and others could hear her words clearly at the same time. Although no one quite understood what a raft, villa or small building was, and how these things could be put together, Shu Fu's tone was serious and solemn, and they subconsciously tried to remember each other's instructions. They were discovered and chased by the thugs halfway. Wu Xiaoshan, who was sitting on the left side of the back seat, was injured. Her shoulder was grazed by a bullet, and she bled a lot. The 4 people in the back seat were all huddled at this moment, avoiding the window range of the car. The rear windshield of the SUV had been shattered. The heavy rain rushed in, and the car was in a mess. The wind was howling outside the broken window, and thunder exploded in the night sky in the distance. They drove all the way, as if they were driving on the border between life and death. Chen Fei lay on the seat in reverse, leaning against the backrest of the back seat, holding the gun in his hand on the back of the car, staring at the scope motionlessly in the pouring rain, observing the surroundings, and whenever he saw the pursuing car appear, he would open the gun without hesitation. However, she overturned one of the other cars. At this moment, the other cars were very cunning, and were using the terrain to encircle them. Chen Yuezhen had already turned on all the lights and high beams. They had been discovered, and there was no need to be low-key. The bright beams of light lit up the road on the rainy night. Chen Yuezhen had vaguely seen the river bank. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove at full speed. When there were still 200 meters left to the river bank, they still didn't see any rafts or villas on the shore. Why is there nothing? Zhang Tian, who had stretched out her sight, was a little flustered. Did we take the wrong road? No. She said she had seen us. Zhang Feifei looked forward again, looking at the entire river bank that had appeared in her field of vision. At the same time, everyone in the car heard the crazy shouting and laughter that spread through the horn in the heavy rain. It was the roar of the desperate criminals. They were getting closer and closer to them. On another road next to them, there were buildings and trees in the middle, and Chen Fei couldn't hit them. What should we do? Zhang Tian held Wu Xiaoshan's hand tightly, her nervous heart almost jumping out. When the car was only 100 meters away from the river bank, Zhang Feifei suddenly saw a large raft appearing on the river bank. Just as Shu Fu said, it was a villa raft. There. She gestured to Chen Yuezhen. Chen Yuezhen had also seen it a long time ago, but she did not slow down and continued to rush towards the rear deck. At this moment, the people in the car needed to have absolute trust in Shu Fu. If there was no trust, seeing the river bank and the dark river surface with surging waves, normal people would subconsciously slow down the car, and it would be very likely to be caught up by other cars. But Chen Yuezhen trusted Shu Fu 100%, and would follow her instructions even if she didn't understand. Therefore, she didn't slow down, and rushed straight towards the fence of the villa's rear deck. Then, when she was about to hit it, she braked suddenly and spun the car. The car immediately turned around. The front of the car turned around, and the body rushed towards the fence. Amid the exclamations of others in the car, the fence quickly dropped and disappeared before the body hit it. The off-road vehicle spun and drifted onto the deck. The tires turned twice in place, rubbing against each other and producing a puff of white smoke, and finally stopped with a bang. Almost at the same moment when the car stopped, the fence on the deck rose again, and the raft left the shore immediately, heading east along the river in the night. Shu Fu had already opened the portable protective shield. She put away the map panel, rushed down the stairs in a few steps, and rushed to the car. At this time, a series of gunshots came from the shore, some of which hit the raft fence, and the other part hit the right side of the off-road vehicle. Xu Fu was standing on that side, but the portable protective shield blocked everything. She didn't expect the pursuers to arrive so soon. At this moment, Chen Fei and the others had not checked in yet, and the raft protective shield could not be opened because everyone had to pass through to the raft behind. And she didn't dare to drive the drifting speed too fast. For a moment, the raft could not get out of the range, and the enemy's bullets were too dense, and the people in the car could not get out at all. She immediately patted the car door and shouted to the people in the car, "Don't come out yet. I will take them one by one." Chen Fei instantly understood what she meant. She wanted to use her protective shield to protect them one by one to the raft behind. She immediately spoke, repeated Xu Fu's words again, and told everyone to take off their masks, goggles, gloves and outer clothes and throw them on the car. After that, Chen Fei clenched her gun tightly and began to look for opportunities to fight back. Even though she knew that Xu Fu was there, the others would not be hit, and she did not intend to hold back on the people on the other side. This group of perverts. If you can get rid of one, then one. Everyone in the car lowered their bodies, hid in the car where bullets could not reach, helped each other, and quickly took off their clothes and masks. Xu Fu walked around to the left side of the car, opened the back door, and took the lead in hugging the person sitting at the edge. That person was Wu Xiaoshan, who was shocked by Xu Fu's passionate hug. He hadn't seen her for so long. Did he miss her so much? Get out of the car. Let's go! Xu Fu didn't have time to explain at this time, and only told the other party to hug her tightly. Wu Xiaoshan walked with her for 2 steps, and soon understood, because she didn't feel the rain, so she guessed that Xu Fu had something to protect her. The two walked through the hail of bullets, and Xu Fu escorted her all the way into the small hotel building behind the raft. Inside the door, Jiang Dai, who had been waiting there since early morning, had already greeted her. Her shoulder is injured. I will treat her after she checks in, Xu Fu said to Jiang Dai. I understand, Jiang Dai responded, and carefully pulled her to exchange the wristband on the plane. Others were also waiting near the exchange machine and the counter. They had even prepared the supplies for them to exchange for raft points. They just waited for her to enter her biometric information and immediately stuffed the supplies in their hands into the metal door. Wu Xiaoshan was confused the whole time. She just felt that Jiang Dai was leading her around. Soon, a dark brown wristband appeared on her wrist. Finally, she was taken to the counter, where a boy of about 14 or 15 stood. He greeted her first, and then explained to her that there were only double rooms available, and she had to wait for the next person to come in to check in together. Wu Xiaoshan, ? On the other side, Xu Fu quickly protected Zhang Tian and rushed across the deck, pushing her into the hotel building. After that, it was Jing's mother. When she was about to transfer Chen Yuezhen, the raft had gradually gone out of the bullet range of the shore. But things didn't end so quickly, because Chen Fei saw a few thugs get on the car again, and planned to continue chasing along the river bank. They looked more excited than before, because they had discovered that there were 2 rafts coming to meet them. It turned out to be a superpower, and 2 superpowers. For them, killing the superpowers, they could destroy their rafts, and then explode a large amount of supplies originally hidden in the house. The houses on the 2 rafts looked very high-end, and the supplies inside must be very rich. Xu Fu temporarily ignored the situation on the shore. For her, the most important thing was Chen Fei and the other 6 people. As long as they all checked in at the hotel, they would be truly safe. Because of the cooperation of the friends in the hotel, the 6 people checked in quickly and confusedly without knowing what was going on. On the other deck, Xu Fu had temporarily put the tattered off-road vehicle into the compressed display cabinet. Inside the door of the hotel building, Jiang Dai shouted at her, indicating that everyone had become a guest of the hotel. Xu Fu nodded. She glanced at the cars chasing the raft on the shore, and immediately opened the raft's protective cover. In an instant, the 2 rafts became invisible to outsiders on the wide river. The chasing cars stopped quickly, and those who didn't know why and got out of the car with guns, and fired wildly at the river in front of them. At this time, Xu Fu had already adjusted the drifting speed of the raft to the highest 100, and the raft accelerated instantly, and quickly moved away from the border of Jiashui County. She removed the protective shield, went back to the house first, change the house back to its original shape, and then reset the destination. The destination was the lake where she and Yao Ruoyun separated. The whole journey was nearly 600 kilometers, and they would arrive in 6 hours. In the rest area on the second floor of the hotel, the few people who had just become hotel guests sat there to rest. They drank the hot water that Lu Zheng brought out from the apartment next to them, and slowly came back to their senses. There were too many stimulations tonight. Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen recovered quickly, but after they came back to their senses, they found that they were in Lu Zheng's raft house. They were shocked and started a new round of coming back to their senses. Jiang Dai treated Wu Xiaoshan's wound and helped her down from the upstairs room. Yu Dong and the others were not idle either. They took the basins of hot water and clean towels that Lu Su brought out from the residence, twisted the hot towels and handed them to them one by one, indicating that everyone should wipe their faces and hands. Zheng Feifei and her daughter, Zhang Tian, and Wu Xiaoshan all met Lu Zheng and his friends for the first time. To them, everything around them at this moment, whether it was this clean wooden building with lights on or the people around them, was unfamiliar. Although they all showed concern and kindness, they had just finished a race with death, and everyone was tense, unable to relax for a moment, until the familiar person appeared at the stairs. Shu Fu's Zheng Feifei rushed over and hugged her tightly. "It's okay. Everything is safe. Not only now, but every day in the future." She patted Zheng Feifei's back gently, turned her head to look at Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen on the sofa, and then Wu Xiaoshan and Zhang Tian on the other side. Fortunately, everyone was still alive, and not one was missing. She finally completed this plan of traveling thousands of miles. 10 minutes later, after listening to Shu Fu's brief narration, everyone couldn't help but start looking around the small building. As they looked around, Shu Fu was also looking at them. As expected, in addition to Zheng Feifei, Zhang Tian also awakened. A fixed white light bar also appeared above her head, and the value behind it was 75. This was the highest awakened person she had seen so far who was not within the towing range of the drifting island house. It was a bit of a pity, because the distance to the value that could be towed was only 5. What surprised her even more was Wu Xiaoshan. She originally thought that she was the only non-superpower among all the people, but after she briefly described the situation of the raft, a flashing white light bar suddenly appeared above her head, and the progress had reached 3/4. Although the number had not yet appeared, and disappeared after a few seconds, it was obvious that she was also a superpower who was about to awaken. Shu Fu did not explain the raft in detail. After all, there were too many details that needed to be explained, and those too detailed things involved many secrets, which could not be explained in a short time. So, she just told everyone that she and Lu Zheng were also supernatural people, and his raft was a little special, which could be open to people other than the raft owner and his family. Now they were all guests in the hotel, so they could be protected by the raft, but staying in the hotel required points, and the points were exchanged for supplies. Wu Xiaoshan was the first to respond. "Is the Doomsday Hotel open?" Shu Fu had to praise. "Very good summary." "Then where are we going now?" Zhang Tian spoke softly. She remembered that she also had a raft, but because she had just awakened, she had not taken it out to study it carefully, and she couldn't help but look forward to it at this moment. "Leave here first, and meet up with another friend. As for the future, it is natural to return to the waters and tow Chen Fa and Zheng Feifei's raft. However, it is already late, and Chen Fa and the others have not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. So the most urgent thing is to let them go back to their rooms, wash up and rest. Currently, the 6 of them are staying in double rooms. Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen are in 303 on the 3rd floor. Zheng Feifei and her mother are in 203 on the 2nd floor. And Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan are in 204 opposite Zheng Feifei. Shu Fu said that she had extended the usage time of the electricity card, and they could go back to the room with peace of mind, take a good shower, change clothes, and rest. The inside of the hotel is absolutely safe, and they can sleep peacefully. When they arrive at their destination, the hotel owner will notify them again. "Is there electricity and water here?" Zhang's mother was very surprised. "Yes, there is a water tank on the terrace of our hotel. It is clean filtered water. It can also be drunk after boiling. However, the water supply is limited. Everyone should try not to waste water when using it." Lu Su responded, looking like a hotel operator. "Today's situation is special. The usual notice of the hotel's electricity usage time and some other accommodation rules have been posted at the counter on the first floor. Everyone can pay attention to it later when they have time. At present, the hotel has limited staff, and the cleaning of the room is the responsibility of the guests. There was too much information and too much confusion. Zhang's mother nodded in a daze. Zhang Feifei greeted Xu Fu and others, and took Zhang's mother back to the room first. Their room was right next to the rest area on the second floor, just 2 steps away. Afterwards, Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan also went back to 204 to rest. After using their wristbands to open the room, they explained in surprise again, obviously shocked by the conditions of the hotel room. In the rest area, only Chen Fa and Chen Yuezhen were left. Grandma Xu Fu took a few steps forward and reached out to hug them both. Fa. Chen Fa wanted to hide, although she took off her coat and mask. She had been busy in Joshua County for several days and had no chance to take a shower. But obviously, Xu Fu didn't care. So, she finally reached out and caught her. This side is too difficult. Xu Fu sighed. Good things take time, girl. Chen Yuezhen touched her head lovingly. On the side, several other people also stepped forward, each patted Chen Fa's shoulder, their backbone. The captain finally returned to the team. Xu Fu knew that Chen Fa and the others were also tired, so she didn't talk to them much. After sending them back to the room on the 3rd floor, she roughly talked about the trailer, and told her about the bond value and Zhang Tian's situation, and gave Chen Fa several options in advance: breeding house, convenience store, and milk tea shop. Chen Fa nodded. Sure enough, your raft is the most special, the manager's raft. It seems that different sets of architectural styles and functions are very different. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, there is still a lot of time. After we leave the land and return to the water, we can tow it. Okay. Chen Fa sent Xu Fu to the door of the room. When she turned around and was about to leave, he called her again. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me with such a touching expression? Xu Fu smiled. Are you going to say something cheesy, Fa? Chen Fa's scalp was numb because of her shouting. Since they met today, she has been calling Fa non-stop. She knew she did it on purpose. But she was still touched. And she couldn't get angry after meeting each other again after a long separation. So she stretched out her hand to pinch Xu Fu's cheek, and told her to go back and rest. See you later. Fafa. See you later. Xu Fu. 6 hours later. The drifting island house dragging the hotel raft passed through the long dark river again, and arrived at the lake 600 kilometers away on time. Because the owner of the raft did not set a new itinerary, the raft began to drift autonomously in a small area. It was more than 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was raining heavily on the lake. It was pitch black. Inside the protective cover, everyone was still sleeping. On the other side of the lake, Yao Ruoyun's planting raft was docked on the shore. Although the raft's protective shield was open at the moment, it was suddenly closed for a period of time, causing the raft's whereabouts to be discovered by the team temporarily stationed on the shore. Therefore, even if the protective shield was opened again later, the existence of the raft had already been known to the people on the shore. Of course, if the other party was someone she didn't know at all, even if the protective shield was closed in the middle, she and the others just had to stay in the house and not show up. But when the protective cover was shut down, she had just finished checking the glass greenhouse, and was walking across the deck to go back to the house, when she suddenly felt the heavy rain. Yao Ruoyun, who was soaked like a drowned chicken, was stunned on the deck for a while, thinking that the trailer sharing function was invalid, and was shocked, and then she realized that the protective cover on Xu Fu's side must have been temporarily shut down. There were thunders on the lake, and she was about to hide in the house, but suddenly she felt a flash of flashlight on the shore. Someone saw her, and was using a flashlight to remind her. Yao Ruoyun looked sideways, and several car lights were lit up one by one on the originally dark shore, and the car lights illuminated a tall figure standing on the shore. Cheng Yu turned off the strong flashlight in his hand, and slowly withdrew the telescope from his eyes. In a military jeep behind him, Lu Shuang and Han Lan also opened the doors on both sides, and got out of the car in the rain. Their eyes were fixed directly in her direction, with a look of shock and astonishment on their faces. Yao Ruoyun was caught off guard. Chapter 145: The Last Piece of Land. 6 o'clock in the morning. Even without turning on the alarm, Xu Fu woke up very early the next day. Probably because Chen Fa and Zhang Feifei had checked into the hotel behind. She was worried, and always felt that there were many things waiting for her to do, so she woke up after sleeping for only more than 6 hours. Outside the French window, a muffled thunder rolled across the sky above the lake, illuminating a corner of the dark blue sky, and a new round of heavy rain began again. The raft had returned to the lake area, and was now drifting near the mountain wall. It was still early, and visibility was too low. She couldn't see where Yao Ruoyun's raft was floating. So she got up and washed up. She planned to take advantage of the heavy rain before it turned into a rainstorm and thunderstorm. And the others didn't get up. She turned off the protective cover and stored some water for the hotel behind. After the protective cover was turned off, the drifting island house was immediately surrounded by the sound of crackling rain. The whole lake looked like a thick fog, full of surging water vapor. She opened the front door, put on slippers barefoot, stood under the eaves, looked at the heavy rain and the lake in the early morning, and stretched her hands and feet. She quickly placed a bowl of hot bubble wontons and a portion of fresh meat soup dumplings on the camping table, sat down in a comfortable position, and began to eat breakfast. Yao Ruoyun received a call at this time. Hearing Xu Fu's cheerful voice, she knew that she had woken up. "Senior, are you back?" Her voice sounded a little depressed. I don't know if it was because she couldn't go to Joshua County with her, so she couldn't be happy. "I'm back." "Where is your raft?" "On the northeast shore, in the direction of the provincial road," she said, hesitantly, as if she had something else to say, but didn't know how to start. "What's wrong?" Xu Fu asked. But she moved quickly. She had already taken out the map panel, adjusted the direction of the raft, and quickly headed towards the northeastern shore of the lake. The lake was very large. The mountain wall where the raft had been floating before, and the northeastern shore were just at the two ends of the lake. No wonder Yao Ruoyun didn't notice that she had returned. Xu Fu pushed the raft to the fastest speed. The drifting island house and the hotel raft behind it quickly passed on the lake in the heavy rain, and soon crossed the lake. When Yao Ruoyun was about to confess her accidental exposure last night with a guilty mood, Xu Fu's raft had already broken through the rain curtain and came close. Xu Fu, who was drinking soup with her head down and squinting her eyes in pleasure because of the delicious bone soup, subconsciously felt something was wrong. She slowly raised her eyes and looked at the lakeshore in front of her. On the lakeshore where the rain was pouring, Yao Ruoyun was not the only raft. The land on this side of the lake was slightly higher, and there were a number of military off-road vehicles and armored vehicles parked on it. There was also a row of vehicles behind, and even the shadow of a tank could be seen. 12 or 20 military vehicles formed an encirclement, and a large awning was artificially pulled out. The awning was dark green, thick, and the corners were firmly pulled tight with ropes and fixed to the wall formed by the vehicles. There was a long camping table and chairs under the awning. It looked like a temporary command center. Many fully armed soldiers were standing by the long table to hold a meeting and check the topographic map. They all turned back at the sound of the waves. There were a few familiar faces among them. They saw two rafts, one large and one small. There were beautiful log buildings on the rafts. Under the eaves at the front, there was a young girl eating breakfast. The girl was very beautiful. She was wearing a long home t-shirt and hot pants. She was barefoot, crossed her legs, and had sandals on her toes. Her hair was a little messy, and her exposed arms and legs were slender and white. She exuded a sense of ease and leisure before the end of the world, which shocked them for a moment, and they didn't know what expression to show. Ahem. Should they continue to watch? Or should they continue to watch? The girl seemed to have just discovered them, and a look of shock flashed across her face. But she soon calmed down. The soldiers were immediately excited. They stayed here, in addition to the road being blocked, and they all knew that their commander was waiting for someone. "Is she the one you are waiting for? The star candy girl in the legend of our commander? Is it her? Is it?" No wonder the commander likes to look at the glass candy jar when he is alone. I can understand it now. That's right. This girl is so pretty. Who wouldn't miss not seeing her for a long time? Senior, it's my fault. I was exposed. Although we don't live on land now, it's nothing. But I know you originally had your own plan. That, huh? Have you come here? Accompanied by Yao Ruoyun's surprised voice, Xu Fu saw a man in field uniform coming out from behind the row of soldiers. The other person was tall and had long legs. He was holding a small metal cup in his hand, like the other soldiers beside him. He looked at her in shock. Okay. No need to say anything. I've seen it. Not only did he see it, He also exchanged glances with the other person. Oh, then I'll withdraw. Yao Ruoyan hung up the phone quickly. On the other side of the long table, Han Lan, who didn't know what was going on, also squeezed through the wall of teammates and walked to the front. What's going on? Suddenly everyone stopped doing anything and stood here as punishment. Oh my god! When did this person appear? There was no shadow just now. Han Lan's voice was 3 times louder when he saw the person under the eaves of the raft, and immediately attracted Lu Shuang, the only one who was studying the topographic map seriously at the moment. What the hell are you yelling about? If you don't want to attend the meeting here, go to On's place and help him repair his car. What are you yelling about? The last 2 words, obviously because she saw Shu Fu, she suddenly changed her tone, but soon, she looked puzzled again. This raft doesn't seem to be the one from that night. And strangely, it actually looked familiar. Han Lan beside him suddenly clapped his hands. A while ago, the one on the Northland Plateau, what was it called, a mini raft? Oh, the holy mini raft. The news disappeared soon after it appeared. I was still wondering which superpower it was, who actually used this method to win over the hearts of the people in the Northland. Quite clever. After all the fuss, it was her. Shu Fu. At a distance, Han Lan lowered his voice again to say the last words. Logically speaking, she definitely couldn't hear him, but she could guess what he was saying from his expression, actions, and even lip shape. Her mood was not as calm as she looked. Of course, she was very happy to see them again here, and she was also very happy to see Cheng Yu alive and well. But the timing of this reunion was too unfortunate, since she knew that Lu Shuang and Han Lan had awakened. She had already thought about what she wanted to say the next time they met. Although the other party had already known about these things, they had concealed them after all, so there was still a need for them to confess. This confession has nothing to do with whether Lu Shuang and Han Lan are willing to be towed by her raft. As friends who have experienced life and death together, she believes that she needs to give an explanation to each other. Now, she hasn't said anything yet. She has been exposed so thoroughly. It seems that there is no need to say anything in the future. Shu Fu put down the phone and stood up. She symbolically straightened her clothes and waved and smiled at Lu Shuang, Han Lan, and other familiar faces among the soldiers. We are really destined to meet. Every time we lose contact, we always meet like this. As she said, she turned her eyes to Cheng Yu. Good morning, Cheng Yu. It was really early. Less than 6:30. She never thought that so many people would appear in this barren plateau. Cheng Yu moved quickly. He handed the cup in his hand to the person next to him, took a long step, pursed his lips, and strode towards her raft. Just like the last time it snowed in Wei County. It was raining so hard, but he didn't bother to wear rain gear. The distance from the lakeside highland to the raft was only 30 or 40 meters, and he arrived in a few breaths. He stepped onto her raft and stopped outside the eaves where she stood. The heavy rain fell on him, completely soaking his hair and cheeks. Why are you always like this? Shu Fu took the umbrella from under the eaves, stepped forward, and opened it for him and herself to block the rain. She looked up at him with a smile. Have you finished the candy? Did you finish it early? You can't blame me this time. I contacted you. And I contacted you many times. It was you who lost contact. There is one last one. He lowered his head and looked at her steadily. That was what he wanted to save for the day he met her. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Shu Fu looked at the other person's deep and focused eyes on her face. Are you injured this time? All minor injuries. Are you not happy to see me? Why do you look like that? As she said, she reached out to touch the scar at the corner of his eye, and said softly, It seems that you have lost weight. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the next second he reached out to hold her fingertips, and held her hand tightly in his palm. I am very happy. As he said, he leaned forward, seemingly wanting to hug her, but he was worried about something, so he didn't hug her directly. Shu Fu could see his restraint. He was always like this in front of her. Cautious, as if he was afraid of hurting her. She sighed, and handed the umbrella in her other hand to him. Take it. Cheng Yu took it, and before he could speak, she had stepped forward again, and reached out to hug him. It was not the kind of hug between friends who had met after a long time, patting each other on the back, but the kind of hug where she stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around his neck, and put her cheek against his ear. I'm glad to see you here, too. She leaned towards him, and if she turned her head at this time, she would see his ears turning red quickly. Your clothes will get wet, he said. It's okay, I'll change into something later, and it's more important to hug you. He heard that, but he still couldn't control himself, holding the umbrella with one hand to block the rain for her, and opening the other hand to hold the person in his arms tightly. She was wearing too thin clothes, a thin layer of t-shirt and hot pants, soft cotton fabric, warm to the touch, clean and soft, the touch of her waist. On Yao Ruoyun's raft, the door of the double-story building had been opened long ago. Yao Ruoyun leaned against the door. The initial uneasiness on her face had now turned into an ant's smile. For some reason, every time she saw the two of them together, a lot of strange and exciting images would always flash through her mind. Especially that night near Dari County, after Shu Fu took the initiative to hug Cheng Yu. No! She had to control Gigi. And she must not let the senior know these thoughts in her mind. Behind Yao Ruoyun, Long Sheng and Su Jiechu stood there on the left and right, also eating melons. Su Jiechu's voice was obviously unhappy. Who is that? Why did you hug him? Oh! Hug him so tightly. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Yao Ruoyun glanced at him speechlessly, and was too lazy to speak. She turned her eyes back, and saw another raft behind Shufu's raft. Because Shufu's raft was facing the river bank, her raft was just on the side. So from her angle, she could just see Lu Zheng's raft behind her. Lu Zheng's raft was located to the right rear of Shufu's raft. Usually, people on the raft could only see Shufu's rear deck. But at this moment, Lu Zheng was standing at the edge of the terrace with an umbrella. From there, he could see the front deck over the cabin of the raft in front. He went up to transfer the filtered water in the foldable bucket to the water tank. But he saw the situation on the shore, the people who strode towards the raft, and the people who later walked out of the eaves with umbrellas and took the initiative to hug each other. Yao Ruoyun looked at Lu Zheng standing still with an umbrella, and sighed maturely in her heart. As expected, some are happy while others are sad. Shu Fu felt hot, and didn't want to wear long sleeves and long pants when getting off the raft. But now is not only a rainy summer, but also a summer with many insects. Leaving the owner's area of the drifting island house, the outside world is wet, hot, and sticky. The muddy water on the ground is full of reptiles. And the woods with crazy branches and leaves on the shore are also full of flying insects. She originally wanted to open the protective shield, since she had too much time to use up now. But in the end, she was told by Lu Xuan to put on her raincoat and boots. Last night, Lu Xuan and the others had learned from Yao Ruoyun that Shu Fu would come back to meet her later. They were actually very happy, especially Cheng Yu. Even though he didn't say much, Lu Xuan and Han Lan could sense his joy from his expression. As for her, since she found out that she had become a superpower, she slowly realized that the vague dreamlike images that occasionally flashed through her mind were all things she had experienced in the past. She had indeed seen Shu Fu in another world. Or rather, she had seen Shu Fu at another age. Most things were blurry, and the images were fragmentary. So the information that could be extracted was also fragmentary. They were working on the same project, which was a completely different field from her current career. She could use those professional terms fluently. In several fragments of the images, she was arguing with Shu Fu. They seemed to be unfamiliar with each other at that time, and there might have been some misunderstandings. Whenever they communicated, they always had different opinions and argued and discussed. People were coming and going around, but they were all silent, as if they were afraid of being affected by the dispute between the two of them, and they didn't dare to step forward. There were also many filming equipment on the side, but in one or two pictures, they hugged each other, and they seemed to be holding wine glasses in their hands. The cups were intertwined, and everything was shining. Every face was full of energy. They should be celebrating the success of the cooperation project. They have become good friends. She seemed to invite Shu Fu to continue the next cooperation. But the other party told her that she might not be able to cooperate with her in the short term because she had to go back to produce the second season of Water Planet. I don't know why. In this memory fragment, a lot of information is blurred. She can't even see Shu Fu's face clearly. But the 4 words Water Planet are clearly engraved in her mind. In addition to these memories related to Shu Fu, there are also some other memory fragments that belong only to her, which are fragments of life or work. But there are also 1 or 2 memory fragments, which seem to have happened a major event, which completely affected her work plan and mentality. She seemed to be trapped on a train for a day and a night, and later learned that the heavy rain ahead caused a large-scale landslide. In addition, there are more and more news related to various disasters in the news and on the internet. which have exceeded the number and degree of disasters that have occurred on this planet in previous years. What's more terrifying is that the destructive disaster scenes taken many times in many places make her feel very familiar. When these fragments of memory flashed in her mind at the same time, for words emerged in her mind very clearly. Water Planet. What is Water Planet? It was Xu Fu's famous work written a few years ago. It was a phenomenal cartoon, which became popular all over the internet, with its dramatic disaster story and extremely realistic special effects. That day, when Lu Shuang woke up from the dream, recalling the details of this dream, she suddenly felt a creepy fear. In that world, the disasters that occurred in Water Planet appeared one by one in reality. And the world she was in now was more like the one based on Water Planet, with all the details of the previous disasters magnified several times. So, who is she? And where is she? Lu Shuang wanted to find Xu Fu urgently, and wanted to find out the answers to all the doubts. But during the most chaotic stage of overlapping memories, she was on a mission and had no way to contact Xu Fu. Fortunately, at that stage, Han Lan also had superpowers and strange memory fragments with her. But in his memory fragments, there was much less information than hers. It was said that he was either on vacation in a hotel, or eating and drinking with others at a party, or sitting in a conference room and giving orders to others. But Han Lan was not in a hurry. He said that there were so many superpowers working for the government now, and it was definitely not just them who had superpowers and strange memory fragments. The government should have investigated and archived them long ago. It's just that they were not superpowers before, so they couldn't access this information. As long as they finish this mission and go back, they can request to retrieve the information as superpowers, and they should be able to gather the answers they want from the vast amount of information. However, this mission is not that simple. This is a defense war, which concerns the last piece of land and their country. Even their relatives cannot contact them during this period. In today's harsh global environment, once certain situations break out, they will not be resolved by a single struggle or a single war. Internal and external troubles, natural disasters and planned man-made disasters overlap, and the situation is full of difficulties. However, both human resources and weapons resources are limited. Some combat forces went to the northern plateau. Some went to the Nine-county area. Some stayed in the waters. And some were scattered along the border. The situation became stalemate. Fortunately, a breakthrough occurred more than half a month ago. I don't know who secretly put a batch of data on disaster climate and waters on the internet. And it was a website that only Hua people could see. After studying the data, the authorities found that the data was true. They immediately blocked the data and finally replanned based on detailed water data, leading the enemy into the devil's waters. After that, the war, which was originally in a stalemate, began to end little by little. Lu Shuang, like everyone else, thought that after so much effort, it was finally coming to an end. But when she returned to the country, she found that the crisis had already come to their doorstep. Her family, her comrades' families, were all involved. This is simply one wave after another. It is one of the most populous urban areas in Shizhou province. To deal with foreign enemies at sea, you can directly bomb them. But in this situation, it is impossible to use weapons of that level. The scattered combat forces began to move back, but the retreat was not smooth. The large-scale extreme thunderstorm weather that happened to arrive completely interrupted the air route. On the ground, several key sections of the road had road collapses and landslides. Judging from the location and impact range of these sections, this should be man-made. The reason why they came to this area was because they had no choice but to take a detour. Last night, they stayed on the high ground by the lake, not just to wait for Xu Fu to meet, but because their car could not go any further. Several nearby land routes that could continue westward to Sand City were interrupted. All these situations, many of which involved the actions of the troops. Lu Shuang could not elaborate. But in a few words, Xu Fu still figured out their purpose at the moment. Of course, many of them were her guesses. They were one of the retreating reinforcements, and they were going to relieve the difficulties of Sand City. There must be more than just this wave of retreating reinforcements. And there may be some that have already arrived near Sand City, but the number is estimated to be small. And more importantly, those teams may not be well equipped. And now the people besieging Sand City must have known that the outer combat forces would be withdrawn one by one. And they had already made various preparations. For example, starting this chaos before the extreme thunderstorm, a natural disaster node. And for example, creating large accidents at various key sections to block land travel. Now all communications in Shacheng have been cut off. People inside cannot get out, and people outside cannot get in. At the same time, because there are many people under control in Shacheng and the county, people outside have too many concerns and dare not force their way forward. But now time is running out. Several teams at the forefront have spread the news. They know the purpose of those people in this large-scale chaos. They are afraid that if it drags on for a few more days, whether it is the surrounding county or the urban area of Shacheng, more people will be infected with this new type of ichthyosis. By then, even if the peripheral equipment is found or the road is repaired and they arrive at Sand City, it will be too late. As for Chungyu's current team, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the hardware equipment is amazing. But unfortunately, they have just completed the mission and entered the country, and are blocked at the outermost edge. They sent a car to explore the road in another direction in the rain and thunderstorm last night. But the result of the exploration was not good. Shufu came here, originally wanting to talk to Lu Shuang and Han Lan about the raft. This time, it was a rare opportunity, and she felt that at least she had to let them know that now they have another choice besides living on land. And it is the kind that can bring their families with them. But now, Lu Shuang and Han Lan's families are trapped in Sand City. And the most urgent thing is to save people first. This matter is no longer a simple mission or action. It concerns the fate of the last piece of land. Once something happens in Sand City, even if the peripheral teams are still there, they will completely lose their backbone. The entire Shizhou province is likely to be divided into different teams, like the Northland Plateau. And each city and county will also be divided into different areas, dominated by different teams. During this whole process, it is very likely that more organizations will infiltrate, and chaos and fighting are inevitable. When that time comes, more people will die, and the last piece of land will be completely torn apart. Although Shufu did not know many details of the operation, she had understood the other party's current predicament. She suddenly spoke and asked, if there is no way to break in quickly from the outside, then can we break in from the inside? What do you mean? In an instant, Chungyu, Lu Shuang and Han Lan all turned their eyes. They were sitting on one side of the temporary command center. A small single room was separated by a waterproof tent cloth. There was also a folding metal table inside. On it were some communication tools, satellite computers and maps. Because the entire area was built temporarily, there was nothing important here, and Shu Fu was brought in directly. Now Lu Shuang and Han Lan have also become superpowers, and they are more powerful than ordinary superpowers. Their rafts, spaces and props have provided great help to teammates during naval battles. The whole team has also adapted to superpowers, so although they are curious about Shu Fu and the others, they will not be regarded as rare as when superpowers first appeared. Compared to her identity as a superpower, they were actually more curious about what happened between her and the commander. Soldiers who were on the line between life and death every day had very few entertainment activities. So at this moment, their gossip hearts were burning. If they hadn't entered the compartment at this moment, Shu Fu would probably be surrounded and visited by those people outside like a panda. That is, if someone can transport some of your team members and weapons and equipment to a county in the suburbs of Sand City in a very short time, will it help your operation? Of course. Han Lan was the first to stand up. What do you mean? Do you want to transport it by air? But there are thunderstorms these days, and there are not so many large transport planes at once. In extreme thunderstorm weather, air travel is much more dangerous than land travel. Xiao Fu, do you really have a solution? Lu Shuang couldn't help being anxious. After all, their families were all in Sand City. Chungyu looked at Shu Fu and answered her question, if you have a solution, it will be of great help to our operation. Under the current circumstances, the most troublesome problem is the lack of internal combat power. Because of a series of internal and external troubles in the early stage, there was no peace everywhere, and a large number of combat forces had to be dispersed and transferred. In fact, there were still several teams inside Sand City, but because the chaos started from the inside, they were caught off guard and trapped. According to the news from the teams that had broken through to the surrounding areas, they should all be alive, in the camp in the suburbs. If we can rescue that group of team members first, we can start from the inside, catch the other side off guard, and break out little by little. Chungyu had said this, and Shu Fu did not play dumb anymore. She said directly, I have a way. I can send some people to Joshua County near Shacheng in a very short time regardless of the weather conditions. At the same time, We can also transport armored vehicles and go together. The three people looked at her without saying a word. They all knew now that there were differences between people with special abilities. But what Xu Fu said now was still beyond their imagination. But the number of teammates I can send in is limited. As for the number of people, she already had a rough plan in mind. But she needed the help of another person. So, a moment later, Lu Zheng also entered the compartment of the temporary command center. Captain Chung. He greeted the three people and turned to Xu Fu. What's wrong? What happened? Can the hotel be upgraded now? It's still a long way from the income. After Lu Zheng finished speaking, he looked at the others again and roughly guessed something. Do you need to increase the number of guests? Yes. I am sending a group of people to Jiaxue County now. At the same time, all the people who have been staying here before have to be temporarily evacuated. But now there are only 6 double rooms and 4 single rooms. In total, only 16 people can be accommodated. It's too few. If you just want to increase the number of guests, I can add more rooms. At present, I can consume some RAP points to add 2 triple rooms or 3 single rooms. This is also thanks to Yao Ruoyun's first batch of green vegetables. He bought a part of it, which met the conditions for unlocking the vending machine, but also met the conditions for unlocking the triple room. Fortunately, he was slow and had not unlocked the vending machine. Otherwise, he would not be able to add more guest rooms, although it would consume some RAP points. Adding more guest rooms also has its advantages. Whether adding 3 double rooms or 2 triple rooms, they can be linked to the public toilets later. Xu Fu calculated, and it was obvious that adding a triple room was more cost-effective. She did not really want Cheng Yu and the others to stay. She just needed them to stay in the hotel when the protective shield was opened and not be ejected. Okay. Then add 2 triple rooms. And we have to let the other friends check out first, she said, and turned to Cheng Yu. 22 people. This is all we can take for now. Although Lu Shuang and the others didn't fully understand, the result was more important to them now. 22 people. It's enough. What about the car? As long as there is a car, it can make up for the shortcoming of having fewer people. After all, a team and a tank have completely different combat effectiveness. They are not greedy. Even if they only transport 2 tanks in, they have a way to break through to the camp. Xu Fu calculated the number of compartments in the display cabinet she had compressed. Now that she had more space, she could temporarily move all the things in the display cabinet into the space, so that all 15 display cabinet compartments could be vacated. After that, there would definitely be some space left, so she could stuff a few larger transport vehicles that couldn't fit into the display cabinets. She had just seen that there were about 20 military equipment vehicles here, and after a rough estimate in her mind, she spoke again. We should be able to bring them all in. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard this. Chapter 146, The Last Piece of Land. Half an hour later, the friends who were originally staying in the hotel checked out one by one. Some of them had just woken up and didn't know what happened, but soon understood after Xu Fu's simple explanation. This was a big deal. Those soldiers had to go to Jiaxue County to rescue other people who were still trapped there. And time was tight, they had to race against time. So basically no one packed their things, just took their belongings, and soon vacated all the rooms. During the time when Xu Fu returned to Jiaxue County, they would temporarily stay at the temporary command center. After all, they were no longer hotel guests, nor were they protected by the protective shield, and they could not enter Yao Ruoyun's cabin, including Long Sheng and Su Jiechu, who had stayed at Yao Ruoyun's place before. Although Chen Fa and the others also had rafts, they could also release the rafts to rest on the water. But since almost everyone had a raft, it would really attract too much attention if they really released it. So they finally decided to keep a low profile. The temporary command center has lightning protection devices installed, and the safety factor is still good. The 2 newly added 3-person rooms. One is on the first floor. At the end of the corridor where 104 and 103 are located, there is a door in the original wall. Inside is a room of about 40 square meters. A horizontal rectangular structure room, with similar infrastructure, except that there are 3 1.2-meter beds. The other room is located in the same direction on the second floor. The RAF points of the 3-person room are between 20 and 40. And now they are all set to 20 points per room by Lu Zheng. The public men's restroom is on the first floor, next to the stairs. The women's restroom is on the second floor, also next to the stairs. Although it is not big, It is small and exquisite, and all supplies are available. Probably because the hotel restroom is a free facility. After adding 2 triple rooms, there is no charge for unlocking the restroom. Chungyu has already selected 22 people, including the 3 of them. An and Winru are all old acquaintances, while Chikai stays to guard. After all, there are still many team members here, and 2 cars will be left as backup. Lu Zheng and Lu Su began to get busy. Yao Ruiyun and her family of 3 also entered the hotel and helped the team members scan their personal information and obtain wristbands. As for the materials for exchanging RAF points, they were all provided by Xu Fu. The main thing was that all the materials after the exchange were to enter her space. These team members were going to go into the assault battle, so she naturally couldn't let them bear the cost of the materials themselves. She was also very rough. She directly grabbed a handful of gold rings, gold necklaces and other small golds, stood between the 2 machines, and threw gold into the metal door as soon as it opened. The team members who were checking it were very confused and panicked. The main reason was that everything happened too quickly. Although they had come into contact with Lu Shuang and Han Lan's rafts before, they had never seen anything like this before. However, they all knew about the sacred mini raft on the northern plateau, and had a good impression of the owner of the raft before today. Everyone agreed that it was not easy for at least one person with superpowers to help some people without any profit-making purpose under such a natural disaster. Because of this, although most of them met Xu Fu for the first time today, they had a natural liking for her. In addition, the label of Star Candy Girl had already made Xu Fu have a filter in their hearts. So no matter how panicked they were, they still trusted her. Chungyu looked at the dark brown wristband on his wrist and reminded the other teammates, the room is just a tool for identity. Their personal belongings are still in it. So on the way there, everyone should stay in the public area. Understood? 22 people quickly checked in. Xu Fu opened the protective shield to check it out. After confirming that there was no problem, she removed the protective shield and asked Chungyu to take her to the car and tell her which cars to bring in. Afterwards, all the team members, including Xu Fu's own friends, witnessed this amazing spatial ability. Jeeps, armored vehicles, tanks, disappeared one after another, and finally, only 2 pitiful vehicles were left on the high ground. Among these 2 vehicles, the weapons and equipment in one of them were also emptied. Wow! Yao Ruiyun, who was wearing a raincoat and insisted on going ashore to watch the excitement, couldn't help clapping her hands. My senior sister is so handsome. Lu Su, who was standing aside holding Lan, also nodded. I feel she will be even more handsome in the future. Okay, let's go now. Xu Fu turned around, and when passing the temporary command center, she hugged Chen Fei and Zheng Feifei, who were standing on the edge of the awning. Sorry, I have to go on this trip. If everything goes well, I will be back in about 12 hours. Wait for me to come back. After all, they escaped from danger at midnight last night, and now they have to leave their safe home again. What's there to apologize for? We are all Chinese. You have the ability, so you should do your part. Chen Fei patted her shoulder. Zheng Feifei also nodded, whether in public or private. I hope that group of people will get what they deserve. 5 minutes later, the protective shield was opened again, and Xu Fu and others stood in the public leisure area on the 2nd floor of the hotel building. She stood in front of the front window and clicked on the map panel in her hand to confirm. The next second, the team members in the small building suddenly felt the high-speed movement of the raft. There is no so-called starting time for the drifting island house, because she directly pushed the speed to the fastest 100. So the moment she pressed the confirmation button, the raft rushed out quickly. At the same time, the people who were still on land immediately found that the other raft that was originally left on the shore was missing again. Before, Lu Shuang and Han Lan were not superpowers. They had sat on Xu Fu's villa raft with a sigh, and also imagined why Xu Fu's raft was so special. They privately guessed that perhaps some superpowers were special, but there were fewer of them, and they had never seen them before. But later, as more and more superpowers were found by the authorities, or took the initiative to surrender to the authorities, they realized that Xu Fu was the only special one. Later, they themselves became superpowers, and they belonged to a special category. They had props and backpack space that other ordinary superpowers did not have. But compared with Xu Fu, their raft did not seem to be a product of the same era. But now, they feel that they are still too conservative. Compared with Xu Fu's raft, their raft is completely a defective product. In the hotel building, Even Chengyu, Lu Shuang and Han Lan stood in front of the window looking outside in shock. Let alone the other team members. The raft was moving quickly on the lake. But they did not feel the side effects of this high-speed movement in the building. And there was no bumpy feeling when other boats were moving quickly. They were like on land. Whether sitting or standing, they were extremely stable. The technology in this world could not achieve this level. However, when they were shocked enough, something even more shocking happened. When the raft reached a certain place on the lake, the raft and the small building suddenly began to sink. No, this was not sinking. This was diving. Although the soldiers participated in this operation, they actually did not know how the other party would transport people and weapons and equipment to the vicinity of Sand City in a very short time. Until this moment, the raft dived, sank into the water, and headed towards a hole on the underwater rock wall in front. Is this a cave river? So, we are going through the mountain now? Han Lan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though he was now a superpower, with abilities beyond his normal cognition, he would be a little panicked when he found that the raft he was on was heading towards the dark underwater cave at such a fast speed. Yes, this is the fastest route, and the only route the raft can take. Shu Fu had put away the map panel and placed various foods and drinks on the table in the rest area. It will take about 5 to 6 hours to get there. Let's eat something first and replenish our energy. The team members were actually reluctant to see everything they saw outside the window at this moment. Even though they had just experienced a naval battle and got off those behemoths that could withstand natural disasters. But this was still a completely different feeling. No matter how big those boats were, no matter how complete the supporting facilities and materials were, everything was still within their understanding. But what they were experiencing now was beyond their understanding. This feeling is like watching a holographic science fiction movie. Visual, touch, body, hearing, all around real feelings, which are extremely shocking. All these feelings and shocks, when they turned back inadvertently and glimpsed the food on the table, all turned into nothingness. Dozens of takeout boxes with different stir-fried dishes, neatly arranged boxes of white rice, a large pot of fragrant yam and pork bone soup, a dozen boxes of beef burgers, and 2 large boxes of pizza. Shu Fu was actually very restrained. She didn't take seafood sashimi, barbecue hot pot, or fried chicken or cola. She didn't even take drinks, but just took out a water dispenser and mini disposable cups, so that everyone could pour water when they were thirsty. And they could also fill up the water bottles they carried with them. After all, they would be on a mission soon, so they should not eat greasy or raw food. She did not take any drinks, as water was better. The stir-fried dishes were also selected from the Sichuan cuisine gift pack. They did not take any greasy dishes such as maochuang. They were all homely stir-fried dishes, shredded green pepper and potato, twice-cooked pork, fried leek and egg, mushi pork, home-cooked tofu, mashed water spinach with garlic. These dishes were not time-consuming to eat, and were especially delicious. Although she knew that they were such a large team, they would definitely not be short of food. But she was very clear about the standard rations for those who were marching outside. In addition to the military ration bags, they were dehydrated vegetables, or compressed biscuits and energy bars. It is impossible to eat dishes and staple foods with rich flavors like this. Seeing that the team members had gathered around, Shu Fu turned back to look at Chengyu, Lu Shuang and others, and asked with her eyes whether it was okay to eat these foods before the action. Eat, but don't eat too much, and rest after eating. With the commander's permission, everyone started to sit down to eat. But before they started, they didn't know what they thought of, and suddenly stood up again and said to Shu Fu in unison, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chengyu, Shu Fu, question mark after the meal. While everyone was cleaning up, Shu Fu secretly took Lu Shuang and Han Lan to the rest area on the 3rd floor. There were a few more sofas here than downstairs, and it was more comfortable to sit. The other party's trip to Joshua County was a one-way trip, which meant that after she sent them there, they would not take her raft back, but would directly join the battle. And it was not clear when the battle would end. It was a rare encounter, and she had to find a chance to communicate with the other party about something she had wanted to communicate with him before. However, she did not expect that the other party actually had something to communicate with her. However, Shu Fu, who spoke first, still shocked the two of them a little. "You have become superpowers now. And you should also know that you are different from ordinary superpowers. You and Lu Zheng, the operator of this small hotel building, are the same. If you are willing, you can also make such changes to the raft. After the change, the raft is absolutely safe as long as it is on the water. You and your family can live in it. So, after this matter is over, would you consider coming to the water and living with us? Lu Shuang and Han Lan looked at each other. In fact, until now, they had never told her that they had become superpowers. How did she know? And she knew it so accurately. You can think of me as the manager of special superpowers. In fact, I haven't found the exact answer myself. But with your help, I will be one step closer to the answer. Although she is not in a hurry for the hidden task. If there is a chance, she will of course work hard. So Lu Shuang looked at her. You also have memories of another world? There was not much time. Xu Fu did not beat around the bush. Nor did Lu Shuang and Han Lan. And then went straight to the point, providing her with information about their memory fragments. Han Lan's memory fragments were not very useful. But Lu Shuang's difference made Xu Fu more clear that her timeline was different from that of other people from the same world. Water Planet. Obviously it was the disaster animation series that she took over at the end of her memory. In Lu Shuang's memory, this animation had already been successfully launched. And for some reason, it became popular on the internet with its realistic animation special effects and ups and downs of the story, becoming a phenomenal work, and even promoted the production of the second part. Xu Fu also wanted to know why. The production company was obviously just a small company. Where did they get the money to make realistic animation special effects? Before the second part was produced, a terrible thing happened. The disaster in Water Planet appeared in reality. In other words, the real world was assimilated by the disaster animation. The disaster in the animation ran out and came to reality. What about them? They were forcibly pulled into the world of the animation. Did they enter it? But the world of the animation is not only a two-dimensional world, but also a flat virtual world. If they really entered such a world, why do all the feelings now feel so real? She had previously ruled out the artificial flow of consciousness through Hua Qiong's memory fragments, which ruled out the possibility that they were all trapped in a huge virtual digital game world. After all, the virtual world does not require physical crossing, but it can also create an extremely real physical sensation. This also means that they are now in a completely real world, which is why they have such a real sense of body. But it happens to overlap with the world of the animated series Water Planet. Then the question is, can a flat two-dimensional virtual world become a real world? The question raised by Xu Fu is too difficult, and Lu Shuang and Han Lan cannot answer it. What's more, their situation is the same as Chen Fa and Lu Zheng. For Xu Fu, the original world is just that world for them. They only have fragments of memories of that world, and don't even remember whether they have relatives in that world. But they have all the memories of this world. For them, the world they are in now is more real. But today Xu Fu proposed to change their raft and live in the water, which made them very excited, especially after seeing the amazing function of Xu Fu's raft. If the changed raft can become a completely safe residence in the water, then moving is not impossible. And after the raft is changed, even if they leave the raft, it will not automatically retract into the backpack compartment, which means that when they go out on a mission, their family can continue to live in this safe house. Don't worry, you can think about it slowly. The most urgent thing is to solve the problem of Sand City first. After the three people finished the conversation, Xu Fu did not see Cheng Yu in the rest area on the second floor. On the side obviously saw who she was looking for, and pointed to the raft in front of her. Xu Fu was slightly startled. Although the distance between the two rafts was only 15 centimeters at the moment, it could be crossed with one step, but now the raft was traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in the dark underground river. The other party did not have a protective shield like her, and could pause the raft at any time. If she was not careful, and did not see clearly, she would step off and fall directly, and she would be trapped in the underground river. Xu Fu quickly turned around and went downstairs, because she had to go into the dark underground waterway. She left a light on in the drifting island house, so that she could see the direction clearly when she wanted to go back. Therefore, when she stepped out of the hotel door, she saw a tall figure standing on the back deck of the drifting island house. Cheng Yu stood beside the stairs outside the eaves, leaning against the wooden handrail, looking at the door of the drifting island house with a faint yellow warm light. The light in the drifting island house was actually very bright, but it was blocked by the glass of the door, so it looked like a small, faint ball. The dim light made half of his profile fall into the shadows. and the dividing line between light and shadow made his clean profile more three-dimensional. Xu Fu stopped and looked at him, somewhat puzzled as to why he was standing there alone. A moment later, she saw him take a step forward and reach out his hand toward the eaves in front of the stairs. And then she suddenly remembered something. That's right. Last fall, in the waters of Xiangzhou province, he had been on this raft. At that time, because of the warnings of Chen Fa and Lu Zheng, she decided to keep a low profile and never tell anyone that she was a superpower. But the raft saved people at that time. And among those people, Cheng Yu was one. He stood in the same place as now, staring at the back door for a long time, and even relied on his keen intuition to guess that there was not only someone in the house, but also someone looking outside through the one-way glass. She was only one door away from him at that time, but she calmly chose to turn a blind eye. Even though he dived into the water again and again to search around, she chose to turn around and leave. Although everyone had ridden the villa-shaped raft in winter, and had long since accepted her identity as a superpower, today was indeed the first time they officially saw the original state of the drifting island house. Cheng Yu obviously still remembered this raft. He stretched out his hand to confirm whether he would hit the same air wall. No wonder. His expression was a little different when he stepped onto the raft today. He seemed not particularly happy. Could he be angry? And he was sulking. Xu Fu suddenly felt strange. She thought he would never be angry with her. She wanted to go over. But now she suddenly didn't want to. Although things had changed a long time ago, and the truth had been revealed, she didn't know why. At this moment, she still felt a little strange. She couldn't help but think of the time when he dived into the water and searched around. She felt a little scared for some reason. She turned around, walked lightly, tiptoed, and walked back to the hotel. But what Xu Fu didn't know was that when she turned around and walked towards the hotel, Cheng Yu on the raft in front of her slowly turned his head and saw her leaving. Xu Fu returned to the second floor and quickly integrated into the other team members. Seeing her coming back alone, An approached her in surprise. Hey? Aren't you going to find our boss? Xu Fu leaned against a corner of the sofa, hugged the cushion and closed her eyes to rest. I feel he needs a space to be alone. As she was talking, Cheng Yu came up the stairs from the side. On? After that, in the underground river trip, she just felt that time passed too slowly, because Cheng Yu was sitting diagonally opposite her, and every time she opened her eyes, she could see him. When she saw him, she would remember how she felt when she opened WeChat and saw that message after turning a blind eye to him. Is it you? Well, yes. Yes, it was her. There was only a door between them, but he just wouldn't open it. She clearly saw him searching in vain in the cold water again and again, but he just turned around and left. She knew that he had been looking for her, and that he was staying in that area to find her. But she just didn't show up. Xu Fu was a little hesitant. If he really came to ask if it was her, should she answer truthfully? But Cheng Yu never came, so Xu Fu naturally wouldn't take the initiative to come. Later, even Han Lan saw it. He first asked Lu Xuan beside him, asking her if she felt that Cheng Yu seemed a little strange. Although he usually talked well, wasn't he a little too quiet today? Could it be that he knew about their secret talk with Xu Fu and thought they were going to leave the team? He had long advised us not to run around outside all the time, and to go back to spend more time with our families. Do you think he would be angry because we planned to leave the team? Lu Xuan glanced at him. Although Cheng Yu was not included in the three-person meeting, they didn't mean to hide it from him on purpose. Then what happened to him? There are only a few hours left. Doesn't he think about her every day? It's a rare opportunity to spend time with her at this time. Why is he sitting there stupidly? Don't you even go up to talk to her? I think you can ask him yourself. Han Lan. Han Lan didn't dare to go to Cheng Yu to make trouble, so he squeezed next to Xu Fu and asked her. Xu Fu was having a headache, replied to Han Lan with 2 words, secret. Then she got up and went to find Lu Zheng and said a few words to him. After a while, the hotel operator announced a notice through the loudspeaker, indicating that the raft would leave the dark river area soon and enter the river connected to Jiaxue County. At that time, the raft would speed up again, and the guests in the small building were asked to prepare for the raft to speed up. Even if they did not find a place to do it, they were advised to hold on to the wall nearby to keep their bodies steady. Can it speed up further? The team members were very surprised when they heard this. Now 100 kilometers per hour is already very fast for a water vehicle. Speed up again? Is it going to fly on the water? Shu Fu returned to the drifting island house in front. After the raft left the dark river area, he used the acceleration card on the function screen. She only had 2 acceleration cards. One acceleration card was used for 45 minutes yesterday, and there were 75 minutes left. The broken river and the rivers flowing through Joshua County added up to more than 300 kilometers. She did not limit the time of use this time, and used the acceleration card for all the more than 300 kilometers. Joshua County, which originally took 3 hours to reach, arrived in an hour. The raft automatically paused the acceleration card when it approached the destination, then began to slow down, and finally anchored steadily on the river bank. This was not the river bank that Shin Fa and his team left last night. She found a new place, which was farther away from the residential area of Joshua County, so that they could land without being noticed. Shu Fu changed the house to a villa, because she needed a larger back deck. When she came out of the drifting island house, others were queuing up to check out under the busyness of Luzheng and Lusu. Room occupancy is based on 24 hours a day. If they don't check out, even if the raft returns to the lake, other friends will not be able to check in. Although the room was checked out, the dark brown wristband still remained on their wrists, because Shu Fu lost all the small gold at that time. So even after deducting the room fee, there were still a lot of raft points left. Welcome to our hotel again next time. According to Shu Fu's instructions, Lu Zheng explained the function of the wristband to the other party one by one. Our hotel and the surrounding rafts are under construction. Please keep the wristband well. The raft points inside will not expire. You can continue to spend in our hotel and the surrounding rafts next time. After the team members figured it out, they were very happy. It's not that they were happy that they had more points to use, but that they could come here again next time. With the amazing speed and protection of this raft, it is a mobile sea view hotel no matter where it floats. Do you understand? As long as you complete this operation and survive this operation, I will bring you to this raft hotel again. At that time, it will not be for the mission, but to become a real guest here. We can stay here for a week and float and dive in the water with the raft. Lu Shuang had almost made up her mind. Even if she would stay in the team and go on missions with other team members, she could at least settle her family first. There was no place on land that was truly safe. After this, she only hoped that her raft could protect her family. Han Lan immediately understood what Lu Shuang meant. He actually didn't care. If Lu Shuang decided to move his family to the water, he could follow her. They could just be neighbors. However, he looked at Cheng Yu, who walked onto the rear deck of Shu Fu's raft. What should he do? He is not a superpower, at least not yet. And according to Shu Fu, even if he is a superpower, not every superpower's raft can be upgraded and changed, and taken to the water by her. So, the probability is too small. Shu Fu first put out their weapons and equipment on the rear deck, and then their military equipment vehicles, off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, tanks. Every time one is put out, the team member driving the vehicle will go forward and start to check. After the inspection, they will load a certain amount of weapons and equipment, then get on the car and start driving off the raft, and wait on the shore. 2 soldiers sat in the car with weapons and equipment, and the others sat in one car. Outside the raft, it was raining heavily and thunderstorms were roaring. It was completely different from the world on the raft. In such an environment, everyone's expressions changed, and they instantly returned to a state of alert. They were all elites and team leaders who led a group of people. Because the number of people who could be transferred in this time was limited, they were selected. They all knew how important and difficult this mission was. Even though they were looking forward to returning to the raft inn for their vacation, they knew in their hearts that this wish was not 100% achievable. This was war. And what awaited them ahead was gunfire and a sea of blood. It was a cruel world, where human life would become insignificant, and life and death were no longer something they could control. This was their first time as guests of the raft inn. But this time, it might very well be their last time. Chapter 147, Milk Tea Shop and Breeding House. Shu Fu slowly took the car, and hugged Lu Shuang and Han Lan gently, and said goodbye. She also told Lu Shuang and Han Lan a time. 1 month later, she could accommodate 1 more raft, and 2 months later, she could accommodate 2 rafts. Whether they finally decided to settle in the waters, or wanted to stay in the hotel for a while, they could contact her. After contacting her, they agreed on the offshore location, and she would arrive in a very short time. It goes without saying how important such a promise is. Lu Shuang looked at the other person's serious eyes, and felt a lot of emotions in her heart. In so many encounters, She always thought that the other person was the one who needed help. But in fact, they were the ones who were helped. The world is getting worse day by day. But she stood there, not complaining about her own difficulties, nor being proud of her own strength. Even though she had just completed an extremely important and sensational event, her emotions were still calm as usual, which made her think of the time when she saw her outside the Lianqing Dam. She was also like this, quiet and taciturn. At that time, she thought that her quietness came from anxiety. But now she thought about it again. She realized that the quietness came from the strength of her heart. Lu Shuang wanted to say thank you. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Xu Fu smiled and shook her head. Sister Lu Shuang, I am also a Hua countryman. Soon there was only one car left on the deck. Cheng Yu and An were in the same car, which was also loaded with a batch of weapons and equipment. An checked the car, and Cheng Yu went to move the weapons and equipment. Let me do it, Xu Fu said, and put the last batch of equipment on the deck back into the space. Then walked to the door and put it directly inside. Cheng Yu came over and closed the rear door, and looked back at Xu Fu. On the way, the two had little communication, and she even sped up later, so that everyone arrived 2 hours earlier. But at this moment, she seemed to regret it a little. Thank you. Cheng Yu spoke, as if he had predicted her reaction. I know these 2 words are too light. You want to say that you are also a Hua countryman, but I still want to say it. Xu Fu hummed. In addition, I have already instructed that no one will tell the details of the raft today, even if someone accidentally leaks it, but other people don't know your name, the official doesn't know your appearance, and there is no way to locate you through the satellite system. Don't worry. These things, even if she doesn't care, he doesn't want her to cause him trouble because of her good intentions. Xu Fu hummed again. I'll contact you after everything is over here. I'm leaving. Stay somewhere safe and take care of yourself. He reached out his hand, pressed her soft hair gently, and was about to turn around. Hey, Xu Fu said, looking into his calm, dark eyes, continued. Don't die. He looked at her quietly for a moment, suddenly walked towards her again, and then huddled her tightly. He still had no choice, still couldn't help it, even though she only said 4 words. Before today, although I knew the difference between the other party and myself, it was just a difference, not a huge gap like now. Most of the official people were ordinary psychics. And there were also psychics like Lu Shuang, Han Lan and Xu Fu who had memory fragments of another world. But they were very rare, and were called visitors from another world by the official, because it happened to overlap with some of the content promoted by that organization. This matter and this name were only circulated within the official. Xu Fu was not only a visitor from another world, but also the most special one. No one knew how long visitors from another world like them would stay in this world. And he couldn't even be sure whether she really cared about him, or whether she only regarded him as a senior like Lu Shuang or Han Lan, a brother-like existence. He admitted that he had expectations, because the serious Cheng Yu at the last farewell, that different hug, made his expectations grow uncontrollably during the separation, like a seed growing in his body, gradually turning into a towering tree. But every time they meet, it's like 2 intertwined lines. He has things he must do, and so does she. He can't be with her, nor can he protect her, so he can't even put these emotions and expectations in front of her. What can he say? He has no right to say anything. When he stands in front of her, looking at her, he always wants to get close to her, want to hug her, but is afraid of scaring her. The surging emotions in his heart always require a lot of effort to restrain and suppress, for fear of leaking a little, causing her trouble, and then seeing her rejection. He thought he could be like every time he left before, saying nothing, just some farewells, a word of advice, and then restraining all emotions, suppressing all reluctance, and turning away. However, seeing her eyes focused on him, seeing her concern for him, hearing those 4 simple words, he was completely defeated. He hugged her too hard, almost suffocating her. But Xu Fu did not struggle this time, standing there obediently, letting him tighten his arms. She could feel that he seemed to be using this method to vent his longing for her and draw strength from her. Xu Fu hugged his solid back, tiptoed and buried her cheek in his neck, and said in a buzzing voice, that time, it was me. I know. Cheng Yu's voice was hoarse. Sorry. I didn't mean to not talk to you. In the future, you can try to trust me a little more. I'll try. She smiled, and her tone became lighter. The mission was imminent. He did not hold her for too long. After letting her go, he held her cheek with his big hand and tucked her messed up hair behind her ear, looked at her face carefully again, then let go. I'm leaving. Just as he was about to turn around, Xu Fu suddenly spoke again. By the way, there's something I haven't given you. What? Cheng Yu turned back subconsciously, but the clothes in front of him were grabbed by her, and the whole person was pulled down by her. She stood on tiptoe again, and came straight to him, and raised her head and touched his lips. The kiss lasted for 2 seconds. Not long, but not short either. Enough for her to feel the touch of his lips. Soft and dry. Because he didn't smoke or drink. His breath was surprisingly clean, which reminded her of the free wind in the sky and the lush trees in the mountains. It was a very refreshing feeling. She let go, and smiled at the man who was stunned. Your ears are red. Cheng Yu. A parting gift. Don't you like it? The tail of the words was gathered between his lips that fell again. It was the same kiss as before, just a simple touch of lips, unskilled, not deep, but heavier and tighter than before. She could hear his pounding heartbeat, and his heavy and chaotic breathing. After a while, he finally let her go, and held her in his arms again. His voice rang in her ears. His breath was still very chaotic. Do you know what this means? I know. I'm not a person who will let go easily. I'm very persistent, sometimes almost stubborn. Yeah, I think so too. She hugged his tight waist, said with a smile. And I don't think this is a shortcoming. Wait for me to come back. I have something important to tell you. Yeah, wait for you to come back. No matter how much reluctance there is, in the face of the country and the survival of mankind, it has to be put aside. This is the soldier's responsibility. And also his fate. Xu Fu stood on the deck, quietly watching the convoy go away, and sighed softly. She planned to go to the hotel behind to say something, and prepare to return. But when she turned around, she saw Lu Zheng and Lu Su had walked out of the hotel without knowing when, and were standing on the deck. Lu Zheng looked at her, and Lu Su looked at her for a while, and then looked at his brother, and turned his head back and forth, shaking it like a rattle. Xu Fu didn't feel embarrassed, just smiled. Oh, I was seen. Sister Fu Fu. Finally, it was Lu Su who spoke. Is Captain Cheng your boyfriend? Not yet. Xu Fu shook her head, with a pure and tender face, but she said it naturally and domineeringly. He is the man I like. As she said that, she waved her hand, indicating that she was ready to return. Let's go back. To tow your sister Fa and sister Fei Fei's rafts. Lu Su was still a teenager after all, and when he heard that he had to tow 2 more rafts, he didn't care about his brother's mood, and happily rushed back to the raft with Lon Lon in his arms. The check-in process will start again soon. After the bathroom is unlocked, the hotel can hire a new employee. The new guests who came yesterday have not yet fully understood the hotel's facilities. He needs to draft some more notices, and he should be able to help out at the plantation house. There are so many things to do. He is so busy. 6 hours later, on the way back, there is no need to use the acceleration card, but because it was used on the way there, it only took 10 hours to transport people and equipment back and forth. Before it was completely dark, the raft returned to the lake, on the high ground on the shore. The large group left here was disconnected from the signal in the Sand City area. Even with a satellite phone, they could not get the situation on Cheng Yu's side. It was not until they saw Xu Fu's raft reappear on the lake that they were sure that everything was going well. Chen Fa and his team had experienced the underground river trip, so they were very confident about Xu Fu's trip. As long as the raft was on the water, it was invincible. They even had a good rest last night, and had nothing to do while waiting, so they took out playing cards and played cards. Zhang Tian was worried and in a low mood, so she didn't participate. Wu Xiaoshan knew who she was worried about, and knew that what happened before must have made her feel uncomfortable, so she didn't ask much, and stayed by her side. The other people who didn't participate, such as Su Jiechu, Longsheng, and Yu Dong, were talking about the events in Shacheng and Joshua County. They actually wanted to get some information from the team members. But unfortunately, the other party kept their mouths shut and didn't reveal any information. They waited for a whole day. And on that day, there were lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. After leaving the hotel raft, they found that the weather outside was very hot. But there was water everywhere, and it was wet, like being in a stuffy bathroom. Because there were many reptiles outside, they had to wear long pants and rain boots, and even wrap themselves in long sleeves. As a result, they felt stuffy and hot, and had no appetite for lunch. So they just ate 2 bites of biscuits. They watched the sky gradually darken, and thought they would have to eat dinner here. But in a blink of an eye, they found that Shu Fu's raft reappeared on the lake. At this moment, the joy that surged from their hearts made them realize clearly that they missed the raft and the hotel. They had been living this kind of life for the past 2 years, and had suffered a lot along the way. But after being on the raft for more than a month, they could no longer imagine life without it. Shu Fu got off the raft with an umbrella, and asked all the friends to go to the hotel to check in again. He found Shikai and asked them about their future plans. Let's follow the plan and find a way to go to Sand City by Dieter. The other party did not say that Shu Fu would send more people in. After all, the most important thing before was not how many team members went in, but how many military vehicles and weapons and equipment were sent in. Now they only have 1 large transport vehicle and 1 material vehicle, both of which have large capacity to carry people. They continue to stay here before, and also to take care of the team members there before Shu Fu came back. It happened that the rain was lighter at this time, and the thunderstorm stopped temporarily. They planned to set off immediately. It would be even better if they could meet up with other teams on the way. Shu Fu knew that they had a mission to accomplish and could not stay any longer. So he said goodbye to them directly. In the hotel, everyone did not return to their rooms after checking in, because they were still on the lake in the inland of Shizhou province. If they wanted to return to the water, they had to complete the 100-kilometer land route first. Shu Fu was canceling the attached raft holiday card in front of the function screen in the room. This card is a 7-day card. After canceling it, the usage time will be suspended. You can continue to use it next time, or you can use it on a different raft. But she found that the time deducted each time was not calculated in hours, but in days. That is to say, she equipped this card yesterday afternoon, and now it is the nightfall of the next day, which means that 2 days will be deducted for this use. And there are currently 5 days of usage time left on the card. She didn't mind the 1 or 2 days. Today's trip was particularly important, and she had to go. After a while, she changed the raft back to a villa type, and first released 2 cars on the back deck. They currently have 3 cars in total. Originally 12 people. 4 people in each car. Now there are 6 more people, and they can still fit in 3 cars if they squeeze together. As for the car that Chen Fa originally rented, the rear windshield was completely shattered. The body was full of bullet holes, and the tires were blown. It was impossible to drive it anymore. It could only stay with Shu Fu for the time being to see when there was a chance to repair it. However, the chance was not high. After all, they were all together now, and they would have to stay in the water for a long time later. Taking advantage of the temporary break of the thunderstorm, everyone drove off. The return trip was relatively smooth, because the damaged sections of the road were all close to the inland Sand City. They were heading out, but because of the rain, the road was slippery and muddy, and it was dark again. It took almost 2 hours to drive back to the shore where they had landed before. Shu Fu released the raft again, and after everyone got off the car, she said that most people had been outside for a whole day, and asked everyone to go back to clean up, rest and adjust. An hour later, they would have a dinner on her back deck, and this time, they would eat hot pot. After Shu Fu finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Chen Fa, and gave her a look. The latter understood, and after the hot pot dinner, she would tow her raft. Long live. This was Lusa cheering. Senior sister, I love you. Senior sister is the eternal god. Yao Ruiyun laughed, rushed over to hug Shu Fu, and then took her parents back to their home. Hot pot. Zhang Tian looked at Wu Xiaoshan in surprise. From last night to today, they had eaten a batch of food and water supplies that she had bought temporarily after being discharged from the hospital in Jiaxue County. Most of them were dry food and instant food such as bread and biscuits. Wu Xiaoshan was not a superpower, and she had no backpack. When she left Kangsu County, she had almost nothing except the money she had saved after Chen Fa rescued her. A backpack, and some gold hidden by her parents. Zhang Tian was better off than her, because she suddenly became a superpower during her hospitalization. Wu Xiaoshan only found out about this later, after they all escaped from Jiaxue County and lived in a clean and safe hotel building. Zhang Tian told her privately that her backpack compartments seemed to be different from Chen Fa's. There were only 10 compartments, and 3 of them had things: a raft, a water filter, and a fishing rod. Each of the other 7 compartments could only hold 1 item, and the same number could be stacked. which meant that if one compartment held a pack of instant noodles, it could only hold 10 packs of instant noodles. If it was a large package of multiple pack instant noodles, then one compartment could only hold one bag. In short, there was space, but it was really small, and not much could be stored. Later, they were going to meet up with Zheng Feifei in Joshua County. She went back to her rented house to pack her things, and put some clothes and daily necessities into a large travel bag, but her backpack compartment could not fit them, until she split the things in the travel bag, and put them into several backpacks, and then put them into her space. Fortunately, she didn't have much food and water at home at that time. So she packed up and took them away. Although she thought about living on the water with Chen Fa and the others, she was still worried. After all, the food and water were limited. What should she do after eating? So when she heard Xu Fu say that they were going to have hot pot at the dinner party, she was stunned. Hot pot? Where did the hot pot ingredients come from? Where did the pot and the base come from? Seeing this, Yao Ruiyun came over immediately. Don't worry. Usually when the senior sister said this, she would prepare all the ingredients and bases for the dinner party. The senior sister is omnipotent. Don't worry. Just come over in a while. Zhang Tian was still a little worried. When she pulled Wu Xiaoshan towards the hotel, she couldn't help but look back. On the deck over there, Xu Fu was pulling Zheng Feifei and seemed to be saying something. What was he saying? Towed position 3, Chen Fa's raft, bond value, 100. Starting shared function, select 1, protective shield. Select 2, not yet selected. Select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. Towed position 4, Zheng Feifei's raft, bond value, 96. Starting shared function, select 1, protective shield. Select 2, not yet selected. Select 3, not yet selected. Special, none. This was the first time Xu Fu had 2 rafts at once. So far, all the gold cards have been used up, and he has returned to the pre-liberation era. Position 3 was behind Yao Ruiyun's raft, almost parallel to her, and position 4 was behind Lu Jing's raft, also parallel to her, because the raft had to be towed. The drifting island house was still moored on the river bank where it had landed before. However, Chen Fa, her grandmother, Zheng Feifei and her mother were not only the owners and family members of the raft, but also guests of the hotel. They had dual identities, so when towing their rafts, they did not need to temporarily close the protective shield like the others did before. Chen Fa was not unfamiliar with her own raft, as she had used it countless times. But this was the first time that Zheng Feifei had the opportunity to launch her own raft on the water. Her raft was completely pristine, with nothing inside or outside, and it was as clean as the initial model room in the game. But even so, Zheng's mother was extremely surprised and relieved. Although staying in a hotel is also very good, it is even more modern and comfortable than the current raft cabins. But the traditional mentality of the Chinese people is that they always hope to have a home of their own. No matter how ordinary, small, or simple this home is, it is a small nest that belongs only to them. Don't worry, Aunt Zheng. It won't be so shabby soon. Xu Fu smiled and asked them to wait, and went back to the drifting island house again. Towed position 3, Chen Fa's raft, bond value, 100. Special, upgraded set, milk tea shop. Note, when the raft is untowed, the upgraded set will peel off and disappear by itself, and the upgraded level will be reset to 0. Towed position 4, Zheng Feifei's raft, bond value, 96. Special, upgraded set, farming house. Note, when the raft is untowed, the upgraded set will peel off and disappear by itself, and the upgraded level will be reset to 0. Chen Fa chose milk tea shop, and Xu Fu was not surprised. As for Zheng Feifei, she finally chose the former between farming house and convenience store. In fact, Zheng Feifei likes the convenience store quite a lot. But since the construction of the raft is in its infancy, since she has joined, she is a member of it. Compared with her personal preferences, she pays more attention to the development of the entire raft, now that the number of people living on the raft has increased. If we want better construction and development, output is the most basic and most important thing. Planting house already exists, but a person cannot only eat vegetables and fruits. Meat food must also keep up. Since she has been blessed by Xu Fu's raft, she naturally wants to give back. As for raising animals, if she doesn't know how, she and her mother can learn together, or ask for help. In short, she has experienced the most difficult things. And these things are nothing at all. A moment later, the two rafts that were originally blocked by Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zhang's rafts changed at the same time. Chapter 148 Milk Tea Shop and Feeding House. This is a black circular building, different from the log-colored houses on other rafts. It looks very special. But if you get closer, you will find that this 3 or 4 meter high circular building also has a wooden exterior wall, but the color has changed from log color to black. The size of Chen Fei's raft has not changed. There are some open-air black wooden tables and chairs with parasols on the deck. There are also carvings on them. From a distance it looks like ironwork. There are also a few more artistic lights of the same style at the four corners of the deck, making the temperament of the entire deck become particularly cool and special. Yao Ruoyun, who ran out to watch the fun, exclaimed, "A dark minimalist milk tea shop? This is so special." But obviously, no one guessed it right at this time. The interior of the circular building is also a compressed space, divided into 2 floors, and the area of each floor is about 70 square meters. The first floor is a milk tea shop, a small warehouse, a water bar, and a long counter occupying half of the space. The other half is the customer area, which is furnished with the same black wooden tables and chairs as the outside. There are also 2 familiar machines at the entrance, which are Raft Point redemption machines. The ceiling, walls and floors inside the building have all been restored to a warm original wood color, and paired with black tables and chairs. It adds a bit of warmth to the cool feeling, making it particularly high-end. Xu Fu really likes the color style of this milk tea shop, which is cool and warm, and fits Chen Fei very well. The arc-shaped glass sliding door is opened in the middle, and there are 2 long horizontal windows on both sides. There is a mosaic black arc-shaped long table on the wall in front of the window. There are several high chairs next to the table. This is a single seat for viewing. However, this viewing seat is set on the first floor, and at most you can only see Yao Ruoyun's glass planting house in front, and the waters next to it. The scenery is really a bit general. The upper floor of the circular building is naturally the space of Chen Fei's original cabin, which has now expanded into a 2-bedroom, 1 living room living space of 60 to 70 square meters. All the windows in the building are horizontally opened, and because they are opened on the curved wall, the entire interior looks like a spaceship cabin. While others were studying the water bar and long counter on the first floor, Chen Fei and Chen Yuezhen were studying the electronic screen at the door of the residence. Soon, Chen Fei, holding the electronic screen, poked his head out from the stairs against the wall. "Xiao Fu, help me turn on the sewage treatment and electricity source." "Okay." Xu Fu responded and quickly returned to the drifting island house. Later, when she came back, the other visitors to the milk tea shop had already come out, and Chen Fei and Chen Yuezhen also came out. Chen Fei held the electronic screen on her raft in her hand, and quickly clicked on it a few times. Suddenly, the arc-shaped black building in front of them began to slowly rotate and rise. Everyone realized that there was a circle of arc-shaped inner walls inside the arc-shaped outer wall, and the whole building was actually double-layered. At this moment, the outer wall stood still, and the inner wall was like a rising spiral, carrying the milk tea shop and the residential apartment above. This building can actually move and rise. It kept rising, until it slowly stopped at a height of 12 or 13 meters. The original 3 or 4 meter high arc-shaped building suddenly stretched into a 5-story cylindrical building, which was slightly narrower at the top and slightly wider at the bottom. But the overall difference was not big. The entire building's exterior wall was black and log color, and at the outermost edge of the wall, there was a black spiral handrail staircase that went up around the cylinder. Chen Fei reopened the door on the ground floor, indicating that there was also a spiral staircase in the middle. People who were afraid of heights could go up from the inside of the building and enter the first floor of the milk tea shop from the inside. As for the brave ones, they could directly take the spiral staircase on the outside, while enjoying the scenery next to them. And going upstairs, Xu Fu looked up at the building for a moment, and suddenly said, "This looks like a lighthouse." The cylindrical high-rise building, with a living space on the top floor, is located above the water. If this is not a lighthouse, what is it? Chen Fei looked at the small building with a special shape in front of him and smiled. "Then let's call it the Lighthouse Milk Tea Shop." Everyone was curious about the view from the elevated milk tea shop, so they all walked up along the spiral staircase on the handrail on the outer wall. All the facilities of the elevated milk tea shop are the same as before. The only difference is the height. which has increased by more than 10 meters, making the view from the viewing position several times better. It is night now, and visibility outside is not high, but you can imagine how comfortable it would be if it were daytime. If the raft was in the endless waters, sitting at such a long curved table with friends, drinking a cup of milk tea, looking at the heavy rain and the boundless ocean outside the window, and chatting while listening to white noise, because of the height everyone is at the moment. When they look at another new type of raft next to them again, they suddenly feel bright. Zheng Feifei's breeding house has also selected 2 other shared functions, because all superpowers have water purification filters, which can solve the water demand. She also chose electric energy and sewage treatment. When she stood on the front deck of the raft and looked at her feeding house, it felt ordinary. It was still a single-story cabin with a large floor-to-ceiling glass inlaid with natural wood color. However, the shape and number of the cabins were slightly special. They were small separate rooms. Each single room was a compressed space with an internal area of more than 30 square meters. The kitchen, dining room and living room were one room, and the 2 bedrooms were one room. In addition to the glass door facing outward, there were also doors on the walls connecting each other, which was convenient for daily life and rest. The other single-room cabins were all breeding houses, each with different fences and supporting facilities, and the interior was bright and looked very high-tech. The wall between the breeding house and the living quarters was slightly separated, and there was a walkway with double doors in the middle. But other than that, it didn't feel special when it was seen at that time. Until this moment, when they stood at a height of more than 10 meters. They found that the flat-roof cabins on Zheng Feifei's deck were all hexagonal. 6 hexagonal cabins surrounded the deck in a circle, and a larger hexagonal glass house was formed in the middle. The roof of the glass house is surrounded by a circle of battery panels, the same as those in the planting house. This shape is a beehive. So special. Yao Ruoyun lay in front of the window and admired. The new raft facilities are more beautiful and special than each other. She is a little envious. In addition to the 2 hexagonal houses occupied by living quarters, the remaining 4 hexagonal houses and the largest glass hexagonal house in the middle are all breeding areas. This means that, at present, her breeding house can breed at least 5 kinds of animals. Of course, it's all empty now. The same goes for the milk tea shop. All the machines and kitchen utensils for making beverages are available, and the refrigerators and freezers in the small warehouse are also complete with shelves, but there are no supporting materials. But now their raft has just been towed, and it has gained 3 shared functions and their own living space, which is enough for them to be busy with the decoration for a while, and there is no rush for other things. Chen Fa knew that Xu Fu would start the drifting island house before going to bed, and take the raft behind her to drift across the river, and return to the waters outside. So she slowly lowered her lighthouse milk tea shop. Xu Fu watched the milk tea shop change from a cylindrical shape to an arc shape, and felt it was novel and interesting. She estimated that she would become a regular here in the future. As for the problem that there was no material in the shop at present, it was actually easy to solve. Just take out a few milk tea gift packs and let Chen Fa sell them first. At the same time, she had an important thing to do first. How could she bear to let such a cool and handsome milk tea shop stay in the second echelon of the raft? She returned to the drifting island house and sent a voice notice first, saying that the layout of the raft would be adjusted, and it was best for everyone to stay indoors. If they found changes around them, they should not be nervous. She quickly swapped the positions of several rafts on the function screen, first swapping the hotel raft at position 2 with the milk tea shop raft at position 3. Then she felt that it was not harmonious to put the hotel behind the planting house, so she swapped the hotel raft at position 3 with the breeding house raft at position 4. The trailer diagram was quickly updated, the 4 rafts following the drifting island house in the front. The 2 on the left are original ecological rafts for planting and breeding, and the 2 on the right are fashionable and modern holiday leisure rafts. Very good, the prototype of the water city has been formed. When Xu Fu admired the construction and matching of his raft, the people on the raft behind him found their new position and had different reactions. Chen Fa was packing up the furniture that she and her grandmother had originally placed in the raft house in the circular residence on the 2nd floor. When she found that her milk tea shop had been moved to the back of Xu Fu's raft, she immediately smiled knowingly. Yao Ruoyun planted new vegetable seeds in the empty planting position after the harvest of green vegetables in the triangular glass house on the 2nd floor. When she found that the raft outside had exchanged positions, she was also very happy. No matter how the outside world changes, She will always be in the position of her senior sister number 1. In the hotel building, Lu Su first exclaimed, and when he ran out of the hotel building and confirmed that his position had been moved to the second row, he immediately showed a crying expression. A moment later, Su Jiechu also ran out. He lived in the room on the left side of the first floor. He could see the rear deck of Shufu's raft from the window. Sometimes when she released the villa raft, he would know it immediately. But now, he turned around and saw a dark cylinder. What is this? That's Sister Fafa's milk tea shop. Lu Su looked at Su Jiechu with an expression of why are you so late in the news? In the hotel building, because Zheng Feifei and Chen Fei had moved out. Only Zhang Tian and Wu Xiaoshan were left among the 6 new members. Wu Xiaoshan was fine. She felt like an ordinary person. Like the other 6 guests in the hotel. She decided to make this place her home and live there peacefully. To be honest, the environment of this hotel building was much better than the house she rented in Kangsu County. The house in Kangsu County was not only small, but also because of the long-term rain. The clothes and quilts were always wet and could not be dried no matter how hard they were hung. The corners and ceilings were also moldy. There were even weeds and fungi growing in the cracks in the corners. Even if they were cleaned today, they would grow again in a few days. What's more terrifying is that centipedes and millipedes may appear in the room at any time. In summer, there are more mosquitoes and cockroaches. But here, it is not only bright, clean, tidy, and brand new, but most importantly, it is very dry. That invisible layer of protection can not only block the heavy rain outside, but also seems to block the hot and humid air and various insects outside. Even if she walks out of the small building and stands on the deck, the surroundings are refreshing, very dry and cool. Although she has only stayed here for 1 night, she has decided to live here in the future. She is very fortunate at this moment that she decided to leave that home completely and follow Chen Fei. As for the cost of staying in the hotel, she had to pay back the supplies that someone else paid for her yesterday. She would rely on gold to support the hotel expenses for the next period of time, and then start looking for a job to earn RAP points. She heard that the hotel had added 2 new triple rooms and a public toilet, and could add another employee. She originally thought of working directly in the hotel, but now, Chen Fei and Zheng Feifei's raft has also changed. A milk tea shop, a breeding house, and obviously the types of jobs she can choose have increased. She was quite happy. And at the same time she began to struggle about whose raft she would work in the future. Wu Xiaoshan continued to organize the things in her backpack while thinking, putting her few daily necessities and clothes in the right place in the room. Because she was in a good mood, she was humming a song. However, when she turned around, she saw Zhang Tian sitting in a corner of the sofa, looking out the window with a depressed expression. What's wrong? Wu Xiaoshan asked, then remembered that Zhang Tian also had a raft, and roughly guessed the reason why she was in a bad mood at the moment. Have you told Xu Fu that you also have a raft? Don't think about it here. Go to her and ask if you don't understand. You don't understand. Zhang Tian shook her head. Whether it was the hot pot dinner just now, or these unique rafts, they all showed that Xu Fu today is no longer the Xu Fu of the past. At first, she thought that the existence of this hotel building was due to the special ability of the raft owner. But until just now, when Xu Fu went in and out of her raft and did all kinds of operations, connected Chen Fei and Zheng Feifei's rafts, and completed the transformation, she realized that on this drifting raft island, Xu Fu was the most special person. How should she tell her? They haven't seen each other for nearly 2 years. She is not as close to her as Chen Fei. Moreover, in the past 2 years, everyone has lived under the pressure of the end of the world. No matter who they meet this time, they have changed. Their skin is not as good as before. They are thinner, darker and more haggard. They cut their hair short and no longer dress up. They always wear pants and rain boots and look very sloppy. Only Xu Fu, compared with 2 years ago, not only is her skin whiter and more rosy, but she also has a relaxed feeling of confidence and leisure. How should she tell Wu Xiaoshan now, saying that the major changes that happened in her family in the past few months completely crushed her self-confidence, but why did her damn self-esteem come out again at this time? In short, she couldn't speak. What Zhang Tian didn't know was that, an hour later, in Chen Fei's milk tea shop, Xu Fu would discuss the same issue with Chen Fei. During this hour, Xu Fu had admired her raft kingdom enough, and turned on the drifting mode of the raft, setting the destination to the estuary at the end of the river. because there was no need to rush. She set the flow rate to 30, so that when the people on the raft woke up tomorrow morning, they could enjoy the scenery along the river, which was different from the water outside. The drifting island house had 2 more rafts towed. She thought of the hidden task she had activated before, and took out the black mini notebook to check the current unlocking progress of the bracelet, 40%. 100% unlocking the bracelet will get a special reward. The above progress has indeed changed. According to this ratio, it can be seen that her previous inference was correct, and the key to completing the unlocking bracelet task is the number of rafts towed. There are still 6 rafts, which means 6 towing positions are needed. According to the probability of accumulating 10 consecutive draws in a month, it will take her half a year to complete this task. Half a year is half a year. Anyway, every day is a day of lying down. Half a year will pass quickly. After that, Shu Fu put away her notebook and began to reorganize her space. She put back the car, cabinet, sofa, and other large items that were temporarily put into the space in the morning because of the need to empty and compress the display cabinet. So after everything was put back in place, she looked at the separated profitable area of the raft in the space, and was surprised to find that, in addition to the supplies that Chen Fa and his friends had added when they checked in last night, and the small gold that she had thrown in this morning, there was also a pile of neatly stacked green vegetables. The green vegetables were fresh and green, and they were just picked, which was comparable to the rewards from the lottery wheel. But why were there vegetables in this area? She remembered that the supplies taken out of this area could not be put back in, so it was impossible that she accidentally put the vegetables stored in other areas of the space when she was packing up. Shu Fu looked at the pile of green vegetables and thought for a while. Finally, he remembered something and went directly to Yao Ruiyun's raft behind. Yes, I did harvest a batch of green vegetables, but not today. It should be yesterday. Yesterday morning, after your plan started, the green vegetables were ready to be picked. So my dad said to pick them early, so as not to affect the trip to Joshua County. After picking them, I sold some to the hotel and gave some to Sister Jiang Dai as employee benefits. Too many things happened in the past 2 days. I forgot about it. Oh, right. I'll leave some for you. Just when you come over, I'll give it to you, Yao Ruiyun said as she was about to take out the backpack. Shu Fu held her hand. No need, I've received it. Ah? Yao Ruiyun didn't understand. Shu Fu smiled and patted her. Remember to compare the total amount and inventory after the next harvest. It was not until Shu Fu left that Yao Ruiyun reacted. She immediately took out a large cardboard box from her backpack. It contained the remaining vegetables from this harvest. Her father was very careful. They were tied into bundles according to the weight, 500 grams per bundle, which was very convenient to count. She counted them carefully, and based on the total amount of the previous harvest, the amount sold to the hotel later, finally deduced that the amount of vegetables was indeed less, about 1/20th less than the total amount at the time of harvest. But how did her senior know? Chapter 149 Milk Tea Shop and Breeding House. Yao Ruiyun thought of Shu Fu's smile and words when she left, and suddenly clapped her hands. Could it be that what she meant by having received it was that the less vegetables had automatically gone to her? Although Yao Ruiyun didn't understand how Shu Fu received that part of the vegetables, she felt that it was quite convenient. It was a bit like the tax after the raft was towed and the special suit was used. She guessed that every vegetable and fruit harvested in the future would be automatically rationed to her, although the amount she reserved for Shu Fu was more than the amount that was automatically sent. It was not bad. It was convenient and worry-free. She didn't have to reserve extra for her after each harvest. After all, she has a bad memory when she is busy. Like this time, she forgot it because she was busy. After Shu Fu came out from Yao Ruiyun, she saw that the lights on the first floor of the milk tea shop next door were on. So she turned over. It was almost 12 o'clock now, and it was long past the power supply period. The planting house had electricity because it had its own battery storage board. But Chen Fa's place was a milk tea shop. She had just looked at it, and didn't find any battery storage board. But she knew the reason as soon as she stepped into the milk tea shop. Chen Fa took out the generator, used self-generated electricity, turned on a small light, and was tidying up the cabinets in the water bar. Although the milk tea shop currently only has hardware facilities, but no supporting software, Chen Fa has it, because she had thought about opening a milk tea shop before. She has been collecting tea leaves since then, especially black tea. She has also collected a lot of disposable cups and straws. In addition, there are tapioca flour, tapioca, milk powder, coffee powder, etc. However, these materials are easy to spoil, so she keeps them in the big cardboard box for things. After she puts out the parts that are easy to spoil, she will put the parts that are easy to spoil in the backpack. Aren't you tired? It's so late, and you're still not asleep. You're not asleep either? Chinefei looked up at her, thought of something, and put 2 large cartons on the counter in front of him, which contained a lot of takeout boxes and bowls, some big, some small, and of different shapes and styles. There are original beef bone soup sliced noodles, beef bone soup ramen, beef fried ramen, and mutton fried rice, mutton pilaf, all made by Grandma for you, and I've been storing them for a few months, and they take up 2 full compartments of my backpack. Take them away quickly. Wow! Shouted Shu Fu, who has never lacked food. At this time, she felt hungry just by hearing the names of these foods. They were all the kind she'd love to eat but didn't stock up. Where's Grandma? Is she asleep? She wasn't asleep when I came down. She was making the bed. The room is really nice. The new sheets and towels we stocked up before can finally be put to use. I'll go and see. Shu Fu didn't hesitate. She put all the packing boxes and the big cardboard boxes into the space, and then went upstairs. There is another door on the 2nd floor. The entrance outside the door is not big. Because the outer wall is curved, there is a circle of seats against the outer wall. Chinefei put a small cabinet here, which is used as a shoe cabinet. There is also a carpet in front of the door. It is estimated that the inside has been simply tidied. At this moment, the door is not closed, it is half open. Shu Fu half sticked his head in to check. Before he opened his mouth, he heard Chen Yuezhen's voice. Shu girl, come in quickly. Shu Fu was wearing slippers that were only used on the raft. The soles of the shoes were very clean, so he walked in directly. There was no electricity on the 2nd floor, so Chen Yuezhen turned on 2 camping lights. She had already made the beds for the 2 rooms, and was now taking out the clothes and daily necessities from the travel bag on the floor, and putting them back in place. Grandma, I received all the delicious food you made for me. I like them all, and I put them away. Thank you for your hard work. Grandma. Shu Fu came up to tell her in person that she liked all the delicious food she made for her. It's good if you like it. It's not hard. I'll make a little in 1 or 2 days. It's not troublesome. I don't know if it suits your taste. If you think any of them are delicious, just tell me, and I'll make them for you. Chen Yuezhen put down the things in her hand and went to pour her some water. Grandma, I'm just going to visit. My house is right next to me. It's so close that I don't need to pour water. Shu Fu pulled Chen Yuezhen and looked around. Then, while she wasn't paying attention, she put out a daily necessities gift bag next to the sofa, and 10 20L buckets of drinking water. After that, she and Chen Yuezhen chatted for a while, then went back to the 1st floor, and took out a milk tea gift bag from the space and gave it to her. A milk tea gift bag has 50 cups of milk tea. She said that she would let Chinefei sell it first. She also has a universal gift bag for this kind of functional raft. Tomorrow, we can study how to use it. It should be the supporting software on the functional raft. Chinefei guessed. For example, I am a milk tea shop here, and the materials used here should be various raw materials for making milk tea. Zheng Feifei's place is a breeding house, and the materials used in her place are likely to be cubs that can be raised and the corresponding feed. If this is the case, it is definitely more cost-effective to use it in the breeding house. At least I have stored some raw materials for making milk tea here, even if it is not much. Milk tea is a non-essential item after all. Even if it is closed, it will not affect everyone's life. But the breeding house is different. You can use fishing rods to get seafood and fish in the water, but meat and byproducts such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep are not so easy to obtain. Lu Zheng and I have some stocks, and we have saved some for others, but the quantity is limited, and they will be gone after we eat them. From the current development trend of your raft after towing, it will develop into a water city in the future. Even if it is just a very small city, if it cannot be self-sufficient, there will be problems in the long run. So this universal gift pack should be used on the raft that is most needed, after all. It takes time for the cubs to grow up. Chinefei made an analysis, which was similar to Shu Fu's previous guess. After chatting about their recent situations for a few days, Shu Fu thought of Zhang Tian again, and then told Chinefei about her current situation. Only 5? It's a bit of a pity. Sure enough, Chen Fa had the same idea. If it was in shallow waters close to the shore, it would be fine. As long as there was no extreme climate, the raft could completely protect its owner. But in the deep waters today, if the raft could not reach Shufu's towing, it would be overturned by the turbulent waves and the changeable weather in a minute. Therefore, if Zhang Tian stayed on land, whether she joined the government or lived in a city near the water, the raft would be very useful to her. However, if she followed Shufu to the deep water area, her raft would not be of much use even if she took it out. After all, there was nothing in the ordinary raft hut. No water, no electricity, no bed. Everything was in its original state. It would be better to live in a room in a small building of a hotel. But if she was really an ordinary person, it would be fine. Like Su Ting, Feng Jiangdai and the others. They lived in a hotel peacefully and were very happy. She had obviously become a superpower, and the raft was neither useful nor useless, which made it a bit useless. Zhang Tian would definitely have some thoughts in her mind, especially after Chen Fa and Zheng Feifei towed and used the upgrade kit one after another. Moreover, Shufu also revealed another piece of news to Chen Fa. Xiao Shan is also a superpower. It is not known whether the raft can be towed yet, but I saw the white light bar above her head. If according to your statement, the number behind the light bar is the bond value, Xiao Shan is likely to exceed 80. Chen Fa's speculation was based on facts. The reason why she and Shufu could reach a bond value of 100 was of course because when they were in the northern plateau, they relied on each other and experienced life and death escapes all the way. But part of the reason was when they were in Suicheng. After the party, the underground parking lot was flooded, and Shufu sent her home, indirectly helping her avoid the Line 14 subway, allowing her to narrowly escape death. But at that time, in addition to Chen Fa, Wu Xiaoshan was also supposed to take the Line 14 subway. The two of them rented a house together, so Shufu also indirectly helped Wu Xiaoshan. As for Wu Xiaoshan's sudden appearance of the white light this time, it should be stimulated by the riot in Joshua County. At that time, she had been injured by a robbery, and Shufu appeared at this critical moment and successfully took them away. When Wu Xiaoshan was about to awaken, but had not yet awakened, the bond between them suddenly deepened, which might cause the final value to increase again. Shufu nodded. She naturally hoped that Wu Xiaoshan could awaken earlier and her bond value would be greater than 80, so that she could tow 9 known rafts. The difficulty of the current hidden task is that Feng Erwin, who appeared in the towing list a long time ago, has not been contacted yet. It is also unknown which city she went to settle in after the transfer, and whether she is still in Jicheng. Besides, she had no idea who the 10th towable raft belonged to. Could it be Cheng Yu's? But he and she had experienced a lot together. If he wanted to awaken, he would have awakened long ago. But from beginning to end, she had never seen a white light above his head. When Shufu thought of this, she couldn't help but take out her satellite phone to check. There were no missed calls or unread messages. They landed at about noon, and it had been 12 hours since then. But as far as a battle was concerned, this time might just be the beginning. Chen Fa thought about it, and said to Shufu, "Let's do this. I will talk to Zhang Tian. After all, it was me who first proposed living on the water to her. No matter what decision she makes later, whether to stay in the hotel or return to land, she must be informed as soon as possible." Chen Fa was not a procrastinating person, and he made the decision immediately. Shufu agreed, and when she left, she put the 2 large cartons filled with ramen noodles and fried rice that she had put in not long ago on the counter. "What? You're not planning to eat a bowl so late, are you? Are you hungry again? Don't eat it this time. You seem to have gained some weight recently." Shufu. "Good sister, you're so good at talking." Shufu had a wooden face, quickly moved all the small takeout boxes into the space, then put a barbecue gift pack, a hot pot gift pack, a Sichuan cuisine gift pack, a braised food gift pack, a dessert gift pack, and a seafood sashimi gift pack into the 2 large cardboard boxes. She originally wanted to put fried food, fruits, vegetables, etc., but there was really no room in the 2 large cartons. Return gift. Shufu patted the 2 boxes. "They are all cooked food. You can eat them as soon as you open them. Barbecue and hot pot need to be processed by yourself." Chen Fa. "Are you feeding her like a pig? Because she said she was fat. So you plan to fatten her up?" Shufu saw what she didn't say from her expression, and smiled faintly. You have been so thin recently that your breasts are almost gone. You need to nourish them well. Chen Fa. After a while, Shu Fu was forced to passively take the initiative by Chen Fa by grabbing her neck and wrists. Identification, you know. I am C. Standard C. Shu Fu. It's just C. Just say it. Why do you insist on me touching it? She couldn't help but straighten up. It's just C. I have it too. Really? It doesn't look like it. Let me check it out. How could Shu Fu let her succeed? She immediately ran away with a smile. The two of them made a fuss for a while. Shu Fu sighed again. It was a pity that they couldn't enter her big villa, otherwise they could have a pool party together. The jacuzzi on the front deck could also be used as a swimming pool. The swimming pool on the second floor balcony could be filled with all kinds of delicious desserts, fruits and drinks, and wine. Then the raft faced the wind and waves, and went to the vast deep waters. They played all night, and then greeted the sunrise at sea together. There will definitely be an opportunity. Chen Fa became serious again, patting Shu Fu's shoulder. It's just that you may not have found a way yet. Moreover, even if we can't enter the villa, we can still watch the sunrise at sea together, as long as it doesn't rain when the sun rises that day. Chen Fa's words gave Shu Fu inspiration. She remembered the agreement she made with Yao Ruoyun in winter, and decided to finish the task at hand as soon as possible, and then give everyone a surprise. The next day, all the people on the raft slept in, and they adjusted and relaxed from their hearts to their bodies. Last night, a few people who were too tired to go back to their rooms to take a shower and sleep after eating hot pot visited the milk tea shop raft and the breeding house raft as soon as possible today. Especially the breeding house raft, although it is still empty. But looking at the settings, the animal breeding is basically an assembly line operation, which is much more convenient than the pure artificial feeding they had imagined before. When Shu Fu went to the breeding house raft, everyone was discussing which towns to go to purchase cubs. It is difficult to buy cubs now. They must be healthy and have to be bred. Not only are these supplies restricted, but they also require ID cards to be registered when they are purchased. But there are many of them, so they can take turns buying, and they can buy in different counties. But if you go to a place you are not familiar with, it is easy to be cheated by the seller. Shu Fu plans to use the universal suit today. She came here to talk to Zheng Feifei about it. After all, once the universal suit is used, it means that their vacation is over, and they have to start working. She briefly talked to Zheng Feifei and Zheng's mother, and got the answer from their bright and motivated eyes. While others were still discussing, she went back to the drifting island house, and used the red first prize on the function screen. The upgrade said gift package, universal. Sure enough, this time the screen responded, and 2 towing rafts appeared on it, allowing her to choose one of them, and use this gift package. The optional rafts are 1. Chen Fa's raft. 2. Zheng Feifei's raft. The last time she got this card, she tried to use it but failed. She guessed that it was because the planting house already had the matching seeds, and the hotel was in a special situation, so it was displayed as unusable. She chose Zheng Feifei's raft, and when the red card in her hand disappeared, the screen showed that it had been used. She waited for a while, but there was still no matching gift box like the seeds around. Could it be? She went to Zheng Feifei's raft again, and before she got close, she heard the surprised shouts from the breeding house, and the chirping of the baby animals. She entered the first beehive house on the periphery. This house was next to Zheng Feifei's dining and living room, with double doors and a passage in between. At this moment, in this bright hexagonal house, in the surrounding feeding compartments, there were already a group of fluffy chicks and ducklings. There were not many of them. There were chickens in the left feeding compartment, about 30 in number, and ducks in the right feeding compartment, about the same number. The feeding house was also a compressed space, with an internal area of about 40 square meters, but it looked quite large, because it was divided into several layers, and the feeding compartments were stacked glass rooms, making full use of all the space. The chicks and ducklings that appeared at the moment only occupied the first floor. When these cubs grow up a little later, they can be raised in separate compartments. In addition to chickens and ducks, the other animals have one kind of cub in each room. Next to chickens and ducks are rabbits. Next to rabbits are sheep. There are not many sheep. There are several pairs of sheep of different breeds. Small-tailed Han sheep have strong fertility, grow fast, and tender meat, and produce sheepskin. In addition to eating meat and stewing soup, sheep can also produce wool, and goat meat is suitable for barbecue and soup, and goat milk can also be consumed. Next to sheep is pigs. Pig breeds are relatively simple. There are only a few special breeds, such as two-headed black, and Shu Fu can't tell the difference between the others. In addition to the 4 outer beehive breeding houses, the largest glass house in the middle is used to raise cows, dairy cows, cattle, yaks, etc. They are divided into different areas, and the temperature inside the small areas can be adjusted separately. Therefore, the hexagonal glass house in the middle has the largest space, which is about 150 square meters in total, and has natural green vegetation, which is indeed more suitable for raising cattle, not to mention other friends. Even Shu Fu himself, looking at the cubs that suddenly appeared, sighed in his heart. The gift package is worthy of being the first prize in red. There are so many living materials. At the same time, there are also various feeds, nutrient solutions, medicines, and feeding instructions. It feels like playing a real farm game. The operation of the entire breeding house is far more complicated than that of a hotel or a planting house. At this moment, the battery panels on the glass hexagonal roof are full of batteries, so the ventilation and temperature equipment in several breeding houses are automatically turned on with one button. There will be a slight smell inside, but at present, because of the advanced supporting facilities, the smell is very light. The battery panels are all large capacity, and will automatically store electricity during the period when the Shu Fu Raft electric card is in use, which means that it can be automatically fully charged every few hours. So there is no problem with electricity use. The slightly troublesome thing is water use. Animals need to be fed water every day. In addition, the automatic cleaning machine also needs water when it starts. However, the water purification function has not yet been selected on the raft in the breeding house. Fortunately, there is also a compressed water storage tank inside the glass house, which also has a capacity of 10 tons. So at this stage, the water can be purified and stored by filters, and then Zheng Feifei can manually transfer it into the glass house. Zheng Feifei saw the foldable bucket with a filter on the terrace of Lu Zheng's hotel. She thought it was very good. She planned to find some materials and ask him to make one for her. Chen Fei's milk tea shop currently has no water, not even a water storage tank. However, she had made the same filter bucket when she and Lu Zheng were in Chamu County, so she also planned to store water for the first 100 days. As for electricity, her milk tea shop did not have a battery panel like the hotel before the milk tea shop opened. According to the electricity usage time at Shu Fu, there was no problem with 3 meals and washing every day. But if she wants to open the shop must have electricity 24 hours a day. Some raw materials that need to be put in the refrigerator are naturally more convenient to take out in the refrigerator, otherwise she has to put the whole big cardboard out of the backpack every time. So she plans to install a few batteries in the milk tea shop. This type of battery is different from the battery board that comes with the raft set. The capacity is not that large. It was removed from the tram by Chen Fei by chance, so the power is enough. The main characteristics of Shu Fu Raft power source are: there is no limit on the power supplied during the power supply period, and it can be charged remotely, and the charging speed is fast, which can save her a lot of trouble. Everyone showed their own skills according to their own situation. After seeing the animals in the entire breeding house, Zheng Feifei mentioned another urgent matter, which was hiring employees. She had already seen the electronic screen in her house, which had many ways to use the breeding house. As for hiring employees, 3 people could be hired at the beginning, and the working hours were 8 hours a day, 4 days a week, and they took turns. However, because the breeding house was basically fully automated, most of the work that the employees had to do was some auxiliary work, such as ensuring the temperature inside the entire breeding house was appropriate, ensuring that there was enough feed in the automatic feeder, etc., and ensuring that the cub breeding compartment was clean and hygienic. These were all very miscellaneous and detailed work. In addition, the breeding house raft currently has no garbage disposal function. So although there is a garbage disposal port inside, it cannot be used at present. The residue filtered out after each automatic cleaning will be uniformly retained in the garbage bin and needs to be wrapped and processed manually. It is no wonder that 3 employees can be hired at the beginning. It is also a very hard job to turn over these 5 breeding houses every day. However, Zheng Feifei has limited supplies that can be exchanged for raft points. The food must be kept for her family. Although gold can hold up for a while, it is estimated that it will not last too long. She was afraid that her raft points would run out before the harvest. so she planned to hire someone temporarily. Shu Fu said that the success of the breeding house was very important to her, so she would pay the initial RAF points, and she would treat it as a stake. Then, she dragged Zheng Feifei to the milk tea shop next door, swiped Zheng Feifei's ice blue wristband, and threw a few small gold bars into the machine. Zheng Feifei was shocked to see the balance of RAF points on the wristband change from 3 digits to 5 digits. This is too much. Not much. Not much. Hire 3 people, and pay them according to the highest standard of employee remuneration. Shu Fu naturally has the freedom to do this. After all, the materials that enter from this machine, whether it is food or gold, will eventually enter her space. This means that any points exchanged by her are actually free. But these points are very important to her friends. Hire 3 employees, which can solve the source of RAF points for 3 people. With RAF points, whether they stay in the hotel, eat snacks or buy milk tea, they don't have to consume their original materials. For them, by working hard and earning points, they can continue to live on the raft. They have something to do. They can see what their future life will be like. And they will not feel that they are completely dependent on Shu Fu's protection and support. Their self-worth is fully reflected. But there is a lot of work, and it is very tiring. There is no garbage disposal now. And some of the work is dirty. Will there really be 3 people willing to come and help? As it turns out, everyone really wants to eat meat. So they all want to build a good breeding house. In addition, everyone knows that Jiang Dai, who went to the planting house to help, also got some vegetables after the first batch of vegetables matured. Just like the employee benefits in the past. Although they didn't rely on these, they were close to the water after all. So when they saw the notice of recruitment for the breeding house, basically everyone went. Even Jiang Dai went for the interview. Su Tingfeng silently looked at Yu Dong and Jiang Dai in the interview waiting area, and couldn't help but said, I understand Yu Dong coming here, but don't you work in the planting house? It's just a helper there. Only 2 days. And here it's 4 days. Even if I work 2 jobs, I still have 1 day off. Jiang Dai calculated it clearly. Su Tingfeng. Is it so hard now? He couldn't help but think of his resentful brother. He wanted to work in the milk tea shop. But it was a pity that the milk tea shop was not hiring now. Zheng Feifei's interview was much more formal and cautious than Lu Zheng and Yao Ruoyan's. After all, she knew that these animal cubs were hard to come by. Even if the facilities in the breeding house were very advanced, she knew how destructive the clumsy hands could be. After more than 2 hours of interviews, finally, the big guy Longsheng, Wu Xiaoshan, and Yu Dong became new employees of the breeding house raft, started work immediately. And their salary was also paid daily. Wu Xiaoshan originally wanted to ask Zhang Tian to go with her, although she also wanted to go to the milk tea shop. She didn't know when the milk tea shop would open. Secondly, the breeding house gave a lot of raft points. Although it was a bit tiring, it didn't take 8 hours to do it. The beehive room for breeding animals was basically full of automatic facilities. She just needed to pay more attention, remember the time, and move her fingers. The raft points she earned every day, after paying for the room, could also allow her to go to the snack stand to eat and save some. Such a good opportunity to earn raft points. She didn't understand why Zhang Tian didn't go, but everyone has different ideas. Although she felt a little strange, but she wouldn't force others, even if the other party was her former roommate and current roommate. Zheng Feifei originally thought that Zhang Tian would come with Wu Xiaoshan. Everyone escaped from Jiaxue County together, even though she originally wanted to hire strong employees. But they were all Shu Fu's roommates. She had decided to hire them as long as they came for an interview. But in the end only Wu Xiaoshan came. For the remaining 2 places, she made the decision after checking the efficiency of everyone learning to operate the facilities of the breeding house, the meticulousness of the work during cleaning and tidying up, and the reason why she wanted to work in the breeding house. Later Shu Fu asked her, how did she choose Yu Dong? After all, compared with Su Tingfeng, Yu Dong is thinner and not as strong as Su Tingfeng. Because he said he didn't want his wife to be too tired and always wanted to work 2 jobs. The breeding house has many work points. If he can work here, his wife can continue to work 2 days a week and play 5 days a week like now. Shu Fu. It turns out that Su Tingfeng lost because he didn't have a wife. The morning of the 2nd day after the breeding house was officially launched, Shu Fu received a call from Cheng Yu. Chapter 150 Drifting from Extreme Heat to Extreme Cold. Hello? It's me. A low and hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. This kind of hoarseness is the kind of hoarseness caused by real fatigue, not the kind of voice that is deliberately lowered And you can hear the deep fatigue in it. I know it's you by looking at the number. Shu Fu heard noisy noises on the other end of the phone, like the sound of cars driving, and the sound of many people running hurriedly, and further away, there was also the faint roar of artillery fire. She could even imagine what he looked like at the other end of the line. Covered in blood and dirt. With new wounds on his arms, shoulders or other parts of his body. His thin cheeks were probably burned black by the gunfire. His eyes were red and sour from the smoke of the war. He was obviously extremely tired and sleepy. But he carefully held the phone with his bloody fingers, standing in the early morning rain, and tilted his head to listen to her voice. Shu Fu asked, "Is it over?" "Not yet. It's over for now. The signal has been restored here, so I'm letting you know I'm safe first." "Oh, you all know to let me know you're safe?" Shu Fu tried to hold back her laughter. "Well, are you injured? How about Sister Lu Shuang and the others? Are they all safe?" "They're all minor injuries. They're also nothing serious. How about you?" "As long as I'm on the water, I'm safe, don't worry." Thinking back now, he finally understood why. Since the night of the evacuation from Suicheng, she could switch back and forth between suddenly disappearing and appearing safely, and it was absolutely safe on the raft. For her, the most unsafe thing is to let others know that she is safe. The war between Shacheng and Joshua County has not ended yet, and he can't say much. In fact, according to the regulations, he shouldn't even make this call now. But he still called. In addition to letting her know that he is safe, he also wants to hear her voice, even if she doesn't say anything. And there is only the sound of her quiet breathing. They always seem to meet in a hurry, and then separate again. He sometimes wondered, if they met in a completely peaceful world, what would it be like? In such a doomsday, life was too fragile and easy to break. Accidents always came unexpectedly, just like this time. No matter how much he hoped to bring the other 21 people back together, there were still 2 people who could never go back. Shu Fu soon heard someone on the other end of the phone calling Commander Chung. Chung Yi responded and said to her on the other end of the phone, "I have to leave. After everything is over, I will come to see you with Han Lan, Lu Shuang and others." Shu Fu did not ask whether he planned to stay for a long time or just stay for a few days. It was not appropriate to say these things now. The war was imminent, and she did not want him to be distracted. So, she still responded with a smile, "Okay, I'll wait for you and Sister Lu Shuang." The phone was hung up quickly. Before hanging up, she heard a roar approaching from the other end, which sounded a bit like thunder. But she knew it wasn't. Shu Fu held the phone, stood under the eaves in silence for a moment, and soon came back to her senses. The word worry was useless except for internal consumption. Although she was concerned, love between men and women only accounted for a small part of her life. Therefore, the fact that Chung Yu is alive is far more important than being with her. No matter where he is, as long as he is alive, it's fine. At the moment, she still puts the construction of the raft first. It's still early for the next 10 consecutive draws. There is no way to add more towing spaces in the drifting island house for more than 20 days. From what she saw that day, Lu Shuang seemed to want to come with Han Lan. That means she has to wait for at least 2 months. Of course, there is also a possibility that when she draws 10 consecutively, she will be very lucky and get 2 gold ones in a row. But this possibility is really low. The Fengshan Plateau has completely ushered in summer. In addition to the frequent catastrophic rainstorms and hurricanes, the temperature around here is also rising. She is in the house on the drifting island. None of this affects her. Even if she goes to the deck, if it is really too hot, she can always turn on the portable protective shield. But it is different for the 4 rafts and friends behind. Their houses do not have the function of constant temperature. When the protective shield is closed, the temperature in their houses will be affected by the outside world. But at present, none of the 4 rafts have the function of purifying water. All daily water use must rely on filters to filter rainwater from the outside and store water for use. Therefore, the protective cover needs to be closed for a period of time every day. But once it is closed, it is impossible to stay on the deck under such hot weather. This is very inconvenient for the rafts that are gradually developing nowadays. After all, sometimes, everyone also wants to fish, catch some seafood, or blow the sea breeze. So this summer, she plans to take a real deep-sea trip to the waters farther away from the Fengshan Plateau, and then go directly north, to the far north to escape the summer heat. At present, the raft is floating in the deep water south of Fengshan Plateau. It is covered by thunderstorms almost 24 hours a day. She can't even close the protective shield. So she plans to set off today. Before leaving, she thought of Zhang Tian's matter and went to Chen Fei's milk tea shop. The protective shield can't be closed today, and the raft is drifting with the current. So Chen Fei raised the lighthouse milk tea shop again. The shop is still not open. But this can't stop other friends from visiting. Those who haven't found a job yet, or those who are on vacation today, all stay in the store, sitting on the high chairs next to the long curved table by the window, bringing their own drinks, chatting while watching the flashing water surface and endless rain outside. Chen Fei moved very quickly. The battery had been installed in the store, right next to the warehouse. As long as it was on during the call period, it would automatically charge quickly. So at this moment, a few small lights were on in the first floor of the milk tea shop, adding a warm and cozy atmosphere to the store. Everyone not only brought their own drinks and snacks, but also brought their own garbage bags. They would dispose of their own garbage when they left, and would also clean the store a little, taking care of it like their own home. Seeing that she came here on purpose, Chen Fei guessed that she had something to say, so he took her back to her residence upstairs. Xu Fu said that she was going to go east to the deep waters today. Chen Fei understood and said that she had talked to Zhang Tian. As for the fact that her own raft could not be towed like Chen Fei, she was stunned for a long time, and then showed a helpless smile, saying that she had not even had the chance to take out her raft to take a look, and the ending had already been announced. Chen Fei could not comfort her too much. After all, she could not empathize with her. Her raft had been upgraded to a milk tea shop, and it was such a unique building. Not to mention that Zhang Tian would be envious. Even Yao Ruoyun, who already had a planting house, felt envious. But this is an established fact. She can only accept it and make her own choice. The result is obvious. She doesn't want to go back to the land, luckily. Wu Xiaoshan lives with her in the hotel building, so although she is not in a good mood, she still uses a self-deprecating tone to say that she has to plan her future life and work. In addition, Zhang Tian did not take the 2 boxes of supplies you asked me to hand over, saying that she still has food and supplies with her for the time being. Wu Xiaoshan seemed to want to take them, but because Zhang Tian did not take them, she also refused. Chen Fei sighed. She could understand a little, after all. There were 4 people in their dormitory before. Zhang Tian's family was the best, and compared with Chen Fei and Wu Xiaoshan, she had never really suffered from natural disasters, nor had she ever really been hungry. The only time she was frustrated was this time. Later, Chen Fei also rushed there. She already owed Chen Fei a favor. She guessed that Xu Fu had given the supplies, and she didn't want to owe him a second favor, even if the supplies are not accepted. Do you think I should talk to her? Forget it. Take your time. After all, we haven't seen each other for so long. At the beginning, the gap is too big, and it is inevitable that we will be a little alienated. Give her some time. Chen Fei pushed the 2 boxes of supplies in front of her and asked her to take them back. Why do you give them back to me? They don't need you and Grandma. I only have so little space. You know, these 2 boxes will directly take up 2 of my backpack compartments. I plan to open a trial business in 2 days. The backpack compartments need to be vacated to store the pearls, milk jelly, coffee jelly, blood glutinous rice, taro paste, mochi and tea soup that I made in advance. Okay. Xu Fu was most happy to hear about the progress of the milk tea shop. Without saying a word, she took the boxes and went downstairs. She returned to the drifting island house, and soon issued a voice announcement on the function screen. Attention! The raft will go on a water drifting adventure in the next month, and will set off eastward immediately. First to the original ocean area, and then turn north to escape the summer heat in the far north. If the sea conditions allow, it may cross the Arctic Circle, enter the polar day area, and finally enter the original European continental plate. I have never been to this route before, and I don't know what I will encounter along the way. Let's look forward to it together. The next day after the drifting island house went east, Xu Fu used the satellite network card for an hour, mainly to go online to see the situation in Sand City. The communication signal was restored yesterday. After a day of fermentation, various news had indeed spread on the internet. Even if Lan Lan didn't help this time, she could still see various news, pictures and even videos. These were taken by the trapped residents of Shacheng and surrounding counties and uploaded to the internet. Many people had been holding back for a long time because of the previous internet outage. They had accumulated a lot of videos and pictures on their mobile phones, including those when the riots just started a few days ago. Xu Fu had previously listened to Chen Fei's description. She mainly described the whole big event, and didn't say too many details. It was not until she saw it on the internet that she realized how bad the situation in Shacheng was. Especially the county towns around Shacheng. The house that Zheng Feifei rented may be located in a remote area with poor conditions and a small population. In addition, Jiashui County was originally a very inconspicuous county among the surrounding counties, so it was not within the focus of the mob sweep. In some counties with large populations and good construction, especially in areas where new safe houses have been built, many buildings have been blown to pieces, or there is a big hole in the wall, and the whole building is shaking in the wind and rain. Among the broken tiles and ruins, you can still see broken human bodies, twisted at strange angles, some partially burned, and some with their eyes open until death, lying on their backs in construction waste and mud, looking at the gloomy sky. In addition to describing the terrifying severe ichthyosis patients, and the crazy thugs who created chaos everywhere, the camera also captured many fights between ordinary people. Some people cowardly betrayed at the moment of life and death, and some people would rather die to protect their families. After a large amount of food was burned and destroyed, some people in the remaining buildings began to snatch food, and fierce conflicts broke out. There are also some videos, which were taken after the county where the photographer was located was relieved of the crisis. They are all scenes of streets and buildings. A large number of houses were burned to charcoal. Some people sat in front of the half-remaining wall and cried loudly. Some people grabbed the few remaining supplies in their hands and wandered around the collapsed ruins, looking for the figures of their families. Some people also took photos of military vehicles passing through the county town, passing through the ruined streets. Most military vehicles were the same, with just a few seconds of footage. Xu Fu couldn't tell whether they were the vehicles she sent over, because the network and signal were cut off before the incident. And then, there were several days of super large thunderstorm disasters. People in other cities outside Shacheng didn't know that such a terrible incident had happened during the time when Shacheng was disconnected from the internet. It was hard for them to imagine all this, and they couldn't imagine that those bloody and chaotic photos and videos came from Shizhou province. It was completely the appearance of the war-torn Xia country, and it made people tremble even through the screen. For a time, other towns near Shacheng experienced reverse migration. Many people had tried their best to move to counties and cities near Shacheng before, but now they are thinking about moving to the periphery. However, such a big incident happened. At this stage, almost all towns began to restrict travel, implement some wartime regulations, and impose night curfews. This move was to prevent suspicious people from taking the opportunity to blend into the crowd and escape again. The incident had a huge impact, and no one dealt with the photos and videos that caused panic for a while, and more news was posted online later. For example, 2 days later, it was rumored that a large number of canned goods were recycled in Shizhou province. There were big movements in various cities, and several canning factories were closed one by one. Several sanatoriums near Shacheng were also closed. It was said that the ichthyosis patients who attacked the counties around Shacheng had stayed in these sanatoriums before. Some people were extremely scared, because there was a sanatorium near the area where they lived, but because it was not in the area where the chaos plan was implemented this time. The patients in that sanatorium did not attack the town where he was, but were quietly transported to the direction of Shacheng. Some people also described how after being trapped for 2 days and 2 nights, a military unit came to rescue them. At that time, a group of thugs were about to break into their house, and the door was almost broken. For ordinary people trapped in despair, the team members who appeared at that moment to save them were simply a myth, because there were no restrictions for the time being. All kinds of information could be seen on the internet at once. But Xu Fu knew that this was only the part that the public could see. There were more things happening in places that the public could not see. Although the riots occurred in Shacheng and the surrounding counties, this incident affected the situation in the entire Shizhou province, because the part that broke out was actually just the tip of the iceberg. It was not only the people who were in turmoil, but also the officialdom. Those were the parts that ordinary people could not see. On the first day, when Xu Fu equipped the satellite network card to check the news online, she went to the hotel behind to find Zhang Tian and asked her if she needed to use the network. If she needed to, she could go to her raft deck. It's just a limited time connection. I saw the news that Shacheng was out of trouble, so I came to tell you. After all, Zhang Tian's parents were still alive. At least they were alive when they separated from her. And they were both in Shacheng. She was not sure whether Zhang Tian needed to contact each other after this incident. So she came directly to ask. No matter how hateful the other person becomes when they separate, they are her biological parents after all. In the past 20 years of life, there will always be warm and unforgettable memories. This is life after all, not a revenge drama with a heroine. Some emotions cannot be completely cut off. In the memories of the 4 years of living in the same dormitory, she has also met Zhang Tian's parents several times. They drove a car to carry large and small bags for her to the dormitory at the beginning of the school year. When they met their roommates, they generously gave Zhang Tian pocket money to treat her. When she graduated and didn't want to work, they paid for her to open a milk tea shop. At that time, she didn't know the true face of the scumbag and said she wanted to get married. They were worried and couldn't stop her. So they bought her a new house in the community where they lived. One by one, the memories of the past. Not because they are not human now. Those memories will automatically disappear. She understood Zhang Tian's resentment. But the choice still had to be handed over to her. But she was silent for a moment. And just forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Forget it. Since Shacheng is fine, they should have survived. If they are really unlucky, I can't change it. Forget it. I won't call you anymore. Thank you, Shifu. Thank you for your trouble. Shu Fu looked at the other party's sensitive and distant appearance. But her mind couldn't help but think of their last meeting in Suicheng. At that time, the boyfriend she wanted to introduce to them was found to be cheating. She broke up with him on the spot. Although she was very sad, she could cry and curse at the same time. In her memory, Zhang Tian was always lively, laughing, scolding, and showing her joy. Sometimes she didn't even care about other people's feelings and just wanted to be happy. Zhang Tian, who restrained his emotions like now and politely said thank you to her, has indeed become very different from before. It seems that he has grown up. But in fact, he has been forced to grow up because of the changes he encountered. Even if Shu Fu wanted to help her, she didn't know where to start for a moment. And she didn't even know whether she should start to comfort her. Perhaps Chen Fa was right. Zhang Tian needed time more now. Okay. When you need to come to me again, I can connect to the internet at any time. But I just need to tell you in advance. Okay. Thank you. After that day, Shu Fu would connect to the internet for about half an hour every day, and continue to pay attention to the situation in Shacheng. On the night when she saw the news from the canning factory, she received messages from Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang respectively, both with similar content, indicating that Shacheng was basically over. But there were still many remaining issues to be dealt with later, so she could only report safety to her for the time being. Shu Fu replied to them separately, indicating that she had received it, and asked them to do what they needed to do first. And she did the same. At this time, the raft had drifted to the coastline of the original ocean at a speed of 50 per hour. But it was not far from Shizhou province. If she wanted to go back, she could get there in one day. But since the other party still had things to deal with, she readjusted the drifting speed and accelerated towards the wider sea area in the east. Today's ocean waters are much deeper than the waters on land. In addition to the uniform rise of 2,000 meters in sea level, the original average depth of these seas is 4,000 meters. This was once the largest, deepest, and most marginal sea and island-rich ocean on the planet. And it still is today. The average depth has reached more than 6,000 meters. And the deepest has reached more than 13,000 meters. Shu Fu still told Zheng Feifei about the news of the cannery. Zheng Feifei, like her, understood something as soon as she heard the news. And then her face turned a little ugly. She didn't tell Jing's mother, but followed her to the glass balcony on the drifting island house, where she took out her mobile phone and connected to the network, and personally checked the relevant news. In the news about the cannery that was sealed, it was also mentioned which regions and brands of canneries were sealed. Zheng Feifei read it carefully and suddenly burst into tears.